Welcome to the Mashup.
Tell me whether I'm wrong or right. East or west, up or down, side to side. I sit to stand and fall to fly. Of all of my impulsive plans, pop and lock and salsa dances on demand. I follow leading off the map and stop the chatter, scream happily.
Welcome to the Mashup.
Welcome to the mashup. Welcome to the welcome to the mashup.
Welcome to the Mashup.
Are we going to be on the screen?
We are live, Twos. Oh my goodness! You know, it's funny. I give the guy all morning. Hey, just get ready, Twos. It's all gonna be good. He's fiddling around right now. How's everybody doing today? A little nervous, a little excited. Twos
Got everything done just in time. In excellent twos fashion.
Okay, we got a whole schedule today. We're going 12 hours. We'll see what we look like at the end of that. But we got Clyde and Marty sitting in the back. We got people coming.
We got to shuffle our papers so we look professional. That's
right.
what they always do on the television that we have effectively replaced.
Correct. And we're happy to see we've got tons of people tuning in. Please comment where you're listening from, watching from. Would love to know that and get a bit of that on. We got a couple of sponsors to get to before we start. We got a ton of sponsors of today. First, we're gonna talk a little Bow Valley Credit Union. Here, let's see if I can do this. Oh, bing. There we go. Bow Valley Credit Union is your Alberta regulated, fully serviced financial institution, collateral lending, and is proud to present the first in Canada gold collateral lending, gold and silver collateral lending. I got my notes all. I guess I'm gonna give Twos a hard time, and then I'm gonna bungle the first ad read. Hey, like
honestly, I haven't seen anybody screw up this badly since last night's hockey game.
You know what? First off, Twos,
we don't have time to get
having
into it.
a Calgary fan in the building while the Edmonton Oilers style. Yeah, I know. It's great. It's great. Bow Valley Credit Union, Alberta Financial Service. If you want to start an account with Bow Valley, down there we got to scroll on the ticker. And
I can tell you personally, I switched over to them a year ago, actually, like way before they were even sponsors of this show, and never looking back.
And then for all your precious metal needs, silvergoldbull.ca. I don't know. We were talking about gold. Twos hadn't looked at the little, the chart of where gold's at. Hit all-time high a week ago, and then silver an all-time high in the last month. So you're looking at $4,700 for an ounce of gold and $49 for an ounce of silver. And of course, if the election goes a certain way, I'm assuming gold is going to go through the roof. I'm going to guess.
And if it goes the other way, gold's probably going to go up a lot as well anyhow, because people are going to need it for backing financial decisions, which they'll finally be able to make.
We got a whole bunch of giveaways today. We're going to do intermittently. We're going to have a phone number up on the bottom. That way you can just text us. We're going to be doing some giveaways. We got $500 gift cards for gardengirl.ca. So for all your gardening needs, gardengirl.ca, we're going to be there. We got a Kershaw SMP knife right here. Right there, folks. Oh yeah, we're gonna give that sucker away, and then we got some Mashup.
Steal that one. We're gonna have to give away a different one.
We got some Mashup T-shirts to give away, and some tickets to the Cornerstone Forum happening May 10th in Calgary. So a whole cast of things to happen. Let's not make our the boys in the back wait anymore. I saw Clyde dancing. Yeah. Clyde, welcome to the show, and
thanks
Marty,
for having me,
up north. Boys. Thanks for being here, and to all your audiences for hopping on this. This is going to be an interesting day. What say you two? What you feeling excited? Happy the day's here? I don't know. Tell us.
I'm feeling nervous. I think it's going to be a hectic day. We've got people all over Canada that have been, leaning towards Mark Carney. I hope not enough are doing that. I hope there's more turnout for the Conservatives. People are calling for a blue wave. They're saying that that's what's going to happen. That's where my hopes are. Absolutely. So I'm sitting here nervously.
I dropped $100,000 on Poiliev on Polymarket, so I'm all in.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I figured at 14 cents I can't go wrong. No, I just want to get this election over with and let's move on to the next phase of this country. I mean, at this point, I'm frustrated.
Yeah,
I can see that. What's been frustrating about being in Canada for the past, I don't know, say 10 years?
that we've lost our collective mind.
Yes.
Like,
Yep.
like I can't believe this is even that that it's even being contemplated that the Liberals could get back in. Like, we've just literally, to steal a line from Poiliev, it's a lost decade. And it's a lost decade, which would take 10 years to catch up to. So as far as I'm concerned, we're 20 years behind. And if we elect the Liberals, I don't know, what are we going to be, like 30 or 40, like a whole generation behind? I can't believe it.
I'm just at a loss for words. One thing I think you have to come out and say is the Liberals are clever politicians. Like, you just got to hand it to them. They're very good at what they do. They're not good at what they do in government, but they're good at what they do, and that's getting elected. So let's hope that's not the case this go around. And of course, we'll be covering this. There's a lot of people yet to still vote, myself included. I don't do this like voting week stuff. I go on election day. I'm nervous about those millions and millions of votes that were collected prior to today, and what they've been doing to it. We'll be, I'm sure, getting into all these stories throughout the day with early counting that has been reported in certain areas in some districts. And
well, I mean, there's 90 candidates on the Carleton ballot.
Yeah,
so
that's insane.
You know, that's which is awesome. That's democracy. These are the rules you guys made, and they're working within those rules. You can't get mad at them for following the rules if they're not doing anything wrong.
It's a weird protest, but it does make a point, right? Like, remember, this was one of the big election promises that the Liberals promised in 2014, that they would change the way we vote. Well, that never happened, and that's what those guys are protesting. When there's 90 names on a ballot, that means that a candidate can theoretically win first past the post with about, under 2% of the vote. Like, if they're evenly split, somebody would get 2% of the vote and becomes a candidate in this country.
And how funny would that be? I would just love to see it happen.
Actually, one of the funny things I'd like to see happen is for all the leaders one year to not win their seats. I think that would be the most awesome.
On an infinite timeline, it would happen. But that would be very good. I mean, if everybody got the Ignatieff treatment.
Yeah. I think maybe 3 leaders are going to get that treatment this year, right? I think it's pretty safe to say Jagmeet Singh's not going to get reelected.
And
I think Elizabeth May and probably Max Bernier, I think, is not going to get elected. So
you don't think he's got a chance of winning?
Not in his riding. Like, he's polling worse in his own riding than he has in his last 2 elections in his riding. So not looking good for Max.
Well, I think for what Max is actually trying to do, he's winning. I mean, he's really just a vote upset. He
ran a weird campaign, right? I mean, he basically campaigned from the U.S. Like, I don't know. I didn't see him anywhere in Canada. Pretty much everything I saw of Max was either on Tucker Carlson or somewhere in the U.S.
Mm-hmm. He was on with Shaun a few weeks ago.
Yeah,
from the U.S. though. Did he come in studio or was he?
No,
I think he was in Florida.
He did a full gambit of podcasts, right? With not having to worry about being on the debate stage. I guess he did a full gambit of any podcast he could get on, and of course he got on some big ones. Tucker being one, Patrick Bet-David being the other, and then
Alex Jones.
Yeah, Alex Jones. That's right.
Alex
The third
Jones,
one, right? So like he got on some big names, of course, down in the States. But I give him my hats off to him. At least he would come on, right? Like, my brother asked, "Are you gonna get Elizabeth May on?" I'm like, "You want me to get Elizabeth May on?" He's like,
"Yes."
Well, why not? So I sent her
cabinet though. You got to lock the liquor cabinet.
Or open it up for her. You know, just bring her in. Say we got a full liquor cabinet. You have at her. Let's have a conversation. She did not respond. I did not get a response there. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Ruby Dahlia would have been a good one if you could have gotten Ruby in the last 2 days after she kind of jumped ships there yesterday or the day before. She'd have been a good one.
We were trying to, it didn't get finalized quickly enough, but we tried to have her on during the leadership. And so
she should have ran as a conservative. I listened to her on a space. I actually got, that was the question I asked her in one of the Twitter spaces. I'm like, your ideas are so aligned with the conservatives. Why would you not run as a conservative? But I mean, her answer was political, but I think her real answer was she was opportunistic. She saw an opening to get the leadership of the Liberals. But yeah.
Well, today we got a full cast of characters. I think it's 57 or 58 people coming on this sucker
Holy
throughout
cow.
the day and then into the night. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically, for the watcher, every half an hour, roughly. It changes a little bit here at the start. It's a little different. And towards the end, it's a little different. But the meat and potatoes of most of the day is new roundtable every half hour. New 3 guests come on, and we're going to be talking to people from coast to coast. We tried getting a few people from up in the territories up north. A few of them, Yukon. Shout out to Yukon Strong if he's watching. Yep. We tried really hard, but he said, if Mom tells me if you got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. So he was yeah, that's right. He laid out a full story of what was going on in the Yukon. He's like, it's so frustrating. And so he didn't want to come on to talk about it. So, we've got a full cast of characters, a lot of people that people are going to recognize from X and YouTube and across the board. And we even got an expat roundtable, a group of Canadians that have left the country. I thought it'd be interesting to hear their thoughts on, this election and whether or not it would be, one way or another, something that would pull them back this way, or maybe they're just gone forever. Who knows? We'll wait and see what that conversation goes like.
Yeah, thank you guys for allowing me to host this on YouTube. This is great.
This is a big collaboration.
Mm-hmm.
There's not enough overtures, I don't think, in the newest media, and it's important that we do more of it.
Absolutely.
So, yeah,
bring people together for sure. More of these conversations, the better.
Well, and I don't know about you two, but seeing every time Tuz and I have done one of these, we've always competed with, but have always fallen just a smidge short of CBC, right? Like CBC has this,
we've been consistently second or third in terms of online views for any of the election coverage.
So if you're watching right now and you're on X, retweet this sucker. If you're on YouTube or Rumble or Facebook or anything like that, just keep sharing. If any of the feeds, like there's a couple, I think it's Facebook where there's a time limit on streaming. If it ever falls, you just come over to X, you come over to YouTube, right? You can find it on Marty, you can find it on Clyde, you can find it on Tuz, you can find it where I'm at, and just keep sharing it throughout the day, because we're going to try. What was the number we had on the debate last week? 2 weeks. Well, no,
we had a little bit shy of 14,000 simultaneous viewers.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that ended up being 70,000 on the first day.
So the hope is, as the number clicks up to 4,200 now and continues to rise, we're hoping throughout the day that number just keeps going up and up and up.
Yeah.
And we're going to have the map going as we get further into the day, which will give us some eyes on what's actually going on once again.
And I always throw out this caveat for our group, right? You're doing this on a Monday. Your audience, your target audience is conservative, right-leaning. They're working.
Your
target audience is working. So the fact that you get some is pretty awesome. Yeah, if we were liberals, man, nobody, they're not working. So they can come on the show and watch all day long. But we're working.
Yeah. Or you could have, the best of both worlds with the NDP, where, on the one hand, none of them are working, but on the other hand, there's none of them left.
And then,
well, I'm amazed. Like right now, there's 1,600 people concurrently watching just on the one YouTube channel alone. So I'm not seeing the full numbers, but don't forget to hit the like button, folks, as you're coming in. It'll recommend it out to more people as the day goes on.
And people tuning in from Vancouver Island, Kingston, Wayne Fleet, Ontario,
Chapelot,
Victoria,
Shuswaps.
And so
I always wanted to open up a footwear store,
Kindersley's
footwear store over there, and then I would call it the Shoe Swap.
Kindersley, Saskatchewan, Windsor, all over the place. Please keep commenting, folks, on where you're listening from, or watching from. I keep saying listening. So many of these people are watching, I assume, and we appreciate everybody tuning in.
Rocky Mountain.
Yeah, like Niagara Falls. Pretty cool to see all the people coming in from all over the place. Calgary. Where was that one? Hendon? Did I see a Hendon?
Hendon? I don't even know where Hendon is.
Anyways.
But yeah, it was Hendon, Saskatchewan, it said.
I don't know about you boys with your channels,
Duck
but
Bay, Manitoba.
one of the cool things on my end with the phone is I get texts from people all the time, and Brandon, Manitoba now,
Cold Lake,
Amherstburg, Ontario,
Berlin.
Anyways,
Wow.
it always shocks me where people are tuning in from. We got Brett Olin later tonight, CEO of Bull Valley Credit. You know where he's sitting right now? In Hawaii. I was talking to him today, and he was on the beach. I'm like, he's coming in for
What
the
a
after hours.
jerk.
Yeah, I know. Sitting in Hawaii for the election.
10%
We got
of my
somebody
Twitter,
close by
10,
Macklin. Yep.
10% of my Twitter audience is Nigerian princes.
Well, we're coming up on 5,000 people watching live right now, 4,800, 4,900. So it just keeps going up. You guys keep retweeting it out. Appreciate it. What's like, is there anything, like I went and voted this morning. I was interested to see how many people were there and how many, the feeling around the voting poll. Everybody says the same thing when they see me here. Just crossed 5,000. Super cool. Is, like, do I have any predictions? I'm so tired of predicting this sucker. I'm like, I don't know, just tune in. Let's see what happens. What are you guys seeing? Marty, you've been around. Clyde, you've been all over the place. Are you getting any feelings from your circles, or is it all the same conversation here?
It's hard for me to get my area is so conservative, right? Like I live in probably the most conservative riding imaginable. We usually vote conservative like 78%, 80% kind of thing. But I'll say this, the polling station is right close to my place. Like it's about 4 kilometers away. So I could literally run there in my morning jog, and I go by there on purpose to go see what's going on. During the advanced polling, it was full. It's full already today. And I'll say this about the advanced polling. There was a large turnout that came out, right? 7 million people came out. When I went to my advanced polling, I brought my kids there. One thing they did that was really cool, anytime somebody was voting for the first time, like when it was an 18 or 19 or 20-year-old kid in their first federal election, they'd announce it, and then everybody there clapped. And while we were waiting to vote, I would say about every 4th or 5th person that voted was a youngster. So that was extremely encouraging. So between that and the fact that so many people came out, I think that tells us that people want to change. And that's where, like, at the end of the day, my prediction is a conservative minority, maybe even eke out a majority, because Canadians want a change. And I have a hard time seeing it because of where I live. I wish I was living in Montreal or someplace like that. But even
I think you're the first person to ever say that.
What's that?
That you wish you were living in Montreal.
Okay, let me rephrase. I wish I was visiting Montreal to go see the. Yeah. Did I say living? Yeah, no. Actually, I've landed there a few times. I worked there. I like it, but I always tell people if I ever talk about coming here to Toronto, Montreal, slap me silly. Like, get that thought out of my head. Yeah, bring me back home.
Clyde, what's your so we got a Twos is right. He was slapping me because normally we do predictions with all the guests just to see who's right, who's wrong. Clyde, who do you got winning? Where do you see this?
So I'm in the Sea to Sky riding in British Columbia. It's a bit of a different environment here than you guys over in Alberta. you see, you go to the polls and it's everyone's blue, everything's that. Here it's not even Lower Mainland type scenario. It's hippy dippy weirdo country, I guess. It turns out that way because our provincial election went green in this riding. One of the very few places that was green after that election. So just looking at the polling, I mean, people are saying don't trust the polls, whatever. I'd still look at the polling data. Conservatives not poised to win in my riding, despite people that I know are going to vote there. But I talk around to everybody, right? And I'll talk to the guys on the tool truck because they'll hear a lot of stuff from people in the sentiments. And the sentiments, I'm not gonna lie, have changed since months ago. The sentiment is very much in the Trump derangement syndrome camp in this area, in this riding. A lot of people are falling for what the media is talking about Donald Trump and what's going on there. So a lot of people are saying that they're going to vote Liberal. This is what we're hearing in this riding. So Yet to see what's
Or
happening.
not
people
liberal,
are-
but they're going to vote Carney, right? That's what they're saying. They're not saying I'm going to vote liberal. They're saying I'm going to vote Carney. That, like, I don't even think it's between parties anymore. I think it's between two individuals in this
That's
election.
It really actually, that's a very good point. I think it really has become that sort of situation where nobody's really looking. There hasn't been much conversation about policy. There hasn't been much conversation about who wants to do what with any of it, because it's just, is it Mark Carney or is it Pierre Poilievre?
Yeah. So in my riding in particular, don't hear a lot from the Conservative candidate. There's been complaints in the local media saying that the Conservative candidate didn't show up to some of the debates and wasn't there for that. You know, I've contacted him, said, come on my show, talk to me. Flat on that one. Yeah, we'll see where that strategy brings us. But obviously, people are, again, not voting for the local candidate. They're voting for who's going to win on the top. So we'll see.
So forgive me as I'm dealing with emails coming in and just guest texting and all that stuff. What was your prediction, Clyde? I just want to make sure I write it down.
So mine was a little grim. Marty and I, we had a show about this. We talked about it, and Marty's prediction, well, he can tell you himself, but I'm thinking we may find ourselves in, and of course I'm trying to be contrarian too at the same time. We may find ourselves with a minority liberal government at the end of this. And I hope that's not correct. I hope I'm not right on my hunch on that one.
Who do you got?
I want a tie. I want a minority tie.
Minority tie.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want, somewhere where they need a few of the blockheads and a few of the socialists, and if there's any Greens that make it in, they need to do it with that. Not that I want it, but that's what I'm guessing. I want to go tie, because I don't think anybody's going to predict a tie, and if I'm ever right, it'll just be woohoo.
Well, I'm gonna echo Clyde. I think a lib minority. I hope I am completely wrong, because my eyes, where everything goes, you see the lineups, you see everything. But the liberals, if I could mirror what Clyde said earlier, you got to admire how they do politics. Like they have been. It sucks to watch.
Yes, but no, because they also have the media in their pocket. Like, as much as we've said that we do not hate the media enough.
True enough.
Sure, but I mean,
the past month has been that on steroids.
They got the media, but in hindsight, we'll look back and go, wow, proroguing Parliament just before the American election and going into a leadership campaign during the American election, and then having our election, 6 weeks later. That was brilliant. I mean, they had no, it's like, what do we need for an issue? What do we got? And everybody looked around them and go, hey, Trump's going to be president. And well, actually, Trump might not have been, right? So that's the only reason I can't give him the entire benefit of the doubt, because when they were dragging their feet and not defeating Trudeau back in October, November, they were looking at Kamala Harris victory, right? That's what they were hoping for. But then they got handed this weird Trump victory, and they turned that into their favor. Did you get my prediction? So I'm going with a conservative minority, right?
I got everybody's prediction, and we're gonna bring.
And my consolation prize is Carney losing his seat. No matter what happens, if Carney loses his seat, that's like consolation prize for me.
That would be good. Just real quick, we got people like all over the world in the comments here. So people from Alberta, Prince George. There's a guy here who says Kitchener. I think the term is birthing person. But thanks for tuning in.
That's
regardless.
A place, man.
Okay, we got our first guest hanging out in the background. It sounds like Ron Butler's running a little bit behind, so he's going to come in and a little bit.
I do want to make one last point.
Sure.
I want to make one last point. When we're giving these predictions, this isn't what we're hoping for.
No.
What I'm hoping for is a conservative supermajority. That's what I'm hoping for.
A meteorite.
But yeah, so like I do see some people in the comments like, oh, is that what you want? No, absolutely not.
But I'm just making predictions on what I see. Yeah, no, I agree, Clyde. Yeah,
SNC Lavalin does.
Okay, let's bring in our first guest. He's a retired game warden and author of the Redneck Conservative. Mr. Peter McIsaac. Hey, thanks for hopping in.
I was listening in, guys, and it's quite a day, I must say.
Well, Peter, tell the people watching where you're sitting at, what province you in, and your thoughts on today.
So I'm just outside of Halifax in the community of Bedford down in Nova Scotia. And unfortunately down here, very few people have grasped the significance of a Carney win, because if Alberta separates, they'll probably take Saskatchewan. If they do, Quebec no longer has a reason to stay in Canada, because they like Atlantic Canada will no longer be getting equalization payments. And 25% of Nova Scotia's budget comes through equalization payments. Will be bankrupt overnight.
I didn't realize it was that big.
Yeah, it's $4.2 billion, and we have roughly a $16 to $17 billion budget. Wow. Our whole healthcare budget is paid for by Alberta. People in Nova Scotia are basically, the fear campaign has worked down here as good as it did in Nazi Germany in 1935, when Joseph Goebbels said, if you can convince people there's an enemy and you can wrap your cause in fear and then you become the savior, you can convince millions of people to do virtually anything. And down here, what we're looking at is the campaign of fear. I noticed you guys saying you have to give the Liberals kudos for what they've been able to accomplish, because down in Maritime Canada, it's strictly Orange Man bad, Carney savior, and people are completely unwilling to look at hard data. I follow a lot of the talk shows down here and digital media, and it's scary, to tell you the truth. People have no idea what a Carney win is going to mean to them.
I'd been talking to Josh Udall, and he was around Halifax. He talked about the provincial election being conservative, and I guess just a different voter turnout and maybe a different sentiment. Would that be different than what he's talking about, Peter, or provincially, federally, they don't line up?
They don't line up at all. As a matter of fact, the progressive conservative premier we have in Nova Scotia went out of his way during the last federal election to alienate himself completely from the federal Conservative Party. He'd had three major news stories say definitively, we are not associated with the federal Conservative Party. And right now, guys, you should be aware that down in Nova Scotia, I'm actually the president of the Independent Nova Scotia Initiative. And 19 independents were kept off the ballot here in the last provincial election. Our judicial review is coming up, and our charter challenge will follow it shortly thereafter. 19 independents were kept off the ballot. 34% of ridings weren't represented. And we had been working for over a year down here to get enough independents in Nova Scotia to be able to control the balance of power in a close election. And every one of those independents were agreeing to sign a performance-based contract, where if they didn't follow the terms of the contract and try to get the planks that the people that were voting for them were going to elect them based on. So they had timelines, they had planks, they had things they couldn't do, like they couldn't cross the floor, they couldn't do any of those things. And that was a binding contract that if they lied, cheated, steal, did any of the things that the folks in Ottawa do on a regular basis, they could be fired.
A contract with who, Peter? A contract with Elections Nova Scotia? Or that makes no sense. Like, how can you not run as an independent?
So here's the secret on running as an independent, gentlemen. If you run as an independent, you can't be controlled by anybody, which makes you even worse than somebody in a party who's controlled by a party whip. But we formed an association with a team of engineers who specialize in breaking things and fixing them. And they said, if you can get a performance-based contract, same as you hire anybody, here's what you're going to do. So community groups that were willing to work and help these people get elected, we had drafted up a basic contract, and it was going to be different for all 55 ridings in Nova Scotia, because everybody has different things they want done, and they're never duly represented when they make it into the legislature. The party whip says, we don't care what you believe, sit down, shut up, and do as you're told. Yeah, so on a basic performance-based contract, gentlemen, all you have to do is you get community groups, and then they find, what we found is you don't look for the person who first puts up their hand and says, pick me. You look for the person who you have to convince to go run because it's the right thing to do. And then you get them to sign a contract exactly as you would if you hired them to go work on your construction site or come work for your company. And if they don't do what they promised they're going to do, you sue them for breach of contract and fire their ass. It's that simple.
Interesting.
So when you look across, guys, that's why I got major support from, and we had run this idea by Brian Peckford. And Brian said, Pete, I used to be a hard party man, but he said, independents, if you can't find a way to control them, they can't solve the problem. But if you find a way to control them, you're not going to form the basis of government, even though it's all independence in the territories right now, is that our goal down here, we had a very specific thing in Nova Scotia, guys. We had 1.1 million people and a little over 600,000 voters. And
that's pretty good turnout.
Yeah, but when it ended up happening, though, well, no, that wasn't the turnout. That's how many we could have had. We had a 46% turnout, which is the lowest turnout in the province's history. And it was down 10% from the last election. So even though the premier got a supermajority, we're in court. And what will come up is we're looking at a very strategic thing called malicious intent, because he had a majority government. And when he saw the rise of the independent movement down here, he called an early election and did a bunch of things that'll all come out in our Supreme Court case. And we hope to change what happens across Canada in our charter case that's coming up, along with the judicial review. That'll open the door for every province to be able to run independence that can be controlled by the voters for the first time in Canadian history. I'm assuming you guys all know that there's a court case called the Little Child case, that politicians by law cannot be held accountable in Canada for their actions after the day they're elected. You only get to hold them accountable in the ballot, no matter what they do by law, by that legal case. I think that case came out of Alberta too, gentlemen, is that you can't hold them accountable no matter what you do. So that performance-based contract, nobody in any party will allow any of their party members to sign such a contract. And gentlemen, that's the solution to giving control of our parliamentary system back to Canadians.
Kind of reminds me of Jagmeet Singh last week. So desperate now, promoting the idea of a minority government, and he's making the plea that elect me. He might as well run as an independent at this point, Jagmeet. But he was making the plea that he was more effective as a minority than he was as a party. Anyways. Yeah, so interesting.
So, gentlemen, that's what we were up to. Unfortunately, though, I just got off the 338 site, which has been fairly accurate. But here's the thing. I think there's a lot of silent majority that have come to the realization. I'm looking where it says a lot of the boomers are going to back Carney because life is a little good for them now. But what they're not realizing is the paperwork's already been drafted for a tax on the capital gains and the equity of their home. Like down here in Nova Scotia, if you bought a house 20 years ago and you paid $100,000 for it, that's worth anywhere from 500 to 900,000 now. You go to sell that house. When Carney gets in, they didn't spell it out exactly as that. What they called it was equity fairness. But I looked around with, if you look down those other areas around the world, equity fairness means you're going to be paying tax on the equity of the sale of your primary residence. And anybody that goes out to vote today and doesn't understand that, you are about to be robbed by the Carney Liberal government. But here's the worst thing of all, guys. Here's the big thing. We did a talk show on Saturday night with Jim Ferguson out of the UK, and it was called Freedom Train International. And we had Michelle Maisonneuve, retired lieutenant general. He's 3-star general, probably the highest ranking military man in Canada to speak out. And then we also had Michelle Junou Katsuya, who used to be the head of CSIS, Asia Pacific. And then we had another guy named Gary Clement. And Gary he had a 30-year career with the RCMP, and he finished out as the head of proceeds of crime for RCMP Canada. And all three of these guys were on a talk show. We had a chance to interview them. And all of them are of the exact same opinion that most of you gentlemen are. And that's if Carney gets in, because of the level of foreign interference and Chinese interference in this election, that Canada is done for. That's from the three highest people I've ever spoken to inside Canada. So you're looking at CSIS, ex-RCMP, and military, and all three of them are of the same consensus that the lack of leadership that we have right now across all political, it doesn't matter whether it's provincial or federal government, the lack of leadership is so catastrophic that we have a failure in policing, we have a failure in our court system, we have a failure in our provincial and federal government. You got to remember, guys, how many people have been perp walked out of Parliament for the amount of crime that's been committed in the last 10 years?
Ever. Zero.
Yeah.
None. Zero.
So I got audited, guys, back in 2018. I filed a formal criminal code complaint with Ottawa RCMP for the Aga Khan affair on Trudeau. That one got me audited, and I've been shadow banned and screwed over ever since. CSIS did a full investigation on me, and RCMP did an investigation too. 6 months or 6 weeks after we opened that investigation, Justin Trudeau appointed Brenda Lucki as a DEI hire to run the RCMP, and that open investigation got squashed. And then with when the We Charity came along, because you got to realize, and any of your viewers need to realize, that there was so many scandals inside the Liberal government that you can't keep track of them. But I opened another formal complaint with Ottawa RCMP on the We Charity, and it was a Section 121 criminal code, straight up, 12 years in jail for what they did. And Brenda Lucki squashed that investigation as well, gentlemen. And then we opened another investigation when Justin Trudeau gave his hate speech rant against the truckers. You guys remember when he did that on Quebec radio station over the vax, and he called everybody misogynist and hateful and a whole bunch of stuff? Well, that was another.
You could forget.
And so that one, I thought that was great because he stepped in a trap of his own making with hate speech. RCMP Ottawa opened another criminal code investigation on him for that, and Brenda Lucki squashed that one as well. So at that point,
how come Canadians, and you're telling us, so how come Nova Scotians forgot all of this? Like, why? Like, that's the part that I'm confused about. Like, you brought up some great points, which we've been trying to hammer for the last 4 weeks. If you're a boomer who you have to make a choice between, your immediate future and your long-term future. If you're a boomer and you vote for Carney, you're shooting yourself in the foot, because like you said, the Liberals are so addicted to spending money that they're going to start looking at taxing your primary residence. We know they're going to do that. We know they're going to increase estate taxes beyond probate. We know they're going to, like, when they talk about things like, increasing the age that you have to transfer your RSP to a RIF. Yeah, that's a nothing burger. That just puts more money in the pockets of Liberals, because they're going to force you to accelerate this, stuff like that. So if you're a boomer listening to this, thinking of voting Liberals, and you're putting this short-term concern of Trump ahead of your long-term concerns, you're making a big mistake, because Trump won't be in power for 3 more years, and then that's it. Actually, 2 years, and then he starts campaigning.
So I have to agree with all you gentlemen. Here's the biggest issue, guys, and the biggest issue to the four of us sitting here right now is we are going to be censored out of business. We're going to be gone if Carney gets in. They will shut us down. I'm 100% convinced of that. You have to remember that Bill 63 is designed specifically to shut up independent media. As a matter of fact, you're going to be able to be charged for thought crimes that you haven't committed yet. Right? I mean,
don't get me. I'll be in Texas by then. I'll be reporting.
So here's what happens, guys. You've got to remember, in Maritimes, we don't have access to the same to the large numbers of different media. Like down here, basically, people are either listening to CBC or CTV Atlantic and talk radio, and they're all bought and paid for shills for the federal Liberal government. Straight up, you cannot get a straight news story. Even down here, CTV Atlantic. They were on the verge of bankruptcy. That's our biggest TV station down here. They were on the verge of bankruptcy before Christmas, and not another peep since. And they are hard Carney right now, which I can't prove this one, but something tells me they got a bailout behind the scenes, and you can't turn on anything down here that's not 100% Carney's the savior. But we're about to get reamed hard. I'll give you an example, guys. Atlantic Canada, our fishing. Our lobster industry and our seafood industry has been attacked by China with a 25% tariff. Not one person during this election has brought up the specter of a trade war with China. Everything is orange man bad, and fear works. So I'm watching people right now.
Here.
It's the same as canola in Alberta. Yeah, canola and what else has been tariffed to death by the Chinese.
Is there much of a market though for Canadian Atlantic seafood in China? I mean, there's
absolutely.
They're our second largest trading partner.
Yep.
Nova Scotia's second largest trading partner. That's why our premier hasn't said a peep. You guys need to know this, that down here, guys, in elections Nova Scotia, 2 of the top 3 positions are held by Chinese people. The CFO and the person who handles all the IT. And in our last provincial election, we had early ballot counting using digital equipment that was manufactured in China and bought by Elections Nova Scotia from the Chinese gentleman who heads up IT through a subsidiary of Dominion Voting in Florida. You can't make this stuff up.
Jeez.
What's your 2 things? One, we just crossed 10,000 people watching live right now, which is super. I don't know, amazing, right? We're not even an hour.
Start going.
Yeah, we're not even an hour in. And I guess, Peter, what's your election prediction then? We've been asking everybody. You're sitting on the opposite side of the of Canada to all of us.
Yeah.
What is your prediction from the East?
Well, there's a prediction. And what I wish is going to happen is 2 different things, gentlemen. What I think is going to happen is there's an underlying current of people that are under 35 who didn't bother voting that I think realize if they vote for Carney, they're never going to own a house. And I look at people down here that are getting reamed pretty hard. Nova Scotia pays the highest taxes in Canada across the board. And we have a mass immigration crisis down here. I'll give you an example. Sean Fraser, who's from down here in Nova Scotia, he's the guy who completely destroyed the immigration file and the
housing file.
And the housing file. And
the passports.
Everything he touched just turned to crap. So Sean Fraser, he resigned saying, I need to go spend more time with my family. Mark Carney visited him personally and said, I need you back because I'm going to need you with this Century Initiative where we plan on importing 59 million more immigrants by 2050 from India, China, and Africa. And before he left and before he resigned, he's in a rural community down in Pictou, Nova Scotia. He set it up with part of this immigration package that he was sending 2,000 immigrants down into that area. So not for this election, but the next election, they're trying to turn that riding into a permanent liberal stronghold. And that's happened all across Canada, guys. This is so big, so well planned. Some of the stuff, you've got to remember, Carney being where he is now, that planning started in 2019. And so we had a former premier down here in New Brunswick named Frank McKenna. Frank McKenna's on the board for Toronto Dominion Bank. Frank McKenna was on the board when they were charged $3.2 billion fine for laundering money for the fentanyl trade. And everything that's happened in laundering money through the real estate thing. Not one person went to jail. And in 2019, Frank McKenna invited Mark Carney to come over and be on the board of Brookfield Assets Management. Do you know how much money that fund is scheduled to make if Mark Carney becomes the Prime Minister of Canada? They'll get our hands into our pension funds. He wants to spend $30 billion on building these little houses that don't have driveways. I mean, every single thing that Carney has been brought in to do is to enrich himself and Brookfield Assets Management. It's catastrophic, gentlemen.
Well, you still didn't tell us your prediction there, but
what's your prediction? Well, you know what? I think maybe with that rant, I was trying to swing a few more votes. But what I'm thinking is probably going to happen. You guys might be onto something. It looks like it may be a Pierre Poilievre minority government. The problem is who's going to control him when he gets in there. The ultimate thing, to be honest with you, gentlemen, would be if he was going to have a minority, would be to have a PPC, enough PPC people get in that could force him to move back over to the center. Because even the Conservative Party, which down here at one time, I was the president of Halifax West Federal Riding Association. And when I exposed some corruption, I got kicked out of the party for doing it, right? So there is no savior, and they're all wings of the same bird. The question is who's going to create the least amount of damage, and who's going to be the one that keeps Alberta from leaving? Because I can tell you right now, you guys already know it out there. The move is already afoot to separate.
That's right.
Well, the move's already afoot if certain things happen in the election. If you get conservatives in, I don't know, Marty, you could, or anyone can.
A conservative win slows down, buys the rest of Canada a little bit of time. A liberal majority, the separatist movement in Alberta goes into overdrive tomorrow morning.
Big time.
Tonight. Yeah. Tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. People.
And you know what, guys? The only true leader on a provincial level in Canada is Danielle Smith. That woman has got a set on her. She probably need to haul them around in a wheelbarrow. There's not a man in Canada. There's not a man in politics that has the backbone of Danielle Smith. I mean, she was the only one who had, and you might not even like some of the things she's done, but she's the one who had enough brains to jump on a plane and fly down to Donald Trump and say, rather than let's have a trade war, why don't we negotiate and make a bunch of money together and turn this into a win-win?
Clyde, what you were going to hop in?
Yeah, to be clear on this, though, Danielle Smith, it's not her position to want to separate, and the independence movement that's happening in Alberta right now is completely independent of Danielle Smith and the legislature. So
and most of each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, guys, to go back to one other question that Marty had asked, why are people down here so tuned out? Fear really works down this neck of the woods. And the campaign that they launched was designed initially by the Tavistock Institute and through the military. How can you mind control millions of people to do stuff like they did in Nazi Germany, to do stuff that otherwise common sense people would never, ever do? And what they did is they declared it wasn't a physical war, but it was a trade war. And then they wrapped it in the Canadian flag and said, if you don't support the Elbows Up campaign, that you're not a patriot and we'll protect you. And everybody down here bought into it, guys.
It's a lot simpler than that, though, Peter. Respectfully, like this is just marketing. It doesn't have to be a how do you brainwash millions of people? It's just they want to win, and given the way the pieces are on the field, what's the best way to execute to ensure victory? Oh, it's this. Like there's a really simple answer to this that isn't them saying, well, what did the Germans do in the 30s that we can learn lessons from? This is just literally them looking at it and saying, this is what we're stuck with right now. How do we turn this into a victory? It's like in Apollo 13. Remember that movie when they had all that stuff on the table and they're like, we need to make this filter go into this box.
Yeah.
Using only the stuff here. That's all they did. It's not.
But it was Sean Casey a number of months ago when Trudeau was still the leader, and he still said he wasn't stepping down. He was happy in his position, and everybody loved him, as he usually told people. But he got on CTV News. I think it was CTV, or was it? No, it was on CBC, actually, CBC Live News, and he told the Canadian public that he had people from his constituency calling him up, sending him emails saying, if Justin Trudeau is your leader, we're voting against you. We like you. We want you to be our MP. But if it's Justin Trudeau that's in the leadership position, you're getting voted out. And he said it very clearly. And this was the message that the rest of the Liberal Party went to Trudeau with and said, listen, we're going to lose. The Conservatives will get power in the next election. If all stays the same, you got to step down. So Trudeau did that. It was a political move. Because Canadians are just looking at the PMO. They're not looking at local stuff, this or that. But some people are in the maritime provinces, because he's from PEI, I think it is, Prince Edward Island, and
I think that's
they like him as their leader. I'm not saying whether or not he's a good MP, but this is what they wanted to choose. So people have broken up between, what's more important to them, their local thing versus the PMO. And then, of course, with all this fear that came in with this campaign, I think it's been, like I said, like we've been saying since we started here, the Liberals are very savvy politically. They can win races. They are terrible governors of a country. They're terrible in the driver's seat, but they're really, really good at winning politics.
They're good at running campaigns. They're good at winning, and they have the mainstream media on their side, which is like even if they were tied,
easy mode.
Yeah, if they were tied, just having the media on your, I mean, look at Rosemary Barton this week and like doing like backflips to support Carney, and arguing with Kenny yesterday. I mean, it doesn't hurt to have the CBC on your side. Yeah.
Now, here's one thing. This is an audible, but we're talking predictions for the election, and it's fun to look at who's going to win. But what I would like to do in addition to that is we'll go clockwise. So Marty, Clyde, Peter, and then us two. How many seats, a specific number, do you think the NDP are going to get?
NDP. Okay.
NDP?
Yeah.
3. 1 in BC, 1 in Alberta, and 1 in Ontario.
Okay, Clyde?
Yeah, I'm gonna say on the low ball again, maybe 2-3 seats. That's about it.
Pick one. I mean, there's no stakes on this. You're not winning anything for being right.
No.
But yeah, just give me a number I can write down in the margins here.
Okay, I'll Price is Right it and just go 2.
Okay. All right. Peter.
I'm thinking maybe up as many as 5.
5. Shaun.
How many? Just curious. How many seats do they currently have?
14
21?
or 17, somewhere around
Oh
there.
no, sorry, I'm thinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think 17 might be right.
Then I'm gonna go.
How many seats do you need to maintain party status? Like the Greens have what right now?
14,
2?
I think. They have federally?
No, to be party status. Like if the NDP gets crushed to 2, are they eliminated as a party? Well, they're not eliminated, but they don't get.
So in fairness, a land just falling out of favor. If they were at 17 and they went down to 9,
is the number.
14 is the number
for party status. The NDP had 25 in the last election.
I'm going 9.
That many? Wow.
I'm going to go 9.
Okay.
I'm going to go a little higher.
So
all right.
338 Canada is predicting 9 seats for the
NDP. 9? Wow.
That's what's polling right now.
I'm going to go. See, one of the nice things that people really enjoy about this show is how much of an optimist I am.
No, they don't.
No.
And Twos is predicting that the NDP will get 1 seat.
You're going to say you're going to go all the way down to 1?
Yeah. Yeah.
And it won't be Jagmeet, right? And it won't be Jagmeet.
And yes, to be clear, this whichever seat they win will not be in Burnaby.
Right.
No. Jagmeet Singh is polling 3rd in his own riding.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Well deserved.
Yes.
Exactly. The NDP are not a serious party.
Who's Clyde? Who's top in his riding right now?
I have
Liberal,
to look.
and then second place is Conservative.
I think,
but they're
that's
pretty
correct,
neck and neck.
Interesting. That it's things like that I know it's not Conservatives winning and last, but you see all the things Jagmeet's done and said and everything, and you're just like, how's this guy still the leader?
I mean, literally, think about I've mentioned this. If you go back to October, November, he was genuinely polling in 2nd and 3rd place. If he had voted to defeat Trudeau back in October, the first time when we were talking about the exemptions on the carbon tax or whatever that weird non-confidence vote was, he was facing the real prospect of being the real opposition. But now he's claiming, what did he say this week? He sacrificed the party to save Canada from the Conservatives.
And he did say that, but it's revisionist history because he didn't know at the time that the polls were going to swing so wildly in favor of Carney.
Correct.
And I pointed it out. It would be like if you beat up a random stranger in a crowd and then it turned out afterwards that they were a pedophile. You'd be like, see, aren't I a good guy? Look at this thing I did. Look at this great thing I did.
I'm convinced that I'm convinced that Jagmeet and Trudeau and others were really thinking that Kamala Harris or Joe Biden would win. They had completely written off Donald Trump, and that's why they were dragging their feet as long as possible, because they thought, we'll get back in. Trump will never run. Trump was a game changer, man. When we look back on history 10 years from now, 15 years from now, Trump in 2025 was a game changer, maybe for Canada.
So, guys, I've looked at some independent polling that shows Pierre with a massive win. Because straight up, I do not trust the polls in Canada. You got to look at Nick Nanos. His daughter used to work in Trudeau's office, right? These guys, my understanding, I tried to confirm it, but I read data in a couple places that the Liberal Party gave over $7 million in grants to polling companies last year. People human beings are predictable. Nobody really likes to bite the hand that feeds them. But
Well, just as a quick example, I did a cute little experiment on Twitter. Like, of course, I got a big following on Twitter, so I'm in an echo chamber. So if I ask my friends who you're going to vote for, they overwhelmingly say conservative. So I did a twist last week. I said, who do you think your neighbors are going to vote for? And the results changed dramatically. So suddenly I had 60% of my followers said conservative or PPC, but the liberals jumped up to 40. So I'm like, okay, that's perhaps more representative. And that was an interesting poll. So if I believe that, the conservatives could head to, like you said, Pete, they could head to a majority.
Yeah.
Fingers
crossed, guys. I got to tell you that.
With just a couple minutes left, Peter, before we let you out and Marty and Clyde out, is there any final thoughts here? I just watching the numbers, Tuesday's high watermark for people watching. What do you
simultaneously
is the
it
word.
means at the same time.
It gives me a rough time about this. Simultaneously. We're just shy of 13,000 and the high mark was 13,600. So we're not even an hour into this thing and the numbers are high, which is pretty cool to see. But I want to make sure
we're breaking the internet. This is the Kim Kardashian's ass of election coverage.
Peter, you first and we'll go around. Any final thoughts here before we let you boys out?
Well, the final thoughts, guys, I'm a grandfather, and this election doesn't really have near as much to do with me as it does to do with my kids and my grandkids. Because if Carney gets in this election, the country that I grew up in is done, finished. So people need to go out, and even if they don't like Pierre Poilievre, and I'm no longer, even though I wrote a book called The Redneck Conservative, I'm not a conservative anymore. I'm more of an independent. You still need to go out. You need to make a vote, and you need to vote strategically enough to make sure that we aren't censored into oblivion and have ourselves economically destroyed here in the next couple of years.
Marty?
To anybody who's undecided, Carney is not a threat to Canada. Sorry. Carney is a huge threat to Canada. Trump is not a threat to Canada. Trump is doing what's best for Americans, and he really doesn't care about us. This whole idea that he's going to annex us or whatever, that would take like a lifetime. So that's not going to happen. He's doing what's best for Americans. And if we had a liberal government doing what they're supposed to do, this would be a non-event because we'd be strong. We'd have a diversified economy. We'd have diversified markets and everything else. So the reason we might be threatened by the U.S. right now is because the liberals didn't do their job, and electing the liberals to get us out of the mess that they created, that's not the right answer. So you can't trust the people who got you into a mess to get you out of it.
100%.
Clyde.
So I want to talk about the fact that we've been looking into interference over the past several years, interference from China, interference from Russia, interference from India, interference from all these other places. The biggest interference, I think, in this election this time around is the media, the CBC in particular, CTV, anyone who's paid by the current government. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I say this is because right now on the ballot, this is the actual contention in this election, is that one candidate is promising further payments to these companies, and the other one is promising less payments or no payments to these companies. They have a direct conflict of interest in this election, and I think this needs to be investigated moving forward. No matter who becomes the prime minister, who becomes the winning party, I think that this needs to be investigated in Canada as the biggest, botch of an election, the biggest issue, the biggest interference that we've ever seen in an electoral process. The people directly, that could win or lose in this election are the ones that are giving us the coverage. They're the ones that are holding the debates. They're the ones that are asking the questions, and they're the ones who choose when and who gets to see what ads from what candidates. They're part of the Liberal Party at this point. So I just wanted to take this moment on my final thoughts to express that.
I think that's very valid. The fact that we have a foreign country openly putting a bounty on a political candidate in this country, and that is arguably not quite as bad as the media, tells you everything you should know about the media.
Gentlemen, we're going to let you out. Marty, Clyde, we'll catch up with you boys a little later. Peter,
I'll stay in the studio so I don't disconnect from the space, and it'll be perfect. See you guys at 7 o'clock.
Thanks very much, guys. I appreciate the invite.
Thank you.
Cheers, everyone.
Okay, there you have. There's the first hour. I want to before we get our next guests in, we are up to 13.4. So we're
just shy
of the high water
yeah.
mark of our election coverages. So we appreciate everybody tuning in from all over Canada and elsewhere. And please keep commenting on where you're tuning in from. If it's your first, if you're just entering, we would love to hear where everybody's tuning in from. And also, if you're watching, enjoying, retweet, share, let people know this is going on.
Mm-hmm.
We got a full coverage all day long here, and we got guests coming in. Before we get to them, though, let's do some sponsors. Our title sponsors of today, Bow Valley Credit Union, is your Alberta-regulated, fully serviced financial institution. And when it comes to a bank account here in Alberta, if you don't want to, it was just Megan Murphy last week having her account. She was running for the PPC and had her bank account frozen. If you don't want that, maybe take a look at this Alberta company called Bow Valley Credit Union. We're going to have their CEO later tonight. And then if you're interested in precious metals, silver, gold, bull, buying, selling, storing, or using your retirement accounts to invest in precious metals, look no further than Bow Valley Credit Union. It's all down there in the ticker, just silvergoldbull.ca. And if you're doing any purchases, make sure to reference SNP. That's the podcast. And they've been experiencing, well, not they, precious metals have been experiencing all-time highs, gold and silver. And if we get a current I assume we can predict something there.
I know for me personally, I wish I had more silver. I wish that there was some way that I could get more silver.
One of the things about in studio, I hadn't forgot this time. First, people who've been watching this for a long time probably recall that anytime somebody comes in studio,
except for
this guy, I forgot to give him it. So here you go. There's a 1 ounce silver coin to twos. There you go, buddy. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone who comes in studio gets one of those. I'm hoping that maybe at some point, a couple of the guests that are going to be coming in here now will get in studio. That'd be pretty cool. First, we have award-winning investigative journalist and host of the Trish Wood podcast. We got Trish Wood hopping in. And then, Trish, great to see you. Thanks for giving us some time today.
Hi, guys.
I don't think this lady needs any introduction. Tamara, you're muted right now, but it's Tamara Leach hopping on. Ladies,
yes.
And Chris is somewhere in Big Red. He said he's pulling over, so I assume we'll have Chris in here shortly as well. Your thoughts on today, and we'll just start there, nice and easy.
Well, I'll start because I'm experiencing a little bit of trauma about voting today. I went into my my polling place, and it kind of felt like 2020 all over again. There were little pieces of tape all over the floor, stand behind this line, and 8 little desks where you could go and vote. This is totally a commentary on how this country is being run. 7 of the polling places which were staffed were empty. One of them was staffed and had a huge long lineup of people waiting to vote. The guy at the door was sending us over to the place with the long lineup and not the empty places. And I turned to him and I said, as I would, what are you doing? Why can't we go to the places where we don't have to wait? And he said, well, that's just how we're doing it right now. So then as we're standing in line, he comes up, there's about 20 or 30 of us. I live in Midtown. These are kind of well-to-do, middle-aged, mostly robo-boomer voters. And he didn't think our line was even straight enough. So he came over to kind of make it more straight. And I was looking at him thinking like, so this is COVID again in 2025. And am I the only person in this room who's pissed off at the way this is going? I mean, it was just a perfect metaphor for liberal governance for me. Anyway, over to you, Tamara.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for inviting me on, you guys. Pleasure to see you again. Today, for me, obviously, is a very important day, and I'm sort of waiting for the results to start coming in because it's just such an important day. And I look back on the last 10 years and how the current ruling party has affected my life in so many ways, my career in the oil and gas industry. And it's time for a change, and we definitely need a win today.
Yeah.
Well, what do you guys think? So we've been doing predictions. We've got 2 going on right now. One is, how do you think the election is going to shape out overall? Do you think it's going to be, liberal majority, minority, conservatives? Yeah. Do you think the the NDP are going to take it. Trish? What do you think is going to happen?
I have no prediction about the election outcome, and I'll tell you why. Because this experience of working yet again as a journalist after 40 years of doing this through an election campaign made me fully understand the deep trouble that we are in. And let me just quickly explain what I mean by that. I did about 8 really heavy-duty investigative pieces about Mark Carney, including the challenge that he had cheated on his PhD thesis.
Mm-hmm.
We did the big story about how Brookfield had funded a bailout of Jared Kushner, running Qatar funds through it, and how that created a conflict of interest. We even said, and this is out, you can look at my Substack, we even said, any conversation now between Carney and Trump is going to be compromised because Trump is kind of in debt to Carney, but also knows maybe that the company did something that was kind of dodgy. It's unclean, right? And what do we hear 3 weeks later? Oh, Carney lied about what happened in that first conversation. So we did a whole bunch of different stories, breaking stories. And what I'm finding about this election campaign, the most frustrating thing for me as an investigative journalist is what we do is not landing with the robo-voters. It does not land. They don't absorb it. It's like Linda Blair in The Exorcist where they're throwing the holy water, right? It burns, it burns. They don't want to know things that might change their mind. This is very bad for a democracy. And I just want to say this before I throw it to Tamara, who's way better at predicting than I am, but I'm starting to write a lot and think a lot, in part based on this campaign, that Canadians, a good portion of us, are cognitively impaired. We have swallowed so much propaganda since 2020 that we cannot think straight, and facts are actually repulsive to many of us. I don't think I'm exaggerating here. I think that's really what's going on. And a democracy in that state cannot exist because it means people are not voting based on facts that they know to be true. And a lot of these wonderful indie journalists prove that. Right Blend, I think, was interviewing a lot of Carney voters saying, why are you voting? They couldn't answer the question. There's a bunch of that going on. So what are people really voting for right now when they can't think clearly about facts and don't want to accept facts that might impugn what they already think? Their frontal lobes are rejecting it. This is a very dangerous moment for us, not to mention the fact that I feel that in his own way, Carney is a very dangerous idea for where we are right now in this country. But that's my view of how things have happened so far. Things are not landing on Carney.
No, they aren't. But they also spent a lot of time not landing on Trudeau. I mean, how many hundreds of scandals did those people have? But we have one more person on the show right now.
Big Red, Chris Barber. You're just muted. There you are.
Hey guys,
how's Chris doing?
Hi, Chris.
We're doing good. Sorry, I just pulled the truck over to a nice soft, safe place here where we're hauling a combine for a farmer today. So it's definitely busy in the ag sector right now, getting ready for seeding and the auctions.
You know, I'm having a little deja vu, Chris, to our first chat. I feel like isn't this how it all started? It was a conversation just like this.
It was exactly the same spot of the camera and everything, Shaun, and you lost your YouTube channel after this one, didn't you?
I did. I'm right now as we sit, we're closing in on 14,000 people watching simultaneously.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
And so that's pretty cool. Hopefully they don't nuke it. You're not wrong. We lost everything, not everything. We gained everything that day and the days that followed. But certainly there was some interesting times on this side. What is your feeling of today? Are you? I don't know. There's been lots of different words thrown around. I'm curious your thoughts on election day.
Well, it's a pivotal day going forward for all Canadians. I think this is one of probably the most important elections in our history. It will set forth more divide in this country if it obviously goes the opposite way. And I'm just hoping and praying that we get a good government in order here that can start reestablishing that trust in Canadians amongst each other. It's been pretty divisive and angry territory we've been living in for the last number of years, and we can't continue this way. It's not productive. You look at the amount of hate out here right now is absolutely there's just an anger right now with people that I've never seen in my 50 years of living here.
You don't look a day over 48.
Oh, I feel it today. It's been a long weekend. Trucks breaking down and different stuff going on. And of course, we did advanced polling here a week or so ago. So we got that out of the way right off the bat. And we did our civil duties. And hopefully people follow through. So far, it seems like a really, really big turnout for voters. So let's just hope they continue with that.
Now, going back to predictions, Tamara, you, Chris walked in, so we'll slide back to you. What are your thoughts on today? Do you have any feelings or any I don't know, insight?
I have big feelings. I have really big feelings about today.
Yeah.
Just kidding. No, I think the Conservatives are going to win. I wouldn't be surprised if they win a majority. I've chatted with Trish about this a lot, and I think a lot of the things that we've seen, well, a lot of the media coverage and I guess algorithms and stuff that I've seen on my social media really took me back to 3 years ago, and the same kind of almost like psyop and troll farms and rage farming and just a complete and utter failure on the part of our mainstream media. So I felt all along that this was just another giant psyop, and that the Conservatives, I don't believe the polls. I stopped believing in polls during the 2016 American election. So I think the NDP is going to get voted out of existence. I think the Liberals are going to face a major loss, and I'm sure the Conservatives are going to win, hopefully with the majority, but definitely with the minority.
Okay, and how many NDP seats do you think are going to be here when it's all said and done?
I think, what are the predictions? 7? I'll say 5.
Okay.
I'll say
Trish,
5.
do you want to, you said you weren't going to make predictions regarding the election as a whole. Do you want to make a
No,
guess?
She's smart. She's smarter than all of us. Okay?
Yeah, no, but my head's like a pinball game. Like I don't know what to believe. I really, for the first time ever, I have no opinion, but I do just want to kind of buttress what Chris said about division in this country. This election will be remembered by a number of images, right? The 2-finger salute from the guy in the red jacket, a Carney voter, 2 women having a fist fight. Again, and I think it was a Carney and a Polyev, but they were in, I think, a Carney line. Like the hostility in this country around which side you're on is off the charts right now. And that is absolutely the responsibility of the government. I just wanted to hear one of these guys, and none of them did it. One of them say, I will bring the country together. I will listen to everybody, and none of them do it. And they don't do it because division helps their politics. Look what they did over Donald Trump. TDS everywhere. Let's farm that now. That's what killed the Conservatives' big lead. So that is a big thing. I interviewed a guy just quickly on my show named David Betts at King's College in London, and he's predicting civil war in a lot of Western countries. I'm not saying that's going to happen here. I don't think that's in our nature. I think we're too passive aggressive to actually do that. But the point he's making is that the fracture driven by politics and the wage and prosperity gap between the elites and the rest of us is so huge. And the idea that politics don't actually suit for the citizen anymore. They're not following through with what we want. Those numbers are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And to quote Joe Didion, the center can't hold. This can't go on forever. So I pray that all these guys, someone knocks their heads together and says, you've got to start bringing the country together and think about the good of the country over your political future.
Chris, what are your thoughts? Do you think?
And the NDP, before you get into them, how many seats?
Yeah.
For me, I have no idea where we're going to be at for seat wise. I hope Jagmeet loses his seat. He's been the most destructive person in this country for the last number of years, propping up this government and basically just using Parliament as a street towel that he wipes his feet on. It seems like the last number of years. I hope the NDP loses official party status. I hope there's a blue wave across this country. I hope it's just like what it was in the States, where the media was predicting one thing and it turns out completely opposite. There's just I talk to a lot of people out here. Every time I'm out here in this truck, it's a constant barrage of people coming at me for conversations, and there's a lot of hate. There's a lot of anger in this country, and this is something that people are tired of in this country. Grocery expense and living costs is through the roof. This country is not working the way it should be. So I hope it's a majority.
Did we lose Chris?
Just the audio, I think.
That's not my phone ringing with a little.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah. I just want to ask Tamara a question, because someone said this in my Substack today, and I talked about how we've been angry since 2020, right? And we can't sustain that. And I know you think about that a lot, because you're a happy warrior, actually, Tamara. You are. And I think people forget that you can be committed to these ideas and still maintain some sense of mental health and faith in the future, right?
I have a sense of humor. I think that helps.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, Trish, you bring up an interesting thing about the level of, like, you know, you've been, one of the things I admire about you is you have a lot more history in this realm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you talk about like the level of like just anger, you can't, like, if you go back to the first Trudeau or any time through the 90s, there's never a time where you're like, oh, it's kind of similar. Because in the West, when I talk to a few of my elders, they can remember when the senior Trudeau was in, and like I remember the one story I got told when I was on my way actually to Ottawa was they backed up a grain truck to where Pierre Elliott Trudeau was staying in Saskatchewan and filled the lobby full with grain, and I'm like, in order to do that, and they took the manure spreader and spread it all across his lawn out in Ottawa, and on and on. So like I hear those stories, and I'm like, the West has certainly been angry before and shown it. This seems like it's maybe more of the entire country. Is that kind of what you're saying when you're like, I've never seen this before?
Yeah, well, for sure. Like, I know what you're saying because I grew up in Vancouver. My mother was kind of a socialist. My dad was in the trucking business. He was pretty conservative, and they always voted for different people, and there'd be drunken dinner fights and stuff, but nothing serious. I mean, nothing like this. But around the first Trudeau, a lot of it was about language, and people out west. I don't think we feel that way now. I'm proud of living in a bilingual country now. I think it's pretty cool. But in those days where you never met a French person, you didn't know from French, you're like, why are they pushing all this French on us in kilometers? And so I think there was a real feeling of threat about it that made that sort of different than anything else that came after that. Now, the dividing factor is the culture wars, right? So you can't disagree on an issue like, let's say, the anti-racism, postmodern BS without being an immoral person. You can't just be a person who says, wow, that feels extreme and it's not going to help bring the races together, and I don't want my kids sitting in class being humiliated that way. You're a bad person. That underpins the postmodern thinking that unites the left, right? So that's the new element here, that it's not just a difference in politics, it's a difference in how people perceive your entire moral framework, right? Hence the anger.
And if I could just jump in for a second, I think part of the anger too is that, we've been under this government for 10 years, and you guys were talking about this a little bit earlier. We've seen scandal after scandal after scandal with no accountability and no justice, and every scandal gets worse, and they just keep continuing to get through these things unscathed. And I think a lot of the anger that we're seeing is that people, really want some answers to some tough questions about things that happened over the last few years, and some accountability for, having our rights and freedoms completely trampled during the pandemic. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of justifiable anger out there too, and people want to change and they want accountability.
Well, you're absolutely right about the accountability, and there hasn't been any for a really long time. And I would argue that it's because it's mostly self-imposed. See, because Trudeau just changed the game where he basically just said, well, what if I don't care? What if, okay, yeah, we got caught. We are busted. Stone cold.
Yes.
And then
right.
he's like, and then everybody's looking like, okay, this is the part where you
step
quit
aside
and go back to being a snowboard instructor. And he's
absolutely
like, okay, but what if I don't? Like what? And then they're like, well, this is what you do. and it was kind of this big shock where everybody's like, wait, he's not leaving.
Right.
It was like Casino Royale, great movie. That part where M says to Bond, she was like, I miss the good old days during the Cold War where when an agent screwed up this bad, they'd at least defect to Russia.
Yeah.
And
Right.
and that's where politics went. It's, I mean,
I think I just said that to Trish the other day. I
Yeah?
said we're at that point now where we're at that they know that we know that they know that we know
Yeah,
phase,
yeah.
and they just
Yeah.
don't care.
Yes.
Right?
See, we
that's the
saw-
scary thing.
Absolutely. And we saw a little bit of what's missing the day that Carney was busted for lying about the Trump phone call. I wrote
Mhm.
about this because I was so happy. I was jumping up and down. We saw journalism actually taking place. He was scrummed. He was, semicircle. And a journalist would say, you're not answering the question, Mr. Prime Minister. And he would blow it off. And then the next journalist would say, you're not answering the question, Mr. Prime Minister. And he'd blow it off. That's how it's done.
Mhm.
And what's happened with the Trudeau government, to just answer you, it's a brilliant point you've made, that they figured out that they don't have to take accountability. It's a brilliant point, and it's very true. And the reason they don't is because the media don't humiliate them the way they should be humiliated when they're caught. So there's cognitive dissonance around it. So the public's like, well, if the media is not scrumming them or harping on this, it can't be that bad. And the whole thing kind of floats away. We're all mad because we know what happened, but it doesn't play out the way it should in a democracy when a politician is busted for corruption, right?
Absolutely. And I would just like to point out that Trish Wood just called me brilliant. So
Trish, you should know by now we don't do that. The Tuesday goes right to his head.
Okay, I take it back.
It's too late. It's on
Too
the
late.
record.
It's on
the
air
record.
now. Yeah, it's on the record.
No, I don't. But yeah, it's a good point. I think they figured it out. Biden did it too, right? I mean, the guy had dementia for 88 million years and got it. He said, well, I can get away with it. Wow. No, nobody talked
To
about
be
it.
fair,
Right?
he might have just forgot that he had it.
He might have just forgot. Yeah. It's pretty shocking.
It's pretty scary when you have a level of government right now that controls the media the way they do in Canada. And I see this every single day on the social media postings that I deal with. The amount of people out there that are so disconnected to what actually is going on around them, but the media tells them one thing, and that's what they're focused and stuck on. We're essentially a brainwashed society right now, and it's evident. And I don't know how we get past it. I don't know. I hope if the conservatives get in, I hope there's reform in the way they fund these media outlets, and we start making other media. We need a little bit more both sides of the story instead of the narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And let me
I kind of
just
did a
point out
post
here,
about that yesterday. That if I had one
want
wish,
to say this about you,
Okay.
Tamara, too. Sorry, and then I want you to say, I don't mean to butt in,
Yeah.
but these two people, before we go, are facing jail time in this country for protesting so well that during the sentencing day, the judge kept talking about how good you guys had been. And specifically Tamara, she kept saying, behave, don't be violent, all the things, right? It's crazy. So let's not forget the moment we live in. Let's not ever forget the moment we live in and the government under which this happened. These aren't just two political commentators. They're two peaceful protesters who may go to jail in this country in an event that looks very much like our own Tiananmen Square. Sorry to cut you off, Tamara, but I had to get that in before we went.
Before she does,
That's
I agree.
fine.
Now
Yeah.
you're gonna.
I
Okay,
agree.
yes.
I'm going to cut Tamara off too because I'm like, that is true.
Yes,
Literally.
Tamara, I'm also gonna cut you off to tell you how great you are.
Thank you, Chris.
I think the government and the crown system, they keep doubling down on this case right now. And I think last week when they introduced the forfeiture order to seize and destroy or auction off Big Red is just another level right now. But that's one of my biggest worries right now. I don't think I'm as scared about the potential jail time. They're going to take my livelihood away from me, or they're going to attempt to, and that's the country we're living in right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Mm.
Tamara, now you can talk.
Yes.
Yeah.
I forget what my point was.
Sorry, Tamara.
It's
The
no,
gag
it's all
order's
good.
finally lifted. And,
Yeah, no, it's okay. I don't remember. It's all good.
Maybe it was Thomas McSweeney, the great line, right?
That was a beautiful quote. I can't
Yeah.
remember exactly what it was, Trish, but it was it's
This
not
guy
the
was you go, you can get it. It's
It's
not
something to the effect of it's not those who dish out the
inflict
punishment the
the most,
most, right? It's
yeah.
those who can take it that will
Endure.
win.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
So the quote, Thomas McSweeney, IRA, turn of the century, said, "It's not those who inflict the most pain, but those who endure the most pain who will win." This is a good quote for us in our lives right now, because we're
Yes, it really,
enduring.
it really
We're
is.
all
Yeah,
enduring.
it really
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, like we just thought this would be long over by now, and it's just dragging and dragging and dragging.
It's on purpose. I mean, you guys were very mischievous.
Incredibly. Hmm.
How important for the two of you is a change in government?
Oh, it's probably the most extreme importance we can possibly get right now. It would change, just the amount of government on us right now. Hopefully we'd seen some sort of reprieve from that. I would pray that happens, I guess.
Well, I mean, just going back to what we were speaking about earlier, I think it's extremely important that we get a change in government because we've seen the labels placed on people and this division that has happened in the last 10 years and even more so in the last 4, the likes that I've never seen before. And that was my point. I think I'd put out a post yesterday about how if I could be granted one wish, I would take the entire country into therapy first thing tomorrow morning, so that we can sort of get back to healing and we can, like, we saw the unity that happened, 3 years ago, and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. And it also showed us what Canadians really are capable of when they truly come together, in a nonpartisan cause. And just to try and stand up for their rights and recognize when they're being bullied. So I think that this change of government is really, really necessary.
Any final thoughts before we let you find 3 folks out? And appreciate you giving us some time today. I should probably make that more apparent to everyone who comes on. This isn't possible without people saying yes to the request to come on to a little bit of an insane idea, but a fun idea of a 12-hour on, the Oilers won last night. Whoop, whoop, and
keep it on point.
And years ago, that would have been, I would have never thought of doing this.
We would have had to do, years ago, we would have done a 12-hour live stream celebrating the fact that they finally won a game. But let's move past that. We really appreciate the fact that you guys came on, and the comments are coming in so fast that my computer can't even keep up with them. And they're just showing you guys all tons of love and support.
Yeah.
Oh.
Any final thoughts before we let you out?
Happy
Well, I can
Warrior,
say,
that's my thing, but you go ahead, Chris.
Oh, I was just going to say, you know what, Shaun, we've known each other for probably 3 years now. Every time you have me on the show, I really, really appreciate it. That picture hanging on the back wall in your studio there just makes me so proud to see that thing hanging there. Was definitely a good time having Jonathan in for an interview that time in Lloydminster and dropping that portrait off. So appreciate everything you do. I appreciate all the support out here all across the country. It is overwhelming out here trucking in Big Red just to see how many people are smiling, waving, honking. It brings a pretty big smile to this guy's face. So thank you everyone for the support.
All right, Trish.
And okay.
No, I was just going to say, it's my mantra now is Happy Warrior. That's what I keep telling everybody in case, the bad thing happens tonight. We've all been angry for so long. We've got to not be that way. We've got to look to people who came before us and understand and suffered a lot worse than us, who were able to do it with grace and some form of happiness and spirituality. We've got to really look to do that if things go south today or tomorrow.
Tamara.
Well, no matter what happens tonight, much like Chris and I have done throughout our entire trial, Canadians will just get up tomorrow morning and we take this thing one step at a time. And we can only deal with things as they come and start working on some solutions tomorrow morning. And I just want to say, thanks to you guys. It's always a pleasure to see you. I haven't seen Twos in ages. I'm looking forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks in Calgary.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Just so excited to be here today, and thanks for inviting us.
You betcha. Okay. Well, thanks again for hopping in. We'll let you guys all out, and happy election day, I guess, is going to be the mantra here today. Once again, thanks for making some time for us today.
Thank you guys.
Thanks for having us. See you guys.
Okay, from one cab to the next, we go from Big Red to I don't know. Is QDM? Are you sitting in blue ball? No, you're not.
You know it, buddy. I'm captain's chair of blue ball. I was getting ready to jump on. I had to get out of the wind. Go figure, it'd be windy in Saskatchewan. And I saw Chris was in Big Red, and I was like, you know what? I got blue ball hooked onto the sea trailer right there, so I'm just gonna go jump in because it's out of the wind and it's quiet, and you can't hear the shithawks flying all over the place right now. So.
Well, QDM in, and we got a surprise guest, Viva. I wasn't sure you were going to make it at any point in time. So thanks for giving us some time today. And I don't know, so we got a couple others that are waiting. John Gormley is sitting in, where is it, Portugal?
Spain or Portugal?
Somewhere. He's like the power. I see him kind of sitting there. I'm waiting for his video maybe to turn on. So we're working on an internet connection. Either way, Viva, thanks for hopping on today.
My pleasure. How's everybody doing?
Well,
Viva, good to see you, man.
Great.
The same, QDM. Your beard is beautiful, glorious, majestic.
we got the beard with the flow, you know?
Yeah.
Today.
I can never, mine never gets that long, and then I end up like pulling, I just end up pulling it out because once it gets like I have to keep my hands off my face. But no, it's good to see everybody. How is everybody feeling? Are you guys? I don't want to ask if you're optimistic or pessimistic, but I'm gonna ask.
I guess I'll just say first, I'm tired of trying to guess what's going to happen today. I'm more just happy the day is here and that we get to sit across and do this and talk to different people from across the country. And obviously Viva coming in from the States and just talk about it, and the election result's going to come. Hopefully it goes, the one way. And if it goes the other way, we'll deal with the conversations that come after that. That's my thoughts. QDM, your thoughts?
I've been kind of on the fence for a little while here, what's going to happen. And just over the last few days, I mean, obviously I talked to a lot of people out on my tours, doing my comedy shows and stuff. But I mean, same thing. You're kind of in your group of people, typically going to communities that are more conservative than anything. So I mean, there's anyone I talk to is looking for change, and I know a lot of people across the country, I think, that are also looking for change. And I got a really interesting email actually just a couple hours ago from the guy that actually owns the business that manufactures my hats, which are made in Canada, and he's in Richmond, BC. And I got an email from him saying that he'd come across one of my videos, the most recent one that I did, and he's like, and him and I have never really talked politics because we're just doing business together. And for a guy coming from Richmond that owns a business, an apparel manufacturing business, to say, I really hope we get a change in government, actually kind of made me feel pretty good. So I'm an optimist. I'm going to say that enough Canadians want things to change here, that we're going to see not just a conservative minority. I think we're going to see a conservative majority here, because I think people are actually going to come out and vote for change. That being said, so if I eat my words and the polls are actually right, we wind up seeing a liberal minority, then so be it. It was just interesting to me that Mark Carney was making a few of his final stops, like in some fairly conservative state ridings. The fact that he kind of ended things off in Saskatoon, I think, was pretty interesting, because either they're desperate enough that they need Saskatoon for that minority win, or they're confident enough in Eastern Canada that they think that they can spend the time trying to win a few of these ridings that are polling maybe higher liberal than they ever have. So either way, it's going to be interesting, and either way, I'm probably going to wind up intoxicated tonight. So
yeah, well, because I drove up to Lloyd for this, and so now I'm right on the border, and so I went to the one Saskatchewan liquor store.
He's feeling very
very happy. I picked up 48 Bow, a bottle of Last Mountain Distillery, and a couple bottles of that mead from that place in Moose Jaw. So
yeah, buddy.
Viva, what's your thoughts from down south? Like, obviously you're in Florida. You're staring at this entire thing play out from a different lens. Certainly, probably watching different news outlets and everything else. And you don't walk down the street and see a liberal sign or a conservative sign, or you don't see in my riding we have a debate and the conservatives don't show up, and you're just like, what is going on? You're in a completely different atmosphere. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's funny you mention it. I was fishing this morning on the Everglades Canal and talking with the people, and a woman who happens to be from Mississauga, and so we immediately bond for about 30 seconds until it became clear that this was a Mississaugan who seems to be on Team Carney. What I can't understand, and it's deeply depressing, distressing. Makes me very cynical. I can't even. How's it going? Sorry, this is like I can't understand how people are contemplating a fourth term for the Liberals. I can't even understand it. Like, it's not from being in a silo. I think I might maybe see things even a little bit more clearly than being outside of what I consider to be the asylum now. I don't understand how any Canadian is saying, yeah, I'll give the Liberals a fourth chance because it's not quite bad enough. But it seems that their Trump derangement syndrome collectively across Canada is sufficient to say, yeah, it's bad here, but Trump somehow is worse. So elbows up, no more Trump. I'm going to vote for Carney. I don't understand it. And it's very, very irritating.
Well, and this has been, well, I'll mute Uncle Hack for a second. This has been, I had 3 people lined up from now, and only QDM, shout out to you. Gormley's trying to get in the background. He keeps getting kicked out. I assume that's internet connection. And Uncle Hack has popped in now. Viva popped in. I'm like, this was not planned.
When it rains, it pours.
When it rains, it pours. Uncle Hack, how you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm in the Toronto airport right now.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no, it's great. Just got a fresh pump at the Good Life Fitness in Terminal 1, so I'll be launching immigrants back to where they came from.
Nice. Elbows.
What elbows deep? That's what I'm saying these days, folks.
Hack, it is. I was in the Toronto airport over the summer, and it's not politically incorrect as it may be. It's like landing in a different country, and only to attest to the fact that like there's effectively open borders in Canada, and there is a population change, a demographic change, and people can call you racist for noticing it, but they can't deny that it's happening.
Well, I think they call me racist for different reasons, Viva.
I mean, you're doing a comedy tour right now. We were just talking yesterday, and you were in New Brunswick. Yeah. Are you coming all the way back, or are you doing a few shows in Ontario, or what?
No, I'm on my way back right now. Back from St. John, East Coast by.
And how's it going over there on the other side of Canada? Are they just about ready to vote for some change, or what?
I think so. They were there for the jokes, that's for sure. I like it out there, man. They got it all figured out. I've been dogging this whole pokey thing for a minute, but it seems fine to me. The hell wants to work hard. They got it sorted out, dude. I'm with them.
We got another guest. Okay, so first, John Gormley says, I'm cutting in and out of, sorry, all the best to the panel. And like Dixon said, I'm likely going to be intoxicated tonight. So that's John Gormley from the other side.
He must be a pessimist. It seems like he's got his exit plan together already if he's in Portugal.
And then
John, thanks for trying anyway. We'll get you next time.
Yeah, appreciate it. And then we got policy analyst and commentator Jennifer Lewitz in. Jennifer, thanks for making it. My apologies on the confusion. That is my fault.
Indigenous urge to never be on time. I'm like, frick.
Nice.
What are you? No, fire away, Tews.
Well, I was just going to say that's an interesting point, because one of the things I was having this conversation yesterday, usually the Liberals forget about the Indigenous voters for about 3.5 years. And then they just like, oh yeah, by the way, we're totally going to fix the water. You know, it's like me with changing that light fixture above the stairs, right? Oh yeah, yes. In the next 6 months, it's totally going to be taken care of. And then I try and put it off for another 3.5 years. And everybody seems so worried about Trump that they forgot to remember about the Indigenous people. What's been feel free to elaborate on that or disagree with me.
Yeah, you know, we've definitely seen monumental strides under the Trudeau government. As much as I can't stand Justin Trudeau, I also can't lie and say that those monumental strides haven't been there, because they have been. Especially the water crisis has been addressed more under Trudeau than it was Harper. But the issue is that there's been so many broad supports that, as a policy analyst and also someone that is a nation builder, I have a proficiency in Indigenous governance. I like to see things get done. I don't like to see all of these pools of funding in 1,500 different areas that don't actually equate to any tangible result. And the Liberals have actually created this massive bureaucracy that a lot of people outside of nations don't actually understand what that looks like. But let's say, okay, we know the addiction crisis is out of control. We need infrastructure and we need supports to actually build plants. Well, it's going to be a lot more difficult if you have to apply to 100 different funding streams, and then you're denied some of those funding streams, and you're given, let's say, $5,000 in one area. The accounting alone, because any federal dollars that fund to a nation, you actually have to fill out an ISC report on how you've spent those funds. But when there's so many different areas, the bureaucracy is huge. We have nations that are spending more on accounting than they actually are on programs and services. So that is one fault of Liberal government for sure, 100%. And that's what gets me is I'm like, guys, they literally ballooned the bureaucracy and took the Indian Act, and they were like, how do we make more government out of this? And there's people that applaud it. And I'm like, they doubled the public servants. Like, they created an entire industry out of us. And I'm pro-sovereignty. I'm on the side of like self-reliance, creating sustainability, investing in economic development so that we get to those places of where we need to be. But the government loves to keep that thumb down. So,
well, and they do like to say, oh, look at all this extra funding we've been spending. Look at all of this extra money we spent on it. It's a little bit apples and oranges, but when they talk about how they spent $34 billion building a pipeline, no, motherfucker, you were supposed to spend 4, and it ended up being 34. Okay, you're not supposed to get adulation for going 800% over budget. You don't get extra accolades or props for that, and it's not really, but kind of the same idea of what you're saying, where look at all this extra funding we're giving the government institutions in this area, but it's all being wasted.
Yeah, I think you can break that down to a lot of things too, federally and provincially, when governments want to brag about how much money they spend. And I think healthcare is a pretty good example of that as well, where everyone says their education, for that matter. I mean, they're predominantly provincial matters, but also funded federally. And everyone wants to talk about how much we spend out of it. Well, great. I'm like, congratulations, you're spending money. But like, if I were a farmer and I said, oh, you know what? Actually, we spent $1 million more this year on inputs. Be like, okay, but like, what did you get out of it? Well, pretty much the same thing. Well, that means that you're a loser, not that you're doing something better, right? And I think people lose track of that. We need to be able to look at it like tangibly and say, okay, if we're spending more money, we should be getting more results, not less. And it's a huge problem.
I got a question for Jennifer, actually. I mean, how impactful or how not relevant, but important is the native vote when it comes to the federal elections? I mean, how many ridings are dependent on not a turnout, but that vote? And typically, I presume they tend to vote Liberal despite everything that's happened over the last 2 centuries.
No, it's actually usually, from what I've seen, is the support typically goes to the NDP from where I live, mostly because the NDP candidates, they do show up. They show up to events. Jagmeet Singh has shown up to communities out here. And that is one thing I will say, as I've sat in rooms with Trudeau, Jagmeet, and Pierre Poilievre, and the previous Conservative leaders as well, is because Jagmeet is not in the official opposition or in government, he has more time than everybody. So he's had that ability to actually sit in those rooms, not rush leadership, that sort of thing. So there is a lot of support for the NDP out here, but AFN identified 36 ridings that could actually flip just from the Indigenous vote, because our population outweighs the margin of support or loss, I guess I should say, in 36 ridings. Desnethe, Mississippi, Churchill is one that everybody should be watching tonight. It's the entire north of Saskatchewan. So
it's a massive riding. Yeah.
It's a massive riding. But I actually went to the elections hearings a couple years ago when they were looking at changing the boundary, because I live in the Prince Albert riding. So what they did is they gutted the rule, because the rule is what kept that riding Conservative. Gary Vidal was the MP. They gutted the rule that were coming out and voting Conservative, pushed it into the PA riding and the Meadow Lake, Battlefords area where Rosemary Falk is. And they made that riding population very small. So now it's predominantly Indigenous. So all 3 candidates are Indigenous. You have Jim LeMay, Buckley Boulanger, and can't remember the third one. But it's an entirely Indigenous riding, basically. And when I went to the election hearings, there were multiple people from tribal councils and stuff that were speaking out. They were like, please do not gut this riding, because if you separate it, we have to deal with 3 MPs for our tribal council. But they did it anyway. And so that'll be a riding I think will flip tonight from Conservative to Liberal.
On the topic of NDP and Jagmeet Singh, like, that is the one thing I will, if I'm going to ever give any props to Jagmeet, is the availability that he has for everybody. And like, he was never afraid to go on any show to talk to anybody, which I think we can't say anything about any other candidates. I mean, Maxime obviously will jump on anywhere that he can as well, but like Jagmeet was the guy, who, like you say, had the time. And I think if we see a mass migration of voters over from the NDP to the Liberals, he's also the one guy that we're going to be able to thank that would flip a lot of those ridings over to Liberals. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but.
I've been asking people in terms of who they think the NDP disenfranchised votes are going to go to. I would have imagined they would go to the Liberals almost because no NDP is going to decide to vote Conservative. It's not analogous to RFK Jr. or Tulsi Gabbard Democrats voting Republican. But for those who think I'm too far detached, what do you guys think? Are any of them going Conservative, or is it just going to basically be if they don't vote NDP, they're going to vote Liberal?
Well, I find it really hard. I try and understand NDP voters a fair bit, which is kind of an exercise in futility, and it's quite difficult at times. But I do find it really interesting because now they're faced with, okay, if they don't want to vote for the Maserati pension securing deadbeat, they've now got to decide between the evil Nazi conservatives that they've been just speaking out against for years, or the incredibly whitest collar you could imagine, banker, economist. And economist is basically a bad word for socialists. And so now they've got there's no good option. I mean, they're not going to vote Green Party. They probably, I mean, Green couldn't even come close to a full slate here. So there's no good options. I imagine they're feeling very impotent right now.
So Green couldn't come close to a full slate and then actually purposely pulled out of certain ridings where they felt that they were going to split the vote to the Conservative, right? So, I mean,
and they were broke, but yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we can never discredit a lot of these parties for the small little things that they do that can actually have pretty big results on things, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. So at least one native riding is going to potentially flip Liberal. Where are the ones that are going to flip Conservative to give the Conservative any hope at a majority, let alone at a minority, let alone a majority?
I don't think there is. All the battleground ridings that the Conservatives were poised to pick up when the polls were higher, that are held by Liberals now, are safely back within the Liberals. And the battlegrounds are in Ontario and out in Eastern Canada. And I don't think we're going to pick any of those up.
You might not have caught it, Jen, before, but like I was curious as to Carney's last couple of events being like kind of predominantly in Western Canada, the ones that he actually wound up making after what happened in Vancouver there. But like, do you think that was strategic of him, or what do you think was happening there?
I think it was strategic, and I also think that a lot of people are tired. Similar to what we talked about the other day, a lot of Liberal supporters were tired. They were tired of Justin Trudeau, and they were tired of, I guess, just feeling underneath the Liberal thumb, especially in Western Canada, where we don't feel like we have that representation. But there's also the issue of Conservative complacency out here as well, which is something that I'm hearing from people, where it's like, we've had some of these MPs elected for a very long time. Some of them are sent to Parliament with 70-80% of the vote, but some of them have been the quietest ones over the last couple of years on bigger issues and even supporting some of our issues out here that are unique to Western Canada. And it's like when you're a safe riding where you're guaranteed to win your seat in Saskatchewan, you're showing up, you're getting 75% of the vote, and you're saying nothing, and no one is hearing from you, and you're just whatever. It's really hard for Conservatives to even reconcile supporting that when they're like, well, dang, I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Do I vote Liberal or NDP, or do I continue sending this Conservative to Ottawa who is doing nothing while they're there? But they're in one of the safest ridings in the country. So that is one thing I have noticed, especially over the last year, is there's a lot of like almost annoyance or that feeling of like, well, dang, you guys are also complacent and you're not helping either. So I don't know.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, they're asking for your vote. And the easy answer is, look, we already have enough people in Parliament representing the interests of Ottawa and fucking Quebec. We don't need another one coming from Alberta or Saskatchewan.
Yeah. And I'm definitely in one of those ridings that Jen was referencing. I made pretty large mention to it in my last YouTube upload, but I've come up with the analogy that we're a salt block riding, And if anybody knows anything about cattle, there's these big blue blocks of salt that you put out for them. You could take a salt block and you could put it right in the town square, and everyone here wouldn't even go see it. They would just vote for it because it's blue.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be it.
Unless
and we would not see the salt, and we would not see the salt block again until the next election.
Yep.
Yeah, do I surmise from Jennifer's cynicism that, Jennifer, you think it's going to be a Liberal majority?
I think there's a very, very clear pathway to a Liberal majority. I'm a political scientist by trade. That's my background, is political science. So data analysis is quite literally what I do. And it's really hard for me to go against pretty much what I'm suspecting. And it's not just based off of like what the polls are telling us. It's in every angle, right? And I am concerned about the high voter turnout. That is typically not a good sign, especially when you're trying to win government, because you want to vote out the current party, right? But yeah, I don't know. I think it's a Liberal minority or a Liberal majority. I do not see any path to victory for the Conservative Party tonight. That's just my blunt truth.
Well, what do you think, Viva?
What do I think?
Did you bet in Polymarket?
No, I follow the Kalshi markets because I don't the crypto. I'm not as down with the crypto. But no. I thought the sure, if you're going to wager the bet, it was betting no to a Liberal majority when it was at 30 cents, because at the best it's 50-50, and you could have made 20% just in terms of the fluctuation of the market. So help me goodness, if it's a Liberal majority, forget the investments in Kalshi. I'm not trying to get blackpilled. I think the future of Canada is you got bigger problems than a lost investment on Kalshi. If the government that was abusing and destroying the people for the last decade gets rewarded for it, it's as though Canadians want to vote in their abusers and are happy with the abuse because somehow they're angrier at Donald Trump for the last 3 months of tariff threats than they are at the Liberals for the last decade of devastation.
Totally. Who do you think is going to win, Hack?
I think I got a bone to pick with Shaun right now.
Oh, nice. Give it to him.
Why did you mute my mic the moment that an Indigenous woman came on the stream? Did I do something?
No.
I'll have you know that our Indigenous relations are very tight right now. And I don't appreciate you doing that.
Fair. I was picking up background noise in the airport, so I
here comes the onslaught of excuses.
Yeah. It's
what I'm used to.
It's because of Pearson Airport. I didn't want to, but it was well, we just
I don't know. Refresh my memory, Shaun. I don't know if something happened.
Is that plane still on the runway, or have they flipped it over yet?
No, it's not icy enough out. So male pilots today.
That's all right. That's all right.
Gentlemen, I gotta duck out. I'm going live in 8 minutes, so I don't want to detract or start the excess.
Thanks for hopping in.
Thank you very
much. And fingers crossed for tonight, people. I'll be watching. I won't be drunk, but that's only because I really handle my liquor very well. So I won't be drunk, but I will be drinking.
Okay. Well, when you're done yours, we're still gonna be live streaming until midnight.
All right, I'll see if I can pop back in, but I might go live and check out the results as well. But anyways, Godspeed, peeps. I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Viva.
Thanks,
see you, Viva.
Okay, so Hack, who do you think's gonna win?
I don't know. It's just by the pulse of like everything. I mean, you can only go so much offline, but it seemed like I've been touring. I'm then again, like the audience we draw out is pretty. I don't know. They lean a certain way, so
yeah. So it's a bit of an echo chamber.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm thinking it's going to be a Lib minority.
All right.
That's my guess.
Well, yeah, that's all right. And how many seats do you think the NDP are going to win tonight?
As long as my guy Charlie Angus gets in, I'm fine with it, bro.
He's not. Did he change his mind? He said he wasn't running again a few months ago.
I don't care if he's running or not. That's my guy.
All right, fair enough.
Did QDM pick?
No, QDM. How many NDP seats?
6 NDP seats.
Okay. Jen?
Oh, I'm going to say 8, maybe. I think they'll lose party status.
Well, I mean, that's a long ways away. It's 14 for party status. So I don't think
nobody's
even
predicting them to
themselves,
get it.
like there was literally an interview with one of their incumbent MPs who was thinking that they were not going to maintain official party status.
Does anyone think Jugmeat is going to keep his seat? I don't think he is.
I don't think so. Like currently 338 so he's running in Burnaby Central, and it's got the Liberals at 38 plus or minus 8, the Conservatives at 33 plus or minus 8, and the NDP at 28 plus or minus 8, and the Greens at 0 plus or minus 0.
I just think the only curveball that I think would be the funniest thing to see out of this election, no matter what, is if every party leader lost their seat. It like just randomly being
You're
like
not
that would
even
be
the
hilarious.
first person to say that today.
A full factory reset. Just get rid of them all.
I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Either way, it's an important election. I know a lot of people are watching it, and I can't stay much longer here either, guys. I got some things going on here today, but the one thing I will say, and I made a post on it on social media about it, and I just you guys were talking about it a little bit earlier when I tuned in. I cannot say it enough that there are certain media outlets and the way that evening news is presented in our world right now to a lot of people, like say the boomer population, that really does just run with the evening news on CTV or Global or whatever comes on. There is a glaring bias in it that exists, even how news broadcasts are structured. And I mean, you guys know this. It's no secret to you guys, Shaun and Tuz. Like I watch a lot of different styles and types of media, and it's if you haven't seen Jen on APTN and the work she does with CBC, make sure to check it out because she's a fantastic voice. But it's just it's there's a glaring bias, and I think that's got a lot to do with how elections turn out here in the last few years that we have. And I don't know what we're going to do about it, but we need to start thinking about something to do about it. Obviously, what you guys do is great to try and get alternative media out there, but at the same time, there's certain parts of alternative media that have biases as well. So it's I think it's important that we try and find some sort of balance in this world, some way, somehow, to try and make these elections a little bit more representative of policy and not just slogans.
It's a lot like well, it's like some kind of just a marching band competition lately, rather than actually, what are you going to do? And well, the other thing is, it's always like, well, what are you going to do for us? And I don't know why the politicians don't say more of like, these are what we're going to stop doing. Vote us in, and this is what we're going to give you this. This is what we're going to take away from holding you back. These are the rocks that we've piled on you that we're going to pull away.
As we close in on the top of the hour, we want to be conscious of everybody's time. Any final thoughts before we let you out? Uncle Hack, I promise not to mute you. What do you got to say before we let you out? Appreciate you giving us some time.
Absolutely.
From the airport.
Yeah. Well, Shaun, you ever mute my mic again? I will come unleashed. You think that roast battle joke was bad? Let me tell you, there's more in the chamber, pal. No, thanks for having me. This is cool, man. It's always fun to link up. What a wild lineup. I just clicked the link and then I seen it. I was like, oh.
Well, and it's funny. Like we talked yesterday, and I guess we didn't totally discuss time zones and AM PM. We were expecting you to come on like 10 hours later than this. It worked out great.
Worked out perfectly.
Yeah. Well, I had my layover's like 10 hours. I was supposed to fly out tomorrow, and then I found an earlier flight back home to Edmonton today. So that's kind of nice. So figured I might as well just slide it in now.
No, we appreciate it.
That's what she said.
We appreciate it. Jen, anything from your side?
Just that I hope people get out and vote, because that's the most important part. And Uncle Hack being here is interesting because I did call him out on national media like last year. we've chatted. I think I gave him like a 3-hour reconciliation lesson one day. So, yeah, no, I feel really bad.
Not to cut you off, Jennifer, but after our conversation, I have been doing land acknowledgements before every Danger Cat show. I really like to drag out some white guilt of our following.
Yeah, he had messaged me one day and he's like, "Hi, you were saying really mean things about me publicly on national media, and I would like the chance to have a conversation with you because you said I'm not funny." And
so I walked onto a landmine by muting his mic. Is that what's going on here? Okay, fair enough.
No,
but
it's
okay,
not
to your
public.
credit
Like,
though, that's a great conversation to have.
Yeah, it was never public. I just talked to her behind the scenes, but no, I still go back and watch that and laugh. I think it's one of the funny. Out of all the news segments that came out on us, yours makes me laugh the hardest because it was just like, these guys got like 10 views.
I was like, why are we even talking about them? No one's even watching them.
Which made me howl.
It was very backhanded in a sense where I didn't think it was backhanded at first because I was like, I don't even know who these people are. Like, I've never heard of them. And then, like, I don't agree with the comments, obviously, and I will give you that. Maybe I should have done that more publicly, is the fact that he was willing to have that conversation, especially privately. It wasn't like, look at me, I connected with a First Nations person, we're good now. Like, he was willing to have that conversation behind the scenes and, like, learn about it and do it. Like, I wasn't like, do your land acknowledgement and here's what you did wrong. I felt there was a nuanced, like, respectful conversation.
No, she's wrong there. She said the last part.
Okay, QDM.
Just everyone keep their chin up. Obviously go vote. I've tried to push that out everywhere on my social media channels, is to go vote. And, if you're unhappy with the results of the election, far be it from what it is here tonight, we got a long ways to go before we figure out what's happening. It's a long ways to the Manitoba border yet before we find out who our government's going to be. But if you're really upset, try and get involved. Try and get involved and make a difference. If you don't like where things are at, whatever it is that you want to get accomplished, just go and try and be a part of the process. And I mean, I talk to a lot of people. If that process is figuring out a way not to be a part of the electoral system anymore, just get involved and try and contribute in a meaningful way. And don't hate your neighbor for how they vote if that's the case, kind of thing. Everybody's got their path they're trying to walk, kind of thing. And no matter how much sense I try and talk into some people just don't get it, and it just is what it is.
Appreciate all three of you hopping in and getting called out on muting a mic. Well, there you go. Thanks, Uncle Hack. Appreciate that. And
no
to
problem.
the rest, yeah. Safe travels, Uncle Hack. QDM.
Yeah.
Get back to work, eh? And Jennifer,
right on. I'm on it
tonight.
Good seeing all you.
All right.
Okay, so we are through roughly the first the first 2 hours, and we're just shy of 20K watching simultaneously, twos.
Yep.
Before we let our next series of guests in, we better get to sponsors here. First, we got Bow Valley Credit Union as your Alberta-regulated, fully serviced financial institution that is proud to present the first in Canada gold collateral lending. Now all of you can lend against your physical gold and silver for favorable rates. If you look down on the scrolling ticker, if you just go to bowvalleycu.com, you can get everything started there. And then we also have, we're talking gold and silver. If you're needing precious metals, head over to silvergoldbull.ca. When it comes to buying, selling, or storing your precious metals, you should probably check them out. They service all of Canada and the United States, I might add, to all of our listeners, watchers from down south. And I think it's
really painless. Like it's very easy to order with Silver Gold Bull. I did it this summer, and I'm gonna shut up because apparently this
no, you could talk. This is just gonna scroll through while you're going.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I talked to Graham, sent them some money, and basically it had barely even left my account, and the silver showed up on my doorstep, all packaged up neatly. It was super handy and simple, and has gone up a significant amount in the past 6 months.
Yeah, well,
actually, it's been almost a year.
We've hit all-time highs for gold in the last week. So a week ago was a high, and then a month ago was a high for silver. So that's pretty cool, both of those. And shout out to both of those companies because they're helping bring the Cornerstone Forum to Calgary May 10th. and we're at some point here we're going to give away some things.
Yeah, actually, let's just do that now, just real quick. Second person to text in to the number on the bottom.
There you go. We'll leave it scroll for a little bit, and the second person will announce for. Well, let's
bring some people in. Well,
let's do first. It's for a Mashup T-shirt. We'll start with a Mashup T-shirt. Second person to text, we'll give away a Mashup T-shirt. So we'll leave that scrolling. Okay. We got a whole host of people sitting in the back. First, we got the founder of Juno News, Candace Malcolm. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. You guys look great, by the way. What a great studio you have set up there.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah. And then we got political commentator David Knight-Legg. Welcome back. You were on a show what was that, a month ago, Tuesday? I can't remember.
About a month ago. Yeah.
And then we got Canadian journalist Wyatt Claypool hopping on as well. So, folks, welcome to the show. We got just under 20,000 watching live, which is pretty cool. And we got people coming in from all over the place. We'll start with Candace. Your thoughts on the day, and I don't know, what are you feeling?
Oh, I'm so nervous right now. I don't even know what to do. Like, I just went for a run earlier because I had like all this nervous energy. But I just want to say I feel very I guess special, or I don't know, proud that I'm on this panel, because I looked at your schedule, Shaun, with the entire evening, and I was like, wow, Shaun must think I'm really smart, because he put me with the two smartest people in Canadian politics. So I feel like we must be like the analytical, political nerd panel, and I just feel very privileged to be part of this group.
Well, I think we when we look at putting together people, we just look for a little bit of I don't know, a little, like, it's like putting together Team Canada for a hockey, to use a hockey reference. It's like, we're to see how this line works. And the hope is we strike gold. And if you're Uncle Hack on the last one, you call out Shaun in the middle of the stream, you go, well, I guess Uncle Hack isn't back next time. Twos will have him back.
Oh yeah. Anytime he wants to come on, as far as I'm concerned. But yes, this is, I mean, we've got a lot of really good groups of people coming on today, but this is a very good one. It's the best one except for all of the other ones.
Right. Well, I have both Wyatt and David on my show all the time, and they're going to both be on my live stream later tonight. So this will be like a little preview for anyone planning to join us later. But in case you're not familiar, this is the audience. In case you're not familiar with Wyatt or David, you're in for a treat. These guys are very, very intelligent. I want to listen to what they want to say. I want to hear how they're feeling, because I'm just kind of nervous in general. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't want to believe the polls. Like, if you ask my heart, I want to believe that the polls are very wrong, that Canadians will vote for Pierre in a landslide. But then my brain is saying something totally different. And so I'm kind of at odds right now. So I really want to hear from David and Wyatt.
Yeah, David, what your thoughts?
Well, look, one of the things that surprises me about Canadian politics is that we don't have a strong exit polling game. Like, we had over 7 million people vote, but we're not getting the feedback from that vote that you normally get. You saw that it was a real leading indicator in the States that started to shift the conversation around Trump's election. So, I'm intrigued. I think there's a lot to say about the polls. I don't want to get into the weeds on that so much, but today's going to determine whether the Liberal Party corporate rebrand under the new suit is going to work. And, what the polling did show was that it doesn't work for any demographics except the elderly over the age of 60, who also happen to be the one demographic that watches CBC, CTV, and Global on TV, and is less familiar with podcasts and less familiar with divergent thinking and sort of the free new independent media. So I think today's going to be a test. I think the Liberals are very lucky that they intended to run this election for, the minimum allowable time. I think it's 38 days. And, they're lucky because you can already see those numbers starting to shift, even in the polls that we sort of find doubtful in terms of how they did the sampling. You're seeing them get very close to a tie game and a jump ball right now. The one leading indicator that makes me positive is that we had early voting cross over 7 million voters. That's pretty unprecedented. And that is a change momentum vote. People that vote early at that level are actually voting because they want something to change. And I think the last decade, we'll see if people vote for another 4 years of it. But I would bet if we could get exit information that you'd see that a majority of that 7 million was conservative and younger.
Well, it's actually interesting. I think everything you said was exactly correct. But the legacy media, conveniently seemed to ignore that for the most part, and they were talking or brushing it off as saying it doesn't really mean anything. But when it was in Carleton, which is Pierre Poilievre's riding, all of this advance voting, that definitely means something, and that's important because he's in danger of losing his riding, and the people who voted early definitely want change. And it's just it was really interesting to me. There's 100 examples at least as far as the legacy media went just in the past month, but that's a specific example of them saying, well, it means nothing when it happens to our guy, but if it happens to their guy, that's when you need to watch out.
Oh, the plane on the tarmac. I mean, this is extraordinary.
Yes.
You know, Pierre had a great optics, a phenomenal rally in Calgary, phenomenal visual. People packed it out. The Liberals can't get that many people out, but it suddenly turned into they're desperate. You know, they've been running against a Trump crisis with the argument that Carney's a steady hand and will do a better job of negotiating this crisis that they're creating. And so they're desperate to keep Trump somehow in the game, somehow in the narrative, and the media does a lot of that work for them. So I thought it was extraordinary when, you know, there's so many visuals of Trudeau and even Mark Carney with their plane with a hangar view, but that became sort of a Trump motif for the press to try and, you know, attack Pierre.
Wyatt, your thoughts?
Well, I'm actually nervous, similar to Candace Malcolm, and I have the nasty habit of drinking coffee no matter how nervous and anxious I am. But the thing is, there was a lot of really good indicators going into today that we're going to be doing well, like on the conservative side of things. I give a lot of credit to Candace and Juno News for running those exclusive neighbor polls, because that also got Abacus Data to run them. So I think that it would be pretty unlikely that the polls are going to be right on in this election, because we have seen pollsters in previous elections miss massively. Sometimes the polling is just crap. Sometimes it is actually instructive, but it more so tells you where the momentum is at, but it's not going to be right on. And the good thing is, in this last week, most of the momentum has been on the conservative side. And I do want to just highlight some anecdotes as well as some new polling that people probably don't know about. I'll actually start with the polling. So my friend Chris at the Great Canadian Bagel Podcast runs a fantastic YouTube channel, and he does his own polls as well as analyzing other polls. He'll spread out links to his polls all over the internet to different communities, different neutral spaces, sometimes more partisan areas. And in many elections, he's been far more accurate than the mainstream pollsters. So in Saskatchewan, where somehow all the mainstream pollsters thought the Saskatchewan NDP was going to win the popular vote by anything from 2 to 5%, that race ended with the Saskatchewan Party winning the popular vote by 11.9%. And the only pollster who came close was Chris, the Great Canadian Bagel, who ran a poll of a few hundred people and came out with, I believe, somewhere between a +8 Saskatchewan Party, +10 Saskatchewan Party, because he actually postal code balances his polls and makes sure he's not just polling a downtown Toronto Starbucks lineup. And then for the anecdotes, I just went to go vote today, and I was pleasantly surprised in going there. It is a safe conservative seat, mind you, although the trend is not going to just be in my riding. Tons of young couples showing up to vote. People under the age of 35. I think there was 3 men probably under the age of 30. There was 2 couples probably under the age of 35. Obviously, some older voters. It's the middle of the day. But I think that if the youth turn up, then the Conservatives are going to be doing well. If they can keep their Atlantic seats when polls first close out there to 8 seats or even expand it to 9 or 10, I think that it's going to be an extremely tight election, leaning a little bit conservative. And the other anecdote I heard actually from someone working the polls in one of the ridings around the country, obviously I'm not going to dox anybody, they said that they would have people coming into the poll station, tattoos, like blue hair. You would think, stereotyping them right off the bat, liberal voter. They voted and they told this person that was talking to me, I'm voting so I can get a house one day. And then they left. I was like, okay, well, that's different. And then you hear all these people on social media saying their entire school board voted conservative, and all these people are default liberals, or they were a default NDP voter and they're voting conservative.
Well, I mean, maybe they've just been conservatives the whole time and they didn't know it yet. And it was outwardly manifesting in the hair color.
The blue, right? Okay, I want to jump in on that.
They were doing blue for the Conservatives.
Exactly. Okay, so I just want to say I was super optimistic on Friday. Wyatt, I had you on my show. We talked to our in-house pollster for Juno News, David Murray. We did an entire episode on all the regions and all the ridings that Pierre Poilievre had to win in order to win this election. I felt really good. I felt great that David Coletto decided to do a neighbor poll, which is something that Juno News had been doing throughout. There were like 5 or 6 things that were happening that I was like, the polls are wrong. This is going to be historic. Let's go. Let's go. And then, I mean, I should have just stayed offline all weekend, but there were a couple polls that came in that just really got me concerned. Like, first of all, I don't think the polling in Quebec is accurate. And I think that there is a surge with the Bloc. I mean, Wyatt, you can jump in here. I think that if the Bloc is able to get 30 seats, then there's no way that the Liberals will get a majority. So that's like a good one to watch as the results come in. Nick Cavalis, who is a conservative pollster, an operative, he did a poll. And he found in Ontario, he just polled in Ontario, he found in Ontario, unbelievable. Like the NDP was completely decimated. We're talking about 2% in the 905, right? And this election will come down to the 905, I think.
Now, when you say 905,
sorry, the 905 for the Alberta audience is the kind of not the outer suburbs, the suburbs of Toronto. So Toronto proper, like downtown Toronto, all of the Liberal lefty seats, the area code is 416. So those ridings are not in play for the Conservatives, more or less. The ring around the outside, so we're talking about like, I mean, again, Wyatt might be able to describe this a bit better, but we're talking about like York Region, Durham, like the suburbs that you might know, like Whitby, up to like Richmond Hill, Markham, Mississauga, Brampton, all of that whole ring. Anyway, Nick Cavalis found that the Liberals were up by 10 points in Ontario. And if the lead is correct and the Liberals are up by that much, it's not going to be close. Like the election will be over by 9:30 or 10. The Liberals are probably going to get a majority. Just the fact that it's election day and it could literally go either way based on the polls, right? So it's like it's nerve-wracking because the polls would not just have to be off by 2 or 3%, which I think is very likely. And we've seen that over and over and over again. And 2 or 3% can be the difference between a Hillary Clinton presidency and a Donald Trump presidency. But at this point, like based on that Nick Cavalis poll, which is more in line with everyone else, we're relying on the polls to be off by like 10%, 10 or 12%, which that is unprecedented. It did sort of happen with Brexit, right? In 2016, there were some pollsters that were saying it was going to be 60-40 Remain, and it ended up being 52 leave, 48 remain. So pollsters have been off by that much, but like that to me, that's a little bit too much like wish casting. I tend to be an optimistic person and I like to see the best. I always think Conservatives are going to win, even when they don't. But I think that right now, if you believe the polls at all, it looks like the Liberals will win tonight.
I'll throw in a couple things on that note. One thing people always have to remember about Nick Cavalis is he is Doug Ford's private pollster in Ontario. Okay, and I don't think in this fight between CPCHQ and Corey Tenike, he's going to necessarily look at his numbers a second time if it happens to back up the people that he likes. I actually forgot to even tell you guys what the Great Canadian Bagels polling results for the country, because he actually had a poll result of 2,243 people responding. Nationally, he had it Liberals 37.2, Conservatives 40.7, NDP 9.4, Greens 2.2, Bloc 6.8, and PPC 2.8. Obviously, there's probably going to be a little bit of an overpull for some of the smaller parties because their people are more likely to want to take a poll to show their party pride. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, in Ontario, the Liberals can still win the vote by a margin of 6 or 7 points in Ontario, and the Conservatives can be picking up seats. Because the problem with the collapse of the NDP for the Liberal Party is 1/3 of the vote has gone towards the Conservatives and 2/3 of it has generally gone towards the Liberals. Obviously, a little goes to the Greens, a little goes to the Bloc. The thing is, the 1/3 that the Conservatives are getting from the NDP may be more useful than the 2/3 the Liberals are getting, because the Liberals are getting a bunch of votes in Parkdale High Park, University Rosedale, in places where the Liberals haven't lost in literally decades, whereas this is what I'm finding with people saying, I used to be an NDP voter and now I'm voting Conservative. It's working class ridings. And I think that's what this entire election is about. It's not nearly as much of an East versus West election as we've previously seen. It's the Conservatives have become a more minority heavy party, obviously still a rural party, but it's a working class party. It's a middle-aged party compared to the Liberals, who have become older and more metropolitan as time goes on. So the vote efficiency problems that the Conservatives have had in previous elections may not actually be present here.
I like that theory, and I hope you're right. I have heard that exactly, like in places where the Liberals were already going to win, they're running up a score. In previous elections, we've had the issue where the Liberals have what they call a very efficient vote, right? They've, in the last election in 2021 and in 2019, both elections, the Liberals finished with roughly 32% of the vote, right? And the Conservatives got 33% of the vote. So the Conservatives won the popular vote in the last two elections, but lost in Parliament because their vote was, not distributed in the right way. Well, it's possible that the opposite will happen in this election. And I think that this is why I don't want to keep coming back to the fact that it's nerve-wracking, but it feels like a winning campaign. It feels like the Conservatives have lots of momentum. Anecdotally, you're out there and you hear so many positive things from polls. I've been talking to Conservative staffers, people in the war room, people close to Pierre Poilievre, and they're all very optimistic. Like they feel good right now, which to me gives me some hope and some solace. But I mean, the polls, even if the polls are right, having the Conservatives at 39 or 40% of the vote is historically high, and they could still lose by 5 or 6%, right? They could get more votes as a percentage tonight than they did back in 2011 when Stephen Harper was elected, and still lose to a majority, which is something that we haven't seen in a while. David, I feel like I've been dominating here, so if you want to jump in, you can feel free to.
No, I'm just intrigued. I was just looking at some math here, trying to figure out how this could play out. I think one of the most intriguing things would be if you get the Liberals losing to Blanchette, and that's been, I think, why it raised the point. That's been one of the most interesting factors. Blanchette's been one of the most interesting factors. I thought he was really interesting during the English debate. I would sort of written him off for that, but he ended up being probably the strongest boxer of Carney. Partly because everybody knows that it's a conservative liberal horse race, and Blanchette kind of comes in a little bit as the, I don't know what the guy was in pro wrestling, the guy who comes in with the metal chair once in a while and bangs the guy in the back of the head in the middle of the, not that you followed that, Candace, but that was my ear. But you sort of wonder, back in 2004, Stephen Harper had conversations with Duceppe about potentially putting a party together. Obviously, a deal between the Conservatives and the Bloc would be fascinating, but it could be very culturally pragmatic, economically pragmatic. It could lead to a deeper kind of structural federalism. But you could see numbers come up. You need to win 170 seats. And if the Bloc runs the tables in Quebec and the the Conservatives end up with, call it 140, there's a possibility that you could see a totally different alignment coming out of this race.
Well, what do you think? Okay, play this out for me, any or all of you. A Conservative minority propped up by the blockheads. What do you think that looks like? How do you think that plays out? What do you think they would do, and how do you think people would respond?
Well, Wyatt made this prediction on my show like maybe 2 weeks ago, and I thought, wow, heads would explode in Alberta if all of a sudden you had Poilievre showing up with the Bloc leader saying we're going to form a coalition here. I honestly don't see it happening. I think that if Poilievre wins a minority, it will be a very short, very unstable government, and that we'll be back to the polls within a year. But Wyatt, feel free to say something totally different.
And my theory on it is the idea that there's a pragmatic political reason why the Bloc would be willing to work with the Conservatives and be less fighty for a while, as well as an actual policy reason. The policy reason is immigration. The Bloc Québécois' big issue, other than just generic Quebec sovereignty type stuff, is specifically immigration into Quebec. And it would be very difficult for them to work with the Liberals, who are the immigration maximalists, who don't actually care how many people enter the country because, hey, it helps pump the GDP and isn't that great for, whatever companies that Mark Carney's invested in. But the Bloc, for a political reason, why they might pragmatically want to prop up the Conservatives, is that if they just go back to the well and start helping the Liberals again, what's the point of voting for the Bloc Québécois around the Montreal donut? Who cares? You could have just voted for a Liberal guy and they would have just gotten you the exact same thing. That's why as soon as Mark Carney became the leader of the Liberals, he did not make, Blanchette did not make the mistake that Jagmeet Singh and the NDP did, is begging that, how about we just make it work out for the next 6 months? How about we work together? He knew the task at hand was for him to say, I don't care who the Liberal prime minister is. The whole point is the Liberal government is terrible. And so even if it doesn't end up working out in the long run, and I don't even want it to, they'll probably at least work with the Conservatives for a year to a year and a half. And that gives the Conservatives, if they win a minority, enough time to get a few small things done, prove, hey, you can trust us, so they can re-roll their government into a majority.
David, you were looking like you had something to say.
Well, no, I think Wyatt hit it, and Candace, I think that if you were to say, like, just a thought experiment, if you were to say to a good buddy of mine here, who's a very successful fund manager, has decided he's going to be an Alberta separatist. He's had it. For him, the pressure of the last 2 weeks, the thought that Canada could let the total failure of the last decade persist for another 4 years, just the fact that's even plausible, has him sort of rounding up the troops, and he's willing to write big checks and go for it. But if you were to say to most Albertans that have that instinct right now, look, we'll give you the identical deal that Quebec has. They've got a QPP, you'll have an APP. 52% of CPPIB we know already belongs to Albertans. It's already tagged. The reason the government won't come back with the numbers because they know the number. Alberta's had lower, youngest demographics, highest net income, highest employment rates, fastest demographic growth, smartest working age population in the country for 20 years straight. So it's overfunded CPPIB and hasn't taken that out. You could fully fund CPPIB with 6% contribution rates in Alberta, and the rest of the country would have to go to 14 or 15% just to keep it solvent. The gap between Alberta and Canada has become so stark in terms of economic momentum, political culture, that independence instinct that comes up could be contained within a stronger federalist structure that just said, look, we're going to give you the same deal that Quebec has. We're no longer going to have the RCMP run the version of the Alberta sheriffs and have your own law enforcement, collect your own taxes, do your
What about pipelines, David? Sorry to interrupt you, but like, what about pipelines? I feel like poly the Conservatives, that's one of their most important issues, and to me, that's something that's like uncompromisable. Will we have a minority government where they just refuse to build anything, and we're still dependent on the Americans? I mean, I feel like that's a sticky issue.
Maybe, but for most Alberta, I can tell you right now, if you just said we'll just do Northern Gateway, we'll finish KXL, Quebec can continue to depend on second order shipments from the US and buy from Saudi Arabia if they feel like it, their call, right? If Quebec says, look, no social license for a pipeline, lots of social license for Saudi Arabian shipping, have at it. The beauty of a cleaner structure of federalism is we're no longer sending you $20 billion a year to pretend to be socialist on an Alberta paycheck. And you don't have to take pipelines from us if you want to buy your energy from somewhere else. That's what federalism looks like. But I don't want to get too extreme. I do think, obviously, Pierre Poilievre would have deep reservations about being seen to be supporting a separatist entity. But I think that if push came to shove and you said, do you want to end this lost decade and actually work with Quebec on a series of rational economic and cultural assumptions, there's certain things would be harder to get done that need to be done, like the political reformation. But as Wyatt's pointed out on immigration and other things, I think you'd get at least a year's worth of consensus that might get a lot more done than we think. And we would just work on 2 other pipelines instead of Energy East.
And by the way, you could also, if you're Poilievre and the Conservatives, the pipeline issue into Quebec might be a great reason when you think you can go for the majority of creating a conflict with the bloc, slamming your hand down on the table, saying, pipeline now, we're going to an election. We just polled 10,000, 100,000 people in your province. They say go pipeline. And you're saying, no, well, then we'll let the voters decide and you could throw it back to a new election. And I think that it would honestly give Poilievre a lot of options.
With as we close in on the half-hour mark, we got to get predictions off you quickly, and then I know, Candace, you'd mentioned it right off the hop. Mm-hmm. You got your own thing starting tonight, and the other 2 are probably on a handful of other shows, so we're being very conscious of time. David, who do you think is winning tonight? Quickly.
Sadly, I think it's going to be a Conservative minority.
Okay.
And I think they're going to be I think there could be potential that they need to look at a conversation with the bloc.
Okay. And how many seats do you think the NDP are going to win tonight?
Oh, man. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Jagmeet Singh has destroyed that brand. 12.
12.
Wyatt.
I'm going to start off with the NDP thing. I think he's right on the money with 12. A lot of people think 0. They've fallen too low. Incumbents tend to have more staying power than people think. And NDP, the one thing that the NDP is good at is they run characters. And so their people tend to be very local characters who can get people behind them. That's actually the strength of the Conservative Party when they're doing things well. You have a lot of big personalities who can win local races.
Great point. Yeah.
I think overall, I actually would say conservative minority as well, a tighter minority. But I'm not particularly sad to even say that, because if anything, having the minority for a year and a half, implementing some of your small scale policies, promises, could allow you to get an even bigger majority than just eking one out in this race and having potentially things get held up by self-interested members in caucus. Plus, like, I'm not trying to be rude to anybody, but it would be nice to re-roll the dice with some better nominations around the country for the Conservatives, rather than having, frankly, turkey candidates like an Abbotsford South Langley up against Mike de Jong. Let's have some people who are actually, going to
conservative.
I feel like Sabrina Maddow would probably agree with you.
Not even conservative. Well, and me too. I was kicked out of a nomination.
I know. Calgary Signal Hill.
Yes, and the thing is, my thing, and I'm not trying to make this like I'm salty or anything. The thing is, even outside the idea of, is the person conservative enough? Because conservatism, if you're running a guy in Toronto, I understand he's maybe not going to be me or someone like that. But what I want them to be is MPs who are useful to the Prime Minister, not people who only can follow orders, because that's kind of what was the undoing of Harper in 2015. Everything had to be filtered through his office. So many MPs had become artificially slackers because Harper does everything. And so the majority wasn't really used to the effect it could have been.
Candace Malcolm.
Oh, I thought we were going to get cut off for time and that I wouldn't have time to make my
well, you got two.
I was going to run out the clock for me there. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I just don't see it happening. I think the Liberals are going to steal this one. And
minority or majority?
I'm praying it's a minority and an unstable one, because I think the NDP is going to get wiped out. I don't think they're going to get party status. I think that it could be possible that the Conservatives could win the popular vote again and just barely lose a minority. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that these two gentlemen are right, but that's where I'm headed right now.
Folks, thanks for
NDP.
Oh, yes, you can't skew.
I think they're going to lose their party status. That's fewer than 10, right? So I'm going to say 9. I don't know, but
hey, Candace, that's a good guess. That's what I.
That is a solid Price is Right move.
Folks, thanks for hopping on
Thanks,
today,
guys.
and being part of this. Candace, best luck with your live stream tonight.
All right, thanks so much.
Okay, twos. We're
at 23,000.
We just pulled up CBC too, because one of the things we've been saying on here was like, hey, as we continue to do this, we keep coming in second or third to the CBC, and right now,
20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago, we actually had more, and we still have more.
Yeah,
so we're currently
beating the
beating
CBC right now,
but they are creeping up. They're creeping up, and they are pretty creepy.
So keep sharing this.
We're the number one online. We're the number one online. So it's crazy.
So if you are
$2 billion less.
Yeah, probably $4 billion less. If you're watching online, make sure to retweet it on X, share it with your friends, et cetera, et cetera. We got a whole cast of characters ready to come in again. Jasmine Lane, the host of The Opinionated with Jasmine Lane on YouTube. We got Josh Udall, host of Elevate Podcast. And Tanner Nday, author, economist, and social commentator. So we'll welcome them all in. Josh, Jasmine, Tanner, thanks for being here today.
This is some serious bullshit. I'm the only one who has like the worst quality.
I appreciate the sacrifice, Jasmine. Thanks for coming on out to Halifax for that.
No, you don't even understand. I usually run on a much lower quality webcam. And then when I sat down in front of this camera today, I was like, wow, I look 100 years old.
So yeah, you do actually. I can vouch for that.
Yes, appreciate that.
Jasmine will get a kick out of this. What did you get? What did you get?
I got this eye cream stuff. So for those of you who don't know, yes. So for those of you who don't know, I have been working every waking moment for the past 2 weeks. Like it took everything I had to even just make it up to Lloydminster for this. And so when I sat down, I had these bags underneath my eyes that looked like the giant ones you get at Walmart to put your entire load of groceries in one trip in. It was insane. And so then we called Chris Sims and like, you used to work in television. What happens when people come in and they've got to be on camera, but they look like a bag of smashed hammers. And so she walked us through. She's like, yeah, you got to get this eye goop or whatever. And so I put it on like 4 or 5 times. And I'm hoping also to find like a clamp for the skin in the back of my head. I could be like Homer Simpson. But yeah, so that's what's going on with me. I'm basically running on fumes and Red Bull today.
Let's get your guys' thoughts on today, what you're hearing, and just your overall thoughts on Election Day. Jasmine, we'll start with the with not the studio setup. How's that? We'll pick on you a little bit. What?
Thanks.
What are your thoughts on today?
It is so hard to say. I've been trying to mull this over for most of the day, and it is so hit and miss. I've noticed that the Mark Carney bots are out in full force today, trying to get those last remaining undecided voters. And that has been overwhelming to watch and witness. I really, it's so like Canada is at such a critical and pivotal moment. And do I trust that we're actually ready to change something? I'm actually not quite sure. Obviously, people like us are. We see the bigger picture. We are very much awake in a sea of zombies who seem to not be on the same page and think that we're bad people solely because we have opened our eyes and understand the difference between fantasy and reality. But I'm hoping for it's going to be a minority either way. That would be my prediction, at least. I'm hoping it goes a nice little blue wave. I'd like to know how to surf, so that would be cool to chalk off a nice little bucket list to-do list for me.
Mm-hmm.
Stop laughing at me, Josh. Okay.
What a take. What a take. Oh, baby. I love it. No, that was great, Jasmine. Appreciate that.
I don't like you. I'm not coming to meet you at the studio in a few hours.
All love here.
Josh, your thoughts?
Oh man. Well, I'm wearing my blue shirt, so let's go, I am admittedly, seriously, I'm very much on the same wavelength as Jasmine. It's been a super weird election in a lot of ways. And Mark Carney's been able to leverage the idea that he's been able to call the election when he called it, which the whole goal was to let people know as little about him as possible to get an election in, boom, as soon as possible, let people vote him in. And we'll see how it goes. And I have 2 minds of this. My logical mind is we'll probably see a liberal minority. But my heart, my emotion is saying, I think Canada shocks the world and we see huge landslide conservative majority and we say, screw you to everybody. And that would be very fun to watch. And, I'd be losing it on stream if that happened tonight.
How many seats do you think the NDP are going to get?
I'm going, I like going to Vegas. I love going to the slot machines. Love going to the poker tables. Are fantastic. Give me lucky number 7.
7. Jasmine?
That was very generous, Josh. I'm going to say 3.
Tanner?
Oh, I don't know if I'm bold enough to bet. Maybe I was going to say about 7 or 8.
7 or 8?
Mm-hmm.
No, you got to pick one.
Hedge the bet a little bit. An economist usually gives a spread, so maybe between 6 and 20, somewhere in there.
Okay, all right. But you don't have an option. This is A, B, C, D, or E type thing. This isn't.
Well, if I choose
you can't pick D through F.
I'll go to 7.
7. All right.
Tanner, your thoughts on today? We hopped right to predictions. What are your thoughts on everything playing out from your eyes?
Oh, as a Christian, I have full confidence that the leader who the Lord wants in power is going to get in. And I don't not saying that one leader is more righteous or whatever it might be than the other. Instead, I'm saying that Almighty has a plan, and I think that plan is going to be accomplished. And the way he is going to accomplish that plan is beyond human understanding, says Paul. So I'm not, I don't know who's going to win, but I have full confidence it's going to be whichever one the Lord wants. And what's going to happen from there, who knows? But it's going to be a very exciting year, one way or the other. That I'm fully confident in.
I mean, not to be that guy, but do we really think that out of the thousands of years of human history, God cares about which person we elect for this brief moment in time?
Absolutely. No doubt about it whatsoever. You look at the scriptures and the God I serve is a personal God. He's a God that cares about me. He's a God that cares so much that he even tells a thief on the cross, who was no one, that today you'll be with me in paradise because you believe in me. So yes, I have full confidence that this election today is just as much on Almighty God's radar as it was with, not that it was an election, but Nebuchadnezzar or Moses or Caesar, whoever it might be. Absolutely, he's invested in this.
Yeah, well, if the Bible teaches us anything, although we're living in interesting times have been around a long time.
I don't know. I feel like he's pretty busy with the Vatican right now, but maybe that's just me.
Well, that's something separate. And so if you mean that, the God of Christ or Christ Almighty is Christians serve the same God as Catholics. No, they're separate in that regard. But either way, nevertheless, you have an infinite God who is, infinite and perfect. And I don't think he's taxed by one event or the other when it comes to mankind, when he created all reality. So no, I think he's invested. I know he is. Absolutely. Of course.
Josh, you're sitting out. Actually, Jasmine, you're sitting out in Halifax too, correct? We'd had a conversation, Josh, earlier. What was that? 2 weeks ago, I want to say, roughly, about possibly, seeing different things from the Conservatives. It gave me, I don't know, a little bit of perspective that certainly, bringing people from across the country can only do. Now, we had Peter McIsaac on earlier, and he talked about basically, it's going liberal. And I was curious, you're a younger guy than Peter. You're out in the same rough area, right? What do you see out there from, I don't know, the voting base, if you would?
It's very similar to kind of what we had that conversation on, is when you get into the cities like Halifax, in those inner communities, especially when they have the bigger ridings, you're going to see them go red, simply put. When you get out to the more rural areas, farmers and all those people, you're going to get conservative. That's kind of where things are at, simply put. But I do feel like Atlantic Canada is going to be a bit of a battleground region. I think people like Rick Perkins are going to maintain their seat because he's had such a strong foothold in that riding for such a long time. And because it's such a consequential election, people will go with who they know. And that's where I think things are going. I think a lot of Atlantic Canada, a lot of the incumbents are probably going to win. Darren Fisher's going to win his. I think Sean Fraser's going to win his. But there's going to be some toss-ups in the ridings where people did not return. And I think those are actually favoring the Conservatives at the end of the day because people don't know who they're voting for, so they'll vote for the person they see on TV, and that's Poilievre or Mark Carney.
Jasmine, you were in Manitoba, right? And then you're flying over there. Yeah, sorry. When you look at the two areas, so you're in Manitoba, you get a feel for it, and then you fly to a different place. Have you noticed anything? Because I'm just kind of curious. A Western girl going out to the East. Have you picked up on anything or like I was just in Edmonton for a hockey tournament over the weekend, and the amount of NDP signs even shocked me a little bit. I know Tuz has his thoughts on that.
It seems kind of pointless. Not very many of them can read.
At the end of the day,
talking about Manitoba or Edmonton here?
Well, actually, now that you mention it, I had meant Edmonton, but yeah, fair point. It also applies in Manitoba.
That's funny. Goodness. It's funny. This week has been crazy. I've been in Manitoba, Toronto, Manitoba, Nova Scotia. So I've gotten a good lay of the land out in this direction. I was actually rather surprised. Toronto, by all accounts, a lot of the people, like I have some friends and stuff in the area who I was meeting with when I was out there for work. And there was a number of them that have actually jumped ship and they are officially riding the blue wave, which I was absolutely shocked by. That would probably be my biggest takeaway from Toronto at the very least. A lot more conservative support than I would have ever expected. As for Halifax, it is very orange here. Let me tell you, for people who dislike Donald Trump, boy, do they ever represent with that color scheme. So that was very shocking. I've never been on the East Coast to this degree before, and that was very surprising to me. I knew it was liberal leaning. I didn't realize how heavily NDP and liberal it is in a lot of this area. Like it's actually been quite shocking. I feel like I'm in a different world. But yeah, very, very liberal, very, very NDP. Manitoba's the same as well, though. Manitoba, for whatever reason, it seems to be the inner cities. It's NDP all the way for the most part. And then the reason why Manitoba tends to be blue at the end of the polls is due to all of the southern communities, rural areas that end up voting blue, and that dominates the vote of the city. So I'm curious to see what that will look like, because I know even my neighborhood before I was leaving, holy moly, the amount of orange and red signs on the yards were far greater than anything blue. So it's that's one of the things about this election that's so interesting is, you know, usually there's a little bit better of a lay of the land, and it seems like there's so many different areas that are actually switching or really, you know, tying their laces with whatever their loyalty is this election. And people seem to be very, very set in stone with who they want, which obviously I would thank a lot of the media and whatnot for having the opinions that they do right now.
Yeah, I live just a little bit outside of Calgary, and I was driving in there a little bit, and I didn't see much at all for any signs other than conservative, with the exception of a couple by the university, and then one on one of the main drags. There's this Chinese cemetery, and there was a big liberal sign on somebody's fence right there, and that makes sense to me because those are their two key demographics.
One of the things that, I'm waiting for.
I was wondering if that was supposed to be a joke, because, you know, jokes are mirroring reality a little too much these days, you know.
Yeah. I think I get this right. You're all '90s kids, yeah?
Correct.
Represent.
Curious. You know, like Tuz is the eldest on the podcast right now.
Most mature.
Yeah, I don't.
So
we
sorry
all
to
know
hear
that. No, we all know that isn't true. But I am curious, you know, from your age demographic, or just from, like, you know, your conversations, your walk-arounds, your you know, what your eyes are telling you. Like, one of the things they talk about in elections is trying to get the young out to vote, right? Have you seen your age group more active, less active? Nobody cares. I don't know. The fact that three of you are sitting here today tells me that I think there's more activity, but maybe I'm wrong on that. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I think you're not wrong. There's a lot of people getting more engaged. But what the problem is that we're seeing is it's become so, there's been so much vitriol when it comes to different people. And a lot of people, especially at least out here out east, it's, if you vote blue, you are internally a bad person. There's not really a whole lot of thought to actual policy. There's a lot of thought to how it makes you feel, how it makes you look to others. And that is a huge problem that we're seeing even in our age group. However, when you get people below me, so those South 35, they're the ones who are really hurting right now. And I can't make rent. I can't afford a house. I can't afford my groceries. What the heck is going on? And I can even say, in my direct family, who are much younger than me, who are the third generation of a generation that came over from Italy to settle here, they're the ones who were told, always vote liberal no matter what. They got me a job, you vote liberal. Mm-hmm. My whole liberal family, 3 generations, all voted conservative. So they broke a huge trend that we've been seeing in my family and also in our extended family as well. So it's very interesting to watch.
What about you, Tanner?
Oh, I would agree with that. You know, there's a principle, right, or just a fact of truth itself, in that you can only deny reality for so long. So I think over these last years, we've been told, our age group, and well, most age groups for that matter, have been told by government that basically you can do whatever you want and you can spend and spend and spend as much as you want. Here, we're going to drown interest rates and really encourage you to purchase a home that is far beyond your means, because now is a perfect time to buy because it's cheap to get a loan and so on. But eventually interest rates rise. This is just one example. And we realize that, oh, actually reality is coming back to slap us in the face. You know, you can bend reality, you can twist it, you can pull it back as far as you want, but you can't crack its bones, right? Like, you can even kill it if you want. You can try and kill reality, but then it just rises from the dead. And so I think there is a reckoning with younger voters across the country, because, quite correctly, as has been stated, they can't make a go of it, right? They can't pay their bills. They can't, or at least they can't do so with just one job. No one's looking forward to buying a home now because it seems out of reach. It's become almost impossible to have children because that costs a lot of money, and so on and so on. And so you have all of these individuals who are desperate and wanting change, rightfully so. And of course, that's going to encourage more political activity and activism than what would otherwise be, normal in Canadian society.
How many people have been talking to you? So I was thinking about this because I really like economics, and as somebody where that's your wheelhouse, how many times do people try and pick your brain on this when they're discussing the election? Like, how often does the math side of things factor into it, as opposed to, say, the fields, for example, that Josh was talking about?
Yeah, well, for me, it's actually quite a lot, just because I spend a lot of my time lately, last couple of years, traveling around the province and speaking at various events, talking about various economic issues. And so the people that attend those events tend to already be invested in the economic side of things, or at least want to know more about the economic side of what's happening in Alberta and Canada. So it's quite common. And again, it's an integral part of life, right? Like, if you can't afford groceries, that's a pretty serious hit. If you can't afford rent, that's a pretty serious hit. So you have a lot of, people who are trying to figure out how to maneuver their lives so as to keep on living with at least some semblance of a quality of life that they've been promised in this country, but they're finding it increasingly difficult to do so. Now, that isn't to discount, of course, feelings at all, though. Politicians are master manipulators and actors and so on, and they're very good at rising an emotion or bringing out the emotions of people to combat a boogeyman, for example, or someone else to have a vote sway their way. So the logic of the election is powerful. The feelings behind it are equally, if not more powerful as well. And so I think a good statesman tries to appeal to both to encourage the population to vote in a particular direction.
Well, in 10 minutes, we got Franco Terrazzano and Chris Sims coming on, and I assume the CTF is going to talk a lot about, if the Liberals get back in, what that means to the money spend and how much they're going to do under Carney versus the Conservatives and what that's going to look like. Yes?
Well, yeah, I think one of the things I've really appreciated about them when they come on the election live streams is that they tend to talk quite a lot about, hey, this is this particular plank from that party. Here's another one from another one. And they can speak in depth to what exactly each party is offering in terms of the tax side of things and what the potential ramifications of that are. And so, it's probably not going to be so much if the Liberals get in, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be probably more this plank from these guys makes sense. This plank from these guys doesn't.
At times I just don't. I don't know about you three, but I'm like, I don't even try. They can say whatever they want right now, but I want to see what actually happens afterwards, right? It's like you can say all these lovely things, and then if it doesn't happen, it's like, well, great. And I'm starting to learn that about all politicians at this point. Mm-hmm. They say things, and then they don't follow through with a ton of them. And I'm sure the bureaucracy that has grown at exponential rates under Trudeau has not made any of that easy. But I have a hard time listening to any of these, like when Jasmine, when we had you on for the debate, I don't know about you, but by the end of it, I'm like, man, what a painful couple hours. Cause it's just like, I don't even know if I trust a single word that's coming out of these guys. You have had an interesting view because you got to sit down with Pierre and his wife. Mm-hmm. You've, had I don't know, but maybe I'm wrong on this, rocket success on YouTube. Like I've been following your videos. They've been getting sent to me like nonstop. When you
tell my mom to delete your number.
when you look at, like, I don't know, your audience, what's the feedback? You take all the bots out of it that are attacking you for everything that you say. Like, when you're looking at Carney, just, we're going to spend more money. It's going to be fine. Like, we're just going to keep on doing what we've been doing, and we're going to be great. Do you hear, like, absolute outrage, or are you surprised by the feedback you're getting off of your channel and then your sit-down with Pierre and his wife?
Yeah, I mean, I think mostly I hear absolute outrage to the point where even both of my parents have been loyal Liberals their entire lives. Very supportive of my career, but very, very liberal nonetheless. We have interesting conversations. And actually, my father called me a few days ago, and he's like, Jazz, I got to tell you something. I voted for Pierre over the weekend. And I was like, what? Would have never in a million years expected to hear that out of his mouth of all people. And my mother actually, same story. So I think there's a lot of people, particularly after Mark Carney had actually released his platform. That was a big one, and I understand now why they waited so long to release it. Because yikes, that was just a spending disaster. And again, you know, a lot of the promises it's very like insider elitist language, for lack of better words, where there's a lot of things that there's big words and it sounds technical and it sounds really good, but if you actually understand what it is that they're trying to say, it was actually just paragraphs and paragraphs of the ABCs. Like, there was nothing at all of substantial value in there. There really wasn't. There's things that sound good and look good, but his entire platform was really based on like a hypothetical, like, oh, well, if the market goes the way that I think it will, which it hasn't in the past, by the way, you know, this means it's going to be really prosperous for us. And that's just not really how the world works, you know. Like, I think that Canada, in so many ways, and people are very much waking up to this, was a bit of a social experiment in terms of, you know, the climate agenda and things like that, DEI, ESG policies, all of these things that were promised and sold to investors and to the public as being really prosperous, that wound up being, you know, almost the final nail in the coffin for us instead. And so I'm hearing, especially in the last couple of days, a lot more Canadians. I would also add like a significant increase in young women who have been reaching out to me, who have said like, wow, did you ever open my eyes? And for me too, you know, I don't hold myself up as somebody who's worthier than thou by any stretch. I literally just talk about the news that everybody tries to hide and tries to pretend doesn't exist because it doesn't fit with the narrative. But I would say as a whole, at the very least, while yes, I agree with what you were saying before, that there's so many promises and it can be kind of noisy sometimes, and it's hard to know what the main focus is going to be. If at the very least, and these are promises that I do hold people to, politicians, when they have like the, you know, what's going to happen in the first month of being in government, or what will happen in the first year, whatever those promises are the ones that I absolutely expect to see some serious change being made on. And, you know, we saw that with Justin Trudeau as an example when he legalized marijuana, and Pierre Poilievre also released his, which, and I can't remember what all of them are off the top of my head right now, but I know the one of them was cracking down on crime big time. So, you know, that alone is enough to really, really help a lot of Canadians, a lot. And so I think if we even just get through the bare minimum of what the Poilievre Conservative campaign has promised compared to the bare minimum of what the Carney campaign has promised, we are going to feel that very quickly, not just perhaps with economically, but also just in general with our mental health. And when you look around and you see that people maybe aren't struggling, aren't scared anymore, whatever it may be. So I think as a whole, we're getting there. Again, as for today, I am not 100% sure how I feel about it all, but it's just yeah, it's a wild time. It's a wild time out there. It's impossible to predict, but I'm inclined to agree with you know, there is a plan here, and everything always works out in the end as it should. So
you know, one of the things that gives me a lot of hope for what's going on in our country is not well, you three in particular, right? People that are younger, that are getting, they've probably always been there too. Forgive me as being a you know, relative newcomer to the political circle, as we do you know, another election coverage.
Yes.
But you know, seeing, because you know, it's only what, like a month ago, Jasmine, we had our chat, and I didn't know who you were. Josh, it was, you know, like less than that. I'd never even heard of you until Jasmine said, oh yeah, you know, this is where I'm going to be. And I'm like, oh, who the heck is this guy? And then obviously, Tanner, we've been on stage together, and now live right across the street from each other. And you're recently married. Josh, congrats on your first kid.
Thanks so much.
That's exciting. And I think, you know, as Canada continues to get more involved in politics, I see people such as yourself as like, oh, this is really, really interesting and really hopeful, because more people are starting to talk. More people are, you know, just what you said, Jasmine, a bunch of young women are reaching out to you. I think that's super cool to hear. And the fact that your family, you know, longtime liberals, voted for Pierre. I think those things are starting to change in our country. And if it's not this election, I firmly believe it's going to be the elections that come, because there's more and more independent media types starting up all over the place. As we're gonna, you guys have your live stream tonight, and we wish you all the success with that. And it just gives me hope that there's more voices. Now, before we hit the top of the hour, I don't know if we got all we had Josh with a liberal minority. Jasmine, did you give a prediction on the election? We want to get those
3
in.
seats for the NDP.
3 seats for the NDP.
3 seats for the NDP. Wishful thinking. I would also say probably a liberal minority. I'm torn though. It's either going to be liberal minority, or we are going to see the most insane, outrageous conservative landslide win that nobody could have ever predicted.
Tanner, did you give us a prediction? If you haven't, a prediction on who you think is going to win?
Well, I initially said God's man. Yeah, whichever one he wants. I'm in the same boat though. I can't get a feel on it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a conservative majority. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a liberal majority or a minority or a conservative minority. Like, this election seems so wild. It seems impossible to judge.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have no, my guess would be honestly totally random. I really have no idea.
And there's probably one last thing I'll add to that too, is yes, I think tonight we're in hockey playoff time, right? We saw what the Edmonton Oilers did last night. I think tonight
we certainly did, didn't we, twos? Certainly did.
I think what we're seeing here tonight's election is game one. I'll be quite frank. If Liberals win a minority, it's game one. Because then we'll have time to see who Mark Carney really is. And then we'll be back at the polls before the year's out, and we'll see a conservative majority. You can take that one to the bank, folks. That's my prediction.
Well, folks, there it is. Appreciate you guys hopping on. Once again, best of luck with your live stream tonight.
Yes.
Appreciate you all giving us time this afternoon. And as you guys been on, we're at 25,000 people watching us simultaneously.
Close to 26.
Yeah. And
Oh my gosh, you guys are so famous.
Super famous.
Yeah, super
It's
famous.
the eye cream.
It's the eye cream.
It is the eye cream. And we've got a lot of guests with great hair on at the same time.
That's right. Thanks, folks, for hopping in.
Of course, take care.
See ya.
Okay, we are at the top of the hour, which means we are going to get to, somebody asked, commercials on a live stream. Yeah, we got major sponsors that helping fund this, helping put this on, helping bring the Cornerstone Forum to Calgary. So here as we go,
go ahead.
Silver Gold Bull for all your precious metal needs. You can get silvergoldbull.ca or .com, depending on which side of the border you're on. If you reference the podcast, Shaun Newman Podcast, you can get deals, and reach out to their team, reference the podcast. They can put you in touch and tell you all about what's going on in the world of precious metals, but hitting all-time highs right now in gold and silver, at least in the last month on both. And depending on this election, I assume it could go one of two ways.
And either way, gold's going up. So yeah, it's a win for everybody.
And then a little thunder in there, Bow Valley Credit Union is
a little bit of lightning.
Is your Alberta regulated, fully serviced financial institution, and they're proud to present the first in Canada gold collateral lending for all your banking needs here in Alberta. Bow Valley CU.com.
Yeah. When Josh said you could take his prediction to the bank, this is the bank he was talking about.
That's right. And then
also throw out the first name of the person who won.
So no, we got a Mashup shirt, went out to Melissa out of Airdrie, Alberta. So that was our first winner. And we're going to do another one right now. So if you want to get $100 gift card to
10th person.
10th person. Sure. 10th person texting me.
Garden Girl, based in Regina. Online store, gardengirl.ca. Longtime supporter of the show, fan of the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wonderful lady, came out and met us in person at one of the events.
She sells 4 lines of garden seeds and ships all across Canada. So it doesn't matter where you're tuning in. For all your gardening needs, go to gardengirl.ca. She's an absolute beauty. And
it's just about time to start putting them in the ground.
Yeah. 10th person to text me, and we'll announce that here in the next hour. But gardengirl.ca will give away a $100 gift card. And if you reference, it is, what is the
I think you put it in the banner.
Did I put it in the banner? Pull it up. If you reference promo code Victory Garden. You get 15% off your order right now. So
how come we don't have our own promo code?
I don't know. We should have asked her that. I don't know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do?
All right. Well, that's what we're going to have to take that up with the.
Going back, 10th person to text me, you're getting a $100 gift card there. So fire off those texts right now. In the meantime, we got the show doesn't stop. We got our next group coming in. Chris Sims, Alberta Director of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, Franco Terrazzano, the Federal Director of the CTF. And I think, do I see Tristan Hopper there?
Yep.
We'll see if his picture comes into view. We got Tristan Hopper, a Canadian journalist who works for the National Post. So Franco, Chris, and Tristan, if you can hear us, just get your camera working and we'll bring you right in. Folks, how does it go today?
You told Jasmine about the eye cream?
I told the entire internet about the eye cream.
We literally, we're truth here. We don't hold back the fact that Twos had to put on some eye goop. Okay, Chris?
Did you say who helped you?
Yes, we did. Yes,
awesome.
we did.
Okay, that's all
we
I
gave a shout out. We gave a shout out to the lovely Chris Sims.
Honestly,
Hi,
we would be
Franco.
lost without you. And Tristan's got some video now, so let's throw him on.
Tristan, thanks for hopping in.
Hi, I'm hiding in a conference center room, so they might kick me out at any moment. So.
Well, you're live at NDP headquarters, correct?
No, not yet. I'm still trying to find where it is. It's officially known as the Victory Party. So I am near Burnaby South, which is Jagmeet Singh's home riding. I'm just arriving at the hotel, which is actually also a voting place. So if anybody overhears me talking politics, I could go to jail.
Oh, well, that's basically what we've been dealing with for the past several years. Welcome to the party, pal.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's start. Franco, your thoughts on today. What are you hearing on your side? Or just, we were just talking earlier about the two platforms and
what policy planks have you liked so far?
Well, I like the fact that you at least have both major parties talking about cutting taxes. I mean, look, you can go across the board on the different tax cuts and, just calling balls and strikes here. You have Poilievre offering more tax relief, right? So income taxes, Carney's going to save the two-person family about $800. Poilievre would save that family $1,800, so twice as much relief. Carbon taxes. Well, Carney set the consumer carbon tax rate to 0. Then he wants the hidden carbon taxes on Canadian businesses. Poilievre, scrap all carbon taxes. Get rid of the consumer carbon tax. Get rid of the hidden carbon tax on businesses. Get rid of the second carbon tax the Trudeau government buried in fuel regulations. You go to taxes on homes. Well, Carney wants to provide first-time home buyers with some sales tax relief up to $1 million. Poilievre wants to take the sales tax off of all new homes up to $1.3 million. And fellas, like we talked about this before, but another big thing here that Poilievre wants to do is he's going to end the reporting requirement with the CRA, effectively taking the threat of a home equity tax off the books. I haven't heard much, if anything, from Carney on home equity taxes, but we all know that the government has been flirting with home equity taxes for years, about a decade now, funding, promoting home equity tax reports to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, just to kind of sum it all up, you got both major parties talking about tax cuts, but when it comes to actual tax relief, Poilievre is providing significantly more.
Fair enough. Now, are there any outlying, so aside from the two major parties here, have there been any policy planks put forward by any of the lesser ones in terms of prominence where you've been like, that's a great idea. Regardless of who wins, we should do that?
Yeah, I'll just be honest with you. I haven't really been following the other parties here as closely, mostly because, just look at the polls, right? It looks like it's going to be a very close race between the Liberals and the Conservatives. But folks, I'm going to pivot a little bit here. And, the one thing that really caught me off guard is actually Carney's budget, his budget plan, if we can call it that. Now, I thought we were going to see a bit of a shift towards the center from the Liberals. But, I didn't even know this was possible. But Carney's budgeting is worse than Trudeau's, right? He's supposed to be the math guy, but the math guy's math isn't mathing. Like, he wants to run bigger deficits and bigger debt than what Trudeau was planning to do over the next 4 years. So, for example, Carney is talking about adding $225 billion to the debt over the next 4 years, about $100 billion more than even what Trudeau is planning to do.
What's the biggest deficit we've ever ran outside of 2008-ish and then 2020 to now?
Oh, I know that.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Tristan, take it away.
That's I was looking that up because I was trying to do a historical comparison. So, I mean, my thesis going into this was that this would be sort of the worst string of sort of debt accumulation, and that's not exactly true. That would belong to the 1980s. So, if you look at both terms of Mulroney and the last term of Pierre Trudeau, that in terms of adjusting for inflation, that blows it out of the water. So, the last year of Pierre Trudeau, 1984. If you adjust it for inflation, you're looking at $100 billion of new debt in 1 year. So we're still below those levels. But what the record, I figured it out. If you sort of look at those 4 years and that total, whatever, $220 billion, that's aside from those periods in the 1980s. So if you take out, the two Mulroney ones and the last Pierre Trudeau, it would be the highest rate of peacetime debt accumulation in Canadian history. So you don't have a war, you don't have a pandemic, you don't have a recession. So just a government deciding to spend a crap ton of money for no apparent reason, just structural debt. It's way up there. But this is one of those things where when you look at, physically, the actual raw numbers are going to be higher. But wow, the debt of the 80s is crazy. So it's sort of it's getting on that 1980s style escalator.
Hey, let me just jump in there for a second, too. So if you disregard deficit and debt just for a second, you look at total government spending. One of the things that really blew my mind is that even after adjusting for inflation and population growth, the Trudeau government back in 2018 was spending all-time highs, right? So before a pandemic, before any cross-country recession, back in 2018, Trudeau was spending more money than the federal government did during any past World War or any past recession. Right, and that's even after accounting
general government debt. So this is sort of the mistake I see is you'll actually see. I'm seeing international reporting looking at Carney's plan, and they're saying, well, Canada can afford to spend a lot because federal debt is only 42% of GDP or whatever. But the problem is they're not comparing us with like countries. So a place like the UK, they don't really have a lot of sub-sovereign debt. France, they don't have a lot of sub-sovereign debt. So the problem is we have a Christ ton of federal debt and then a whole bunch at the provincial level. So when you add those two levels of debt together and compare them to peer countries, say in Europe, then our debt is one of the highest in the world. We're looking at like 107. Obviously Franco's going to have a better view of that. But often those comparisons are flawed because you don't have the equivalent of provincial debt in a lot of our peer countries. The U.S. being an exception, of course, you have state level debt.
Did you say Christ ton of debt?
No.
That's what it sounded like. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I heard that as well.
Okay, I want to know what the carbon tax is on a Christ ton. That is an awful lot
let's say buttload, which is a technical measurement. It's in the wine trade.
Yes, it's alcohol.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Chris Sims, it's great to have you back. I'm glad you found the goop or told us about the goop.
Yep.
For Toose's eyes.
I look decades younger than I did several hours ago. So thank you for that.
You're like Doc Brown in Back to the Future too. It's awesome.
Your thoughts on I don't know. You've been we had Trish Wood on earlier, and we were digging into some of.
She said I was brilliant.
She actually did compliment Toos, which pained me because I have to sit by him the rest of the day. But regardless, you've been I look at your history of work. And we obviously on the show lean on you a lot. We appreciate your thoughts. What are your thoughts on today? And I don't know, just the things around this election. I'm curious what's sticking out to you.
Kind of the strangeness of the campaign. I had a friend of mine earlier today compare what's going on with U.S. President Donald Trump speaking off every day about the 51st state thing. I had a friend of mine compare that to hail in a sudden storm. After you've got your crop in the ground, everything's growing fine, sun is shining, and out of nowhere comes a big hailstorm. To that end, I've seen good and bad campaigns being run from the inside and outside. I think the Conservatives ran a very good campaign here. Their messaging was good. Their policies were solid. I think they really got it out there. I think the difference today will be in getting out the vote. Who's got a more efficient ground game in different teams? For folks who haven't been involved in a federal election in this way, it's literally today there are people in vans and cars who are volunteers working on various campaigns for all parties. Okay, they've got clipboards, they've got software, they've got apps on their phones. They're getting out the vote. People refer to it as GOTV. And they go riding by riding by riding to a granular point in some cases, especially in areas like the 905 and the ring around Vancouver. So we'll see. I think that is what is going to determine tonight. As far as policy goes, Franco was right, of course, on all of those tax measures. On the other side of the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, we were also fighting against the censorship bills. And we were also fighting to get the media off of government payroll. And we don't need to tell you guys in this room, but a lot of our listeners may not realize that it's not just the CBC that is on government payroll. Pretty much the entirety of what we would refer to as legacy media or mainstream media nowadays is in some form dependent on government funding now.
Which includes me.
I was like, are we going to address
that's
the elephant in the room here?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, I was wondering if we were going to address that elephant in the room. So
yeah. No, Post Media is on the government dole. I mean, we survived before it. I think we would survive without it. But yeah, that's as a member of the mainstream media. Yeah, I'm not sure what percentage of our revenue it represents. But yeah, that's absolutely true. And the problem is the easiest thing we used to throw at CBC all the time before you had these sort of mainstream media subsidies come in. As you could sort of, we used to love, I still love yelling at the CBC for being sort of state media. And now whenever I say it, people are like, well, you're like 10% state media or whatever. So the criticism that you're just, defending your paycheck is not entirely wrong. And it bothers me to an extent.
Yeah, and this is why it sucks. To Tristan's point exactly, if I can use that term. To Tristan's point exactly, it's the perception of bias that destroys trust. So even if Tristan's out there busting his butt every single day, doing all the W5 work, but even if, let's say for argument's sake that you were, or one was, okay? Even if one was doing that as a journalist, it's the perception of bias that kills trust. And so this is the pickle we're in right now. And so this is the other element that we're hoping gets fixed after this next election. We're also concerned about the censorship laws online, how that is going to affect things like podcasts, things like this show, things like YouTube channels. So there's a lot on the line in this election for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a lot similar to what's happening with ECOS. So for those of you, you guys all know, I'm very certain, but ECOS, Frank Graves, had said on Twitter that he was going to personally make sure that Pierre Poilievre didn't win, which, as somebody who gets all of his money from the government, is a big gamble. And so then now when he's saying that when ECOS first came out with the idea that the Liberals were surging in the polls, you look at it and you say, okay, well, if they were surging in the polls, he would say that. And if they weren't surging in the polls, and he needed them to win or his company basically stops existing, he would still say that. And if they were kind of just in the polls, he would also say that. And so then it's this perception of bias where you're like, he would literally say this regardless of what the truth is. So how much stock can you put in it? And I think to Chris's point, it's a very similar concern when you look at some of the things being said in the media.
Yeah, which leads to, that's why, you're seeing, it leads to more contentious elections because when you have so many people with sort of their fingers in the government pie, you look at the standard election of 60, 70 years ago, you could just have an election that's just looking at sort of high level issues, what we're going to do in foreign policy, what we're going to do in the general gestalt of government. And if people are complaining about, polarization and contentiousness, it's because you have an increasing number of people whose job and livelihood and whatever is dependent upon the governmental results. So as the Canadian Taxpayers Federation will gladly tell you, the most politically involved groups are people who benefit from a cartel. So the largest and most powerful lobby group in Canada is people are always surprised when I tell them it's the dairy farmers. It's the freaking dairy farmers. They're everywhere. They're incredibly powerful. And it's because if they don't have the state cracking down on, well, not cracking down, maintaining the dairy cartel, I mean, the jig is up. As a result, they realize the number one thing they have to do is concentrate on benefiting from government. So basically, as the size of government swells, as you've got more subsidies here, as you've got, nonprofit over here, 61% on, Trudeau government grants, you're just adding more and more people to that sort of cartel environment where if this election doesn't go the way I want, I can't run, the International Center for Climate Studies, blah, 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 because I'm going to lose my grant funding.
Yeah, and to your point about the dairy cartel, it's probably been the thing that frustrates me most out of all the cartels is because they present it as this public good. Like, you need us to make sure that you have good, high quality milk that's safe. And milk it's something that costs you roughly $5, and you can tell as soon as you open it whether it's any good or not. And so it is probably the thing that needs the least amount of government oversight.
We're involved to actually do that. That's a special power we have, is to smell milk and see.
It's a good thing.
I drink it anyway. I'm fine.
Let me just pick up on something Tristan said there that I think is actually extremely important. Where as the size and cost of government grows, so does the contentiousness around an election, because all the baked-in taxpayer-funded special interests there are fighting away. So Tristan's already mentioned a couple things. Chris has talked about the mainstream media bailouts. You have the CBC, where you have one party, the Conservatives, that are saying they're at least going to defund a portion of the CBC. Then you have the Liberal Party that wants to dump another bucket of cash to the CBC. But it's not just that too, right? You also have a ton of corporate welfare. You've seen the expansion of subsidies to corporations, right? In 2022 alone, corporate welfare from the federal level costs like $11.2 billion. Well, you can look at a handful of multinational corporations getting about $30 billion to build battery factories. So you can already see the ballooning interest there. And probably the biggest interest group is just the federal bureaucracy itself, right? We've mentioned this many times, but look, Trudeau added 108,000 bureaucrats in less than a decade. Now, I don't know about you, but before Trudeau came to power, I don't remember Ottawa Citizen headlines saying there was a bureaucrat shortage here in Ottawa. Of course, there wasn't, right? He ballooned the cost by 73%. Even look at something as simple as the carbon tax. Well, the federal government hires hundreds of bureaucrats to impose the carbon tax, right? That alone, you have a special interest within the bureaucracy who would prefer not to lose their cushy taxpayer-funded jobs when one party comes in and gets rid of that awful tax. So you can see, and I just think Tristan made a wonderful point, that as the size of government grows, you have more contentious elections because you have more people whose jobs and money relies on taking more tax dollars.
Absolutely. And it's why you consistently see it happened in BC. It happened in Ontario. We were just talking about how it was the same case even municipally in Calgary, where the biggest third-party spenders are the public sector unions over and over and over again. And you think, why do these people have such a vested interest in it? Well, it's because their car payment depends on it.
Well, they were lighting their hair on fire over what? The threat of going to work 3 times a week, right? Yeah. Are you kidding me? You know what I mean? Lighting their hair on fire. I remember the national strike, as if really anyone outside of Ottawa even noticed what was going on. But you had one of the union groups pushing for up to a 47% compensation increase over a number of years. I remember the National Post wrote on that during the Peace Act strike. So look, I mean, these union bosses really have a grip over, I don't know, let's call it the public purse. And the problem is, of course, is that it's difficult politically for politicians to do the right thing and give everyone a cut. I'll go back to my Alberta roots here for a second, but I remember in the early to mid 90s, you had the Klein government essentially go to the union bosses and say, look, you can go back to your membership and you can either tell them everyone's getting a 5% haircut, or we're going to lay off 5% of the bureaucrats, you pick. But, it's very tough politically to find the spine to do that.
Well, it's gotten to the point where it's easier to feed the beast than to fight it, regardless of which party you are.
Oh, and here's the thing. Eventually,
we'll feed it.
Yeah, and eventually, look, they're just not going to be able to escape reality, right? And this is what you saw in the 90s. So in the 80s, you saw this, as Tristan actually mentioned, right? Good segue back. You saw this explosion in the cost of government, right? These massive debt accumulations. Well, at a point, the people who are buying government debt are going to go back to these politicians and say, look, if you want to borrow money, you're going to have to pay crazy interest charges. Like already every dollar you pay in federal sales tax go to pay interest on the federal debt. But, things are going to get worse if politicians just go the easy route to just keep feeding the beast. I mean, what happened in Saskatchewan under an NDP government back in the 90s? Well, everyone remembers the story of them closing down dozens of rural hospitals across that prairie province. Well, guess what, folks? You keep letting and schools, right? You let the debt get out of control, and it's no longer your decision to be made.
That was a really good long-term decision for the NDP, though, because now they're in a situation where there's so many people who would have never voted for them, who packed up and moved to Alberta, and they are no longer in Saskatchewan to vote for the people who aren't the NDP. So, I mean, as much as we like to rag on the socialists for not really knowing their way around economics or literacy or traffic signals, they really played a great long game on this, because all the people who would never vote for them never have a chance to vote against them.
With 6 minutes here before we get to the half-hour mark where I gotta move things along, I got 3 brilliant people sitting here, and I don't think we got
4 actually, but yeah, continue.
If I could mute him, if I could just take him off the screen, right, folks? I'm wondering election predictions. We've been talking about it all day long. You three are as clued in as anyone. Chris, who do you got winning tonight?
Oh, I'm the wild-eyed optimist of the family here at the Taxpayers Federation, because somebody's got to be. So I'll put it this way, and I would say the same thing straight up. If the blue team had been in charge the past 10 years and everything was ashes, I mean, if they had doubled the debt in 9 years, if they had hiked up taxes, including on our home heating bills, man, that makes me mad. Like, if they had censored our speech, if they had frozen our bank accounts, like, I would be livid. So I don't think normal working people look at what happened the last 10 years and especially the last 5 and say, you know what? This is awesome. I can't afford a house. I can't afford food. I can't afford fuel. I was called a monster and a denier for wanting to take my kids on a road trip in my station wagon. I want more of this. So I think that there's going to be a big surge of people who don't usually vote, who are going to come out, and I think they're going to vote Conservative, which would bring change, and we will chew their legs off if they don't keep their promises. The Taxpayers Federation holds all parties to account, so I do think that normal working people are going to vote for that.
Conservative majority, then?
It's probably a minority. If I'm being honest, if I'm being as sober as I can be, it's probably a minority, and then things get real fun, because then they're going to have to make a choice. Do I dare try to team up with the Bloc to govern, which they won't want to do because they'll be labeled as working with a separatist, very similar to what happened in 2008. So similar to what happened in 2008, I think it's going to be the Liberals, the Bloc, and the NDP ganging up on a Poilievre minority government and not letting him govern. Then things get real fun. That's what I think is going to happen.
Franco.
Well, I just love Chris's part where she said we're going to hold all parties to account. What was the last Conservative Party leader, Chris? I forget his name. Do you remember?
It escapes me. Oh, something.
Yeah, I don't remember.
O'Donnell.
O'Doyle rules.
I don't know. I think it's going to be a minority government, one way or the other. I don't know which party. One thing that I'm not sure of is how good are both the major parties' organizations and how that changes the poll results, right? Do the Conservatives have this big, massive organization that they built over the last 2 years? How is the Liberals organization, where they've been so down for the last 2 years? I think that's going to be the big question, and I think that's going to depend on which minority we see.
Tristan.
I would say I don't think the polls are wrong, but very few of them are actually measuring for voter turnout. So, I mean, if we have a level of voter turnout that happened in 2015, when the one that Justin Trudeau won, that was the highest level of voter turnout that had been seen since 1993. So generationally high voter turnout. And back then it was a bunch of young people who normally don't vote showing up to vote for Justin Trudeau. And then they never voted for him again. That's why he never got his majority back. So now, I mean, if you have a similar level of voter turnout for the Conservatives, and, you know, for any number of reasons, you could see that. Yeah, you could see surprise. So, I mean, I'm aware of what Polymarket says. I'm aware of what all the betting sites say. I'm aware of what all the polls say. So it would be stupid to assume that those are wrong. But if there's ever going to be a federal election in which there is a surprise result, I think it's this one. So there have been crazy surprises at the provincial level. So I'm here in BC. 2013, I was talking with a BC Liberal. There was nobody at the BC Liberal headquarters because they assumed they had lost to Adrian Dix. And then, you know, sure enough, they got a comfortable majority under Christy Clark. So, you know, there's examples of that in Alberta. There's a recent example in Saskatchewan where the polls were wrong. People switched their minds at the last moment. So I wrote in the National Post today about how the Conservatives could still win this. So, yeah, that voter turnout, a more efficient Conservative vote. Yeah, I don't think the polls have been just a giant rigged, you know, conspiracy this whole time. But if there was ever going to be a federal election, probably within my lifetime, in which there was a surprise result, it's this one. So I'm still thinking, and I could be proven wrong, I'm still with Ms. Sims on this, Conservative victory.
Okay. Real quick, Tristan, Chris, and then Franco, how many NDP seats?
No,
I'll just go. Yeah, I'll go first. I have no idea. I have no
lucky
idea.
number 8. 8. I'll just say 8. Well, their worst ever is 9. So 9 or less. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Chris?
4.
4. Okay. Awesome.
Folks, thanks for giving us some time this evening. Best of luck with all the shows I'm sure you're going to be hopping on. Appreciate you giving our little show, our big show. We're at 27,000 watching simultaneously. Almost 28,000. Awesome. And appreciate you guys being a part of it.
Yeah,
thanks,
and that's concurrent viewers. Thank you.
I love that.
Thanks
Take
very
care.
much.
Bye.
Thanks,
Chris,
guys.
It was great to finally talk to you.
All right.
That was a high power panel.
Holy Dine, I couldn't keep up. We got to get right into our next couple ladies here. Sheila Gunn Reid and Lise Merle. We're waiting on Carla Treadway. I believe, of course, everybody knows the Alberta Bureau Chief for Rebel News, Sheila Gunn Reid. And then Lise Merle. Yeah, every time I look at a different place, you're contributing there. So you're Rebel News, you're Western Standard, you're just all over the place.
She's unstoppable.
You know, we're closing in on the 4-hour mark, which means we need a little bit of Lise Merle energy on the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And,
Labradoodle energy.
That's right. That's right. Human labradoodle. Yeah, there we go. Oh, here we have Carla.
And host of the Sovereign CEO podcast at Carla Treadway. All right, ladies. Thanks for being here.
Oh, thanks for having me. I can think of nothing better than to be here today talking about this election. I'm just buzzing today.
Well, how about you start it off? How is your day going? And what are you hearing from your area, your thoughts on today's big event?
I am buzzing today. I have peace about this upcoming election, but I am buzzing. Like, I don't know what to do with this energy.
With your hands?
Yeah, with my hands, like Ron Burgundy. My area, it's all blue. There are 2 Liberal signs on houses. There's like one NDP sign in the ditch. So I'm pretty confident that this area is going to stay Conservative. It usually is. I just voted today because I think there's a lot of shenanigans going on too. I did not feel comfortable doing the early vote with the idea of somebody taking those ballot boxes home. I was like, not a chance. So yeah, I feel like the blue wave is coming, but if it doesn't, I'm kind of at peace with. I think Canadians just maybe need to experience more pain before they wake up, and that's just what needs to happen. But I'm pretty hopeful that there's a lot of smart Canadians here and we're going to flip it blue. And if not, I mean, we got lots of work to do either way.
Sheila.
Yeah. I want to hear more from Chris Sims. She made me feel a lot better. I have that impending sense of doom that I had in 2020. And I don't want to feel that way. And as a Westerner, you always sort of have that feeling in every election because we can't vote any bluer. We can't be more conservative. We can't send any. Right. it's all over but the crying for us by the time Toronto votes, because we are going to consistently send Conservative MPs to the House of Commons, and our fates are always decided by somebody else. So I want to be an optimist like Chris. And I want to be an optimist like Tristan Hopper. I'm trying to have peace. I went for 2 runs today. Okay. I'm just like a ball of nerves. But at the same time, I'm reminded constantly of the systemic inequities where we always find ourselves in this place where it's like, look, Garnett's going to cruise through the riding here in Fort Saskatchewan. He's going to get like 70% of the vote. We're going to send MPs to the House of Commons with upwards of 80% of the vote in some places in Alberta. And it doesn't matter because Toronto retired public sector workers could potentially screw us all.
Well, I mean, they've been doing it for quite some time.
Yeah, it's nothing new. Like I said, I feel this way every 4 years or however long it is between elections.
Lise,
well,
come on, Lise, give us some of that spitfire here.
Please. Well, I'm suffering from a crippling case of electile dysfunction today, guys, because on what? Wow. Ooh, do you love it? Do you just love it so much?
I have a massive election.
Because on one hand, I too am full of angst and chaos today. Just knowing what could befall Canada. I mean, this should be an election that is a report card on the last 10 years of Liberal incompetence, and yet it is not. It is not. But just like the American election, they brought in a last-minute candidate to, woo in all of their former supporters, saying, the old guy isn't like the new guy is so much better. But I do feel as a Westerner that if the Easterners give us another Liberal government, we still have something in our back pocket that's percolating on the prairies, unlike anything I have ever heard. And we're going to have a real interesting time in Western Canada, which I very much am looking forward to, seeing as I've been on this train for the last 10 years saying, our relationship with our Eastern elites is not working. It's never going to work. 120 years of abuse, and they're saying, no, we'll stop being the toxic boyfriend. They won't. They won't.
Are they saying that? I don't believe they are even saying that.
Well, actually,
they're saying
not.
That we're jerks for pointing it out.
Right. Like, did you see the Toronto Star op-ed? They're like, well, basically, if Alberta's going to be a crybaby, maybe you should get out of here. I'm like,
okay, bye.
Threatening. Actually,
don't threaten me with a good time.
If you could help us along with that process, we'd really appreciate your input.
Right. Yeah. No. And when you, as an Albertan, as a Westerner, you're like, we're footing the bills. We don't have any say, and we feel unappreciated. Frequently we're told, oh, it's all in your head. And then the veil slightly slipped today, and we saw it in action.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Like if Alberta was a woman in a relationship and decided, I'm the only person in the house working. I'm paying all the bills. I come home, you're lying on the couch, you get up just to smack me around a little bit, and then that's it. And then they said, I got to leave. They'd be like, good, more power to you. And if we were an 18th century African colony and they were looking at it and they would say, well, you know what? It's just complete BS that England or Portugal or whomever is just extracting all of the wealth out of there and using it to ride their laurels, back in the homeland. Like we're thousands of kilometers away. Like we essentially are a colony when you think about it.
Yeah, but without any of the actual colony goodness. Like, at least if you were a colony, we would be able to extract our natural resources, sell the pelts back to the crown or whatever. We don't even get to do that. They're telling us leave the pelts in the forest.
Sheila might have had the best line I've heard yet. Don't threaten me with a good time.
That's
I like that.
Yeah,
that's where we're at.
I've been waiting. I had this, I on designing today. I put together Team Canada, and we're messing around, and we're putting these lines together. And I'm like, this line's going to be fun. It's already that's it. That's all I got. My hat's off to you three ladies. You've come on and done exactly what I wanted. We've been talking for like 7 minutes.
We're not kicking you off.
No, you're not. No. I'm just pointing out that this line is a stroke of genius. Pat on the back,
Sean. I had a really messed up thought today too. If if the Conservatives get in, people will never know about the catastrophic event that they avoided. Because if the Conservatives get in, that's just the start of all the work that we have to do. Like, Pierre has such a mess to clean up. He's got a Liberal stacked Senate to deal with. It's going to just kind of continue as normal. So if Carney gets in, it's the Hunger Games. That's my opinion. It's not going to be the slow, controlled demolition of Canada. It's going to go fast. The people that are worried about Canada getting annexed, I'm like, well, watch what happens when Alberta leaves, because that's probably what's going to happen if Carney gets in.
And Saskatchewan. Don't forget about Saskatchewan.
Yeah,
and Alberta
the
PMO
literally to your point about the Hunger Games, the PMO released a report saying that that's going to happen in 15 years.
Yeah, no. If Carney gets elected, let's all get real good at choking coyotes down at the local public park to feed our families. Like, those are our options here.
Canada Goose at the park. That's what I'm going for.
Choking out all the wildlife and
I'd rather fight a
strangling bunnies
coyote.
and jackrabbits. Like, this is where we're at. This is where they are saying we're going to be at. That's a PCO report.
But that's what I mean. If Conservatives get in, they don't, like, we're all going to be breathing a sigh of relief because we know exactly what we avoided. But all the Liberal people, like, is this what does Canada actually need the Hunger Games to wake up from this nonsense? Because otherwise we're going to go into 4 years of Conservatives, and then are the Liberals coming back? Part of me thinks that Canada really needs to understand, like, what can go wrong. I don't know why they don't understand it already, but I guess that's why I'm at peace with whatever happens, because people are just living in a total alternate reality right now.
Yeah. Well, history has a way of delivering a steady stream of monsters to elected to people that elect their leaders. And if Mark Carney gets in, I feel like we're going to learn real fast what a monster he is. And let's not forget that report that you referenced to was written in the time of Justin Trudeau.
Thank you. Yeah.
That
In January.
that we are now living in the era of Mark Carney. You can accelerate that faster than 2040. We're looking, that's a 10-year plan for Canada.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be an abject disaster for us, which is why I'm just on Team West By. That's why at least we can salvage what we can salvage, build a relationship with the United States, whether it be as a sovereign nation or a state situation, and get out of Dodge before the going gets really rough. Carla, where are you from? Like, you want to move to the West real quick? We got room.
So I live in the worst province, technically. I'm in Ontario,
You're in
but I
Quebec.
live in like the freest part in Canada. We live in really rural northwestern Ontario. I'm on an island right now in the forest. I go back and forth by quad and snowmobile. So I'm very disconnected from that. I'm like 24 hours from Toronto. Everyone here is a redneck or blue collar worker. So it's a good place to be. We hunt, we fish. I don't have to strangle a Canada goose in a park when we become the Hunger Games. Like, we'll be good.
Well, it's not too late for you to move west. There's lots of that out here too. So
I do love out west.
Saskatchewan's got a lot of great islands.
Yeah, we sure do.
You know, you wonder about you talk about if the Conservatives get in, that they it kind of pushes off what Lee's is on the team of, right? Team Independence out west. But there's a lot of people talking right now that almost hope Carney gets in, because they talk about nobody moves, like, change doesn't come from a place of comfort.
Sure.
And if you get the Conservatives back in, it puts a blanket on,
whatever is happening. Yeah.
Mark Carney's the fast Band-Aid pull.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's more like a gunshot wound, isn't it? Like, I don't even know what that is if Carney gets in. Like, that's insane if he gets in.
Well, and I think to Lisa's point, she's probably right in the accelerated timeline. I mean, we had Trudeau for a long time, and that sucked. But Mark Carney was the guy telling them what to do. And so we get rid of Trudeau, and then they say, okay, well, we got this new guy, and he's totally different. But it's like if you had a ventriloquist up on stage and the dummy was getting booed, and he said, okay, fine. And he pulls his hand out of the dummy's ass and says, hi, it's me. I'm the new guy. And everyone starts clapping like idiot seals.
Yeah, that's where we're at, though. That's literally what's manifesting in this election. And Lisa's right with that 2040 doomsday Hunger Games Last of Us scenario. is accelerated because that was a January report that was just released. And Mark Carney's like, all that money that Trudeau was spending, I'm going to spend $100 billion more.
Yeah,
God knows where he's going to more. And God knows where he's going to get it all, because he won't let us in Alberta do the thing that we do. And that's create resource revenue for everybody else. To your point about, if Poilievre gets in, it will extinguish some of this separatist sentiment. That is indeed true historically. Just before Harper was elected for the first time, separatist sentiment in the West and in Quebec was the highest it had been in a generation.
Mm-hmm.
Harper got elected, it almost instantly extinguished. We saw that just before Jason Kenney. Normally I spit when I say his name, but just before Jason Kenney.
We'll spit for him on this side.
Yeah.
Before he turned into the Jason Kenney of COVID lockdowns, and he was the Jason Kenney of hopey changey. And we were stuck with the NDP here in Alberta. There was a very high separatist sentiment here. Some polls, and take that for what you will, showed that up to 50% of people had some form of separatist sentiment. Now, what does that mean? Does that mean just fighting with Ottawa? Does that mean leaving? Does that mean becoming a territory on our own? Whatever. But 50% of people were like, yeah, we're not being treated fairly and we need to do something different. And that was just before Jason Kenney came along. Then it sort of went away. Danielle Smith sort of really put it to bed. But I don't know. You've got people who have lived now. This is the third sort of iteration of skyrocketing separatism. You've got a lot of people out there saying, look, we tried it their way twice now.
Right.
And
Right.
maybe even 3 times if you go back as far as old man Trudeau. If you find an old timer down at the A&W, he'll tell you. And you've got people who've said, like, we've done this. We're on our 3rd generation of this nonsense. Nothing's going to change. And I think those people, a lot of those people are being radicalized and weaponized right now.
Well, it's not even the slight pushback on this, if you'll allow me, Sheila. I don't really think it's radical to just say, hey,
that's just a phrase I'm using. It is commonsensical to look around you and say, we have 800 years of the cleanest burning coal on the planet underneath our feet. Thanks to the feds and the NDP's collusion with that, we cannot use it. We have pipelines that should spiderweb out in every direction. We would be like Singapore or Dubai if they just let us work. And here we are paying 45%, 50% tax in this country. So, what I mean is when I say that, I'm of course using the language of the left, but what I mean is it will really harden people's hearts to Poilievre's going to be the savior of this. There are a lot of people who are saying this is just buying time until the next time they screw us.
I think you're absolutely right. And it's interesting, you're talking about the ebb and flow of separatist sentiment. But the thing about it is that when that wave goes back, when that tide goes back out, there's always more and more people who nobody really changes their mind the other way about separatism. There isn't somebody who thinks, you know what? So whichever area in Western Canada needs to go it alone. And then they're like, actually, you know what? That SNC Lavalin We Charity guy.
Yeah, I do kind of
brought
like
up
Toronto.
you know what? Maybe I was too rash. Maybe we should stick around.
We haven't brought up the fact that, did you see what Trump tweeted out today?
Yeah.
Put out on Truth Social.
I've kind of been busy.
I like Trump, but he's just got to stop. He's such a chaos goblin right now.
Said,
normally I like chaos goblins.
Can you read it, Shaun? Because I didn't see it.
Here's what he put out this morning. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world, have your cars, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadrupled in size with 0 tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border, all positive with no negatives. It was meant to be. American can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. And the reason I bring that up is that's going to galvanize the Liberals.
Yes.
But I can't imagine their little lefty brains just exploding right now.
I mean, there's a whole lot of words in that they wouldn't understand, but you are right.
Oh, like cherished? Like cherished? Like when's the
It
last
means they
time
like it.
somebody in Ottawa called us cherished?
That's the thing. Whenever I hear Trump talk about us like that and say that we would be his like cherished, his beloved 51st state, I'm like, when the hell did Trudeau ever talk about us like that? We were fringe radicals, and he wasn't sure
With
that there was a place.
unacceptable views.
Yeah, he wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Pretty sure he called me a racist at some point.
Yes. Yeah, and Trump's like calling us cherished, and we're, you know, Trudeau's musing. Maybe we shouldn't make space for them in society. Like, where do you want me to go? I'm from here. Where do you want me to go?
I feel loved now.
Yeah,
right. Like it is so nice to have a leader refer to you as cherished, as something that they want and that they would appreciate. My goodness, like Trump. This is special just for Trump because how many people do we have watching right now?
Almost 29,000.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? I guarantee that a Trump closey is watching this. Just roll over the border from North Dakota into Saskatchewan, like near the city of Estevan. You will receive the warmest welcome, Americans. Okay, we love this for us.
I mean, it's funny. There was that Toronto. I think it was Toronto Star.
Sorry, Sheila. You have a heart out in like 55 seconds. Yes.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay.
So I need to stream.
we need a prediction, election prediction, and how many seats.
And thank you for coming, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, of course, for sure. Okay, so as I said, I've spent my day doom scrolling and running out anxious energy. In my most chaos goblin tendencies, I would say 154, 154.
Oh, you're going to tie.
Oh, it's me and you.
That was Tuz's prediction. You guys are twinsies.
Yeah, I have 154. 154. Sorry, I just actually hung up on Rebel News to finish this conversation. So 154,
and how many NDP
154. I got NDP at 6.
Ooh, I have NDP at 6 too.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, because in the absence of Justin Trudeau being the most hated man in the country, we needed a replacement, and it's Jagmeet Singh. So, love you, Sheila Gunn-Reid.
Yes, thank you for hopping on. We're going to be conscious of your time, and best of luck with your live election coverage tonight too.
Yeah, I'm going to do my best to keep a chipper attitude because for the last 24 hours I have not had that.
If you ladies want to join us for the late after hour show, we're going right till midnight. So if you want to come get some of that energy out on this side, you just hop back in, okay?
Okay, but I'm going to swing some kettlebells first because I'm going to just be a ball of nerves. So I don't know what else to do. Thanks guys.
Okay, Carla, Lise, I assume we have you till for 10 more minutes. Yes?
Yeah.
We're good.
Sweet. Okay, well, we did we get Lisa's prediction? Lise, did we get your prediction?
Lise said NDP 6. I was going to ask Sheila. Lise, you might know this. Somebody had asked in the comments where Sheila's shirt came from.
I don't know, but I can find out. I'll just text her real quick.
Okay, that's fine. All right.
I'll text you guys, and then you can tell the people. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right.
Carla, your thoughts on tonight? Any predictions on who you think's going to win? And NDP, how many seats?
Before I even predict, one thing that I'm really grappling with is we've talked about like some real issues and the things that are actually going on. I'm so freaked out about the amount of low information voters. There are people that are voting right now because they think, well, I'm supporting women's rights and those conservatives are about to take away abortion. And I'm like, oh, or I've heard, well, Elon Musk. Like, what about you live in Canada? What are you talking about, Elon Musk? And there's a lot of that going on, which terrifies. I think you should have to do a test before you vote.
Agreed.
I'd like to say.
Agreed. An intelligence quotient test. Mario North had something real interesting to say that caught my attention the other day. And he said he doesn't think that public sector employees should be able to vote. And I went, oh, yes,
That's
brother.
a Tuz thing, too. Tuz has been saying that for 155 episodes.
Yeah. We know that unions have outlived their purpose, right? These are just political activists now in Canada running roughshod over the population. And if that was a thing, if public sector workers were prohibited from voting, I mean, that would get rid of all of those problems all at once. I mean, it's kind of brilliant. In the new country, that's going to be a rule, too. Okay, we're going to make it a thing.
Both of the government employees will be banned from voting.
All two of them. All two of them.
Now,
That's right.
Okay, Carla,
Yeah,
Okay.
Yep.
Election prediction.
Prediction? I don't know. Are the polls telling the truth? Is this going to be neck and neck? I'm just going to be positive. I'm going to go into this saying CPC majority, 175 seats. I'm going to say the polls are lying. It's going to be a blue wave.
Can we just say it's about time? You're the first. You're the first in all the guests we've had. You're
I'm going for it.
First.
I think we're being Kamalud. I do. Like, the amount of I've never been polled in my whole life. I know a lot of people are feeling the same. I do not see. I've seen 2 red signs out there. A lot of people are saying the same thing, and there are some low information voters. There are some dumb people, but you don't have to pay attention to politics to know that things are
bad.
Go walk downtown. Like my 2 kids, they're 12 and 15. They drive their own boats and own snowmobiles all over the lake. I don't let them go downtown because it's unsafe in Canada. And I think that's most people's reality.
Yeah.
So whether they like it or not, they're conservative now. Sorry.
It's too dangerous to go downtown. Go play in the woods.
Yeah.
How many NDP seats?
Here's a powerful machine for you. Have at her. How many NDP seats? I mean, I think they're about to get obliterated off the map, but that's actually a problem. We need the NDPers, so I'm supporting people. Like, please keep voting NDP because we need to take away from the Libs. So let's say 9 NDPs. I think Jagmeet's doing an awesome job. Keep voting for the NDP people. Get out there.
They are a serious party.
Yeah. 9 for the NDP, 131 for the Liberals. 26 for the Bloc. Bloc still, thank God they're there. It's crazy that we have a provincial party in a federal election, but at least they're taking some of those seats away. 0 for the PPC because they don't care. They're trying to throw the election. They're not going to get a seat. Yeah.
Twos didn't like that take so much. He decided
where to go.
Is he going to show up in here?
One of the things about running a 12-hour live stream, I'm like, oh, I forgot how much my back hurts. Like, I'm just like this. Like, you can't get a good enough chair. You could probably stand all day or something to try and like. So I have no idea what he's going to do. He's whispering something. I'm like, just go to what you got to do.
He's mad.
Doesn't matter.
He's mad.
Lise.
Real quick, Shaun, just for the viewer that wanted to know where Sheila got her shirt, it was from the UCP convention, from the AGM. So it's a UCP shirt for the person that wanted to know. Okay, sorry. Go on, Shaun. What were you going to say?
Well, I was just, I can't remember if I got your prediction on the election tonight.
Okay, well, I'm going to say that Canadians are more like Americans than anybody east of Manitoba is technically comfortable with, and our election is going to go the way that the American election did. We watched ahead of the American election. Their pollsters say it was going to be a Kamala. It was just going to be the Kamala show. She was going to be the next president of the United States. We watched this happen in Saskatchewan too. If you were to listen to the pollsters leading up to the Saskatchewan provincial election, it was going to be an NDP show in Saskatchewan. They were both wrong. I'm going to call it a conservative minority, but by a knife's edge. By a knife's edge. So, and with that, I think that we're going to see a collab between the Liberals. NDP is going to be rendered non-party status, but we're going to see a coalition between the Bloc and the Liberals, and Pierre Poilievre is going to have a real steep hill to climb. Look at us, Shaun, just by ours.
I don't know what happened here. It's like everybody. It's like, I can't. It can't be my smell or something. You know, it's like everybody just disappeared. Like, all right, well,
Carla left, Sheila left, Two's left. Is he doing yoga in the corner? Like, what's he doing over there?
He might be. I don't know. He literally left the room. It's like
okay, an emergent situation. Yeah.
I'm sure it's Carla's. She's trying to get back in right now because it's probably her internet out in the countryside, right? It's funny. We got, Lise, you've been on our Sask election coverage. Mm-hmm. We're closing in on 30,000 people watching us live right now.
Amazing. Thank you, guys.
Wild. Yeah, which is pretty wild. And I'd like to remind people, if you're watching and enjoying, retweet it, share it with people. Yeah. Our goal was, we finished behind the CBC in almost every election coverage we've done, I shouldn't say almost every election coverage we've done. And it's pissed us off. We're so close at times, and then you're so far away. And today we've been leading them. We've been out ahead, out of the gates early, I guess. And so
you guys, if you're one of the people that say defund this EBC, share the link to this broadcast, like right now. Send it to your group chats, throw it out on social media. Be like, Shaun Newman Podcast is a place to listen to all of the best commentary on this election. And it is the most consequential election that we will ever have in our lifetime. So it's so important to remain engaged. And I know you have a great lineup of guests coming right behind us. And I've been listening since you went on at noon, Shaun. It's been so fascinating hearing everybody's takes about because all of us have had our own individual experiences through this whole election cycle, and to hear everybody else's takes on it has just been so fascinating. So what I can say is that the smartest people in the nation listen to the Shaun Newman Podcast election live stream.
Well,
that's what I will say.
I appreciate it, Lise, and I appreciate you coming on. As you know, we appreciate you coming on. You always inject a little bit of energy into the show. If people are you doing, I assume you're hopping on others tonight as well. Yes.
Yeah. I'll be jumping all over the place. Yeah. Election days are pretty busy in Lisi land. So
we appreciate you coming on this show, and best of luck in the rest of the night. And if at 11 o'clock at night you're like, man, I should check out what they're doing, and you see me and Twos just gabbing, feel free to come back in. We'd love to have you.
I can just go in the back room and just wait for you to bring me. Okay, yeah, we can do that.
We're full until I think 10:30, but after 10:30, it's pretty wide open for the last hour and a half. So if you're free later on, you come back in.
Well, I might be popping champagne bottles, or I might need emotional
support. You can literally pop champagne bottles on here.
I'm gonna, if it goes the right way. If not, I'm gonna have a box of Kleenex and a bottle of Ativan, and we're gonna mourn together. Okay, Canada, but also look forward to what's gonna happen in Western Canada. But Shaun Newman, thanks so much for having me. I appreciate what you do so much. And will you please just remind Twos to check his texts? Story of my life, men that are working too hard and don't reply to my texts. Please remind him to check his
texts. Wherever you are. No, I'm kidding. When he gets back in, I'll mention it. When he comes back.
Yeah, because we're working on a little Shaun Newman Podcast / Rebel News collab coming up in May. So, here's Carla.
I'm back. It is. Carla, final thoughts, and I got to let you guys go. You ladies go.
Final thoughts. I'm at peace. Whatever needs to happen. I'll be obviously excited if the Conservatives get in, but also that's when the real work begins. If we need to experience more pain, then that's just what Canadians need to do, unfortunately. So I'll be praying tonight about the outcome and doing the same thing that I always do. And yeah, thanks for all the work that you're doing, Shaun. Thanks for having me here.
Always great to have you.
Hopefully I don't go to prison if Carney gets in.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we'll be bunkies, Carla, if that's the case.
Ladies, thanks for hopping on, and best of luck in the rest of, I'm sure, what you're hopping on later tonight.
Mm-hmm. Nice to meet you, Lise. Bye, Shaun.
Bye, guys.
All right, as I cut her off. My apologies, Lise. She's saying bye, and I cut her off. What are you going to do? Okay, we got guests sitting in the back, but we better get to today's sponsors. How about we start here? Silver Gold Bull. When it comes to buying, selling, or storing precious metals, look no further than silvergoldbulls.ca.com. It's all online, and if you reference Shaun Newman Podcast, you can SMP. You can get discounts, and you can reach out to them, and they'll tell you what the feature offer is. It is constantly changing. And as we've continued to point out, when it comes to gold and silver, well, they're at historic highs over the last month. And then we got to cover your ears. Two says this is loud. I don't know. Is this loud? Oh, whoops. And two. I don't think it's that loud. I'm muted right now. Bow Valley Credit Union, your Alberta regulated, fully serviced financial institution, is proud to present the first in Canada gold collateral lending. If that sounds of interest to you, head on over to bowvalleycu.com and get your bank account started today. That's for Alberta residents. So if you're going, who is that? Well, go check them out at Bow Valley CU. I'll put the ticker on the bottom so people can find the website and everything else. But first, we're going to do that game again. The 10th texter last time was Brenda Bell from Brenda from Bell River, Ontario. She got a $100 gift card to Garden Girl. We're going to give away this lovely, it's a knife, and it's got a little SMP on it with Rec Tech and Profit River. So if you're interested in a little pocket knife We're going to go to the 22nd. We'll use a little twos magic here. The 22nd texter, it's down there. Shoot off a text. We'll leave it up there until we get to our 22nd. And I'm sure, yeah, they're already starting to pile in. We've been having tons of people text here, folks. So if I'm not responding back, my apologies. Okay, let's get to our next roundtable here. We got senior Alberta columnist and the host of the Corey Morgan Show from the Western Standard, Corey Morgan, president of Sundance Construction, Jocelyn Berziak, and lawyer and senior partner at Gray Walk and Spencer Leighton Gray, all hopping in. Folks, thanks for being here today.
Well, I was glad to come on.
Nice to see you guys.
Hi, Shaun.
All right. Well, we are just shy of 29,000. We've been bumping around 29,000. If you're enjoying the live stream, folks, retweet it, share it, all the good things. Let's see if we can't crack that 30K. That'd be pretty cool. Corey, we'll start with you. You've been covering the beat, covering this election. I mean, the day's finally here. What's sticking out to you? And we'll carry on to Jocelyn and then Leighton after.
Sure. I mean, I'm afraid I'm full of negativity today. I think the election is really established what a lot of us, including Leighton and others, have been screaming for a long time. That the Canadian system fails the West. And if a federal party is associated with the West, they aren't. If you get to the predictions with me, I'm not predicting a conservative win, I'm afraid. And it's going to make a lot of Canadians really reevaluate the entire nation, I think, after this election. If we could have such a swing from a party that has hit such a low, enough it seemed like the nation realized, wow, we've got an incompetent, corrupted, brutal party in power. But oh, look at that. They slapped a new face on it. Ontario, Quebec's in love, Lower Mainland, BC. Screw it. We'll go back to the Liberals and give them 10 more years and see what they'll do. We're out of options, guys.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, basically all they did was just change the font.
Yeah.
Jocelyn?
You know, I've been listening to the podcast all day today and listening to other people talk about this. And what the number one thing that I'm pulling out of this election, and I kind of feel a little bit like Corey does too, is I got kids. My kids are 24, 25, and 30. Then they got kids. They're mad. My kids are mad. My kids are, and we have a company and how are they going to have a future? And I've listened to a few commenters talking about, you know, if the Conservatives pull off a minority or a majority, you know, we got another 2 years or we got 4 years in that. My kids don't deserve to have to wait 4 years. They're done. My kids are done. Mm-hmm. And my friends and other business owners, their kids are done and they're done. This is about our kids' future. Our kids that are in their 20s and their 30s and they want to start a family right now. They want to have a future where they can work, they can have a job right now. If we don't get a government today that actually has those priorities, you're going to see exit plans. You're going to see exit plans on a big scale. And I'm not even talking about where people just talk about it. I've had meetings with other contractors, other groups, where they have come out and they said, this is the immigration lawyer, this is how you do an E2 visa, this is how you do that, this is what an H-1B visa looks like. I'm not talking about where people just shoot their mouth off and say, oh, I'm leaving the country. I'm talking about business people who have money, who want their kids to have a life, and they're done. And unless they see like that the rest of the country actually wants to have all of their kids have a future, whether you're in Atlantic Canada or Ontario or Manitoba or BC, our kids need a future. And our kids aren't going to have a future taxed at 55% and not being able to buy a house or any of those things. And if that's not a priority for any party politically, then Canadians will leave.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're basically at that point only having 45% of an opportunity, 45% of a chance, right? And yeah, the flip side of what you're saying, I think, is really the thing that is hitting people home. And, you know, I mean, there's a bunch of people popping up in the comments too, being like, yeah, you're right on the money. Jocelyn's nailing it. And there have been a lot of people leaving. There was a lot of people leaving, you know, a few years ago. And it's going to go into overdrive.
Well, I'd be curious Leighton's thoughts on that sentiment, because, out here in Alberta, I'm sure Corey can talk to it as well. It seems like that's part of 85% of the conversations I have right now, which obviously in the position I'm in, sitting in these conversations, it's a little bit skewed, but it's coming from people I wouldn't expect it to have come from. Leighton, your thoughts?
Well, I don't want to sort of rain hell on people's optimism. I'm normally an optimistic person. I'm very optimistic about Alberta. I agree with Corey about that. I'm not optimistic about Canada. And I think people who think that the decision between the CPC and the Liberal Party of Canada is a clear choice really don't understand conservatism. Basically, what you're looking at here is cola wars. They're both brown and they both make you sick. The real problem with Canada, it's fundamental, and it's this simple. Starting with Pierre Elliott Trudeau, we had a concentration of power, political power, real political power, in two bodies, the Prime Minister's office and the courts. And what that has led to is Canada is no longer a democratic country. And I can prove it. Listen to this.
Mm-hmm.
Back in October of last year, Parliament was shut down because of the Green Slush Fund thing, because they had to get more evidence. Then we slid into the November break because of Remembrance Day. Then we slid into Christmas. Then in January, our former Prime Minister Trudeau comes out and says, oh, we have to prorogue Parliament until after we have a new Liberal leader. Then we get into March 10th, we have a new leader and Prime Minister. Now we have an election until now, April 28th. Well, normally, historically, it's taken a few months before the new government to get up to speed. That means Parliament's not scheduled to come back from the summer break until the 15th of September. That means in Canada, we will have no functioning Parliament for nearly a year. Okay, so I think most of your viewers can tell me what kind of political system you have when one person is making all of the decisions and you don't have an operating functional national parliament. Okay, that's called a dictatorship, and that's what we're living under right now. We have a dictatorship that's backed by Liberal appointed judges, and I've been saying that too for a long time. And then we have a stacked Senate. And Stephen Harper is not immune from this. He was one of the ones who actually concentrated power in the Prime Minister's office. He had the ability to change that. He had the ability to appoint some judges. He had the ability to appoint some senators. In a lot of ways, he set up Justin Trudeau for the dunk. And he's dunked us. And Mark Carney's going to come to finish the job. But either way, I don't have any confidence that Mr. Poilievre is going to come in and he's going to divest himself of the powers that Justin Trudeau has been exercising. And so I don't think this is a clear choice for Canadians at all. It would be great if we did, if we had a clear choice like Americans had last November, but we just don't. And this is why the Canadian political system has failed Alberta. It's failed the West. It's failed all Canadians. But I think it's failed Alberta the most.
I would say it probably hasn't failed too many people in Ottawa and Gatineau.
Well, they don't understand what failure is, because they're not going to be able to continue to operate as parasites on a body that is dead, right? What happens to?
I was literally going to say that exact thing.
Yeah,
is that a good parasite doesn't actually try and kill the host, and that's the thing that they just fail to understand consistently,
right?
And it's just it. I mean, we all learned from COVID. Yeah. Maybe they need to learn from COVID.
But you're an outdoorsman, and so's Corey. What kills the mighty bear? The great majestic moose, the elegant elk. Most of the time, it's parasites.
Yep.
And that's what's killing Canada right now. There are parasitic people. I could name who they are, but I don't need to on this program. And that's what's killing the Canadian state.
Yeah, there's nothing illustrates that better than, we see that image and meme that goes together all the time that shows the contributors towards equalization versus the recipients of it. And it's not a coincidence that the color of the map, when you look at it, is exactly the same as where the Liberal support is in Canada and the Conservative report. When a democracy allows a majority to vote into the wallets of a minority, they're going to keep picking those pockets. And as Leighton's saying, they're going to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. But we failed in trying to sell that case to them. Looks like they have to go broke before they figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Drew excuse me, Drew Weatherhead was on Shaun's show, and they were talking about separatism, and he brought up the really good point of the, let's say, the problem is that there's no teeth to back up any of this. When Alberta, Saskatchewan, Northern Manitoba, Northern BC all get together and they say we've had enough, then it's or what? What are you going to do about it? Yeah. No, we're going to keep. Actually, we're going to take even more money. Oh, you guys want to kick out Justin Trudeau? We'll give you him on steroids.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so there's this inherent lack of there's no teeth to back any of it up. There's not really much power. And so they're more than able to just be like, well, look, I mean, you guys can stop us whenever you want us to. Oh, you can't? Oh, okay.
I think Mark, but I think that Corey is right. If there is a Carney victory, and I think that the Liberals are going to win, that's my prediction. We're going to see things in Canada that we have not seen in my lifetime, like really serious civil unrest, and a level of despair, despondency. We're going to see economic issues. Mark Carney is talking about joining Canada into the European Union. I mean, the only thing I can think of that's worse than being governed by Ottawa is being governed by those fools in Belgium. And that's where we could end up. We could actually be governed in this country by people over in Europe. That's where they want to take us. It's not sustainable. It cannot continue. And we're going to see, and I mean, my prediction is we're going to see a level of unrest in Canada that we've not seen in my lifetime. You're already seeing it in Quebec. You're seeing it in Alberta, but I think it's going to get worse. We have a lot of, I mean, never mind the economy. We have a great deal of social unrest in Canada that I've never seen. We have Jewish people, Jewish kids who are afraid to go to university. I mean, it's disgusting. It should never have happened in this country.
Well, just the disparity between, to your point, about the Jewish kids, if all of these Palestinian protests were honking horns, they would have brought the stompy horses in months ago. It's and this goes to your point about the judges or the judicial system anyway, is that there's one set of, it's not as though there's only one set of or two sets of rules. It's that there's two applications of those rules.
Right.
Like, okay, well, yeah, what they're doing is illegal, but it's okay because there are guys who are doing it. Okay. So we're just, that's fine. They can keep going. They can shut down the railroads because it's our guys shutting down the railroads.
Well, it's priorities in general too, though. I mean, we saw, as you said, in Toronto, we've had a minority group being targeted by pro-Hamas protesters in a Jewish neighborhood for over a year. I mean, they've made no bones about it. So the Toronto police bring them coffee. In Alberta, we had a guy commit the crime of selling eggs outside of the supply management system, and 5 RCMP officers showed up on his step. Like, where are the priorities on what is a legal thing? But it's a matter of control. That's why they cracked down on the egg farmer, because he stepped out of government control. We've got an authoritarian state that jealously guards that authority. That's why they stomped in on the truckers' convoy as well. And when it comes to the Palestinian supporters, well, they're just terrified of dealing with them. And it doesn't really challenge their overall authority, so they'll look the other way. Again, it comes back to the sickness that's in this country. I mean, that Privy Council report, there hasn't been enough coverage of that. They predicted people are going to flee, the productive are going to go. We're going to have a dystopian world with an upper class and an underclass, and people, foraging and hunting and fishing to try and eat. I mean, this is coming out of the government offices. And the Canadians, it sounds scary, but I'll put them back in for another 4 years. So I don't know what the hell else we're supposed to do.
Wow.
If you're already, Corey.
That's
just
their
a better
report.
degree. Yeah.
This isn't the conservatives saying if you vote for Mark Carney, you're all going to be foraging for berries and trapping coyotes just to keep your kids fed. This is them saying if you vote for us, you are literally going to be trying to fight off bears, the carcasses of animals, in order to maintain a semblance of functionality in your household and hold off starvation.
Yeah.
It's here already. It's here already. Like out here in Manitoba, I can't even tell you how many people that I know of that have, they haven't hunted in 10 years. They put a garden in. They are growing their own food. They are hunting again after 10 years and not hunting again. I mean, our own family. I mean, we're already like we've always been harvesters and hunters, but I mean, I'm talking about we're doing this for family now. We're actually doing it because our kids cannot make it work. I mean, the guys that work for me that are all young families and that, I mean, I'm feeding them. I'm feeding them. What the hell is going on in this country when I have got to go and get a bloody moose, divvy it up, and then feed my employees? This is why I am so upset. Like between the corruption battles and everything else that I fight and everything like that, this is crazy. Like, I mean, I can't even remember a time when in Canada I had to worry about doing these things. Like, I mean, I'm a business owner. I'm supposed to be building houses. I'm supposed to be doing other things. And now I'm worried about whether or not, friends and family and extended community members have got enough to eat. That's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. And the fact that our federal government can't even talk about this issue and how bad economically Canadians are suffering. I mean, that idea of people exiting is here. I talked to 3 different groups of people. One group of people is like, they've already made the decision and they're going. They don't have enough time to wait. They're not waiting. The second group of people is they're going to Alberta. Everybody's like, yep, we're checking out. We're moving to Alberta. We're liquidating here. We're going to Alberta. The third group of people I'm talking about, they're talking about, okay, let's see what happens, on April 28th. And then we're going to go and do that. But I mean, even all the young people I talk to, every single young person that works for me, they voted. They are young. They're 22, 23, 24 years old. Every single one of them voted, and every single one of them voted Conservative because they are scared and they don't know what their future's got for them. I've never seen that before. I've had kids say to me, I voted PC for the first time today, but don't tell anybody. That kind of me out. I actually just came from a job site, so I'm actually covered in paint right now, and I'm in my work clothes because I literally just left my job site 15 minutes ago to come here and do this and that. And so I've been talking to my guys throughout the day and that, and their families, and so young people are voting, and but they may not have enough time, and that's my concern. Is that if they don't have enough time to get through here, Canada is going to be in such a horrible place because all of these kids that have got such bright futures, they're going to go south, and they're already talking about it, and it's going to be really easy for them to do it. And I've never heard the level of conversation where people actually know how to do it. They actually have taken the time to research and learn how to do it, and they're ready. Like, they're ready to make that decision. And it's like entire families that I know have talked about it. Even us as a family, we've actually had the conversation, all 18 of us, all my brothers and sisters and I have sat down and we've actually said, what are we doing? Are we going to do this? I mean, and we've been here in Manitoba our family has roots here for hundreds and hundreds of years. If we're talking about going, what the heck is going on with the rest of Canada? That's a big deal.
Absolutely. And I mean, there's been that brain drain, and the thing that, as bad as the brain drain is, the flip side of that coin is that the only people left are, a few people who maybe have some good potential but can't leave, and then the rest are bureaucrats. Nobody in Gatineau is going to want to leave, and then it's going to be a superpower within what's left of this nation.
Yeah, well, I mean, there was a formative experience for me when I used to work in the United States a lot, surveying, and I did a lot of exploration work in the Rust Belt. And I put a little video, it's a crude thing, years ago on my YouTube channel of Steubenville, Ohio. It's a city that's down to about 18,000 people, and I think it peaked at about 150,000, back in the early part of that last century. And the steel mills closed down, the town contracted. But boy, what a sight, because everybody with ability and ambition left. They took off. They went to Pittsburgh. They went to New York, Chicago, wherever they could to get out of there. But the horror of the people left behind, because unfortunately what you tend to leave, then there's some people who couldn't make it out, but there's also the people who are, well, the non-ambitious, the non-skilled, the non-hardworking, the addicted, and it becomes a self-fulfilling cycle of misery, and these places collapse. And this is in North America. This is an area that 40 years ago was one of the richest, most highly employed areas in North America, and now it's a place you're scared to drive through. So people had best stop being complacent and look at that GDP per capita in Canada, look at the reports coming from the government, and realize we're not exaggerating when we're talking about taking what should be one of the richest places in the world and turning it into a living hell. Like, we're facing a real challenge, and I don't think most Canadians get it.
No,
what
you're
caused
right.
what caused the mass exodus in that town?
It was the collapse of the steel mills. It was the Rust Belt. That whole area throughout there in the kind of central and eastern United States all had a hard time, all the way down from Detroit, with the Detroit collapse and the rest. They were serving a lot of the auto manufacturers over there, and it just those mills shut down and people had nowhere else to go.
They were upstream from the auto collapse.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
If you've ever driven through Buffalo was the first place I'd ever been where I'm like, you can just, it's parts of it are just like, you can see where the industry was just like, must have been up booming. And then it's just empty. And you're like, this is wild. Like that's the first city I've ever been to like that.
Kind of an I Am Legend type thing, or what?
That's kind of the feel.
Feels
I'm sure,
like it,
yeah. I'm sure I got one of the men who stood up in my wedding party was from Buffalo, so we went there for a wedding, and they've done some cool things with some of the old buildings to try and revitalize it. But I mean, like, how do you revitalize an industry that's not there anymore? And so there's a ton of building. I drive around Lloyd, and at times you're like, man, there's so many open vacant stores or buildings, but nothing compared to what Buffalo was. Like, Buffalo was something all along the lakefront, all the industry you could imagine.
Well, that could be Edmonton or Calgary. If you don't believe me, I know nobody does this, but you should read Mark Carney's book, Values, from 2021. He says 75% of oil and gas has to stay in the ground. And he says that we have to hand over our liberty to the state to protect us from the evils of capitalism. That's what his first book says. His second book is going to come out in a couple of weeks. I think that's probably going to have something to do with telling us that we have to eliminate 7/8 of the Earth's population. And those two ideas seem to fit together very well. But if people don't believe me, listen, you don't have to read the book. Go on to Amazon. Just read the little summary of what the book's about. It's called Values, folks. That's what Mark Carney's going to do to places like Edmonton and Calgary and other cities in Canada. He's going to make them wastelands.
That sounds like a conspiracy theory, though, Leighton. Just like the same way that Klaus Schwab's, when you talk about a book that Klaus Schwab wrote called The Great Reset that you can buy on Amazon, and people are like, that's a conspiracy theory. Like, open it up on your phone.
Read
you
the
can
book.
see.
It's there.
Yeah.
With 4 minutes to go now until we let you three out. Predictions. What do you think? I got Vesper text me saying everybody's full of doom and gloom, and we need a little bit more hope on here. And I'm like, I don't know. It's just
get that from him.
I'm curious. We just had the ladies on. We had two of them say polls, everything was wrong, conservative majority. I'm like, oh man, wouldn't that be something to shockwave that what's been going on with the polls and everything else? Jocelyn, we'll start with you, and we'll work our way around Corey, then Leighton. Your predictions. What do you see happening with this election, and how many seats do the NDP get?
NDP, I think they're going to squeak by with 10, and because they have the people that actually grassroots with the NDP, they actually get out and they do what they need to do to get people out to vote. And you got places like Manitoba and some of the north and urban centers that are always going to vote NDP. It doesn't matter. So I think they still come back with something, even though Jagmeet Singh was absolutely terrible as a leader. I think that people aren't as stupid as we think they are, and I think we'll come out with a conservative win of some kind tonight. I don't know if that's going to please anybody at all, just because there's so much that needs to be done in order to stem the tide of what's going on. So I'm hoping for, at the very least, a conservative minority, and we'll probably see the collapse of the NDP down to at least 10. And I think the Bloc is gonna pull off a huge win in Quebec because, like it or not, I mean, Quebec knows sovereignty and they know independence and they know when they've got a federal government that isn't going to do what they need to do for the province. I mean, if anybody knows how to take provincial autonomy to the max, it's Quebec. So, like it or not, at least they have a path as to how to deal with the federal government. And the only way we're getting out of this one is if provinces learn to take the same path. I'm from what I see.
Corey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm not full of sunshine. I'm looking at, I believe, a liberal minority with a Bloc wagging the dog, holding the balance of power. And the NDP, their collapse is going to be pretty large and final, down to 5 seats, I think. And the Bloc isn't going to do all that great, but they'll have enough to keep the Liberals in power. And whatever Blanchet might be, he's a smart political player.
Yes.
He's going to wring far more out of the Liberals if he is holding a minority government in power than Jagmeet Singh ever dreamed of. So that's what I see coming out. I won't mind if I'm wrong. I've been wrong before. But looking at things and chewing on things all week, I think that's where we're sitting.
Well, we appreciate you fine folks hopping in. We lost Leighton there late, so we didn't get his prediction.
He was late in, early out.
Corey, I know you at the Western Standard have some election coverage. Best of luck with that. Jocelyn, thanks for coming in and from the job site. That's what we love. I mean, we got a ton of time for you on this side. Obviously, you know that. Our audience knows that as you've been on the podcast lots.
Who told you you needed to have her on the podcast?
It would be the guy sitting to my right. Yes, a long time ago, you said you should look up this lady, Sundance Construction. If you don't follow her on Twitter, X, you should.
Yep.
We appreciate your thoughts and your fire and your passion. Same to you, Corey. And best of luck tonight, Corey. And thanks again for hopping on.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks a lot, everybody.
See you later.
Okay, we crossed 30,000
a while ago. We're almost at 31.
Yeah, through there. So if you're liking the show, continue to share it on X. Continue to share it with your friends. As the workday gets closer to an end, I'm sure there's going to be some people coming in and out and that type of thing. Should update people that Newfoundland polls close
in a half hour.
So we've got the map up. As soon as it starts to,
have we shown the map yet?
We have not. It's not.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's fine. Well, we've got the map and it's ready to go. We should give something else away now that we got everybody's attention, though.
Oh, sure. People wondering about the knife. It was Tracy Bays from Kamloops, BC. So we've had a winner from Ontario, BC, and Alberta. How about we give away another gift card, $100 gift card to gardengirl.ca. I'm going to put on the ticker here. There you go on the bottom. What number do you want?
22.
I just did 22.
Oh, I was eating.
All right,
hungry.
20. The 22nd person to text me is getting 100. Again, they just. Oh, here we go. Here we go, folks.
They started texting before we even said what we were doing.
Yeah, so $100 gift card to gardengirl.ca, and if you use a promo code, which we'll toss on the ticker afterwards, what is it? Victory. 15% off if you use Victory Garden for 15% off. I literally have it sitting right there.
Yep, and $100 to the 22nd person
22nd.
who's probably already texted in by this point. Just so everybody's clear. Okay, we got people. Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm trying to get off the big logo on her head. There we go. We got people sitting in the background. This should be interesting.
I'm really looking forward to this.
Okay, we got professor and business owner Ken Rutherford, owner of Viking Gym Tanner Applegate, and owner of Bottom Hand Ranch Services Tarek Elnaga, all going to hop in here. Tanner, you're on mute. Thanks for joining us. Tarek, thanks for making some time. And Ken, we can't see you, so turn your camera on once it's on. And Tanner decided, oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Ken and Tanner just disappeared for a second.
I think he hit the wrong button.
I better turn this banner off. My phone is going absolutely ballistic right now.
All right. Okay. And this is great. Welcome, gentlemen. Some of my favorite people here. And Tanner, even though we've actually never spoken before, I've been wanting to talk to Tanner for years. Tarek?
Yes, sir.
Son of a bitch.
I'm here.
You the man. You the man.
I call you. Hey, you know what? We're doing this election live stream. You should absolutely come on. It'd be great. I really want to hear what you have to say about all of this stuff. Will you please come on the live stream? No.
Had to get the big guy
hard
in.
pass. Hard
Okay?
pass.
Had to get the
Sean
big guns.
reaches out.
I know.
Hey, Tanner, what are you doing? You got some spare time? Yeah, anything for you, Sean.
I'll own that. I'll own that. Well, my brother in arms here, Ken Rutherford, is with me, so that influenced it 100%. And I'll tell you, Sean did ask a few times. I did play hard to get, so there's that.
I'm just assembling Team Canada. I just see the lines and I put them out there. And as soon as he knew his line mates, Derek said yes. He says he was hard to get to. You know, you got to have a way, and I have the way. Okay.
All right.
He knows the way.
Well, speaking of people who know the way, we also got Ken and Tanner.
Yeah. For the audience, they probably don't know this, but Ken and Tanner ran a podcast together. How many years ago was that, guys?
The War on Weakness, right?
A little while ago. Yeah. Tanner and I are from the same hometown. We're actually from the same hometown, both from Prudhoe, Saskatchewan, and I'm a little bit older than Tanner, but yeah.
You're older than
a lot.
everybody.
Yeah, and Derek and I, Chris, ran for the Maverick Party together, so we got a nice crew here. And Coos, you helped out with that as well. So yeah, nice to see all these faces again.
Tanner, figure the phone out here, big fella.
Pick one way and just go with it.
Limits of my capacity here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, good.
How's Tanner doing?
Well, busy today, it's unfortunately, so it's good because I'm not thinking about everything else that's going on.
Any thoughts on election day? Do you care? We were wondering, as all the guests are piling, we're like, what's Tanner going to say? Is he going to come on and be like, who gives a crap and move on? Or are you going to say something else? Do you care about today? Are you worried about it? Are you paying attention to it? Did you vote?
Tanner, you got to say, you got to ask, is there an election today? I didn't know. You got to say something like that, hey?
No, I've been following it a little bit. I didn't vote because I got to go all the way out to the farm to vote, and I don't have time, but I would have been one of the contributed to the 97% conservative vote out there. So
you weren't worried then about basically the NDP or the Liberals or anybody else stealing the vote out in rural, where? Alberta? Saskatchewan?
No, that would have been Saskatchewan. That would have been at the Butte.
Oh.
Yeah.
The Frenchman's Butte.
Yeah, because that's my post office box is there, so that's where I have to vote. With me and the other 47 people out there.
See, well, of course I'm familiar with it, Ken, because every time somebody brings up a Frenchman, I say that they can kiss my butte.
That's correct.
We got a bunch of people in the comments saying that they go to your gym, Tanner. So
good.
Yeah.
They're smart people. They come to the right place. Yeah, no, tell them that I'm appreciative of their loyalty to Viking strength.
Well, you just did.
God bless.
Ken, your thoughts on today, and then Tarek. Just boys, fun to have you on, but now kind of curious your thoughts. Me and Tooz have been in here now going for almost 5 straight hours. What are you seeing, hearing? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think you had one of your past guests say it's too doom and gloom, and I'm sort of saying I'm on the same path. If you're a conservative, if you're left leaning, I think you might be celebrating these days. But I just look at trends. Not only where are we today, but where are we going? And I just looked up. Canada has, I think, the second lowest birth rate in the G7, next to only Japan. It's what is it down to 1.2 or 1.3 babies per woman. And we're bringing in.
What is a woman?
Yeah, well, somebody that can have a baby, I suppose. But we're increasing the population by 400,000 or 500,000 per year, and the majority of those people move to the cities, specifically Vancouver, Montreal, and Toronto. And we know the cities lean left. And so, if we're going to scrape out a win here, if you think a conservative is a win, where does that leave us 4 years from now? And where does that leave us 4 years after that? And I look at all the scenarios that if you're a conservative, you would consider a loss. Well, obviously a liberal majority would be a loss. A liberal minority would be a loss because they're still going to partner with NDP or the Bloc. And even a conservative minority would also be a loss because who are they going to partner with? And we're just going to be sent back to the polls, leaving us with a conservative majority as our only option with these cities swelling. I just the probability. The question has to be asked: is Canada no longer a conservative country? That's a thought for me. And
was it ever?
Oh boy, I that's a deep question. I think I'm going to let the other people comment. That's just my thought. Is we might have to. We are a democratic country, and a vote is a vote, and we might not be a conservative country anymore. And if we squeak one out here today, are we in another 4 years? And 4 years after that, I'm concerned. And then the next question would be, and even if we do squeak out a conservative minority or majority, are they here for the West? Because the only way they can grab seats is by pandering to Ontario, right? What is it? Ontario alone has 122 seats, right? Alberta and Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's got 14, Alberta 37. Guess where the politicians go? To where the seats are, which led Tarek and I to the Maverick Party, which doesn't exist anymore. So there's no Western interest. I just don't see much hope for the West. I see that we're heading for some difficult decisions, I think, so there's some thoughts.
I see Tarek perked up at all your points. Tarek.
Yeah, go, Tarek.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ken and I are very much aligned, and here's the way I look at it. So I've generally been checked out of the federal election. For the reason is, again, all of us live east of Manitoba, or sorry, west of Manitoba rather. So it really doesn't matter. By the time your ballot is opened, that election is long since decided. So the ultimate thing I look at, I'm optimistic though, and not about a conservative win or a liberal win. Today, the two realistic options is we either get the left or the slightly less left to win. And what that does is it gets us to the bottom one way or another. One is a little bit faster, the other is a little bit slower. That is good because we as a society in Canada react when we hit the bottom. Again, if I use the years of COVID as an example, it took 26 months, not 2.6 months, to eventually have a small fringe minority with unacceptable views say, that's enough. So I'm optimistic. And if the polls are right, and maybe they're wrong, maybe they're right. Corey was just on. I'm a huge fan of Corey. And if it is a liberal majority, we get to the bottom a little bit faster. Now, what I am very curious about is how the Alberta votes are going to shape out in the urban ridings. I live in a rural riding, or what is considered a rural riding. It's going to be a CPC blowout. So that's not a thing. That's all I can do in terms of my own personal vote. But in terms of the urban cities, so Alberta's seen 200,000 new Albertans in the last 12 months, concentrated in the major urban centers of Calgary and Edmonton. If polling is correct, the Liberals might sweep Edmonton. That is now a culmination of, are we now going to objectively question our provincial leaders, who arguably are the most conservative in the country, on their Alberta is Calling campaign, on their wide open immigration, whether interprovincial immigration, so people moving here from Ontario. And I would argue an Ontario conservative is not the same as an Alberta conservative, or people who are completely new to Alberta. And then questions of like independence and separation. Again, Ken and I ran on this platform of at least sovereignty at the very minimum. Are we going to get there? Are we not? I think you'll see some very loud sovereigntist voices. I don't think it's going to happen, only because I don't think you'll ever get more than 50%. And the indication today will be how many left of center or extreme left, I will say, seats Alberta and Saskatchewan return today. So that's the only thing. We're never going to decide government, but I'm very curious as to what our demographic makeup looks like compared to 21.
Tanner, what do you think?
Yeah, I haven't been following it. I mean, I have, but I haven't, because you can't trust a goddamn thing that you see.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 minute, there's a majority either way if you look at the fucking news. So, yeah, no, I think this is, again, Tarek there, I agree. This is, whatever happens, it's kick over the fucking hornet's nest as fast as possible. And let's blow this son of a bitch up, is my opinion, because it doesn't work for us.
Mm-hmm.
So if this, like you said, the separatist movement, that's, that I guess begins pretty much right after this thing ends, is what it sounds like. Now, like you said, is everybody wants to think that it works, but the cities will come in and try to do that. But I think that I think there's an interesting argument to have for the people that don't want to separate when they look at what basically unmitigated use of our resources could do out here. But, but yeah.
Tanner, you're bang on, and Ken, you're bang on. I truly think Canada is not a conservative country, right? Societally, I think the vast majority, yes, there are us, the conservatives, but there's less than 10% of us, if that, who are true small government conservatives. Truly, Canada, at least in the urban centers, are made up of the left and the less left. And, and I think, even like what Ken said, are we a conservative country? We're not, by any stretch of the imagination. I've yet to see a mainstream conservative. We talk about the mainstream media, but mainstream conservative, so a CPC conservative, say, you know what, cut my taxes, but also cut my government services. There aren't people out there saying that. So, I'm ready for it. What will be interesting is provincial impacts. So a carding win will be the absolute best thing to happen for Premier Smith and Premier Moe, because now they have a fall guy till the end of time that they could do mean tweets and angry letters at, and milk it to no end. I think you're going to see UCP and Sask Party fundraising explode in 24 hours if Carney wins, which works out very well favorably for them politically, without the need to deliver results. Now, if Pierre wins, the first thing he's going to have to do is get reelected in Toronto. So there might be a scrap or two that'll come Alberta or Saskatchewan's way. But the problem now is he's an ally, so Premier Smith and Premier Moe can't criticize him. So it's kind of which kind of loss do you want more? Do you want the quick loss, or do you want the one that's going to be a slow burn? Really, for the West at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's getting to the point where it's not really a slow burn anymore. It's funny because everybody keeps wanting to talk about this, and the one person I really wanted to discuss it with is Tanner. Did you hear about this? Did you hear about this new report that came out from the Prime Minister's office that said by 2040, all the people who want to work will have left Canada? This is from Ottawa. This isn't like the Conservatives doing this. This isn't Fraser Institute. This is the Liberals in Ottawa put out this report saying that by 2040, everybody who wants to make a living and make something of themselves will have left. The only people remain will either be people who have houses or don't, and the people who don't have houses are going to be foraging and hunting in an attempt to survive.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
All right. So, okay. But
well,
where's the downside?
Tanner and I haven't talked, but Tanner, I hear you're the Bear Grylls of Canada. So it's
he's a pussy.
There you go. So yeah, even better then. So
yeah, no, I mean, you should learn to do it. I'll say that. Like, it's I mean, realistically, the drones will come and whack me in the first 2 weeks anyway. So, although I do want to fight some machines, kind of like Terminator style here. So maybe when I see these robots that are coming out that'll be protecting the liberal narrative or whatever, maybe I just want to kill one before they get me, just so I can say I did it.
I'd say your chances are pretty good because I imagine they'll be made in China.
Yeah.
So Shaun and Tuz, you gentlemen have been asking all the questions all today. How are you guys doing? First of all,
good question, Derek.
In terms of energy, and then you've been at it a while. You're going to be at it a while, and where are you guys standing?
Well, so if I just may, on the process of going through this, when Tuz and I first started talking about live election and aiming for this, we've had many a difficult conversation, which people love when it's on the mashup. Behind scenes, we've had to tough talk ourselves into a couple of them because of short notice. And, there's just so many things moving all the time. We did Ontario live election coverage. And in the first 10 minutes, we realized every guest that was coming on was saying exactly the same thing. Conservatives are going to win. There's no point even staring at it. And you're like, oh, man. And yet it was fun to do. We had great conversations and on it went. So our high watermark of simultaneous watchers that I keep pointing out to twos was 13,600.
You keep pointing out to me?
I keep pointing out the word.
You got fired from the mashup for this.
All I'm saying is he'd been pointed out that I keep getting it wrong, so I keep making a mention of it while we're live here today.
Mm-hmm.
And when you put together something like this, no matter how you're like feeling on this side of sitting in a chair for this long, we have 31,500 plus people watching live right now
at this moment.
We've had guests on that have been top notch, and you're just seeing, like we just want to put something in the political sphere, the social sphere that, you're going to sit and watch something anyways, just to see what's going on. And, like to see that idea kind of bear fruit, I guess, and play out the way it has.
Oh, it's great.
It's pretty cool.
I mean, 2.5 years ago, we said, what if we did election coverage that didn't suck? So instead of the same stuffy people explaining to you ad nauseum how a goddamn map works,
or some writing we all don't know, it's like, okay, it's somewhere over in the GTA, and we're like, okay, what do I care, right? It's just simple. Carry on.
Thank you.
I'm cutting him off. I waited almost 5 hours to finally get to cut him off. It's been perfect. Carry on.
You guys have great energy for having gone at this raw. Congrats to both of you. You've built a really cool product here.
I absolutely appreciate that. It means a lot coming from you, Ken. It really does. And so, I mean, the idea with this was, why don't we do something that's fun, exciting? We have real people having honest conversations about how this is playing out in real time, and also what the implications of it are, and something that's fun and enjoyable, the kind of thing that you'd actually want to sit down and have a beer while you watched, instead of something that you would want to basically sign up for Made after you had to watch it for more than 10 minutes.
Or put it to mute, right? Like last time I watched CBC, which was 4 years ago, I just had it on mute, and I was just watching the numbers. I was just tired of listening to political commentators talk, especially the ones that the mainstream have on.
Yes. Well, as a conservative, I feel like the government is not spending enough money, and our taxes are too low. That's me being a CBC conservative.
So I would say, to answer it, it's been a lot of fun on this side. We've it was funny. We got up at bright and early this morning, but the first one, it was a mad scramble. It was still a mad scramble. This guy was messing around with things like 2 seconds before. He's like, 2 seconds? We got 2 seconds? I'm like, we got 2 seconds, dude.
And you're wasting my time telling me.
Yeah. That's how we're doing on this side. I think we're doing pretty good.
Well, I mean,
go ahead, Goose.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's been kind of interesting for me because it's been a very busy couple weeks for me leading up to this. And so, it's, when your tank is like totally empty and you're right on the verge of getting that rigor's dementia where you've been working so much for so long that you just get goofy. We're going to hit that in like 3 hours. I'm not making any promises after that. I'll be silly.
Is on like his 4th or 5th Red Bull at this point. He gave me one. And I'm like,
4th.
I don't even
get off
one.
And a giant coffee as well.
You got to get off those. Those are bad.
I basically, this is the only time I ever have them.
I know I was popping in and out, and I really like your quick turnover of people, like to get different voices and different faces. Like it's a get them in, get them out. It's as opposed to having the same 5 panelists speak for 2 or 3 hours. Like you say, it gets dull. I've been enjoying the quick in and out of a lot of different people with different voices, different looks, different perspectives. So one of the things, just I guess a final thought on this, unless we want to we got 9 minutes left. I want to get predictions, but one of the things I've learned from putting on shows is, especially on stage, is cadence of people. Right? We just had the ladies in, and they bring a different vibe, a different energy compared to the three of you and the next group and the next group. There's just different flows to it, even if. And I'll shout out to Vesper because he is coming on.
Yeah.
Even if it seems negative, to me. The thing about it is it's different perspectives. One of the comments on X was something along the lines of, why would I want to listen to an echo chamber? I'm like, although we have a lot of conservative minded people on, we're getting people from, Halifax to BC and everywhere in between coming on this thing with different backgrounds, different, and it's different views of the same problem. So to me, I don't feel like it's that big of an echo chamber. I could be wrong too. You've been sitting here listening the entire day too.
Well, I think people are roughly along the same lines. And yeah, there has been a little bit of doom and gloom. And I think the thing that people have kind of missed so far, maybe, is that with all due respect to everybody else who's been on, is that there's no downside to this election. You've got, all right, like for me, basically, if the Liberals get in, my business is gonna probably close in a couple of years. But the separatist sentiment is going to go through the roof, and I don't think there will ever be a better chance to actually solidify our journey through history than after today. So they're like, okay, well, you know what? I mean, on the one hand, this will happen, but when one door closes, another opens, and I get the fact that that's just a goofy, oversimplified idiot's phrase. But in this case, there is no downside. If the NDP somehow managed to come back from the brink and take a majority, they're like, okay, well, this is great. We're going to be done in 6 months, right? There's no bad way that this election plays out.
Yeah, I could see that. You know, it's fun watching. For me, I think tomorrow I'm ready for the provincial fallout. And Ken, you've got your pulse on SK really, really well as to what that'll look like. But what's the provincial fallout? Again, realistically, I think it's Carney or Pierre that'll win. But how do the two premiers react? And then what do they do, if anything? To me, that's the one I'm very curious about.
You're asking me, Tarek, what's Saskatchewan?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to know what's Saskatchewan first.
Oh, I don't know. Like I don't mean to be. I used to be a very optimistic person, and politically, I'm not very optimistic anymore. Is when you've knocked on doors and you've talked to a lot of people. I think there's a lot of what's the word I'm looking at? I'm expecting within 24 hours, this will change from the water cooler talk is the election by tomorrow at this time. It'll be all back to the NHL games and people will forget what it's about. Mm-hmm. and it's kind of gone. So I don't see a lot of fire in the belly, if you will, from the average person in Saskatchewan or Alberta, for maybe Canada for that matter. You know, and so to talk about independence and these sorts of things, I mean, it sounds nice, but you got to have a lot of people pushing.
Yeah.
And I just don't see it. I think it's that good times make weak people, right? You know, and I kind of think that's where we're at. And so now it will put those political premiers in a bit of a pickle, as you say, Tarek, because you know it's very polarized. You know, like if you're Alberta or Saskatchewan, so it'll be interesting to see. It'll put them in a bit of a. They're probably going to do their polling and see which horse they should ride. I guess for me, Tarek, I'm wondering at what point, you know, I'm almost like not disengaging a little bit, but more so getting ready, I guess you could say. I'm worrying about capital and people flight to other areas, you know, like capital and talent leaving for lower taxing, higher rewarding areas, you know, with less regulations is kind of what I'm wondering.
Literally the entire rest of the planet, save North Korea.
And that's what Toos just said, right? So 100%. I think you'll see, I mean, there's a lot of capital right now on pause in Alberta, and how that will change by tomorrow will be very interesting. You know, there's a very big difference between political performance and actual delivery of results in Alberta and Saskatchewan provincially. I think Scott Moe and Premier Smith's political performance is going to be outstanding come tomorrow if the Liberals win. Their delivery, though, so delivery of actual results will be, again, minimum. Next week is Danielle Smith's 2-year election anniversary, May 5th. And
that one's Wood, isn't it?
Sorry?
2 years is Wood?
2 years, yeah. There you go. And I see what you did there. And we still don't have a provincial police force. We still don't have a provincial pension plan. And people are like, wait, we'll see what the federal government does. We should get those regardless of who sits in Ottawa. So I'm very curious as to what happens here provincially. And I know you're coming up on time here. So Corey gave a prediction that I'm very much matched with, but I'm going to add to. So it's either going to be a Lib majority or a Lib minority. And if the minority is held by the bloc, that's actually a worse result because it's going to be an all-out QC, what they want, what they get. I would almost want for a Lib win outright as a more mercy kill than a Lib with a Quebec bloc minority. I do expect rural prairies to sweep blue, but it doesn't matter. Ultimately, what matters is the GTA, Ottawa, and Montreal. Let's see what they give us tonight. We'll know in a few hours before your ballot and mine is counted.
How many NDP seats?
Oh, less than 10.
I need a number.
6.
Okay.
No.
Ken?
You should do money bets on this next time. Everybody's got to cough in $10 or something.
We already have enough money riding on this election, Ken.
I'll say 10.
Okay.
And then who do you got for the win?
Lib minority.
Tanner?
I don't know. I think the Conservatives might pull it off by a hair. Just for the fact, well, there's two things. One is the polling's bullshit. And, add 5, like it was getting close near the end there. And you can add 5% for cheating or whatever that the fucking Liberals will end up doing. So, so if you've got, it might be close. I think closer than, like I said, it's a lot of doom and gloom thing, the Liberal. But the thing is, two things I look at: the advanced polling went ballistic, which usually is an indication of some sort of change. And two, I just don't think everybody's that retarded, but maybe they are.
Have you met them?
Yeah, no, I know. This is me just trying to be optimistic.
Well, you are known for that. How many NDP seats?
I don't fucking care. They're so
honest answers only here.
Yeah, I don't even know. Yeah, don't ask me fucking numbers. I think yeah. People think Evan Bouchard's good at hockey. So we're fucked.
Boys, appreciate you hopping on and doing this. It's always fun
Thanks, gentlemen.
Catch up with friends on the live stream. And
be well, be safe. Cheers.
All right, we're top of the hour, which means, before we bring in Tom, I just clicked on Tom. Tom, give me a sec and we'll bring you in. Before we do that, we're at the top of the hour, which means we should have polls beginning to close in Newfoundland, if my timing is correct.
Mm-hmm.
And
if their timing is correct.
Fair. And which means we should get off to another round of the sponsors of tonight's show. Yep. So here you go. You got silver, gold, silver. We've been saying it all live stream long, all mashup long, that precious metals, silver and gold, all-time highs in the last week for gold. So if you're interested in going down that road, silvergoldbull.com.ca, reference the Shaun Newman podcast. Even better if you give him a call. You can reference that and talk directly to some of the boys who work directly with me. And there's feature deals there that can get you hooked up.
Yep.
And yeah.
You mentioned 222 minutes and you'll get 222% off.
You could try that.
No.
And
that's not legally binding.
and then we got Bow Valley Credit Union, the Thunderbolt. Bow Valley Credit Union is your Alberta-regulated, fully serviced financial institution and is proud to present the first in Canada gold collateral lending. If you're wanting to get a bank account here in Alberta where you don't have to worry about maybe having it frozen, like some people out there have.
So if you're the kind of person who likes donating to convoys and you still want to be able to pay your mortgage, they're probably the people to talk to.
There, and I put it on the bottom, bowvalleycu.com if you want to open up a new account with them, and they can get, they got a lot of cool things going on with gold and silver specifically that if you're interested, you can do. Now, we got do we want to do one giveaway before?
How many Cornerstone tickets have we given away?
None yet. I was waiting till, you want to give one away right now?
Oh, dude, it's your show.
Well, we could give away.
Not this show. This is my show, but his is.
Why don't we do at 6 o'clock hour?
Okay. All right.
We're going to give away
the other
2
mashup
tickets.
shirt.
Okay, we got another mashup shirt to give away. Which
30th text.
Oh man, he's going to make me count through them all. All right. Okay, here you go, folks. Okay,
30th.
Numbers at the bottom. 30th person to text me. Okay, this phone's going to go wild again, but that means we're going to have another winner. for another T-shirt. So if you're interested in that, fire away.
Okay,
Remember,
you can't just say
name,
30 in the text, guys. If you just say 30 in the text,
no,
that's not.
We need
in
your
the chat.
name and where you're listening from. Name and where you're listening from. And 30th one to come through, we will award a new Mashup T-shirt to you. Okay, we got a whole cast of characters sitting in the back. We got political
Thank you
columnist
for your patience
for the Toronto Sun, Brian Lilly, retired Canadian military, and Tom Marazzo, and the guy known as the food professor, Sylvain Charlebois. So Sylvain, Brian, and Tom, thanks for hopping on.
Welcome, guys. And we have over 32,000 people watching us right now.
Wow, pretty
Nice.
good. Not bad.
That's great.
Yeah. Good to chat.
I was just texting you where I am and my name just so that I can get on your list. I'm hoping.
Oh, you want to?
Oh, he did. Okay.
Jeez.
Well, I mean, technically, we
I'm
did say
kidding.
that the guests were ineligible for this.
That's
so,
okay.
You know
That's
what?
okay.
We could probably find a shirt to send you regardless.
There you go.
What? Hey, in years to come, when we have financing as good as CBC or all of that, we will find a way to give every guest who comes on here a Rooster gunslinging shirt, which is coming up this year. We got new ones coming out that are pretty slick. Either way, that's a side note. Boys, thanks for hopping on. Sylvain, we're going to start with you, and then we'll work our way around. Today is a big day, and we're curious what you're seeing, what you're hearing, your thoughts on the election. We'll start with the food professor, and we'll work our way around, and then we can get into the next half an hour. Everybody's thoughts on each other's. Feel free to hop in.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm actually in Toronto right now. Could have had coffee with Brian. I assume Brian is actually in Toronto as well. Absolutely. And we'll grab coffee tomorrow. I'm actually in Toronto all week, so I may actually reach out to you. So we haven't met. We've never met in person, but I'm a big fan of his work, and obviously I'm a big fan of your work, and that's why I accepted the invitation. I'm obviously, unlike Brian and Tom, I'm very focused on the agri-food sector, and obviously I'm on the road meeting with farmers, meeting with food processors, and this campaign has been incredibly disappointing. I'm sure you know that because everything was focused on this one person, this one tenant out of the White House, and there wasn't really much attention given to other issues. Food is an important issue as far as I'm concerned. We eat every day. Food security is a big issue, of course. Over the last couple of years, we saw at the grocery store that things got way more expensive. We see lineups at food banks that are getting longer. I was really shocked. I thought this campaign was it, and especially for people in Alberta or the prairies listening to us, ag is a big deal, and it rarely gets any attention. But I thought this year would be the year. But no, the focus was mainly on geopolitics, unfortunately. So I think a lot of people in the agri-food sector are quite disappointed with the outcome.
Okay, what do you think, Brian?
Well, just to pick up on ag being a big issue, I travel with my wife back to Saskatchewan, and Uncle Reg and Uncle Doug still farming down by Kenaston, worried about the tariffs on canola, worried about the prices, the availability of fertilizer, and what the government's plans are on the fertilizer. These are all huge issues, and everything got swept aside, except the affordability one is still there. And so I'm hoping that today, and we're just having polls close in Atlantic Canada, in Newfoundland, and then in about 20 plus minutes it'll close in the rest of Atlantic Canada. I'm hoping that enough people came out who are concerned about affordability, who are concerned about housing, and not just people who are afraid of Donald Trump. I've been portraying the election for the last while as one of hope. And those are the folks that are backing Poilievre because they're like, I hope for a better future for Canada. And then fear. And those are the people I'm afraid of what Donald Trump will do. So we need Mark Carney to protect us. And that was pretty much Mark Carney's only message. So, Poilievre did try to talk about food, tried to talk about the cost of groceries, didn't really go anywhere. Food bank usage is up. I can give you a bit of good news on food banks, though. Metallica's in town in Toronto. They just donated $40,000 to the Toronto Daily Bread Food Bank.
That's right. Yeah.
Good
So
on
awesome
them.
on them.
Yeah.
And Tom.
Yeah, it's nice to meet both your guests as well. Brian, I do follow you on X.
Yeah, good to meet you.
You too. And you know, I want to echo the other comments about ag because a couple of years ago the slogan people were saying was "Do not comply," and what I prefer now, and it was something coined by another veteran, not me, but it was "Do not rely." And I think that no matter what scale you're talking about in terms of food, which we all like to consume every day, we need to start taking some personal responsibility for our own food production. With the level of technology that we have today, I'm hopeful that people will be able to come together and sort of solve their own problem, especially in terms of not relying on the government or the system for as little as humanly possible. And I take that very seriously. A couple of years ago, I got qualified as an aquaponics system designer because
what's that?
using fish water
Using
and
fish poop to feed plants. It's great. Yeah.
Chemical free.
Capital intensive, but a great system.
Yes. Yeah. And my view on this election is, going back to a couple of years ago, again, it's another IQ test. For a lot of people, it's a principles test, in my view. Mm-hmm. It is a test of your overall awareness of what the true state of Canada actually is. I know how I feel about this election. I've shared it on social media. It's quite upsetting. The one thing I'm going to say, though, is at my age, in my 50s, I have never experienced such a divided Canada in my lifetime. Maybe it was always there. I don't believe it was, but it's certainly here now, and I'm not sure that it's going to go anywhere for a while. It's a very divided Canada, and I think we're going to see evidence of that today when these polls close.
Just wondering, Brian and Sylvan, you're both out in well, actually all three of you are out in the East.
Yeah, I'm in the GTA.
When like out here in the West, we hear everything's going to rely on the GTA. It's all going to come down to the GTA.
It's about the only thing we can really depend on you guys for.
Is that true? And then if so, what are you hearing? What are you seeing from out there? Because I mean, we're a long freaking ways from the GTA. Mm-hmm. And I'm just kind of curious, the three of you have some pretty good insight into the conversations happening out there. And, you're all pretty tied into the area out there. I guess just if you can.
I would say that right now I'm focused, really hard on Atlantic Canada, because there is a good chance of them picking up some seats. And if they do that, maybe says we're going to have a good night for those of us that want change. Right now, the Conservatives are leading or elected in
You're talking about the Conservatives picking up seats in the Atlantic? Really?
Yes. Yep.
Wow.
I was just on the phone with Peter MacKay. He's hopeful that his old seat of Central Nova could flip back to the Conservatives. They rejigged the riding on Antigonish, Cape Breton, and a bit of an odd bit to it now, but he says it gives it a bit more of a Conservative edge. Provincial finance minister running there. Here in Fredericton and New Brunswick could go. There could be an extra seat in Newfoundland. So if they pick up a few extras, and Sylvain, you'd be more in touch with, I know you're based out of Nova Scotia, but I know you've got a good grasp up around the Quebec City area. If they can add on even just little bits, that will help if they don't do as well as they should in Ontario. Because I think, things have been tightening here. Mm-hmm. But I still think the Liberals are going to win most of the seats in Ontario. But that doesn't mean it's going to end up, it rules out a Liberal Conservative minority. If people show up in the numbers they should, we could have a Conservative majority, but I don't think that's going to happen. But there's still a good shot at a Conservative minority if they get those little pickups in Atlantic Canada, little pickups in Quebec, do well enough in Ontario, and then head west where they're going to dominate.
Yeah. I
think you're
say,
right.
I
Oh,
must
just
say
if I
one
could,
thing.
real quick, Sylvain,
Sure.
though.
Yep.
We are getting, so we're the only people other than CBC, CTV, and Global to have the map. We have the map, and we got the first results coming in on it. Central Newfoundland has 108 votes for Clifford Small, Lynette Powell for the Liberals with 30, and Darian Vincent with 6 votes for the NDP. Real strong showing from the New
Call
Democrats.
it. Call it now. Call it now.
That's right. Call
Yeah.
it now. Exactly. But I must say the one thing I know a lot of conservatives are disappointed with some of the surveys, but I must say one thing. I think that Pierre Poilievre and the conservatives ran an outstanding campaign. To be honest, I've been following. I'm not a political scientist personally, but I've been following politics for a long time, and I must say his campaign or the conservative campaign was almost flawless. Whereas with the Liberals, they were relying heavily on fear. Their campaign was a disaster, gaffe after gaffe, and we are
Putting people to
expecting
sleep.
the conservatives to get perhaps as many votes, or if perhaps a percentage that is higher than what Harper got in 2011 when he got his majority. So we should celebrate that. I think a lot of Canadians are paying attention, and in fact, I think we all know that Carney's platform was heavily influenced by the work of Pierre Poilievre the last few years. I mean, he did copy a lot of the stuff that came out of the platform, and so even though perhaps tonight conservatives won't necessarily win a majority, the influence is clearly there.
Yeah, I think you're right. I would push back though on the flawless campaign. I think the one thing that Pierre Poilievre really dropped the ball on was he kind of changed his messaging a couple months ago, and it carried over into the election campaign. And he wasn't nearly as antagonistic towards the legacy media as they perhaps deserved. No offense to anybody included in this conversation. But yes, I mean, there were
But I
just
mean, the
so
one
many
thing that I
examples.
would say, I mean, dare to win an election without the legacy media in Canada. I mean, that's basically what he tried to do, and it's not easy. It's not easy because people tend to trust legacy media in Canada
That's
much
just
more so
because
than
it's
in the
never
US.
happened before. The only reason why you're saying that is because it's never happened.
That's right, and it's the first. They have a stake in the game for this one for the first time in history, and I think I was speaking to a lot of my folks in Nova Scotia. And I think a lot of people just don't realize that a lot of journalists are on the government's payroll and they have a stake in the game, and they don't necessarily want a change at all. And you could see, like in the reporting, a lot of that bias.
I've been at this a long time, and in part of legacy media, I'm the weird guy that straddles new and legacy media in this awkward dance that I do. But even before subsidies, the gallery in Ottawa has always just leaned heavily liberal. I mean, I got there in 2005. Before Harper was able to look like he had a shot. And I remember folks telling me, oh, that guy will never be prime minister. He's never been to Europe, he'll never be prime minister. And that was just the attitude. And then when Harper got in, it was, oh, give it 6 months. These guys won't last. Constant liberal talking points. And I learned quickly when I got to Parliament Hill that if somebody said, I saw this on TV, they meant they were watching CBC. And if they said, I heard it on the radio, they heard it on CBC, because that's the only media they consume. That's kind of the mindset of the parliamentary press gallery, and has been for a long time.
The nice thing, though, is that the people who get all of their information from the CBC are starting to die of old age.
It's a shrinking number. I mean,
I give interviews to Global, to CTV, CBC, Radio-Canada, TVA, and I must say, I mean, whenever people recognize me, I know it's because I was on CTV, Global, TVA, or Radio-Canada, not the CBC. Not the CBC.
Curious, Sylvain, when you come out west, is that the same? Like when you're walking around the west, do they go, oh, I saw you on CBC last night, or is that a strictly an East thing? Just curious.
No, it's well, global is more dominant out west than down east, but global and CTV, I would say, are the top two ones. But this year, I think you're right. I mean, I do think that that boomers are very dedicated to the CBC, and I'm not a defunding kind of advocate. I actually believe in the role of CBC. I think most Canadians accept the fact that CBC is biased. I've accepted it a long time ago, to be honest. Is that for this particular election, I think they went a little overboard.
Tom, your thoughts on media?
Oh, well, let me just say to Brian, the only reason I follow him on Twitter is because he does successfully do that happy dance between, legacy media and alternative media. I can't stand them. I am absolutely 100% in favor of defunding all legacy media, for the simple reason of, if you prove to the viewers that you were of quality, you were telling the truth, and there was no doubt about your journalistic integrity, which they so often brag about, but can't seem to perform by any normal measure or standard of journalistic integrity, people would trust them. There wouldn't be a call to defund these guys. But the fact of the matter is, they lie. We know they lie. We know that they lie, and yet they still continue to do it. And I don't think that they should be subsidized by the people they're lying to. And so I think if they had quality, if they did their jobs properly, professionally, ethically, then people would sort of, I believe people would be funding them with their viewership, and that's where they get the money through advertising. They'd actually earn their keep, but they don't have to earn their keep. They don't have to tell the truth. They can lie repeatedly with impunity, because our government's given them over $1 billion to spread amongst themselves. And then, on top of that, they're giving themselves bonuses. So I'm all in favor. One of the comments I just wanted to touch on, how the legacy media impacts this election. In my view, a lot of the people that are voting Liberal right now have been deliberately shielded from the truth about the Liberal scandals over the last 8 years. They're not reporting on it honestly or fairly. And so I think a lot of the people going to the polls right now have no idea what the Liberals have done to this country in the last, let's say, 8.5, 9 years. They have no idea what's really been going on in all the scandals, because they don't honestly report on it. And, obviously the legacy media likes to hate on Trump. Nobody has, worse Trump derangement syndrome than the legacy media in this country. But that feeds into the political manipulation. I mean, this is, propaganda is an arm, a huge arm in fifth generation warfare. And the biggest players of the game in fifth gen warfare right now is the legacy media, and primarily CBC. So
have you noticed? I only see this because of watching playoff hockey right now, and I refuse to actually set my TV to CBC. I make sure it's on Sportsnet, but you still get these CBC ads even when you're watching the Sportsnet feed. And CBC has decided that they're leaning into this rah, let's go Canada, Canadian nationalism. Remember 5 minutes ago, that was all evil. But they're leaning into it with ads, trying to talk about how great they are and how, we're a Canadian thing. And they're trying to use this political moment with these ads to basically say, hey, don't defund us. We're awesome.
Yeah,
they aren't though. They're about as Canadian as
I don't think they are.
Yeah.
I don't know how many academics you've actually invited for your 12-hour marathon, but I am an academic, and I know that a lot of people out there are concerned about media. I'm equally concerned about academia. Academia was bought many years ago, and 95% of academics are left-leaning. It's actually documented. So if you actually are
you just had a post about that today.
I did, absolutely. And I get emails from colleagues telling me that they are being silenced on campuses because they don't have they don't feel they have the right to express their opinions, including yours truly here. And campuses are a lonely place for people who are, more business friendly. And I'm actually here in Toronto meeting some businesses, and I'm probably going to be the only academic here because I try to understand the real world as much as I can, which makes me a better academic. But I must say, the Trudeau regime really just weaponized science in a way that I've never seen before. And to go back to Tom's, tools you can use for propaganda, that's certainly one that concerns me.
Well, they absolutely have weaponized academia, and
Carbon
then
tax
also,
is a good example.
well, and that's exactly where I was going to be going, is that even the economist side of things, the people who study public policy, they get all their funding from the federal government, and maybe it's not explicitly said that the expectation is that they're going to support the Liberals, but I mean, there's oh shoot, I can't remember his name, from that Australian institute, where he's literally got shell corporations of government subsidies to basically just say that, yeah, everything the Liberals are doing is awesome, despite what we all see with our eyes.
No, absolutely. I mean, there were cases. I mean, you are in Alberta. There are academics in Alberta funded by ECCC, Environment Climate Change Canada. Some of them have spouses working in the department. They're not necessarily researchers. They're not providing any scholarship to the public. They're advocates, and it disgusts me, to be honest. It disgusts me as a scientist, and I hope that this will stop soon.
I'll just say that I'm happy that due to the heavy-handed way that they had to deal with the international student thing here in Ontario, as the Ford government hasn't turned around and said, here's a bunch of cash to make up for all this, stuff you were pilfering off of people. They've just said, no, you got to figure it out. Well, there are all kinds of crazy programs that you would not believe existed if you looked at their name, not, real scientists and academics like Sylvain, but, those courses that we would, invent and make up jokes about what they do. Yeah, those are now going the way of the dodo bird there because nobody was in them. And so there's nobody taking the course. They're not going to take any new students. And
sometimes they're mandatory, though. When I did my master's, I had to take a course in how evil white men were. I didn't do well in that class.
As we're talking, I know it's early. Here's the map, folks. Liberals leading in 2, although it's 20-9, and the Conservatives out in central Newfoundland 161-55, 8-2, and 38-13. So you can see the early signs here. Just for reporting, Liberals, Conservatives tied at 2. For those people wanting to have the update, it is very early. But,
well, I mean,
we'll
I called this.
I
said I said I wanted to see a tie, and it looks like so far I'm right.
Well, hey, while you say cool map, who was that? Was that Brian?
Brian, yeah.
Hey, Brian, I wish I could show you the wonder kid we got just off to our side. We got a brilliant kid here who rattles off things. A shout out to Brett. He comes and helps us with all of our elections. He's when it comes to computers, we got a whiz kid sitting off to my left. So a shout out to him because it is a wonderful map, and it's going to continue to update. It shows the Liberals just took the lead 3-2. Well, once again, we're so early in the polls reporting that we'll wait to see where that goes, but it is starting to update here.
5 minutes, the others close.
Yeah. So we're going to here in the next, to the watcher, the listener, in the next, couple hours, we're going to see some fireworks across this map yeah, twos.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's getting a little bit late into it, so try not to cheat too much by looking at the current results. But what do you guys have for predictions, Brian?
I haven't pulled a number yet. I normally do. I didn't. I'm still just hopeful, and maybe I'll pick something once I see what Atlantic Canada is looking like, and I'll go for my hope instead of trying to be, studious and come up with a number. I'm still hopeful for a Conservative victory, though.
Okay, how many seats for the NDP? Pick a number.
12.
12?
Yeah, get them to 12. Have them be official party status, and that means they've taken some seats away from the Liberals.
Sylvan, your thoughts on the election night? Who's your prediction on winning, and then seat count for the NDP?
Yeah, so I would say first, my hopes for tonight is a majority, and a participation rate of at least 70%. That, and of course, I'm not as hopeful to see a conservative majority, but I hope that we get a majority because we can't afford another minority like the last few years. And of course, you all know if we do have a minority, we'll be with the bloc. And if there's something that as a former Quebecer, there's one thing I wish is the complete collapse of the Bloc Québécois. I think it's a useless party, and it should disappear as soon as possible. As far as the NDP goes, I probably will say it's south of 10, probably 8 would be my number.
Tom,
the fewer NDP, the better.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I'm concerned, I'd like to see some total of none. But
is that your
I'm going to
guess?
go with no. I wish it was my guess. I wish, like, seriously, if I had 3 wishes, obviously I'd ask for unlimited wishes first time around. The second would be to see the Liberals and the NDP destroyed, but ultimately I think they'll be south of 10. But yeah,
9.
But let's go with 9. Let's go with 9. But ultimately, I think it's going to be a nail biter. I think it's going to be pretty close. I don't think either of the 2 front running parties have really. I just don't think they pulled it off. And again, I think it all came back down to Trump derangement syndrome. I think it was a dynamic that nobody predicted in any of the strategy coming forward. And I think at the end of the day, I'll be honest. At this point, I just don't care. I don't care which one. You know why? You know why? Because my plan is to put as much distance between myself in the federal government as I possibly can in every possible way conceivable. So whoever wins, in my view, I don't think it's going to be great for Canada. Will the Conservatives be slightly better? Probably. Will the Liberals be catastrophic? Typically, yes, they will.
Gentlemen, thanks for giving us some time tonight.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, we appreciate having you boys on. And
thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay. Well, we just passed 35,000 watching.
We're getting closer to 36.
Yeah, we're getting closer to 36. I'm going to bring up the map again to bring it back here. Right now, it shows Liberals in the lead 3. But one of them, Labrador, is only 40-12, right? So it's real early.
That's almost everybody in Labrador.
And then you can see here, Long Range Mountains. It's 12-11. So
too close to call.
It's a little too close to call just at this point. But we do have the map up and running right now, reporting on 5 polls. Liberals 3, Conservatives 2, and we're going to see where that heads. Obviously, if you're paying attention to us, we are going to be bringing it up more consecutively as we go along here, because now we're going to start to actually see some results. It just flipped. Now we got Conservatives 3-2. So if you're a Conservative fan, it just went up by 1. But like we say, it's they're so tight right now. It's hard to know until we get a little later on in the night. And as Brian Lilly said, at 5:30 here, which we just crossed, Mountain Standard Time, that is, you're going to have other polls closing, and it's going to become more information starting to push through, which we'll keep track of.
It works its way across the time zones.
Now, we got 2 guests sitting in the background here. We're waiting on a third, but
well, let's bring them in regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, author of the new dystopian novel Fractures in Love, we got Drew Weatherhead, and then a citizen journalist under the handle Truth Seeker 01011. We're talking about Tiana and Drew Weatherhead. Welcome to the cast, folks.
Hey guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Are you Tiana's in a vehicle down in Texas. Drew, are you sitting in a vehicle too? Or have you
I am,
found
of
a quiet
course,
spot?
sitting in a vehicle. Yeah, I'm in Central Alberta, but been in Texas not too long ago.
If Gord hops in, one of the things we were trying to do on this side was put together a bit of an expat roundtable. Obviously, Drew, people who watch the podcast know your story well. You've been down in the States, every year now for good chunks of the year. And then you come back in the summertime. And Tiana, you're down in Texas now. We just curious, your thoughts on the Canadian election. Is the result, any result, something that would pull you back here full time? I don't know. We'll start with Drew and then Tiana. And the only problem is that they're both in vehicles, so we might have to just.
Yep, I'm at work again after 21 hours of sleep.
Are we back?
Yeah, you're back, Drew.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, yeah,
Hey,
we're working
Drew,
on
welcome.
Starlink as always. So, we do what we can with what we got. The question was, what exactly, Shaun?
Have you been paying attention to the election?
Yeah.
And is there any result that would bring you back to Canada?
Oh, a result that would bring me back to Canada. I don't know. It depends what you mean by Canada, because the result I'm looking for is Alberta not being part of it. So that may be a little bit further down the road, but I think that there's a certain outcome, i.e. a Liberal majority, I think, that would really push that flame that has been burning here in Alberta for a separatist or at least independence movement. And honestly, Canada does not look good from anywhere else looking in, at least certainly in the West. It's an absolute shit show from everybody watching. All my American friends basically start with their condolences when I tell them I'm Canadian. And the ones that don't, I know, basically just listen to the CNN. And it's just so pathetic, I think, the state of Canada right now. So to be part of it, I think Canada has to change more than anything.
Tiana?
Honestly, I think the same. I mean, watching Canadian propaganda from the outside, especially from Texas, is just insane. You get Texans saying, hey, we love Canadians. Canadians are super friendly. And then, I have to explain to them just how thick the propaganda is and just how lost some of these Liberal Canadians are with what is happening. And I don't know if I would come back if the Liberals win. I mean, even if our visa expires down here, I would probably look somewhere else, like Latin America or anywhere. But Canada needs time to heal. I think we've been pushed with Chinese propaganda for way too long. And if the Liberals win again, I think it will just get worse tenfold. And unfortunately, Canadians don't see just how friendly Americans are. They actually want the best for us. They don't want the worst for anyone. So I mean, it's wild watching it outside in now versus being in it. So, yeah.
Yeah, not only if the Liberals win are less people going to or be apt to come back to Canada, I think more people are apt to leave Canada. You're going to have a absolute confluence of expats going in all directions, basically trying to flee from the pressure or at least the incoming carny apocalypse. I hate to be hyperbolic, but look at my background. I like hyperbole. We're going to deal with some serious negative fireworks. I mean, everything that you hated about DEI is going to go exponential. Everything that you hated about carbon bullshit is going to go exponential. Everything, go down the list of all the things you hated about the Trudeau tyranny. Essentially, Carney is basic. Yeah, Carney is basically that, but a little bit more underspoken. Although, don't get it wrong. I mean, from everything I've learned about the guy, he is 100% down that path, and will probably even push it harder in a way now that they've legalized or at least weaponized their ability to deal with things like the Emergencies Act and enacting it in ways that don't get voted on, trample all over the rights and freedoms of the citizens, and don't ask their position on it anyways. So, I mean, not to paint a glum picture, but who would want to come back to that?
Not anybody I know. I mean, maybe the Kyleberger brothers, and that would be about it.
Gord, we're joined by the Mr. Gord McGill. Of course, you got the Autonomous Trucker Substack. Thanks for hopping on, Gord. Your thoughts from down south on what you're seeing from the north. We've been talking about, one of the questions was, is there any result that would happen that you're like, oh, I'm back to Canada tomorrow? And then just your overall thoughts on the election. Right now, as we sit here talking, early days, Libs 6, Cons 3. We'll wait and see how that plays out in Newfoundland and go from there.
Right. Thanks for having me on, Shaun. Appreciate the invite. Let me relay to you thoughts from my American neighbors, right? So I live in upstate New York. I'm about 3 hours from Buffalo and 4.5, 5 hours to Ottawa in the other direction. A number of people where I live have reached out to me over the last few months asking me, dude, what in the hell is going on up north? A lot of Americans are not quite clued into the Westminster parliamentary system, and were aghast. I mean, they were already aghast at the Freedom Convoy, right? So in 2022, Freedom Convoy takes place, and where I live in southern sort of upstate New York, and then I was driving around hauling logs, New York and Pennsylvania. I saw more Canadian flags here than I've ever seen in my entire time living here or my 25 years on the road trucking. I've been all over the United States. As far as like Canada goes, the Freedom Convoy were folk heroes to sort of normal working class regular Americans, right? And then what's happened recently in the last few months with Trudeau handing off the baton to Mark Carney, that like scrambled their brains. They couldn't understand it. I had one of my friends called me and he was beside himself. He's like, bro, where'd this guy come from? You didn't vote for him. He's not got a seat in your guys' parliament. How is he your prime minister? Like, it just didn't compute. And one of the funny things is that, like, America is supposed to be a constitutional republic and not an actual democracy. But how it actually functions here is more democratic than how it functions in Canada. And, you know, even my brother-in-law, like, I live in a sort of, you know, a college town, you know, Cornell University is here, like one of the Ivies. It's very blue. My in-laws and a lot of my community around here are like Bernie Sanders progressives. And even they look at what Justin Trudeau did to Canada and are like, man, that's too far. You can't freeze people's bank accounts. You can't take people's right to freedom of expression and protest away. Like, this is bad, right? So, like,
yeah, when the Bernie bros are telling you needed to chill out on stomping on civil liberties and maybe over taxation, yeah, that's when they need to take a step back, right?
Oh, 100%. And you know, there's a few people who are freaked out about Trump, but like Trump's 51st state thing, like everybody here sort of understands that that's just him talking, and they're not taking it to the sort of level of seriousness that the Canadian media have like stirred up into this like national crisis. And like my opinion as an expat living here in the US, looking back home at what's going on is, guys, you're not running against Donald Trump. You need to be running against the Liberal Party and what they've done to Canada. Nobody here, like most Americans, are on your side. Don't be fooled by Donald Trump's brash rhetoric. Fight amongst yourselves and do what's right by Canada. Who cares about Donald Trump? You need to deal with your own backyard first. And like, it's been very depressing to see how the media have completely psyoped everyone into thinking that this is about Donald Trump and not about the last decade, which has ruined my homeland. I want my daughters to be able to come back to Canada and like engage their birthright, like as daughters of a Canadian citizen. They should be able to go home. I would like to go home someday, maybe, but like, is it going to happen? I guess we'll find out tonight.
Yeah, I totally agree with Gord on that one. I'm absolutely blown away coming back from the U.S. only a couple weeks ago into Canada, just how gullible or at least malleable the average Canadian is. Not most people listening to this webcast that we're doing right now, but the people out there that are voting en masse, they just seem so easily manipulated by American politics. It's so crazy that the biggest wedges right now in the Canadian national federal election have to do with Donald J. Trump, his tariffs, his 51st state. Like, all of these talking points are what's activating people emotionally to go out and make some sort of protest vote against somebody that's going to try to liberate them, at least in rhetoric, from the liberal tyranny that we've had for the last 10 years. And if you think I'm being, again, hyperbolic, I would love for Shaun, if you can pull up while I'm talking here, go just Google the words Canadian scandals. Go look that up, and there's a Wikipedia page that you can go through an itemized list of Canadian scandals, and what you'll find is somewhere about halfway down since the creation of the country Canada, about halfway down that list starts at 2015. You're going to find that half of all Canadian scandals have happened in about the last 10 years under the same guy and the same party that all of a sudden is trying to get back in because Orange Man bad. It's unbelievable that Canadians who have lived and suffered under that for so long can look at it and be like, yeah, you know what? Orange Man is bad. Tariff, Trump. And then they're like, oh, either I'm not going to vote for the blue bad boogeyman, or I'm going to go vote for the new guy who's going to get us out because he knows economics or something.
Yeah, Tuz is trying to pull it up right now. There's the page you're talking about.
All right, so it starts with 1873, allegations of bribes being taken by the Sir John A. Macdonald in exchange for the contract to build the Canadian Pacific Railway. The
Probably
affair
got him
forced
hanged.
Macdonald to resign as prime minister. 5 years later, he got voted in again. So there's still hope for Justin. So that's 1873, which, I mean, that the country's 6 years old at that point. I mean, it's in grade 1. And then, not very big. And then you get to 2012, 13, 14. And here's the first one, the Phoenix Pay System. And it looks, if you look at the scroll on the side, we are only a fraction of the way down this page. And this is everything since then.
These are the publicly accepted scandals. These are the ones nobody
These are
argues
the
about.
Wikipedia scandals.
Yeah.
This isn't the ones we consider scandals. These are the ones Wikipedia considers to be scandals.
Yeah. Can I pipe in on a scandal that's probably
what you're
not
here
on
for.
that Wikipedia? Okay, so I wrote about the Coots guys for Newsweek. Probably the only mainstream publication to cover that with like some, discussion with the defense side of it and talking to the men and their families and their advocates, which the Canadian media did not do any of, other than people like Shaun and those of us in the sort of alternative podcast sphere. Right? Where is the scandal of having political prisoners? Why are 2 men still in jail for attending a peaceful protest? Why are people voting about the fact that the Canadian government is going to try and take Chris Barber's truck away from him? Not a single person who's been pursued due to their participation in the Freedom Convoy has the Crown said, we're going to come take your stuff. I mean, they did that already with the bank account freezings and the asset seizures at the beginning. But since then, in the last 3 years, they haven't done that. But Chris Barber, they want to come and steal his truck? Where I haven't heard anybody in the Canadian media talk about the fact that the Liberal Party brought political prisoners to a modern Western nation state. Nothing. That's a scandal in and of itself.
That's probably one of the biggest scandals because that's just it's the hallmark of all good tyrannies, really, is that anybody who is effective at speaking up, they just tall poppy them.
Well, we had Chris on earlier from Big Red, and he brought it up, that he's happy he still get, they're trying to take away his livelihood, right? Like, I mean, as a trucker, Gord, all about that if they tried to come and take your means of livelihood.
Right. So there's a famous quote from, speaking of the Americans, President Obama, former President Obama, at a speech said you didn't build that. And he was talking about like entrepreneurs and business people and how they did not give enough deference to the government for utilities, building the roads. This is the sort of point that Obama was trying to get at. But like people viscerally reacted to this because Obama, in the way he said it, sort of implied that like all of the effort you put in as a business person, as an independent business person like you are, Shaun, didn't mean shit because the government did all this other stuff, right? So when you see the Crown trying to take Chris Barber's truck, they're building on that attitude of Obama, right? Like, oh, you didn't build this business. This Kenworth W900L you've owned since 2003, and you put 2.5 million miles on it, and you built up this business and served your customers and raised your kids in this truck. You don't deserve that. We're just going to take it from you. That's what the Canadian government is saying. And if I don't care whether the Conservatives win, PPC, as long as it's not the Liberals, because that's what they're saying to the Canadian public. We can take your business that you built, that you put your heart and sweat and tears and sacrifice and your children, and you've tried to do something. And because you stood up against us peacefully, we're just going to take it. I want the Liberal Party to lose just because of that.
Okay. I was going to push back on you until right at the very end, because I feel like, well, what you're saying was totally right. It was not quite the right context with this, where, yeah, they do have this entitlement to everything we make and build and create. It's why we pay half of everything in taxes. We're still months away from the point in the year where if we paid taxes first and then worked afterwards, we'd be actually working for ourselves. But this isn't at all about, oh, it's we deserve it. It's They want to take it and melt it down and turn it into a paperweight and say anybody else who wants to get uppity, if you've got a symbol of your disagreement with us and our sovereign overlordship, we will fuck you up. That's what this is.
Yeah, you know what I'm hearing too, which is hard to disassociate yourself in real time from as a Canadian who's been living in the boiling pot that's been getting hotter and hotter, is just how goddamn crazy all of these individual examples are. And probably the best way to associate yourself with it, I wish somebody would do this, maybe you can do this for us too, is put together a blind A/B yes/no test between fill in the blank terrible thing that the government does. Was this Canada or North Korea? And give it to an American and see how well that they would do. What you would find is that they would look at this and, you know, this democratic, progressive, front of the line Western country would probably be seen in similar eyes and lights to a communist dictatorship like North Korea. And it shouldn't be surprising if you don't already have that propaganda ingrained into you. It's like, well, I've lived in Canada. Canada's great. It's better than all these countries. Like, yeah, but all of this socialism leading towards communism that you think is okay because, you know, nobody's really chirping up about it unless they get into a convoy and get, you know, unpersoned in some Coots prison for however long. As long as you're not that guy, it's actually okay. We've got coffee and, you know, we've got hockey and we've got maple syrup and we've got taxes that we pay 50%. Again, like, which country is this, North Korea or Canada, that has to pay half of every second hour of their work goes to the government? You know what I mean? Like, this is the type of nonsense that you wouldn't even believe if you weren't living in it.
Yeah. So, I mean, for anybody listening who's blue collar, which is probably a lot of you, and thank you for tuning in, by the way, there's almost 38,000 of you, which is insane.
That's insane.
Like, we have basically tripled our last best live stream. And yeah, like that's more people than that's every man, woman, and child, and then some in Lloydminster, for example. But every time you are working outside in -40 and something falls apart because the steel grit gets brittle and you've got to go into the doghouse to warm up because your face is literally freezing off of your bones and you've got to stand a certain way facing the wind while oil splatters at you and everything is just unbelievably cold. Realize that half of that time you spend is for a bunch of ungrateful pricks in Gatineau who are sitting in an office and mad as hell about it because they can't do it from their couch anymore.
And who hate you from there.
Yes. Yes. Can you believe these assholes out there working and paying for me to be at home?
If you've never stood out, and like, if I once again agree with you, so much of our listenership, whether it's with the oil field, ag, on and on these go.
Mm-hmm.
You've been, you know, I just think of it as a kid going out and checking calving in the middle of the winter. And it's just like, it's so cold. Doesn't matter how many layers you put on.
Yeah.
And like, you know, that's why we love our audience, because we know that is a huge chunk of it. They get it. They get it. It's just, you know, here we sit, we're watching it's now, and you know, once again, early. I want to make sure it's early, but right now it's 11-4 Liberals out east. And I'm like, you know, some of these, you know, and I'll pull it up here so people can see what I'm staring at. Here's the map, you know. So oops. You got no, like, Conservatives there winning in
quite handily,
winning in that one. But you know, Paul Connors in Avalon, Liberal.
Well, that's the St. John's area, right? So now you're getting into the more urban part of it.
Cape Breton, you got
did you say Cape Breton?
Yeah, you get it. Sean Fraser, we were talking about him, Central Nova, right? They were talking about him
Britain.
Whatever.
What? Are they known for their lousy breakfasts and bad teeth?
You know, if it wasn't Uncle Hack calling me out, it's fine. It's taken to almost the 6-hour mark for Twos to finally call me.
Oh,
all right.
No, are they going to go to war with William Wallace?
Here, I was going to pull this up. Right there, Labrador, 703-266. So you're seeing 11-4 right now. All jabs aside. that's where we sit out east. And it was Brian Lilly talking about paying attention to there specifically to see if it was going to change, and that would start to dictate where the election's going.
And so in Labrador, third place, you've got Marius Normore, and that means probably that his electoral hopes are no more. I can do this all night, folks.
With 8 minutes, how long are we going to take predictions for? Are we going to allow them to do predictions?
Yes, predictions, but just pretend like you didn't just see that. Predictions: Drew, then Gord, and then Tiana.
All right, predictions. I love a dark horse story, and although I thought it was a sure thing for Pierre about 2 months ago, before all of the nonsense that has happened since then has happened, he is the dark horse right now. And I have this weird ambivalence because I want there not to be a liberal government in Canada because of what that entails. But I also want there to continue to be a worse liberal government in Canada so that Alberta can get their shit together and start standing up for themselves. Because I really don't think they will if we get a Poilievre, because Poilievre will soothe our aches and pains just a little bit so that we feel like we're okay to keep getting,
pull back the vice on your nuts by a quarter turn.
Just a little bit, and he'll still take those payments every year too from Alberta. He'll be happy to take those at the same time as sort of rubbing your neck and telling you it's okay. But nonetheless, honestly, I think the Liberals are going to win. I hope it's not a majority so that at least we can stay angry without stuff passing through the House really fast over here in the West. And I guess that's my prediction. Hey, do you mind? I know that we're going to back off here or back out in a couple minutes, and I don't want to take too much time from the other guests here, but can I do a quick little pitch? Just an absolutely shameless plug.
Which, by the way, I need you to bring all of your books to the Cornerstone. But
I
go
am.
ahead.
I got a booth there. I'm happy to meet everybody and shake their hands there at Cornerstone on May 10th. But I do have a book that's coming out in 2 days right now, and there's a pre-sale for the digital version that's only 99 cents. And I know you said you got 36,000 people. I want to do a social experiment here.
38.
And I'm going 38,000 people here. I'm going to put this in the chat. This is the Amazon link to my book for 99 cents. You'll never miss that dollar again. And I am on second place right now for bestseller. And I want to see if, while this live stream is going, we can get enough people to sort of pass around the church plate and get $1 from people to put me into bestseller and get
Drew,
Burton Boy up there in the top ranking.
Drew, put it in the private chat. That way we can put it on the scroll. We'll scroll it for you that way.
Chat?
Where it says 8 people
comments?
on the side.
Oh, yeah. Okay, join the chat.
Here's a plug. I've been reading it. I'm about 150 pages in, Drew. I'm actually shocked as your friend is getting to know you over the last, how many years has it been? 3 years? I'm like, I can't believe one of my friends is writing this. I think it's a heck of a book, to be honest. Me and you had a long conversation about this, about I really enjoy fiction because the world is giving me enough, things to shake my head at or worry about. And I've really enjoyed it thus far. So there's my shameless plug on you. I think it's pretty cool that you've written a dystopian fiction novel series, and we'll get it up on the scroller. That way people, if they want to throw you 99 cents and bump it up, they can.
I appreciate it. I'm having a hard time joining the chat right now, so I'll just text it to you if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, sure. We'll
text it to me.
Text it to Twos.
Okay,
yeah.
We'll do.
And then Gord, your thoughts?
My thoughts are no matter who wins the election, the government is going to win. And my prediction is that as I look out in my backyard, I am going to have a tent city of refugees moving here to the United States of my fellow Canadians, escaping the communist tyranny of whoever wins the Canadian election.
Tiana?
Honestly, I think the Liberals are going to steal the election, but this time the Liberals will feel the fire of their own demise. This is the final coffin for Canada, and I hope that Alberta either secedes into the United States or gets its own independence, but this will be the one time the Liberals actually will regret their own decisions and wake up to the corruption and the communism that are the Liberals, because Mark Carney won't hold back. And I think it's a good thing. I think it's time for Liberals to self-reflect a little bit and get a taste of their own medicine. So all I have to say to the good Canadians is buckle up. It's going to be a rough ride, but it will wake up the majority of the sleeper cell NPCs, and then hopefully they're the ones that are going to be angry and unhinged and rise up against the Liberal government. So there's going to be a revolution in Canada for sure. Whether it starts in Quebec or Alberta, one of them will initiate huge changes. But changes are coming. It's just going to be a little rough before that happens.
Okay, and real quick, all three of you, how many seats for the NDP?
Well, the NDP are allowed seats still.
Technically,
is there a number less than 0? I don't know. Like, who cares? Like, are
I
they even a
care. I
thing
care.
anymore?
Give me a number.
All right, 5.
Okay, Gord.
I will describe the NDP's seat as the proverbial hole in the floor of the cab of a Volvo going across the Trans-Canada Highway.
That's good for me. Okay. Volvo hole. All right, Tiana.
I'm going to say 1.
All right.
Folks, thanks for giving us some time. Appreciate it. And as we sit here and talk to you, we're closing in on 39,000. So I don't say it enough to all the guests that keep coming on, but we do appreciate it. You guys are making this what it is, right? The Super Bowl for me and Two is on this side to try and give a voice to a bunch of different Canadians, expats, and bring together, Canadians from all across Canada on a an open forum, say what you want, whenever you want type show. So thanks again for hopping in.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
And Drew, it's going to be up in a second. Just trying to find a place to share it with a shorter URL.
Okay, I'm going to forewarn. I should have done this before and edit it, but the next minute and 13 is going to, on your audio, is going to just peek up a touch. We're going to show the Cornerstone Forum. We're going to give away 2 tickets to that. I'm not gonna say the number, so you don't know what number it is. But we're gonna switch over to a clip of the upcoming May 10th Cornerstone Forum in Calgary, Alberta. If you want to have tickets to that, pay attention. We'll have a number as soon as we get back.
In a world fallen into chaos,
insurance crisis,
war,
we find ourselves in World War III.
fear,
use nuclear weapons,
corruption,
I intend to resign.
and division reign.
Tariffs on Canada.
Propaganda and censorship cloud the truth,
You will not reach a peace deal.
labeling people as extreme, right-winged, leaving us confused and alone.
Trees couldn't look like there was any hope.
No more. Cornerstone Forum is coming back for a second year. No longer are we conforming to the pattern of this world. We are a diverse community that is unwilling to comply with every wind and wave of doctrine, a beacon of hope surrounded by darkness. You are not alone. Join us May 10th at Cornerstone Forum. We are stronger together.
Tell him.
Twos wants me to go. All right, here it is. Okay, the 100th. This is gonna suck. This is gonna suck for me, not for you. 100th person to text in their name and where they're listening from is getting 2 tickets to the Cornerstone Forum in Calgary, Alberta, May 10th. It's a one-day conference that's got speakers coming in from all over the place. I'll put down in the scroller here as we go along a way to buy tickets as well. And we'll bring up some graphics throughout the night so people can figure out exactly what it is. But it's 4 different roundtables with keynote speeches. It's going to be live action. A ton of the guests that you've seen and heard from today are going to be in attendance. And we did our first one last year in Lloydminster. It was a sellout, and we're closing in on, I think the last time I checked, 600 people going to be there in Calgary, May 10th. So if that's something, you watch the trailer, you're like, holy crap, that looks amazing. Be the 100th. That's Twos. I'm going to have some work on my hands, but I was saying to Twos, I got, I don't know. People are texting me going, hey, did I win? And different things like that. Or just trying to text me in general.
We'll tell you.
I've got like 500 missed texts or more now. So, this is going to be fun to go through after this is all said and done. I appreciate all of you texting though. So the 100th person to text, going to earn 2 tickets to the Cornerstone Forum May 10th in Calgary, Alberta. And that's going to be a fun day, Twos.
I just got to restart. Like the chats have been wonderful. There's so many of them that we can't even keep up with them all, but they are appreciated. And they have gotten to the point where, yeah, I got to just turn this thing over and start it again. I'll still be here, but yeah, well done, guys. Well done.
Top of the hour means we're going to throw in a couple the major sponsors of today's show, the title sponsors, that is. First, we go Silver Gold Bull. I don't know if you've been paying attention to silver or gold prices in the last month. Heck,
but they are bullish.
Yeah, that's right. And depending, right now as we sit, it's 16-5 in favor of the Liberals. Early days, but the Liberals pulling ahead. And I don't know. Do you think the gold price is going down if the Liberals win? Probably not. So you can go to silvergoldbull.ca. If you give them a call, the number on screen there, ask for Graham and reference the Shaun Newman podcast. You can get deals. They can give you the feature deal of the day, and that would help us out. We're in partnership with Silver Gold Bull. Would love your guys' support if you're, doing the silver gold precious metals thing.
And if you're not, you should.
That's right. And then we'll throw in the little lightning, a little thunder here. Oops. And of course, to those looking for a bank that won't shut you down for buying Bitcoin or for donating to the Freedom Convoy, then we got one for you. That is Bow Valley Credit Union, your Alberta-regulated, fully serviced financial institution, and they're proud to present the first in Canada gold collateral lending. So all you got to do is go to bowvalleycu.com. We'll slowly update the ticker so that you can have all the pertinent information there. But bowvalleycu.com to open up your bank account today.
Now, I mentioned this, if you've been listening for a while, I mentioned that, like, despite the fact that they just got on board with the Mashup, a year ago, I switched over to them. And it was interesting because the first time I went in, obviously, they had no idea who I was personally. And every single time I've gone in after that, it's not just like hi, present your card, put in your PIN. It's, oh, hey, and they bring your information right up. Like you go in to the branch, they recognize you. That customer service that you maybe remember as a child in a small town bank, that's what you get at Bow Valley, which I think is incredibly cool.
Now, we got more guests sitting in the background. We won't make them late any longer. Political commentator Kurt Lubomoff, social commentator on YouTube and host of The Fulcrum, Frank Vaughn, and Ontario dairy farmer, the Dairy Cartel, the dreaded Dairy Cartel. Shout out to.
We have the Dairy Cartel.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Gentlemen, thanks for hopping on. Right as we sit, we're just shy of 39,000 people watching across Canada. And I should bring this up before we get any comments. Here's the map. We're at 16-5 right now. Liberals leading the Conservatives. It is early days, but that is the polls thus far that have been coming in from the east side of Canada.
Cool thing about this map,
I'll bring it back up.
Infinitely zoomable. So when things start getting interesting in Toronto, which will be like the first time anybody's ever said that, we can go all the way down to whatever street you want. It's a very neat thing. Our friend Brett has put it together, and he absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, shout out to Brett. Okay, we got some interesting folks sitting in here, and I want to know your thoughts. Well, DC, you're a longtime listener of the podcast. How about we start with you? A view from Ontario, your thoughts on today, and I don't know, the things you've been seeing around you.
So I'm in southwestern Ontario. Hopefully you can hear me just fine.
We can.
And I tend to think we're a lot like you guys out west. And we start wondering what the cities are like. So, what's happening today? What's happening recently? Getting a lot of discussion with the age difference. The older generation tend to lean liberal that I talk to, and the younger generation, I've never seen it this conservative. I've seen it in my young boys. I got 3 boys and 1 daughter, ages 16 to 21. And if I listen to them, the world's going to be fine, but we are very conservative where we are, but the cities themselves are leaning very liberal. And the old people are leaning that way too. So a caveat, or kind of a little story. A couple of weeks ago, we went to the States. My one son is going to go to university in Wisconsin, went to tour it. And I had about 3 or 4 different people I would call in the boomer age category so worried about crossing the border and checking your phones and making sure everything was lined. And my wife and I looked at him, where did you hear that? Well, we heard it on the news. So maybe don't listen to the news as much. So at the end of the day, we crossed the border. Border guards were happy to see us. When we came back, they were more worried about what we bought, if we bought anything, and what we could tariff. We went to the Midwest and Wisconsin. It was awesome. It's great. I think they're just like us. And that's kind of what I see happening in Ontario. Now, I'm not in the cities as much. Now, you guys hear that more often than I do. There is a big divide in Ontario, just like there is anywhere else.
Frank.
Yes, sir. I think Canadians in general are behind the curve when it comes to the uptake of alternative media and podcasting being a replacement for mainstream media. And as somebody who lived in Ontario for a very long time, if you go into a fast food restaurant, you go into the mechanics, you go anywhere, there's a big TV and it's got 24-hour news on it, and they're all saying the same thing. They will spend a half hour and they will only tell you 4 different stories, and they're generally all about Trump. So the young are more unplugged. They're ahead of the curve. So that's why I think they're looking at conservatives, because they'd like to see some kind of future that they can sink their teeth into. Mm-hmm. But the older you get, the more you were raised on TV and the more you're dialed into that. And you may not even be aware that there's this dearth of information that is of a much higher quality that you can tap into if you want to. So, I mean, 3 years ago, I could see the writing on the wall in Ontario. The cities are just too big. I was like our friend DC here. I was in farming, and I had, at the time, I had a 3-year-old boy and a newborn daughter. And I thought to myself, where am I going to raise my kids? And I looked west because that's where my heart was. It always was there. And I knew that I had to try and get there at some point in my life. And then coming here, the culture is very different. It's fundamentally different. It's fundamentally friendlier, and it's more the roots of what I remember Ontario being when I was a young child growing up in the 1980s or a teenager in the 1990s. Mm-hmm. That culture's faded away. It's drowning in the policies of Ottawa and everything that they're bringing in and everything that they're doing. In this election, if Mark Carney wins and the Liberals are rewarded with another 4 years, I think the West has to leave one way or another. And there's a lot of, I've been off and on this channel listening to the conversation. There's a lot of people who say there's no mechanism for that. When you occupy the historic moment, those mechanisms are created out of thin air. When the Americans revolted against the British, what they did was illegal. When in 1937, when the world agreed to carve up Czechoslovakia and feed it to the Germans, no one asked the Czechs what they wanted. And I don't say that as a good thing. I'm saying that when you hit that time and you get that crisis, people can't eat. The PMO's office is saying you're going to be subsistence hunting without reference to regulation is how they word it, which means you're going to be that bad off. In those circumstances, things happen.
You're poaching the king's deer.
You're poaching the king's deer. But I mean, also that highlights another thing, when we talk about this federation, what modern country has a king? What modern country has a Senate that's appointed largely for life? A judiciary that you can't touch? MPs that you can't pull down when they go rogue? No legal recourse for you. They can violate and suspend your charter rights. And then they get caught doing it illegally and nothing happens. There's no punishment. Trudeau dances off into the sunset. The most popular prime minister, as we're told by the media, he leaves and nobody's talking about his legacy. Nobody's talking about where he is. Nobody's talking about his future because the whole thing's captured. And the final thing I'll say is I actually have a lot of pity for Canadians and how brainwashed they are, because I think we are the most heavily propagandized country in the West. There's a lot of broken people, and they came out of 2022 and 2021 broken in ways that cannot be repaired. So we have a big challenge ahead of us.
Can I just say, Frank, we didn't know each other. It was Clyde who invited you on, who I can see starting to get set up backstage again. Very nice to meet you. And another voice that, in Canada, too, as we talk about this all the time, the amount of podcasts I do to try and get to different voices in Canada, it's nice to meet another new face, albeit I'm sure to a lot of the audience, they're like, you didn't know who Frank was? And I'm like, I watched some of your stuff earlier today because we knew you were coming on. And I'm like, oh, okay, this is, but I was saying the same thing about Jasmine Lane and Josh Udall and all these people. And it's very nice to meet you. And I appreciate you answering the call tonight to be on the live stream. For people watching, we're 39,900. Just keep pushing. We're going to hit 40,000 here in the next minute or two. And
like it, share it.
Yeah, that's right. If you're on
and
X,
thank you for watching.
Yes. Kirk Lubomoff, your thoughts. And then, boys, we'll get into a bit of a roundtable here. Don't feel like it has to come back to us every time.
Yeah, this is an interesting election for many reasons. There's a lot of psychological stuff in play here besides the mainstream media, right? We have different cultures from across the country. This is an interesting election from an age point of view, as well as been said, because this is one of the last elections where essentially the baby boomers have to lead. The next generation coming up and the generation came with the mass immigration will be much younger and bigger for the next election. So this is, from that point of view, it's a very interesting election. We also have, let's remember that we have people voting here that went through the COVID CERB payments and stuff like this as well. So I'm very interested to see how much, what's some of the demographic and age gap that was 18, 19, and was able to get CERB payments, is which way they're going to vote as well. Because there's a lot of talk about UBI and different stuff like that in that age group, in that media space, because there's a lot of propaganda paddled through for the young generation. So I wanted to, it'll be interesting to see how many people from that age group that received some of the government handouts are voting and which way they're voting. So this election is really a do or die for Canada. The West is essentially pissed off, and this election, nobody really cared for the West to vote, except, hey, we're gonna get you guys to work. But the problem is we're still working for the East. So until things change and equalize in favor of the whole country, from an economic point of view, from a transfer point of view, from an actual equalization point of view, nothing drastic changes for a huge part of the country. And this is probably one of the biggest issues with this election. But it's going to be an interesting one because there's a lot of things in play here.
And I just want to say Clyde is now back. Thanks,
back.
Clyde. When you left, we were at, I can't remember what the number was, it doesn't matter. We're up to over 40,000 now as we're sitting here talking. So the number has continued to climb all day long.
Yeah. So CBC, they managed to squeak ahead of us just barely. We were beating them for a while, and now they're at 107. This is the only time anybody ever watches CBC. But we've got almost triple what CTV has. BNN's only like 1,500. We are like far and away easily number 2.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Well, let's ramp this up.
Congrats,
We'll
guys.
make some posts about
considering it's halfway through. Well, you're on hour 6 and you're still awake, and you got another 6 hours.
We are at the halfway point.
I tell you what. I
feel great.
The guests we've had on. That's because Who's has had a case of Red Bull himself.
Oh yeah.
the guests we've had on. There's just no dull moments, right? Like I think everybody is engaged, and they're staring at it from their viewpoint and offering their thoughts in on the election as it unfolds. As we sit here, the Liberals holding 15 and Conservatives 10. Once again, it's early, but the polls are coming in now, and so 15-10. But my hat's off to every guest who's come on, because that's what makes it this, right? I mean, me and Tuz, if we just sat here and talked, it wouldn't, we got people from all over Canada chiming in and watching, and it's been pretty cool. I don't know. Thoughts on Liberals 15, Conservatives 10 right now. Here, I'll pull up the map so people can see out east. Does this, is anybody worried about this? Now it's 17-11, just as we switched it over. It's going to continually juggle here as more polls close and they start to get the numbers in. What is everybody's thoughts on this right now as you stare at the numbers coming in?
Well, seeing blue on the map, I'm liking that. That's pretty good. That's a good start to start with, at least on that. But are these finalized? Like those?
No,
these are just as they come in, right? So like there's.
Okay.
So here's Central
Newfoundland. I think there's 2 elected for Liberals and 1 elected for Conservative for the one I'm looking at.
And you got Conservative. That's where the polls are sitting there.
This is the one you should be looking at, DC.
No, you can see
Well,
like
I can't just put it on my screen on the side here. I can't play with it.
You literally can. That's the
regardless
whole point.
It's when we first started this, it was like 12-11, right? You can see in Long Range Mountains, Carol Anstey is winning by 2,000 votes, right? So you can start to see it there. Down here, the Liberals up by almost 2,000 votes there. Up here in
The
Labrador,
Rhino Party's making a good showing there, though.
and 66.
Hey, no, that's awesome, because I mean the whole point of the Rhino Party is this whole thing. Everybody I have as an option to vote for is silly, so I will just vote for whichever one is most silly.
Yeah, and as I scroll through here, Central Nova, still early days. Bryce Jenkins a little over Sean Fraser right now, not by
Pretty
much,
much
right?
neck and neck.
Yeah, and you can see how the polls are coming in as I scroll through, right? Certainly the ones further east, they've got more data coming in, but this
so we don't have the majority of the results coming in for those of you watching at home. What we're looking at is the far east, and then as they start coming in, we'll be able to look more at the Middle East.
Yeah,
the Middle East, eh?
I think it looks strong for the Conservatives. Like that's so far, it's strong. That this is Eastern Canada. It's pretty deep red.
Yeah,
that's what I was expecting. I was expecting to see lots of red initially.
Like with Atlantic Canada showing them leading in 12, like I was looking for 8 or 9 at this stage, and I'm seeing 12. So that's positive for the CPC.
And I should point out, Chris Sims has just texted saying these are promising numbers in Atlantic Canada.
Yeah,
so
I mean, that's how bad things have been over the last decade, that Eastern Canada would rather get jobs than vote for the Liberals again.
Yeah,
I hope the young people vote, and I just want to add a couple stories here. One is the deal we had when all of us grew up, and I think we're all in roughly the same age category. If you worked your butt off and you put 50 to 60 hours a weekend when you're 25 to 30, you could buy a house. You have a good job, you can raise a family, and you can just have fun with friends and family. And that deal is not there right now. I have a lot of young people that have worked for me over the years, and they're just struggling because that deal is not there. And I know Frank brought up the culture thing. I noticed that too when I went to the Midwest in the States and came back home. One thing my wife said, and she never wants to move to the States, she said, I could live here. People are nicer here. And when you come back to where I am in Southwestern Ontario, you forget everybody's stressed and rushed these days. It's not the same like it used to be. And then one final point, the younger generation, this is the first time, and I forget where I read it, in a modern Western democracy election where the younger generation is polling more conservative than the older generation.
Yep.
And then I have one thing that I just see to my kids, and you got to remember about the hippies in the past too. Kids rebel against their parents.
Mm-hmm.
So what are their parents right now? Extremely liberal, extremely left-leaning, whatever you do, and the kids are saying this doesn't work, and we want to be the opposite, and they're going more traditional ways of living. And I hopefully, if they come out to vote, we will see more blue. I'm not saying they're going to win, but we will see more blue. You can always hope and dream and wish for that, but that's the deal that the kids had is not there right now, and that needs to be fixed.
I think it's important to point out about the youth voting demographics is that they essentially have double-digit unemployment across the country, right? So not only that they are the older ones graduating to no jobs, they're graduating to $50,000 a year jobs. Imagine paying all that money to go to school, and then you essentially get just above living costs for a job, and then all the other kids that actually trying to find jobs, they're 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 as a supplementary income for their schooling or, just to do stuff. They just can't find a job. So 1 out of 5 essentially kids, 1 out of 6 across Canada can't even find a job even if they wanted to. So they're seeing two things. One, the parents struggle, and them and their friend group that's essentially has no more participation in their community, right? They don't work at the coffee shops anymore. They don't you don't see kids working at McDonald's anymore. You don't see kids working at the at the Tim Hortons anymore. So when they look around, think about it from the kids' perspective, they essentially been erased out of the day-to-day life in their community. And I think this vote is going to be their revenge vote if they show up. And I really hope they show up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and you guys mentioned, you brought up CERB, and I mean, we're talking UBI is on the table in the conversation. All the free money in the world can't give you meaning, can't give you the satisfaction of building something, building a life, building things with your hands. And I think there's only a certain amount of time that a young person is going to take the free money before they run out of runway. They want to go and build, they want to go and earn, they want the opportunity. And and the other thing about, I don't want to say children, but young adults, is the urge to rebel against the reigning paradigm. So the reigning paradigm right now is top-down, socialist, control of messaging, massive government, big government programs. I think it's inevitable that there's a push back against that and a push towards decentralization and actually building value and meaning in lives again, rather than free stuff. I don't think free stuff will have the appeal when you literally can't afford to own anything. People want to own things.
That's absolutely true.
And if you go look at young teenagers, and I got a bunch of them, they need purpose in life. That's what they truly need. They need purpose. They need to be worked, and then they burn that energy off. And if they don't get to do that, then you got a problem. And I think the deal, like I said earlier, is not there right now. We need to get back to that, where people can just do what they want to do, be left alone, and then whatever Ottawa wants to do, what Ottawa wants to do. I don't know if you guys have been following the poly market.
I've literally got it up right now. I'm trying to tell Shaun to put it on the screen. The twos
all of a
right
sudden,
there.
like it's 40.
No, not that one.
47?
Yeah, I knew it was going to move. I knew it was going to move.
Look at
wow,
this.
look at that.
Wow, looking good.
Wow, look at that is right.
I gotta admit, I did bet on this election.
Which way did you bet?
On my communist guy in my writing, but he's not even on this. No, I voted for bet on Pierre, of course.
Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe you just thought, you'd because you'll make more money if Pierre wins, but then if Pierre loses, you could still make more money.
Yeah,
I think
you could.
It's a social. This is a direct hedge. Yeah, it's
as we move west, I think the CPC numbers are only going to get stronger. Like this is
well, Quebec is really a
that's a
do
good
or
start.
die. This is a really strong start for the CPC here, but Quebec, if this is how the East is starting, Quebec may be a do or die for the Liberal government right now. If the Bloc comes out strong, and this may be it, because the West is polling super good for CPC, for Pierre, and the way the East is starting, this is looking good. And I guess that's where the odds are coming in from, because things are looking good right now.
If I had to bet, all the polling. Sorry, man. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead, Frank.
I think the polling companies, I think their narrative, because this is something we got to remember coming out of this. If this actually turns into a CPC majority, all these people have to be held accountable, just like I tried to hold them accountable in Saskatchewan for predicting the NDP were going to win by 5 points, and they lost by 12. Like, it was a huge polling miss, as they say, and everybody just moved on. Maybe they're not polling the right demographic anymore. Maybe the young are much more motivated. Maybe people that are 30 and 40 are much more motivated to get out because they sense their future slipping away, and they're not being sampled at a high enough rate. And when we get those crosstabs, when we're looking at the polls, they're heavy sampling boomers, 65 pluses, and they're lumping them all together. So
we think that's an accident.
Has anybody tried to call a young kid? Yes. Has anybody tried calling a young kid? Do they answer their phone if it's on? No, they don't answer their phone. You got to text me. You text them.
That's right.
And texting, they still don't want to answer. So if I get an unknown phone number coming on my phone, cancel. We're not even answering. So of course the younger generation doesn't do it.
If you want to be able to talk to the younger generation, you need to go on Xbox Live.
or even just the internet. Like,
tell me I'm wrong.
I look at my demographics on X. There's a lot of young people who watch me on X. It's not the same on YouTube, but on X, it's like 20 to 30% that are under the age of 30. That's huge. I mean, they're more engaged online, and I think everybody in this room, we're ahead of the curve. The adoption curve for podcasting and alternative media is behind the United States. in the next 4 to 8 years, it really takes off here. That's what I think.
You know, the
Because
only
media-
thing that most of these polling companies, what they should tell them, the polls they had, is that they have very little penetration to the average Canadian, right? What
That's
those
right.
polls should be telling to those polling companies that they're becoming obsolete. And this is really the statistic they should be caring about. Because at the end of the day, this is what the average Canadian, and like you said too, right? Rural Canada votes totally different from, the couple of yappers at the local granola shop. And, there's just such huge, vast in voting habits that it's, and they capture a sliver of, just the smallest irrelevant voting block that it's as a statistic. So it's not already, we're already seeing that into current map that it's not as they predicted.
No, I think you're right, or at least mostly right. I wouldn't say so much that polls are irrelevant now. It's that their methodology and their strategy for getting that information
is obsolete. Yeah.
And also, I think that, cases like Voice of Frankie, Ecos, right? Like he bet the farm on the Liberals winning. And so, of course, and thing about it, Canada is everybody wants to be part of the winning team, except for Oilers fans. And so what they do is, like, you think about it, if you were a polling company and you wanted your guy to win, you would either intentionally skew or intentionally ask overweighted groups who would be more prone to give you the appearance of your guy being ahead, because everybody else is going to be like, oh, well, yeah, I guess if everybody's voting for Carney, I may as well too.
It's very easy to lie with
Frank
statistics.
do that. He said he would do that. Like Graves was public.
Yes.
Like he
and
would
then
do
and
that.
then he
would
did that.
Put his finger on the scales. So he told us.
Boys, we got 2 minutes left before I let you out. Any final thoughts? Frank, nice to finally meet you. It's super
Nice
cool
to meet you too, man.
new faces. And but in saying that, any final thoughts, Frank, before we let you out? As it is right now, 21-10 Liberals over the Conservatives. Any final thoughts before we let you out?
I don't want to see Mark Carney win because I just spent a ridiculous amount of time, probably uselessly, doing a big book review on this guy. The only thing we have is his book where he wrote down exactly what he planned to do, not just with Canada, but the world. And fundamentally, he is the greatest threat this nation's ever faced, and I'm certain of it. And even if
the CBC
even if
is
I
really
think the
offended right
Federation's
now,
broken and equalization's a problem, and there's all these constitutional issues that we need to settle, which won't get settled under Pierre Poilievre, I don't want to reward the Liberal Party for the last 10 years, and I don't want to reward this guy they parachuted in from nowhere in this farce that they called an election and give him the keys to the country after he has lived his life breaking the little people down and feeding them to his friends. I think it's wrong.
Well put.
DC.
This election is going to be what the election is going to be. I wish we had more time to talk about this.
Like till the cows come home.
Yes, but that's tomorrow morning at 4 o'clock.
DC, if you want to come on the after hours show later tonight, like 12:30 your time, by all means, you just show back up, DC. No, past your bedtime.
and just
those quotas aren't going to manage themselves, guys.
But to echo Frank's comments, it's not going to change. I wish we could be more the way we would like it to be, but I think we're going to get what we're going to get. Carney is Trudeau 2.0. We got to get back to the basics. We got to get back to a petrodollar. We got to get back to the country building things again. And I think the young people want that. We just got to have a government that will enable that and just drive on. And right now, we haven't seen that the last 10 years, basically.
Kirk.
So.
Yeah, one of the most unfortunate things in this election is after 10 years of the worst 10 years in Canada's history, especially in most people's lives, that this election is even this close, right? It's completely illogical. This is the unfortunate part of this, of what's happening in Canada these days. And, if you still know someone that hasn't voted, bring them into the voting line. Don't leave the voting line. Let's get as many people as possible, especially young people. Doesn't matter if you think your writing, is set in stone. Just let's get them into the habit of voting.
Boys, thanks for giving us some time tonight. And
thank you very much, gentlemen. It
yep.
was nice meeting you, Frank.
Yeah, we'll see you again for sure.
All right, gentlemen. We are there we go. We are 6.5 hours in. We're at 43,000 people watching. So that's pretty wild, I think.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's really good. Wow.
We have I want to announce winners. Oh man. Take a drink of water, I guess, Sean.
All right. Yes, we have people who have been winning the contest, including the 100th text.
Yeah, which took me forever. Okay, but here's something cool. Okay, the T-shirt winner from my hometown is home on Saskatchewan, Stuart Light. I thought that was super cool.
That's not suspicious.
That was super cool.
Okay, that's election interference right there.
100th text for the 2 tickets to Cornerstone Forum. Which now, if you want tickets, it's down in the ticker. You can go there and see all the details, folks. Showpass.com/Cornerstone25 if you want to go take a look. Michelle Krieger.
Nice.
Yeah, that might be a little insider trading too. I was chuckling about that. I got to the 100th one. I'm like, that's sweet. And the people who are watching are like, well, who's that? She's been a long time listener of the Mashup.
She's been in almost as many as we have.
Correct. So that's pretty cool too. That a long time listener is one of the winners on the text line. Okay, we got 2 military boys hopping in, both retired Canadian military. I'm talking Chuck Prodnick and Jamie Sinclair. They've been on the podcast an awful lot. Boys, thanks for hopping in.
Hey, Sean. Hey, Choose.
By the way, real quick, Dust texted me like 3 hours ago and said he wasn't going to be able to make
I
this
saw
segment.
that too, yeah. That's all right. We got Clyde in here with us.
I got busy.
There we go.
Yeah.
I'll fill in.
Well, I think people of the podcast know Chuck and Jamie well. They've served overseas for their country, 4 different tours, both of you. You come back, you've been on the podcast lots, military roundtable after military roundtable. You're seeing the early election results come in. I'm going to bring them back up here just so people can have an eye on it. We do have a map. There it is. It's 21-10 as we sit. Liberals over the Conservatives right now. Early days, Eastern Canada voting. Chris Sims had chimed in saying these are positive results for the Conservatives. And Clyde, among other guests, had mirrored similar to what Chris had said. Jim, Chuck, your guys' thoughts?
Oh, real quick. Love you guys, but I'll be right back.
It's like he's been sitting here for 6.5 hours or something. He's going to maybe take his first pee of the day.
Go ahead, Jamie.
No, fuck you. You go first. I'm mad. I'm too mad to fucking talk right now. You got to calm me down, Chuck. Let's hear some words of wisdom.
First of all, should have thought of having Frank on your Cornerstone, Sean. He's a beauty to listen to. I don't think I'd ever seen anything. I've seen lots of what he's written, but the guy's just a real joy to listen to as well. He's a very bright guy. I think he'd be interesting for a lot of people to listen to at your Cornerstone for the next.
Well, and give thanks to Clyde at the top. Clyde's the reason Frank was on. I told Frank in the chat that I'd never, up until this morning, I'd never watched any of his videos, and I'm just, as people can imagine on this side, I'm inundated with things to watch to try and keep up with. And I watched his first one video this morning. I'm like, who is this guy? And then Tooz is like, you don't know who Frank is? And I'm like, Tooz, you say that every time. Every time I'm like, who is this? But I said about Jasmine Lane a month ago, and then I said it about Josh Udall 2 weeks ago, and now it's Frank. I love it. I personally think bright days are ahead for Canada with people like that creating things and seeing the following they're generating and the thoughts they're putting forth. I'm super excited about the state of Canada when it comes to independent media, because I'm sure Clyde can talk to it too. But sorry to cut you off, Chuck.
No. His and Frank's journey is an interesting one too. I think that's what makes his backstory is pretty cool to once you know that part of it too. I don't know. I'm like Jamie. I'm not that mad right now. I'm like, we'll see what happens. Nobody can predict it. It does look like maybe like Chris and Clyde had said. I think this trend that we're looking at is a good one. I think as an Albertan, and we've talked about this on your show before, and Jamie won't want to hear this. Sorry. I think whichever way it goes, Alberta's just got to be done one way or the other. We might get 4 years of Pierre. I hope we do. He's not going to fix it all, if he can fix any of it at this point. We know, at least here in the West, in Saskatchewan and Alberta, we don't have a future in this country. They don't want us here except to open the wallet up. So regardless of which way the vote goes tonight, it's not going to change how I feel about where we're at. I said this on your show last time we were on a couple of weeks ago. And again, Jamie won't like this, but this isn't the country we went to war for like multiple times. It's not the same one I recognize. I'm sure shit anybody near my age, it's not the one you recognize. And I know there's a lot of guys out there that don't want to hear that we got to fix this at all costs, but I don't see it that way.
I'm with you, Chuck.
So whichever way it goes.
By the way, Shaun, did you see what's going on across the hall?
No.
Oh, well, I'm not sure if it's NDP election headquarters or if they're teaching a first aid course, but either way, there is a room full of dummies.
Sinclair.
Hey guys.
I don't know who did that, but that was great.
Well, I don't know how to explain this to you, but I've just had a terrible knot in my stomach all day. It's like you're waiting for somebody to either get better or pass away. It's just been horrific. The emotional ups and downs I've been going through all day. And you go through all the things like anger, sadness, regret, blame. You're going through all the steps, and you're just one guy at the end of the day. You've done everything you thought you should do for your country and for your people that you represent and that you feel like you're in that community, and you're seeing results that I hope that are good coming out of the East, but it just doesn't seem like it's a slam dunk. It doesn't seem like that blue wave is there. And I will have a hope till the last breath comes out of my body. Like I will never lay down my arm. I will fight to the end. I hope we can pull this through. I wish Mo would have joined with Danielle and said, hey, listen, this is what we want from the new government within 6 months of forming a government, and put pressure on Canada to open up the Constitution and make it fair for the West so we could have a say out here. And that didn't happen. It's if you don't mind, it's a little bit long-winded, but I think it's relevant.
That's really weird for you.
Yeah, right. I know. Anyways, and Chuck, you brought up great points, and I agree with some of them. I feel the same in some aspects, but disagree in others. But when we got awarded the King's Coronation Medal there, I guess that was last week on the 15th, and we ended up all of us in the same room, and we're all talking about different things that are the 15 of us that were in there and talking about our experiences is why we're proud to be Canadians, and there was a lady in there that got a Queen's Jubilee, and when she was being awarded it by the people that gave it to her, they would drop medals and they would make fun of it, and they would just call them up by name, and it was just like a token thing, like, hey, here's your participation medal. And she saw how we got awarded our King's Jubilee medal that was presented by a senator from Saskatchewan and his staff out of Ottawa, and it was done to the T, and our lieutenant governor from Saskatchewan did it, like presented the medals, but all the speeches and how it was presented. And it was in our native university here in Regina, and it was so awesome. It made you proud of your accomplishments. It made you proud of our government. And we assured her after that the people that gave her Queen's Jubilee, like how dishonorable they gave that to you. But out of all of us, we all went around in a circle and everybody had a chance to talk and tell her why she deserved it, and tell her, the importance of the Queen's Jubilee and her service to her community and how important that is. And after that, like, there wasn't a dry eye in the room, and it was something special, and that's what Canadians really are. Like, we're selfless people. We do everything we want to do to make our community better, and we support each other, and we're not being supported by the East. and that's why I'm upset. Like I've been saying this every time I've been on this show. If you know somebody in the East, let's communicate. Let's get a dialogue going so they know our pain. And they're not feeling it. They're definitely not. And it's, I guess that's why I'm upset. But that's my soapbox. I'll get off the soapbox.
You know, Jamie, I don't think you ever have to apologize on this
Nope.
show ever about.
I mean, you
about-
should apologize from all the times you interrupt me on Friday, but aside from that,
Well, hey, listen, you're new at this. I know too. I'm trying to break this slowly. We're taking things over, but you just gotta follow the bouncing ball. Okay, you just like singing karaoke. Just follow the ball. No, anyways.
you don't tell me about fucking karaoke. I tell you about karaoke.
Hey, listen, my karaoke song is Islands Industry.
Man, I feel like a woman.
I sing the Kenny. You can sing the Dolly.
You know, as we sit here, we got it ticking along the bottom. 21 Liberals, 11 Conservative, one right now for the block. There's to be determined 310. If people are like, how many do we got to go? We got 310, and I would argue that all of those aren't finalized just yet. We're almost 7 hours into this sucker. Two's finally popped his. He's had a case of Red Bull, and now it's Bohemian. How you function if you die on air, like.
The ratings will go through the roof.
It's true, right? Yes. But we all know what it is. He's gonna bleed Red Bull.
I'll die doing what I love, which is getting told off by Jamie.
Hey, if you want, I'll put some Johnny Cash on. We got two types of music here in Saskatchewan. We got country and western. We'll play them both for you.
Clyde, you've been away, working away the day.
That's right. Pulling wrenches, actually getting out there doing a job. That's it. So got the stream started with you guys, hosting on YouTube. So for all those people that are watching on YouTube, hello, welcome to the show. But this is also streaming elsewhere. So this is the biggest show of the night. This is what's exciting about this. The biggest show of the day, of the night. We're the only show in independent media with the interactive live vote count map. So be cognizant of that. So if you're touring around, checking out all the other channels that are streaming tonight, this is the one place where you're gonna get the live data.
The only one with the map. And from I last looked at it a half hour ago, and we were blowing everybody else out of the water with the exception of CBC. But this is the one night every 4 years where people tune into the CBC.
Why does it say 2024?
Oh,
hey,
that's
a good question.
You're fired.
Brett,
who did that?
Brett, it says
2024 federal election.
Now you got him fired up. He's going to be in there like lickety
Good job, Chuck. That's my buddy right there.
I don't read good. I don't read good.
Attention to detail.
As that's funny.
We all proved it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not me.
Yeah. There's nobody who's involved to blame in this.
It's funny that it took this long for somebody to finally recognize that it says 2024.
Have the infantry guy on to spell check for you.
You only just started showing the map though, right? Like just about an hour ago.
An hour ago.
Hey, stop with your excuses and just like assholes. All right, just stop. Stop pointing it out. It's his credit.
Yeah, absolutely.
You fucked up, just own it.
I wish I could turn the camera and you could see what he's doing right now with the gibber that is on that screen, changing code. I'm like
he's like Cypher in the Matrix. Just things are just scrolling past too fast to keep up with.
Did he catch a bullet?
When you're ready, you won't have to.
That's right. Just happens. So here's the other thing. So I'm out all like I got 7,000 trees to plant. I've been out on the property and I'm fucking getting like shit sorted out for trees to plant. And I'm like, fuck, like, am I staying in Canada? Like, of course I am. I've been here since 1912. I'm planting these fucking trees like I have for like the last 10 years. And I'm planting them for my family in the future. And I'll be dead and gone before they're all growing up. And for some reason, I just can't fucking go. I don't know if I'm an abused husband in a terrible relationship or what's going on. I just have a hard time letting go. And but like I've always said, hey, I will never go against the people that make up my community. And
We just passed.
and I'll defend it to the end.
Two things. One, that's how quick he was working. We already got 2025 up.
Nice.
So thanks for that. And we hit 45,000. Now we're back down by 13. So
yeah,
retweet
we're
the
at 45,000.
Yeah, we're at, I mean, come on, folks. Push it out a little harder and let's hit that 45,000 mark. There it is again. So we're at 45,000 now, people watching consecutively, succinctly, simultaneously.
Nice.
I don't know.
Concurrently?
It's like it's been almost 7 hours of this. And this room, let me tell you, I could use a little AC. This is reminding me of like Mashup,
It's starting
like
to get a little warm.
28, where I did it from a broom closet in a hotel, and I had this fly, and then by the end of the hour, I was sweating so I thought I was going to pass out.
I was purposely talking slow.
We've come a long way.
Longer.
Can I give you guys a tip?
Okay, no. Chuck,
Sean,
what do you think about what's
I'm
going
going to
on?
talk to Sean, actually. Sean, you got a coffee cup in front of you. That's warm liquid. When you're in a hot environment, you want to drink something that's air temperature, or you want to drink something which is cool, which actually kind of dehydrates you, to tell you the truth.
Why do you think I'm drinking coffee? What do you think? What do you think I have in the cup?
There? What do you did you start drinking again? Like, what's going on here?
No, I've been drinking water the entire day, so I've been filling it.
No.
But the reason we picked the coffee cup, I can give him a shout out. ARC Engineering Corporation. Shout out to Kyle Koza. He's been a huge supporter of the podcast, and he gave me these cups. And so we thought we'd represent the people that support us, right?
Yep.
So
yeah.
So about the selection, how quickly does the West attempt, or Alberta at least, attempt to separate if Carney gets in? Prediction? Anybody?
Yeah, so I think seriously, if the Conservatives perform well and they get a government, they get to form government. The Alberta independence movement, I think it slows down. It slows down. Everybody takes a break, waits it out, sees what happens. If Carney wins, it's tomorrow. It's happening. It'll probably be on the ballot in October, and it's full steam ahead if that's the case. But if the Conservatives won, even if they win a minority, it's going to be okay. Put it on ice. It's gonna be a while. We'll see what they do. Now, my predictions for the Conservatives. So, I honestly, I hope that the Conservatives are able to win a supermajority. This is my hopes, and my hopes are for this particular reason. I think Canada has some serious institutional problems. The institutions are just. They're taken over. They're taken over by activists, whether it's the judiciary, it's the Senate, it's the Supreme Court judges, just bureaucracy in general, all over the place. It's just taken over by ideologues and activists. And I think that even with a conservative supermajority, I think this would be the perfect thing to wake many people up in a sensible way in Canada, to have a conservative supermajority where everybody wants them, gives them a mandate. And then when they get in, they can't do anything because they're thwarted every which way they go.
Yeah.
And then that will wake people up to say, hold on a second, we need to have some serious institutional reforms. And that would be the go ahead. That would be the go ahead at that point to make that happen. If they get in with a minority government, they'll have every excuse in the book to say, well, no, it's just the fact that it's a minority. It's not really the institutions that are the problem. And they won't be able to do anything anyway, because the Bloc Québécois would be on the side of the Liberals. You'll have two NDPs they get in, if they get even that. Yeah. So it's going to be a case of that. But I think Alberta separation is a real thing, because I mean, look at the Conservatives' platforms. They're not even discussing transfer payments. Pierre was not even interested in having that discussion. So I mean, this is I know we got to concentrate on what the issues are for lefty liberals in Toronto, and that's what happens every election because of the way the first past the post system works. But at the end of the day, there is an entire portion of Canada that is ready to just say, we're done with it. And it's time to move on. Yeah. And especially right now where, you'll have the backing of the United States of America, not necessarily to become the 51st state per se, but just the backing to say, well, if you guys run into trouble, we're your friends and
Yeah.
we'll have your back through all of this. So
You know,
I
you know
think,
why
I
that
think
is?
there's
Do you know why that is?
well, because culturally, Alberta is basically
No,
part
no,
of the United States.
no. The United States can't have an unsecure, free government or a country to their north that is manipulated by the Chinese government. Like that's why
agree.
Trump is doubling down on Canada, because we've been so friendly to communists, and they can't have an unsecure border to the north that could possibly turn into like a Cuba, where next thing you know, we're once again having the Chinese army come and work with the Canadian Armed Forces in Canada. Like that can't happen. And it's almost to Trump's like he wants us to fracture and pull apart. Why do you think he's been kind of throwing his words in from the beginning and as at different times in our election to get the elbow up kind of people out east, and they're not realizing what the liberals have done to us in the last 9 to 10 years. This plays right into how the Americans manipulate other countries, and they've done it time and time again. And Chuck, and I think you could attest to this. We've seen it firsthand. Like they can't have a country to their north that is not secure.
No,
And
I agree. I agree with what you're saying.
Not secure.
And I think we both have this this nostalgia for what the country was even a decade ago. There's a nostalgic, impulse to want to. Pardon?
After Harper.
Yeah, in that era, right? Like you didn't really care who was in government because it didn't affect you all that much. Because let's face it, it's a uniparty anyway. But at least you weren't getting out here. We weren't getting as boned as we are now. And then we've had the last 10 years. This isn't the same. It's not demographically the same. It's not economically the same. It's not heading in any direction that's going to work for the West. We have two separate countries now anyway, the East and us in Alberta and Saskatchewan, essentially. And I get it. I get the nostalgia for it. Believe me, when I think back to the good old days, which were not that long ago, yeah, do I wish we could go back to that? But even then it was broken. We were still East versus West.
Mm-hmm.
Now, but worse than that, they've gotten us divided into these culture classes of the elitists in Ontario, essentially, that thin little zone of land, basically, that's running the rest of the country, and us, the plebes. And that's essentially, we're in a class warfare. It doesn't matter about race or ethnicity or any of that bullshit at this point. That shouldn't matter anyway. It's just a class war now, and we're not on the winning side. So I'd rather just get out while the getting can be got, as peacefully as possible, and get the West its own thing going. I don't care. I don't care about the rest of it. I just don't. It's not fixable, in my opinion, at this point.
It isn't. And you're right about all the different ways. You're right in a bunch of different ways about all the different ways that we're divided, because it's not just the East-West divide anymore. It's the elitist versus the rest of us divide. It's the government employees versus people who work for themselves divide. It's the urban versus rural divide. And it's the affirmative action versus people who affirmative action do not apply to divide. And it just so happens that there's a bunch of us where every single direction, there's somebody on the other side of the versus.
Yeah.
Hey, guys. Hey, listen. Chuck, this didn't happen 10 years ago. I wish that Henry was here, because he's got a hat with like the Western Canada separation movement that was back in like the 80s.
Oh, yeah, we've been getting boned for a long time.
Our country's been going through this. Like, this is our second time that I've heard of. This is something that we've been in like a circle. We're on the hamster's wheel. Like, we just keep.
So you agree we should separate?
And it's like trying to keep your family together, and you don't want to hurt the kids, but the kids are going to get hurt anyway.
Well, yeah, let's get divorced.
You got a point. And I don't want to see it go there. But like I said, if it goes there, I got to follow the people that I associate with, and that's the West. And I don't want to see that happen, but it's at this look, it's almost inevitable. And if we have a chance to rewrite our Constitution to reflect Western values and to make our society what the people that made this country fought for,
Mm-hmm.
then I'm going to be part of that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you talk about the broken family, that's what this is. And one of the parents in this discussion gets drunk while the other person works, literally, gambles away all their money. Usually it's on like horses, but in this case, it's on EV battery factories and cricket farms
And fentanyl.
and African birth control. And yeah, there's like in every measurable way, this is a dysfunctional relationship.
Yeah.
Now, and as far as the doom and gloom goes, here's the nice thing is that, you know, I think what everybody's been saying is that this is going to be absolutely right. It's going to get ratcheted right up as soon as if Carney pulls ahead in this, which is absolutely insane. I mean, just think about it. Just, you know, he can change. He can change. Sometimes he doesn't beat me.
I like the analogy. I like the analogy of the relationship thing, but I do look at Canada more like a neighborhood than a relationship of people that should be tied together. Like we're neighbors. We're neighbors. Each province is neighbors with another province, and we have our own economies. We have our own everything. We run our own healthcare system. We have all this. The deal that we have is like it's like the neighborhood brought together like an HOA. And they have it's awful. It's a bad one with a bunch of Karens, and just got to get rid of that. And if it means the provinces need to separate from each other in order to only come back together and become Canada again under a different deal, then that's one way of doing it too. The thing is, like, there are so many dysfunctions in this neighborhood that we call Canada. You can't have like one neighbor reaping all the benefits of some of the other neighbors way across the way. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because on top of that neighborhood, like you look at Alberta, you look at Saskatchewan, you look at these provinces, they have more to do with the United States than they have to do with Canada, period. More business goes north-south. More cultural exchange goes north-south. Why is it that Ottawa has anything to do with the transactions here and with this whole tariff bull and everything that's been going on with that? The more I consider it, the more I'm like, Ottawa should be out of the picture completely.
Hang on. Let's back the train up a bit, because you're talking that all the trade goes north-south and that we should be neighbors and we should talk, right? Well, guess what? Our system has been set up where we can't freely trade with our neighbors east and west. So our wall is so high, we don't even want to look over the fence and talk to who's over there. So this is right from Ottawa or whoever sets up our trade agreements from province to province. The other thing is, and Tuz and I brought this up the other day, is that when we talk in our silos, like Saskatchewan, talk news media and such, we're just talking to each other, and it's just a big echo chamber. We got to start having the ability, and the ability is there. When we talk to people in Quebec, and we talk to people in BC or up in when's the last time you talked to somebody in the Arctic, right? Like it seldom happens, but our talk show medias have to start talking to people throughout the country so we understand their pain and they can understand ours. And this is a design from our own government in Ottawa. And this is the problem. Like, so no, we're not a neighborhood, because we never, like, I talk to my neighbors. I'm sure you guys do, but this is not a neighborhood, and it's designed to create a wedge. And Ottawa wants us divided. They don't want us to be able to talk to each other. Like, I was talking to a friend of mine. They're in the Canadian Forces in Quebec, and I'm talking to them about our feelings out west. And it's a crying shame. They're totally upset about this. And I talked to people that are regular civilians in Calgary or outside of Calgary, and they're like, "Hey, everybody in my circle, this is what they're ready to separate." Because there's no communication east and west. Yes, there's communication and travel going north and south, but we're not talking with each other in our own country, and it's dividing us, and we're letting the government do it to us. It's our own fault that we've gone down this road. It's terrible.
Jim, you're breaking up on us, and it's the top of the hour, which means let's Chuck Chuck, Chuck, any final
Get
thoughts?
some good
before-
fucking internet, Jamie.
All right, I'll
Jeez.
start drinking.
Jesus Christ.
Chuck, any final thoughts before I let you go?
Yeah, Jamie, get some real internet, dude. You can't talk to no one on that crap. You can't video game on that. Anyway,
I'll do anything else. I'll do anything else.
Nobody even knows what you're saying
Nobody
right now.
knows what you're saying.
Jim, thanks for copping on. Chuck, final word.
Final word is Clyde, nice to meet you. Thanks for getting this going. Very nice to meet you, dude. Look, whichever way it goes, I hope that things at least pan out for the West. I'm really over the whole. I'm with Clyde on the neighborhood analogy. I'm just I'm ready for some new neighbors at this point, I think, or neighbors that aren't willing to get into my wallet. But thanks, boys, for putting this on. Much appreciated. Jamie, good to see you, brother.
Jamie, thanks for hopping on, gents.
Gentlemen.
Okay. Before
That was
we
a real
let
treat. That was a real treat.
Before we let in the other two guys, we got to get to top of the hour. We just passed it, and I want to make sure that we bring on. Where are you at here? Okay, we're gonna do a giveaway here in 2 seconds on Garden Girl.
Okay.
Before we get there, let's do this. Where am I at here, Shaun? Come on.
Okay, so Silver Gold Bull, title sponsors. Thanks very much for thinking of us. And if you're thinking about gold, silver, platinum in a bunch of different ways, not just physical assets, but they do RSPs, they do unregistered accounts, they do storage of precious metals. It's all there. You've got a million different options, and the best time to buy this stuff is 20 years ago. The second best time is now.
I concur.
Bow Valley Credit Union. Pretty much the only bank that didn't freeze anybody's bank account. So if you're the kind of person who feels like you might want to one day donate to a convoy, you may want to think about moving your assets to them.
Yeah. Maybe two's not, when did you become good at reading ads? Not you've been pretty poor.
I've always been good at reading ads. I had the best ad read for Ray or Peru.
Okay, gardengirl.ca. We're going to take my number from hockey, number 5. I'm not going through 100 again. Number 5 on the text. If you want a $100 gift card to Garden Girl, text the number below.
And also, you can go to gardengirl.ca and use code VictoryGarden for 15% off. So it's that time to plant. It's that time to get everything in the ground. And who better to do it with than Garden Girl? And thank you guys for sponsoring this. Very much appreciated.
There, I've got, if you want to use the promo code, anything to do with Garden Girl boys, and well, men and women, people.
If you want something to grow out of the ground, talk to them.
There you go. It's on the bottom there. Oh boy. Hour 7. All right. We got Vesper. I know he's been itching. Vesper, nice to have you back. Vesper's shaking his head. I think he's been listening part of the day, maybe all the day. Vesper, we're gonna mute you. You can wait until everybody. No, I'm kidding. Vesper, you want to have your say? You want to have here we go. Come on now.
Chomping at the bit.
First of all, screw all of you. That's number one. Every single one of you. Okay?
We love you too.
The only one, the only one that I support are the people that are pushing conservatives. And I'll be honest with you, I was a bit distressed today, and I'm being honest with you. And I've always been 100% honest. And I don't mean screw all of you, by the way. That was a joke.
So you've always been 100% honest, but you didn't mean it when you said screw all of you.
Right. Maybe just you. But like besides that,
100% honest.
I get the fact that you want to. Yes, continue.
No, look, honestly, I felt like the wind was taken out of a lot of people's sails. I've gotten at least 85 DMs. Well, maybe not 85, something like 70 and above. But everyone is just like, wow, everyone's just so down. Everyone's so defeated. And a few people mentioned Marty. There's like, oh, Marty's at least giving me like a balanced take on what he's been seeing. And I think, Marty, they've been following what you've been saying on X. And so a lot of people have just been pro, like, okay, we don't know the outcome. Why does it sound like we've already lost? And I got that sentiment listening for a better part of the day. I was in a couple of meetings today and on online. But when I got a chance, I did come on. So first of all, kudos to you. You guys did something I didn't think you could pull off. You did a 7-hour marathon, and it's going to continue going on. And you guys did a stellar job. All your guests are incredible guests. I feel humbled just being a part of this. I still remember starting out with Clyde the first time that we met. And it was Clyde that gave me an opportunity to get, just to have a face and have a voice. But coming back, I think a part of this is, so throughout high school, throughout college, most of the time I was team captain of either a soccer team, basketball team, and hockey team. And one of the big things before any game, and sometimes the people that we were about to face off against, we had no idea, or we heard rumors that they would destroy us. But one of the roles of a team captain was never to discourage the people, even in the face of what looked like a potential loss. And what I just felt today was that the people that are watching, and kudos to you, to all, what do you get, 41,000?
48.
Like, okay, at this point, I'm not even counting. That's crazy. Okay, that number. So great job. I think there's a lot of Canadians that are teetering, and there are two emotions that are at play. Clearly, there's anger. There's been anger for the last 5 years? And fear is the other very powerful emotion. I'm sure you guys would agree.
It's the mind killer.
And anger, and I don't know if you guys knew this, and I think I sent it to a couple of times in the chats, I think on YouTube. Anger is there was a study done by the University of Manitoba by a professor about how anger promotes economic conservatism, and how typically people that are very angry typically lean more conservative, because they want to maintain not the status quo, but they don't want wild new ideas. And I heard this today a lot whenever I chimed in, that there's a lot of angry people and a lot of people expressing anger, and on and on and on. Listen, I have a network here in Quebec of Lebanese, Syrian, Egyptians, just people that are Middle Eastern. Every single one of them is voting conservative. And we're talking a network that's over 100,000. Okay. Either businessmen, people that work in real estate, on and on and on. No one is going for the whole liberal thing. I took a drive the last week through Quebec, through downtown Montreal, to just basically go through and see where the liberal signs were, where the conservative signs were. The conservative signs were basically in the middle to upper middle class neighborhoods. All the liberal signs were in the low income housing to low middle class neighborhoods. I think I saw one NDP sign in all of Montreal. So I went from the west.
That was probably a typo.
Yeah, maybe somebody spray painted orange. But as I drove, I began to see more and more lineups today, like, because we were going to where we were supposed to vote. And ironically, it was in a church. I had a chance to say a prayer while we were in there. And it was the sentiment that I got from everybody around me today was so encouraging. And then I watched the stream, and a lot of people started feeling like, oh, it's going to be a liberal minority. Oh, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. Look, it could be. I don't have a glass ball, but it just felt disjointed versus the last 2 weeks of everybody talking about like where we're at, all the rallies, all the stuff that I felt it came off, in my estimation, a bit too premature. And everybody just it felt doomy. And I texted Shaun that a bit today. I'm like, who are you going to have next? The Grim Reaper? Like, maybe I should just go make a noose and like hang myself now. I don't know. Is that what you're saying? And
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So from my vantage point, I mean, yes, I'm a little bit disappointed. I don't think with any particular person, but with the overall sentiment, like as if we lost when it's not even over yet. We barely began. And you know what? When we played ball, I don't know if any of you been on any sport. I mean, besides Shaun, I know that Tuz was a cheerleader, so he wouldn't understand. But like,
amen.
So listen, if any of the people that have been on sports teams, we were down 20 points in a basketball game. We've been down three goals in a hockey game. And there were times where we just rallied and came back and won. And sometimes we won big, and sometimes we won last second.
Too, was there a game on last night where maybe a team rallied from? I can't remember. Do you remember that? Sitting on
There
the
was
Newman
a game
couch?
last night, but rallied is a bit strong for a
Down
description.
3-1, scored with just seconds left on the clock, then go into OT and win it, tie the series at 2. Just saying.
And look, Clyde, and I think I would say Marty also know that I try to be a realist as much as I can, but I also believe in hope. And I think everyone here believes in hope too. I don't want to criticize anyone. I want to give more, that there is more than enough hope left. We are just started. And even though people are seeing these numbers, I still recall reading what the Kamala Harris numbers were. I had uncles freaking out in the States, calling me from Jersey to Louisiana to Texas to Florida. Like, if Kamala wins, America is lost. Like, come on, dude, are you serious? You're not reading any of the trends that are going on in the public sentiment. Everyone's done. Everyone can tell life has gotten way worse for them under this particular government. Why is it that it would be any different other than the fact that we literally have mindless lemmings?
We do, but
we do.
I mean, to your point, they're really pronouns weren't an election issue, and that tells me that the ship's kind of riding as far as public sentiment goes.
You know, Vesper, you said, I don't know what, you gave us a nice compliment. Gave us a nice compliment at the start, and then you said, I don't know why I'm in with all these people. It's exactly because you're not.
You're an anchor.
Yeah, you're. When me and Twos were talking about, okay, who do we want to have on when the polls are really coming up? It's like, well,
this was the list.
We've been talking to you guys now for how long? We're like, why not have it on during the meat and potatoes of it, and just see it. One of the
it's funny. People always say the meat and potatoes of things. Nobody says like the really important part is the veggie burger of this.
the tofu and the.
I still remember when they pulled that on Marty when they created a website that he was a vegetarian.
Yeah,
Marty,
vegan recipes.
Marty, remember how I had you back on that? Made sure that nobody else played those pranks on you. Okay.
Yeah, I let that expire. It's gone, that website.
Yeah. I would just say, and I don't know about Twos. I've sat here all day now for 7+ hours. I don't feel actually that like we're lost or anything. Like I actually feel
I'm not feeling
I was gone for a couple of hours and I came back. I feel completely optimistic right now. I mean, if Carney, like, this is the Maritimes and Newfoundland, there's not a lot of vote there. And if he splits it the way he is right now, like it's going to be tight. Now I have my answer. I was wondering why he was coming to Edmonton and Calgary last week. And it wasn't because he was overly confident of winning the East. He needs votes. He's going to need votes across the country. So
absolutely.
I'm watching this map right now, and I'm 100% optimistic.
You know what? You guys didn't see this, but in Quebec, when we were downtown, and then we traveled a little bit when Carney was over here, I'm an idiot for not recording it. I'm not the kind of person like Alex Zoltan that would record this stuff. But Carney was being cursed in Quebecois everywhere he was going on the street downtown in St. Catherine. Like, and I'm not talking like fringy kind of people that are coming from out of town into Montreal. On parle des Montréalais, like actual Montrealers do not like him. And he was still waving at people. Like he was pulling that Trudeau. Remember when he waved at people and people were still cursing him? Like,
I was just going to say, though, the worst thing about cursing him in French is that he has no idea what you're saying. You're like, did you hear that? They called me a tabernacle.
Well, you know what's funny then? That begs the question.
That means a large wooden ship.
Tabernacle, yeah. So, I mean, look, I feel like from my perspective, from what I've been seeing from the trends, the analysts that I've been talking to that are in my network and people that have helped me look into the money that's been flowing through, I was actually, somebody pointed out also, like Marty, you and I on the same day, we were one of the first people to even bring up that whole poly market thing on how like the conservatives had this massive edge over the liberals. There's only a couple hours.
That'd be something good to bring up there, Shaun. I'd like to see how poly market is going. Do you guys have that ability to do that?
Actually, if I can get,
yeah, maybe we'll bring it up later. But I
got it. I just can't get the mouse. Oh, here we go.
I suspected there might have been some big trades in poly market at the very, starting this morning. That
it was going almost to 50-50 an hour ago.
No.
And this is updating, and now it's at 22.5
Well,
for
I can't.
Polyev.
Well, I can't see anything. But the point is, it's funny that when everybody like Marty and I, it was March 12th. I asked some of the people to like tell me where it was because my timeline is so flooded. March 12th, Marty and I don't know if it was just serendipitous. We were both looking at it or we saw it somewhere. But ever since that day, like literally the drop began and deep pockets started coming in for the Liberals. And within an hour, it switched from a 29% lead the day after to 50-50. Now, I know it's crypto and everything, but that tells you something. There's a whole lot of manipulation and marketing disguising itself as some kind of legitimate, we're winning, we're this. Need I remind everyone, I don't know if you brought this up today, Twos, and the rest, Clyde and Marty, but I mean, Kamala was leading by 6 points, 7 points the week before the election with the Americans. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, forget that they got the whole Hillary thing wrong. Then they got the whole Kamala thing wrong. I'm just worried that everybody is hearing from everybody. And it's this game of telephone, guys. And everyone is like, one person shared their doubt, and that doubt just started to amalgamate and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. And just the people that have said, like, you know, I think it's a liberal minority government. I'm like, on what basis would you place that on? And I heard some of the arguments. I'm sorry, I don't see the rationale behind the entire week of us seeing what we've been seeing, and now suddenly in one day it's flipping.
It's a little bit okay. So I want to hit that real quick, but I'm going to say it's a little bit different than the U.S. election because on the one hand, you had an incumbent leader who was basically just shitting his pants. And in the other country, you had Joe
literally.
Biden.
Yeah, literally.
Also, we just hit 50,000 people live. Okay.
Wow, that's amazing.
And then as far as the last minute switch goes, I talked about this weeks ago.
Wait, did you go up 10,000 because of me? That's awesome.
No, we went up 2,000 because of we actually went up 4,000 because of Marty and Clyde, and we went down 2,000 because of you.
Perfect.
Now, as to why there's
I'm the anchor. I'm the anchor.
As far as why there's a last minute jump, it's because there always is. I talked about this about a month ago on the Mashup. And because the pollsters, for whatever reason, seem to think that they always want the Liberals to win. And so you always see this in every election, especially in Canada, where the Liberals are way ahead. The Liberals are way ahead. And at the last minute, the Conservatives creep up right into speculative, okay, they didn't get it totally wrong range.
Well, I mean,
and that's so that they can say in the exit polls, hey, we were really close on this. Because if they stuck with, because there's no way to prove that they were way off base a month ago when they said that the Liberals were way up.
Well, I mean, listen, dude, seriously. First of all, I had Frank Graves in a drunken stupor write me.
You didn't have Frank Graves in a drunken stupor. We all have Frank Graves in a drunken stupor.
Well, when I posted my post of what he said about Pierre, I don't know why this idiot decided to reply and confirm that he actually said it on my X post and said, I was completely wrong. I can't tell how many times I've apologized for this. I've since changed my ways, you know, and I don't believe it. I'm like, dude, you're literally admitting that you said this and you're drunk. And then he went on to some other guy talking about Hoochie Mama or something on some other guy's post. I think it was Kevin Pacitti. If you're on X and you're hearing this, kudos to you for getting.
He's probably watching right now.
So
he's a fan of the show.
Yeah. So it's hilarious because
hey, Kevin.
I thought everybody was blocked by Frank Graves. I'm blocked. You guys aren't blocked.
Oh, no. I'm blocked.
I just don't interact with him because if I ever do, he'll block me.
Listen, I'm blocked now. But here's what got funnier. Once that happened, I was talking to Ryan and Tanya from Northern Perspective at the time. And I was like, these polls are off. And then I asked, who's this liaison strategist? They're like, I don't know. They just showed up. So I started digging a little bit more into them. And I ended up finding out that this guy, Alexander Nanoff, is part of the China First Forum community.
Oh, real quick. So John says, Clyde, can you explain how Shaun is calculating viewer totals? So we're streaming this from StreamYard, and it gives us the number on the top. And then if we hover over it, it actually breaks down who's watching where. So we just have a number at the top. We don't have to calculate it. It just shows us how many people are watching concurrently.
So
But
currently
there's 48,000 people concurrently.
50,000 simultaneously watching us right now.
50,500.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's impressive.
I just want to. I know I'm
so,
hopping in.
So it might be confusing to people who are watching the YouTube channel right now. It's at 2,700 on YouTube, but that's added to the total on where we're streaming on X.
Hey,
and
there's
all the other
some
platforms.
cool results coming in, guys. We need to talk about this. I mean, the Bloc Québécois, the numbers for Quebec are finally coming in, which is awesome. Like this is going to be a tight race.
I'm hearing reports that they're botching numbers from Quebec. This is what people are telling me.
Well, they were.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Actually, somebody zoom in on Beauce. I want to see what somebody find Max Bernier's writing.
Whereabouts is it?
I'm like,
it's
I got
just
the
a little
map.
bit.
It's amazing, and I'm like, I have no idea where I'm looking.
Yeah, it's a little bit west or a little bit east of Montreal, and a little bit south is where Max is. Yeah, you'd have to zoom in. They'll show up later. Actually,
we can zoom in infinitely on this.
Oh wow!
So do you know where Montreal is, Sean?
Just. Do you want to run the map? Like
You're kind of. Okay, you're off to a good start because there's a whole bunch of French sounding.
Listen. To
the
50,000 people, this is what's sitting beside Twos is like. I'm trying to like. Oh well, come on, Twos. What?
Why do you have a
Twos? What's the problem, Twos?
Because you're the only person in the history of the world who has backwards scrolling on their mouse.
Keep up the chirps. Keep up the chirps. Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Trying to run it here. I can't work under these conditions. I'm out.
Enough backseat mapping here.
Pretty much.
Actually, those aren't Quebec results. Those are technically maritime results. So it's like the only votes from Quebec that are being currently counted are the ones on the extreme east on the Gaspé Peninsula. But it's going Bloc, which was again already we're seeing things that are going against the polling. So the polling,
absolutely. Absolutely, man. And that's a good point, Marty, because everybody here doesn't understand the Quebec mindset of the Bloc's going to help the Liberals. No, Legault and Blanchette, and you see in the Journal de Montréal over and over, they're anti-liberal. They don't like the Liberal government. I don't know why this has not been pushed more and more. What's his name? Legault himself has been an advocate more and more, and a lot of mayors across Laval, Montreal, they're all talking that we don't want a liberal government. We want people that'll help us with our immigration. And the Quebecers, like Marty said, completely on the east.
You know what's interesting?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Marty. Sorry.
No, me and Clyde. Remember Clyde when we were talking to Ken McDonald, or we didn't talk to him, but remember Ken McDonald from Newfoundland? He was the guy who said that his constituents went. Yeah, Newfoundland's going blue. That's very interesting. So Ken McDonald, hey. Is Shane Reagan losing his seat? It
was also it was Sean Casey that we were also talking about who said the same thing, and he's from PEI. Where is that going? Now I wanted to mention, because you were saying that it goes against the polls that the Bloc Québécois is winning seats. It's projected based on the polls that they're going to win 23 seats. That's what the polls are suggesting right now. So
I'm just saying that riding in particular was not projected, like that Gaspé area was not projected to go Bloc. So I'm just saying.
Okay. Which riding was that?
Individual riding. Yeah. Gaspé, the one in Quebec far east. Actually, I don't want to open too many things or I'll crash my internet. Hey, by the way, guys, I might have to sneak out for a few minutes once in a while. I actually have a crew from CBC Montreal. Don't shoot me, but I have a crew from CBC Montreal in my house right now.
What?
In your house?
Yeah, they're in my house. I took them for a tour. They were asking me that they're here because they were hearing rumblings about separatists and how, if a liberal government comes in, it might give a boost to the separatist movement in Alberta. And then while we were between the show I did with you guys earlier and this one, I took them for a field visit. We went and looked at well sites, and I took an opportunity to educate some Montrealers on oil and gas.
That's awesome.
Oh, wow.
That is. Real quick, Drew Weatherhead was popping in again. He was on the show before. He's got a new book coming out that you can pre-order. Fractures in Love. And if you want to hear all about it, he was on Sean's show last week, I want to say.
Yeah, week
and
today.
It sounds really good. And he's also going to be at the Cornerstone Forum, but he's kind of hoping people can pre-buy digital copies.
99 cents to go buy and push them up in the charts.
Yeah, he was a little bit dishonest about it, though. He didn't mention that it was 99 cents US. So, in all fairness, it was kind of fake news.
So,
but it sounds like a really good book. I haven't read it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it.
So Alexis Duchesne is beating out the Liberals by, she's at 42.6% in Gaspésie, Île-des-Madeleines. So they're leading. The Conservatives are half.
Sorry, did you just choke on your tongue?
No, he's talking in French, I think it was.
Listen, I know that most of the audience is Western, and I could pull in
thought in your general direction.
Right, exactly. And I could speak in like a more rough, whatever. I'm trying to give you the exact pronunciation. My apologies for offending your sensibilities, dude.
Why is it that we have to pretend like we do that for French, but we don't do it for anything else?
Well, I don't know. Do you want to hear it in the way it is? It's Alexis Dick Shane. Like
when French people start pronouncing like McDonald's in the middle of a French instead of McDonald, then I'll start doing the French pronunciation.
When Marty was talking about Seamus O'Regan, he's not like, and it looks like Seamus O'Regan is going to lose his seat.
Royale with cheese. Remember that scene out of Pulp Fiction? Why is it called a Royale with cheese? I don't know. The metric system.
So let's get back to the mature stuff, twos. Alexis Deschênes is leading.
His seat.
Okay, they're at 40, basically 43%. So Marty's right. The Bloc Québécois is already leading the Liberals, and
338 Canada had that writing as going Liberal.
But not by much. So it was a very close ride. So Alexis Deschênes, how do you say that again?
Deschênes.
Okay. It was 40 to 43%. So it's a 3% margin there.
Yeah, but look at I'm looking at 338 Canada. They're completely off. That's where I'm looking. Right, Newfoundland. They got Newfoundland completely wrong.
That's what I love. What Marty's saying, Clyde. That's what I'm trying to say. Was what Marty's saying a lot better is look at the disparity between what was projected versus what we're actually seeing early on.
Yeah, and
how is that even a word?
She's
that girl. Madeleine
Listen, I don't even want to talk about some names out in Alberta. Okay, so just keep that on the low.
That's a big one. That lady
like
for the Liberals is a
right.
minister.
Is it Cam Rose?
Yeah,
sorry, right. Marty, say that again. This lady is a minister. Is that what you just said?
Yeah. So Diane Leboutier is the she's not the finance minister. She's the treasury minister. So she's in charge of the money. Anyway, she's a Carney lieutenant, and she's losing her seat right now. That's good.
You know who it is? It's that little woman that looks like an egg that wears glasses, and she's an old lady. And
you just described almost every liberal woman in this country.
No, that's not true. Melanie Joly looks like a Barbie doll out of a plastic box. That's not the point. This woman is basically, like Marty just said, a complete shill for this whole Carney thing, and she's losing her seat. If she loses this, good riddance. I'm telling you, look her up. She's that.
So this is the current count, but not the final count. Is that correct?
Yeah. So this is just as
no. But like, can we zoom in on a couple of interesting ones? Like, let's find Sean Miller's writing too. Like, Sean Miller is the guy who announced that he was retiring because he wanted to spend more time with his family. And then
Sean Fraser, you mean?
Oh, sorry, Sean Fraser.
He's in New Brunswick.
Yeah, so it should be on the map there. We should be able to find his writing.
Give me a sec.
By the way, I just want to let you know that your map is way faster than even CBC's map. I'm looking at CBC's map, and it's way behind what you guys are showing.
Yeah, that's because they're too busy funneling $2 billion to actually get around to updating it. Oh, you just had it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm instead of having twos scold me. Where was I at?
Go to the right. No, your other right. Right. It's on the coast. down, right. Just scroll right past
Right.
everything.
There you go,
Jesus.
Sean
Yeah,
Fraser.
there you
You know
go.
what? You know what's worse
Sean Fraser's losing to the
than having a
conservative right
backseat driver is having twos try and guide me through a map. Over
Is
there.
he losing?
You're right.
Is Fraser
You're
To the
right.
losing?
right. To the
Yeah,
right.
he's
to the right.
losing.
Yeah.
He's losing.
That's great.
Holy
His
smokes.
family
See,
is
these
gonna
are
be
big ones.
really
Like, these-
excited
By
like,
to
about
hear
that's-
that.
about 500 votes. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
and,
so
and,
the
and it's
Brett
only going to get
Favre-
worse.
The Brett Favre of liberal politics is now going into a failed run after he came out of retirement. This is glorious. It's like when Tom Brady was like, I'm going to retire and spend more time with my family, and then he spent like 10 minutes at home with them, and he's like, I can't fucking stand these kids. And then he went back and played for the Bucks. And the only difference is that he won the Super Bowl, and it looks like if this continues, Sean Fraser is going home with his dick in his hand.
Il va
Where is
être
Central
parti. Il
Nova?
va
Which-
être
I
parti.
gotta- Yeah.
Il sera parti.
Wow.
Je ne sais quoi.
That's perfect.
Okay.
That's perfect.
Why didn't you just say that?
I don't think Sean Fraser sait quoi. He doesn't know what's going on. See, the beautiful thing in this, and this is really, Sean, what I was trying to say is, and I love that, like, we're bringing this up and that Marty's pinpointing these out. It's the disparity. Like, the game ain't over. It just started. And
Yeah.
I still think that this is going to be a massive blowout.
So Chris Sims has been texting me, and as we all know on this show, we got a ton of times for Chris Sims, and she said, this is an improvement. CPC had 8 seats in Atlantic last time. Looks like a gain so far. And then she just texted me 12 seats. That's a gain of 4 for conservatives if it stays. So if you're paying attention at home and you're going, it says 25-12, like what's going on? Take the positives from the people that have, I always go back to Chris. And that's why Vesper and Marty, what you're talking about in these ridings, I think is really important to focus on. From a Westerner, I'm trying to pay attention. I'm like, okay, but hearing people I trust and respect all look at this as big wins, as long as it stays this way and continues the trend, that's big news.
It's big news. And like just these 2 writings that we talked about, Sean Fraser, let's stay with that one. I mean, that's a perfect example of where hopefully it happens more often. Somebody's going into the ballot box and then they're thinking Carney, but when they're looking at the names on the sheet, they go, Sean Fraser, no, I'm not voting for Sean, right? If Sean Fraser was your MP for the last 10 years and you go, hold your nose and vote for him again, like that's what I'm hoping happens more and more. I mean, hopefully whoever's looking at the ballot then sees Stephen Guilbeault's name. Like if you look at Stephen Guilbeault and you check it off because you want Carney, I have no sympathy for you. So I think we're going to see this happen more and more all night long. People are going to remember in the ballot box, you don't check off Carney, you don't check off Poilievre, you have to check off your MP.
Yo,
Vesper.
Go to Lac Saint-Jean. Look at Lac Saint-Jean. Go look at what that's giving. Look at the number.
Donde está?
Oh, Quebec is coming in. Wow.
Yeah, it's starting to come in. Also, Miramichi, which is just in the corner right there, has Mike Dawson ahead of Lisa Harris by a little over 400 votes. And I just want to point out that almost everybody in that riding works for the government.
Hold on, let me just finish up. Lac Saint-Jean, which is really big here in
Where
Quebec.
is it?
You'd have to drop. You have to drop right at the crevice, right there. You see where?
Wait, I got it. It's going block right now.
Yeah, but look by how much. It's at 56% Bloc Québécois.
Yeah, but it's 96 votes for the Bloc Québécois.
I get it, but look at it. It's already at double anything that's liberal. So there is a big movement from Bloc Québécois happening across Quebec. Today, I got a call about whether or not I would be willing to vote for the Bloc Québécois. Believe it or not.
Ooh.
If I lived in fucking Quebec, I probably
and the only
would.
Beauce. Yeah, there's results for
nothing in
Beauce,
Beauce
which
yet.
is Max Bernier's.
No, I just looked
okay,
at
well,
it.
on the site I'm looking at, Max is in fourth right now. He's got 4.3% of the vote.
Yep.
He's in fourth.
Joliette Manawan, Gabriel
He's
Saint
doing worse than he did last time.
Joliette Manawan.
Oh yeah, way worse.
Bloc is at 1,200 votes at 50% of the vote, and that's Joliette. We're talking about Joliette in Quebec. Bloc Québécois is
Okay, now I'm getting.
50%.
I don't know if you guys can tell, but I'm getting really exciting. This is awesome. This is not a blowout. This is going to be. hey, this might be the first time in 20 years where where the election won't be decided by the time the polls close here, which they just did, by the way. Polls closed in Alberta 6 minutes ago.
Hey, Marty, I don't know if you know Beauce in Quebec.
Oh yeah, here we go. So that's what he's saying, Beauce, right?
Yeah.
So Jason Grollo is 439 votes. Liberals 137. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that.
Yeah, but that's because they're all
idiot
in
name. And then Block is Gaetan Matthew, which sounds like how you'd mock somebody named Matt, but sure. And then Maxime Bernier with less than 10% of the conservative votes. Although I will say he is beating the NDP, Annabelle Lafond-Poirier, who has 14 votes. I feel like that's probably a typo. There's
That's
not
still
very much
early.
orange.
Only
there's some
that's
interesting
not a lot of
results
votes.
already.
That's not a very
Yeah, a BTB, the Bloc is going to lead in Quebec. It's 100% sure the Bloc is going to lead. What I'm shocked at is how conservatives got one of those areas that were typically Bloc Québécois. Like Beauce is usually Bloc, and the fact that we're conservative, I can't wait till it dips into Montreal. Like once we get into like Montreal, and as we keep going and more.
Actually, now I'm reminded of what I'm looking forward to. I mean, I got some favorite writings I can't wait to see, right? I mean, you all are, I'm sure everybody likes Mark Gerritsen out of Kingston. Like, I have little victories like that. Like, if Mark Gerritsen doesn't get reelected, I win, right? Jennifer O'Connell, I'm happy. Like, I mean,
yeah. Oh,
I was going to take small victories, but at this point, I might take big. Yeah. Actually, I don't think she's running again, right? She,
yeah, she said she said she was bailing. Oh, also apparently south so around Leamington and Brantford we're getting some results, and believe it or not, they are coming in conservative.
Yep.
Haliemon Norfolk, Leslyn Lewis is leading in her riding. And then Larry Brock is leading in his.
Yeah.
And then
he's a superstar. I mean, Larry could be I would make Larry finance minister if I was Poilievre, or the Department of Doge, like make him in charge of finding corruption and waste.
As if the conservatives, look, I get it. We want them to win, sure,
from,
but they're not really interested in
Essex
cutting
County?
government ways.
Man,
So
see, this is Shaun. Let
have
me
a look
say
at
something to
Windsor
Shaun
there, Windsor,
after Clyde's
Ontario.
done.
Essex County. It looks like is that reporting right now? It's looking blue down there.
So Brantford, Hyman, Norfolk, and then we've got Essex is Chris Lewis beating Chris Sutton, but there's less than 60 votes between.
But Norfolk's at 1,400 almost. They're double basically the Liberals.
Now it's getting, you know what? I'm with Marty. Now it's getting exciting. It's getting interesting.
You see, this is, I think, what I love about, and thank you for having me on. This is the excitement I was waiting for. And Shaun and Twos, thank you for having me on. This is what I was thinking was going to happen. And I'm so glad that I'm part of this, because we're going to start seeing all these things flip. And like Marty said, this deep disparity and all the lies that we've been fed through all these polls, mainstream media and everything on a map.
Yep. Lots of the results are coming in from Gaspésie, Isles, Madeline, Luigi. And they've got the Bloc leading by a pretty decent margin.
It's not Luigi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isle of Mario, Luigi.
It reminds me, the big hump. Yeah. It reminds me of the story. Like, I met a lady in line the other day at the Poilievre rally here, the last one he had in Calgary, and the lady was a school teacher, and I was blunt. I'm like, wow, a school teacher, what are you doing here, right? And she says, like, I can't do this anymore. I can't vote Liberal. She admitted that she wanted to vote Conservative, and then she said something interesting. She said she was self-censoring, that she wasn't talking about it at work, because if she talked about it at work, people would, perhaps get upset. But I have a feeling she's not the only one. I mean, that's the thing. Like, some Liberals weren't going to openly talk about it, and Conservatives are vocal, but Liberals weren't.
Hey, even though it's still small, do you guys see the NDP Kenora and the Liberals right under in Ontario and Thunder Bay?
Wow, Manitoba. Oh, Mike.
Yeah, there's
Yellowhead.
results coming in.
Alberta's coming in.
Yeah. So are you in Yellowhead now, Marty? with the redrawing?
No, I'm in Cochrane Airdrie, but I always say Yellowhead because I lived in Yellowhead my whole life pretty much, and that's
Okay.
that's where my heart belongs.
Yeah, when
My
they
heart belongs in
gerrymandered it
Yellowhead,
now.
my ass belongs in Calgary, kind of.
Hey, did you guys already call Battleford?
One of the most brutal.
We could call Battleford before
Yellowhead
the
is a
results
brutal
come in.
writing.
Well, it's funny because it goes down to like
And then I want to go
it
see
basically
Calgary's
goes
got
down
some,
past Black Diamond and it goes all the way up to GP. Yeah, but results are
whoever
coming
drives
in.
that county, that poor guy's got a lot of miles. But
yeah, as if he's gonna.
Michelle Rempel is winning in Calgary Nose Hill.
Francois-Philippe Champagne is leading right now.
David Bexty is blowing everybody away in Bow River.
Hey, Francois-Philippe Champagne is leading right now in Saint Maurice Champlain. The Conservatives, he's at 54%, 1,600 votes.
He's blowing them out. He's blowing them away.
Yeah, which is really funny because
Hey, you guys, Lloydminster is blue. Look at Lloydminster. You guys are almost. I'm ready to declare Lloydminster. You guys went blue.
Michelle Rempel Gardner, just like you said, Marty. There you go. And Lloydminster blue. How does that not surprise me?
Yeah, right.
Well, there's a bunch of I'm seeing even on the CBC site. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but
why are you?
Because I'm just looking at what they're lying while you guys are telling the truth. I want to see the comparison between.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
Okay, because you guys are more live stream, like up, and they're late. They're late by like I'd say a minute on the findings that you guys have. The thing is, I don't have access to yours. I don't know where to log in to see yours, but I'm seeing this one.
Dudes, check out Leduc Wetaskiwin is temporarily NDP right now. If Leduc goes NDP, that's it.
Really?
I'm never stopping there ever again. Yeah, it's only one box counted. It's not enough to.
Yeah, there's nothing showing up here yet on it. Leduc's a little bit south, buddy.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Conservatives.
No, we don't got anything up on Leduc just yet.
Well, have you guys looked at Leeds, Grenville?
No, we're chasing down different leads right now.
Well, okay. How are you guys doing this? Are you guys going from the west to the east or from the east to the west?
Well, you guys keep just bouncing me everywhere. Look up this place. Look up this place.
Yeah, and I
like we got this shiny new.
Well, I don't know.
It's like go everywhere.
I don't know because Leeds is winning. They're basically who's Leeds? Is that Michelle Rempel? Is that Michelle Rempel or that's not Michelle Rempel? Who's Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands?
No, Michelle Rempel is Calgary Nose Hill.
Leeds, Grenville.
That's Michael. That's Michael Barrett. He'll win that easily. He's another conservative superstar.
Yeah, he is. He's leading right now by double figures, basically to the Liberals. See, now here's my question. I want to ask you guys: the whole stream today versus what you're looking at, Shaun, Marty, Clyde. How is this stacking up with the sentiment that you guys got today? Versus,
I would say that it was about split. People either thought a conservative minority or a liberal minority was the sentiment when people made predictions. I think a lot of a certain segment of the guests on today are talking about Canada today and the fact that they're unhappy or whatever word you want to attach to it.
Okay.
The people who are staring at it, the Brian Lillys, the Chris Sims and on and on and on, they had a more balanced take twos. Would that be the easiest thing to say? I just think there's a lot of people that are shocked that anyone would vote liberal at this point after 10 years of what we've been put through. I would say that's pretty much sentiment. The thing about not knowing, right? Having no visual, not having any numbers, just what's going to happen? The fear of the unknown. That is, that's why I'm just happy the day's here. I'm so happy it's here.
Right?
Like this is, and I go back to this with almost 55,000 people watching us now. When me and Twos were talking about this and we talked to Clyde and then we talked to Marty and we talked to you, we're like, well, who do we want to sit through the 2 hours where everything's coming up?
These guys.
These guys. Why? Because we just,
awesome.
There's a flow to it, right? Like there's the ability to go back and forth in it. And
well, I'm actually a DEI checkoff box. They needed somebody from the East, and they're like, let's just get a Quebecer in here, just as a DEI thing. I mean, if I would,
you're a twofer, actually.
Yeah, you're a twofer.
I'm a minority and I'm from Quebec. Perfect.
Yeah.
It just really it cut down on the number of people we had to call.
Yeah. This is what I got to put up with, folks. I got
I'm
two.
zooming in on the Ottawa region right now.
Okay.
Yep. Cheryl
Oh,
Gallant.
I can't wait
is
for Ottawa.
winning
I mean,
the
there's two
Algonquin.
ridings side by side, right? Keep an eye out on Carleton and Nepean in Ottawa. Nothing yet, but they should be coming in pretty darn quick here.
Marty, Carleton is Pierre, right? Carleton is Pierre.
Yeah,
So,
that's why I'm. Yeah.
So
We're gonna have trouble showing the results of the Carleton, by the way.
So Mr. I don't know if I
Did you hear what they were allowed to do in Carleton? Elections Canada gave them permission to start counting 6 hours ago. They were allowed to count before the polling closed because that 90 name ballot's ridiculous, right? I mean, that's just
And it was funny. Did you guys get blocked by Bruce Fanjoy also? Because I was preemptively blocked by Bruce Fanjoy. I never even interacted with him, but with a guy like Fanjoy, he was a smart man to block me.
Hey, no results from Nepean yet, by the way.
So I am getting reports that people have been taking ballot boxes home with them. And
Yeah, so that's pretty common. So what happens is there's multiple seals on it, and they can't be opened unless there's at least 2 scrutineers there, if I remember correctly. I talked to somebody about this a little while ago because I was like, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah.
And I talked to somebody who's volunteered with Elections Canada multiple times, and it's standard. It's been going on for years because they don't have storage set up for them in the places where the voting takes place.
Yeah.
And so the votes have to go somewhere. You can't just leave them out on the street.
Yeah. The only thing is it's not allowed in the car. I was asking today the supervisor at the voting location that we're at. The only place that they are not allowed to be is in a car so long as they are behind key and lock. And they have to be inside of a home.
Yeah,
well, that's where it gets bad here. I'll pop this in the chat. Maybe you can pop this up.
Okay, it's gonna have to be on somebody else's because mine's pretty damn frozen right now with all of the comments, which we appreciate. But they've they've overwhelmed my computer.
On Twitter?
I mean, you can.
What are we at for viewers right now?
55,000.
Almost 55.5. We're almost at 5,555.5.
Or I could.
Which, by the way, thank you for everybody tuning in. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, at the top of the hour, we're gonna have a giveaway. Hey, we might as well give something away.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been.
How about this? I'm presenting on here.
Yeah. I'll give me 1 sec here, Clyde. There you go, sir.
Yeah. So this is Johnny Seabass. He says, "Hey, Elections Canada. Is it normal to leave ballot boxes in the back of a truck unattended for 5 minutes?
That's illegal.
No, that's not good.
That is illegal. They even told me that today at the voting station. You can't keep them in a car. It has to be behind lock and key in a home.
Technically, it's not in a car.
It's on a car. It's on a car.
In the back of a truck, unattended.
That's how Westerners think. It ain't in the car. It's on the car. There's a difference.
Well, anyway, people are making notes of all this stuff.
So yeah.
Well, we're in an election that's it's going to be it's looking very close, and there's going to be a lot of people scrutinizing what Elections Canada is doing across the board. So let's hope for their sake they're doing everything's kosher. Let's just hope for that, because if not, then it's gonna. Again, the whole idea of having voting week. Forget it. This is why I voted today. I didn't vote ahead of time. I want my vote to be in where they can count it on the day. That's it.
I don't know, man. I'm still feeling, Clyde, that this is going to be a conservative majority win. And yeah, we're starting out weak, but I'm not seeing the Liberals with the pattern that I'm looking at right now dominating. I mean,
well, I'm actually really optimistic on the numbers of what I'm seeing here, because what I was expecting. Here's what I was expecting. A sweeping win for the Liberals in Quebec, Ontario, and the Maritimes. And then once it gets to the West Coast, what does it matter, right? Then they stop counting the vote because they don't care.
Exactly. But like York Center, which is Toronto, not right downtown, it's on the north end, but that's Roman Baber, and he's currently beating Yara Sachs.
Kenora is
Oh.
also Eric Malo is winning. That's in Kenora, Quitatung. I don't know. I'm sorry, Kenora and Kapuskasing is also very marginally leading with the Conservatives out in Ontario.
Andrew
So
Lawton's winning in Elgin St. Thomas.
So here's an interesting thing that happened. This is from one of my moderators on Discord. He said, basically, what he said, someone was watching ABC News and they heard ABC News in the United States congratulate Carney on the electoral win, like an hour, 2 hours ago.
Too early.
That is
Come on.
interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
do you remember in 2016 when Time released all of those special issues congratulating the first female president?
Yeah, that's so funny that you're saying that. I was thinking the exact same thing about Hillary Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, technically, that could still be correct one day. It just isn't right yet.
They'll resurrect Hillary Clinton.
Okay, I have a question.
The year 3000.
So I have a question for the panel. How big of a deal is it? Forget Quebec being taken over on the block. How big of a deal would it be if Ontario is mostly conservative?
Geographically or votes?
Generally, like if most of it is conservative, Ontario seats wise.
Ontario?
Well, I mean, that's who decides the election.
That's the election. Then that's the Conservatives won.
Yeah. So you're basically like, how big of a deal would it be if the Conservatives won the election? That's what you're asking.
No, what I'm asking is because it seems to me that the Bloc Québécois is this wrench that's kind of barred off the Liberals from Quebec
and Alberta. While you're mentioning it, yeah,
right. But no, I'm saying like in its voting now, not in its geopolitics, chicken man. Besides, I'm trying to be serious, man, but I'm talking to a guy wearing a chicken. What do you want me to say?
Well, I mean,
it's a rooster. It's a rooster.
We support
It's a chicken.
Saint Hubert.
It's a male
It's
chicken.
Saint Hubert.
And Saint Hubert, by the way, get it right. All right, man. Listen, number one,
Seamus O'Regan.
Yeah,
I'm not willing.
Scottish.
Yeah.
So, Vesper, you know how we got the.
I'm not ready to call
right?
boast in terms of who wins, but I'm ready to say Max Bernier is not winning his seat. That's
he's got less
that's
than a
definitive.
tenth.
Vesper, you know how we got the rooster, right?
I don't know. Maybe tell me.
So everybody knows that Tooz has a gift for his mouth, right?
Yes.
We did in the first 100 and some mashups. We only ever did one where he couldn't swear, and so he had to be creative.
Okay.
And he called Justin Trudeau a rooster slurper.
And now, fast forward a couple years, Mark Carney's a rooster slurper.
And the thing was here. Don't let me finish. The thing about it is we started having Trudeau equals rooster slurper signs start showing up all across Canada. It was in Ottawa. It was just everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so we adopted the rooster as the unofficial mascot of the.
It's a great mascot, but it's just very hard to take someone seriously when a chicken is looking right at my face when I'm trying to talk about something serious. That's all. I like don't get me wrong, from a brand strategy, really smart.
Here's another important one. Yves Blanchette, the leader of the Bloc, he's winning hands down right now, handily in his riding of Belleuil Chambly. So he's doing good. That's good for him.
Oh, he's like where Blanche de Chambly is from.
Yep, that's a great beer. You ever had that?
Yeah, that's how I know all about it.
By the way, just so you guys know, there's a lot of work with Bombardier and SNC-Lavalin. Why this is big for me in Lac-Saint-Jean and Abitibi. So the fact that that's Bloc and not Liberal is important for me. A lot of their manufacturing goes out into these areas to create some of the parts or assemble some of these parts. So I find that amazing that this is Bloc and not Liberal. I was expecting Quebec to be like mostly Liberal in these areas, but they're turning Bloc.
Stephen Gayballs, his riding is
this one
somewhere downtown
pisses me
Montreal,
off.
right?
Sorry, guys. There's one that's pissing me off. It's just south of Montreal in Naperville. That lady from Police se souvient, the gun freak there, Natalie Provost, she's winning.
Not by much. She's up by 20 votes.
You're talking about
Chateau Gay.
Yeah, Chateau Gay.
It's gay house. It means gay house.
It's the gay house.
But no.
Look at Napierville.
You forgot that Chateau Gay, the gay house, is in the gardens, Les Jardins.
It's the gay house in the gardens, and you
That's
think
right.
that's somehow better?
Yes, it's French. Everything in French is better. What's wrong with you?
Like, you're getting it wrong. It's not nearly as gay as you think.
Hold on.
It's gay house in the garden.
It's way gayer than you thought it was.
Wait, that's what I'm trying to say. And can you imagine what they're wearing? They're not wearing chickens. They're wearing gay clothing, which is happy clothing.
Oh, like tight jeans?
Yeah.
Like
berets?
Fortress.
Only the French can pull that off. And you know that. Don't pretend.
Why do you think you can pull it off, though?
Because we have no penises. It's normal.
Yeah, that's fair. Every single one of you guys is over circumcised.
Happiness is hard to find.
Happiness is hard to find. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay, Beauce is Marty was right. And you know what? Leeds is winning. Algonquin is winning. Let me see.
Okay, people are tuning in, Vesper, Clyde, Marty, and they're looking down at the bottom. They're seeing 82 libs, 55 conservatives, 12 block.
And one NDP.
Yeah.
Where
And
the
one
hell's
NDP.
Where the hell's the NDP?
Make it make sense for
It's
them.
in Ontario.
Make it make sense for them.
I would say.
Go ahead, Marty.
I would say we're heading towards a minority government because this is not enough to win, and it's in Quebec and Ontario, which are supposed to be the Liberal strongholds. So the Liberals have lost ground in Quebec and Ontario, and they're not going to make ground in Alberta. So this is, I'm guessing right now that the Liberal strategists are looking at this really nervous.
Yeah, they're freaking
Everybody's
out. They're
nervous.
freaking out.
We're heading towards a minority government.
By the way, Riding Mountain in Manitoba just got called.
Okay.
Did you guys see that? It's at 58% for Dan Mazier.
What riding?
Yeah, what's going to change this is the big
Riding-
fortresses
it's called-
like
it's
Montreal
called
and
Riding
Toronto
Mountain.
when they start counting.
Oh yeah, he's up by 1,000 votes.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Whereas Grant Jackson and Brandon Souris, there's 100 votes cast so far, or 100 votes counted, right? But
yeah,
okay, Souris Moose Mountain, which is
Whoa.
southeast Saskatchewan. All right, you've got Stephen Bonk, goofy name by the way, with 1,200 votes, and second place is 76. So I mean, you can call that. There's the one NDP riding,
Right there.
Catherine Swampy. Perfect name for an NDP candidate, by the way.
Swampy.
Hey, Marty, Mirabel is Bloc Québécois.
Yeah. Nah, this is so BC
Belleuil
is going to be important.
Belleuil Chambly is Bloc Québécois. That was Liberal last time.
No. That's
Oh, no,
the
sorry.
bloc
That's
leaders. That's
Blanchet.
Blanchet's
That's
writing.
Blanchet. Sorry.
Yeah,
I was
that's
thinking of
crazy
the other
that
one.
British Columbia will actually be an interesting part of this election with the way it's going at
absolutely.
this point.
Hey, how do you guys in the West have NDP? What is it, Leduc or Leduc something? Is why I know it's still small, but is there a
Less
significant
than 100
presence
votes
still?
counted there, right?
No, I'm saying is there a significant amount of NDP that we're expecting in the West?
In terms of people or in terms
No.
of mass?
No, like seats, like actual people claiming seats in Parliament and their votes.
No, there really isn't. But they are all centered.
Perhaps
around...
one. There's been one in Edmonton for. Yeah.
So what happens
There's one
to people
NDP
like Notley?
riding in Edmonton.
So Marty, what happens to people like Notley?
That's provincial. That's a different. That's a different
yeah.
beast. She's provincial.
Okay,
She's not.
wait.
federal.
We're at the 8:00 hour. I want to throw to the Cornerstone Forum sponsors, and then we'll be back with. We're gonna have a contest on Cornerstone Forum tickets, but we're gonna play the trailer first. To all of you watching, it's loud, so brace yourselves.
In a world fallen into chaos,
Insurance crisis.
war,
We find ourselves in World War III.
fear,
Use nuclear weapons.
corruption,
I intend to resign.
and division reign. tariffs on Canada. Propaganda and censorship cloud the truth.
You will not reach a peace deal.
Labeling people as extreme, right-winged, leaving us confused and alone.
Couldn't look like there was any hope.
No more. Cornerstone Forum is coming back for a second year. No longer are we conforming to the pattern of this world. We are a diverse community that is unwilling to comply with every wind and wave of doctrine, a beacon of hope surrounded by darkness. You are not alone. Join us May 10th at Cornerstone Forum. We are stronger together.
All right, May 10th, we got the Cornerstone Forum happening in Calgary, Alberta. We're going to go text line. We're going to say
the 57,000th one.
No,
that's
we're
how
not.
many people are watching. Nobody wins until everybody texts.
How about we say 57th one? Fire your texts off. You get 2 tickets to the Cornerstone Forum. So 57. I'm looking forward to counting that out. Regardless, 57th text will get you 2 tickets to the Cornerstone Forum. While we're doing that, we're also going to throw to our major title sponsors of tonight's live stream. So when it comes to silver and gold twos, who do you look to?
Well, silver, gold, bull, obviously.
Yeah, when it comes to precious metals, these are the guys. They service all of Canada, all the United States, silvergoldbull.com.ca. And
if you haven't had a chance to talk to Graham, you should. The guy's an absolute beauty. If you're listening, and I hope you are, Graham, you're wonderful.
Yeah, so what Twos is referencing is if you call the number on the screen, you ask for Graham, you can get specific deals for Shaun Newman podcast listeners. I'm also going to have the lightning bolt come back for Bow Valley Credit Union here. And I keep doing that. As Twos pointed out, if you don't want to, you want a bank that values, not freezing accounts. If you're a Bitcoin lover, if you don't want to have your account shut down for those purchases, et cetera, Bow Valley Credit Union is probably a place you should be paying attention to, Twos?
If you want to support a bank that actually, if you want to support a company that lines up with actually what you believe, rather than what a bunch of white-collar yuppies down in York, Toronto believe, you should go with Bow Valley.
And here, I'm going to pull up Bow Valley on the bottom because I can already see my phone is buzzed a lot. And if you want, visit bowvalleycu.com to start and get your account opened today. Yes, Vesper.
Marty, Bose is called conservative.
And
is it?
Yeah.
We're gonna bring in a guest. We got
easy.
Constitutional lawyer Keith Wilson has hopped in with us. So Keith, welcome to the stream.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good to see you all.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Keith.
How's it going, Keith?
Hello. Really good.
Great to see you, man.
What have you guys been doing all day? Kidding.
This. We're on
this and pulling wrenches. I actually went to my day job.
We just hit
Well,
8
I'm
hours.
ready for a beer now. I was going to hold off on the beer, but I'm ready for a beer.
I started
We're no longer
watching when they
streaming on
first went
Facebook.
live, so I'm like, oh my goodness.
We're no longer streaming on Facebook because you can only stream for 8 hours. And so we probably should have mentioned that before.
Yeah,
we
if you're
got
sitting
cut
on, well, you're not listening anymore. Hopefully they go find it on the other platforms. We're at
Yeah, we're still on
57,000.
YouTube.
Yeah, we're at 57,000 people watching right now. So if you want to help us get to 60K, share it with a friend, retweet it, talk about it. We'll love to have more of you here. Right now, as Keith, you hop in, Liberals sitting at 103, Conservatives 77, the Bloc 16, and NDP leading in 2. Keith, we'll get your thoughts, and then you can just jump into the whole conversation. Your thoughts on the day. You are the newest guy to the panel.
Well, thank you. I would say a couple things. One is we all know this is a historic election, and one of the reasons it's a historic election is you've got a region of the country, Alberta and Saskatchewan, but primarily Alberta, that are done. We're fed up. We've had too many years of terrible ideologically extremist policies out of Ottawa, spending money we don't have, printing money, devaluing the money that we've earned and tried to save, and robbing our children and grandchildren of a prosperous future. So I have never before encountered the level of sentiment in Alberta that exists today for support for independence. It's really remarkable, and it's not just necessarily in the rural areas and the ranchers and the farmers where you're more likely to see that. It's now evolved where it's two new groups are starting to voice that viewpoint as well, which is, the business class. I've got a number of friends and clients who are business owners that are just like, this is not happening anymore. I'm done. Whatever I need to do to, and a lot of them have started to move their businesses in a large way to the United States, which is really unfortunate. And then others, a lot of the new immigrants, a lot of them had hoped to go to the United States, and they settled for Canada as a second alternative. So to have Trump hovering around, well, we've got this level of discontent, and Albertans have come to realize their wealth. We realize how hard we work. We realize the prosperity we can generate, and we're sending all this money to Ottawa, and we're watching it be wasted, corruptly used, and so on. So the sentiment here, guys, is just really something. And there's serious groups that are forming, in addition to all the various grassroots groups that are going to put some heavy shoulder to the wheel and some very sophisticated processes in place. If Carney wins, it's the beginning of the end of Canada.
Yeah, you're mirroring a lot of people. Vesper.
Yeah.
Hey, the CBC polling thing is down. It's frozen.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Oh, there-
CBC is not a serious broadcaster.
No, but it's so funny. The fact that like a bunch of places just got, look up Mégantic, Luc Berthold from the Conservatives. He's leading by double in Quebec. I was like, what? It's like
Where's
Mégantic.
Mégantic? Is that where that big crater is?
No.
Sorry, Keith. You're entering into the what it is at 8 hours of paying attention to the map as it continues to update.
So if you, sorry about that. I'm sorry. If I keep bringing this up, it's because I'm super excited. Like you got to understand from my vantage point, like I'm happy here. And I know everyone here is happy to see these results because it's like Marty said, Keith, when we first started, what a disparity from the polling. Yeah. Right? Like we're seeing this massive disparity and everything we've known is like starting to, like, it's like the map is its own poll, right? And it's showing you this is reality and this is what propaganda looks like. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Marty,
Mégantic,
Marty, you're muted. Marty, you're muted.
Mégantic arable lot bin has Luc Berthold up by almost twice as much as Charles McKeag for the Liberals in second place. And Region Herto, which means sore water, is at 427 votes.
We got the
Keith,
first
we have a map.
ballot box open. Nepean has got the first count. So Carney's winning in his riding against, what was her name? Barbara Ball. But there's only one ballot there. So
wait, wasn't that the one? What's his name? Sharia? Is that the guy that was his riding before?
No. Well, that was his riding, but he got disqualified. But I just wanted to say something. I wanted to add to what Keith was saying. Like, I heard a lot of people say this throughout the campaign, that this is one of the most consequential elections in Canadian history. But quite honestly, like if you're an Easterner and we go Quebec or we go Liberal or Conservative, it's not going to really affect you. It is definitely a consequential election for Alberta. Like, I can't think of policies in the last 20 years that have been extremely hurtful to the East. Maybe the fish, the moratorium on cod in Newfoundland like 25 years ago. But like, seriously, like, the Liberals were existential threat to Alberta. I mean, they wanted to kill our oil industry. They wanted to put caps on everything. They don't want us to own firearms. They barely want us to own land. So for us, it's, if you wake up tomorrow morning in, northern Quebec and it went Liberal or Conservative, it's not going to be a huge difference.
No. Hold on. I'm going to push back on that. No. Dude, our housing has not only doubled, it's at 2.6 right now. any renting that used to be at a certain amount is essentially doubled. People that rented for $1,200 are now renting for $2,200. Our food,
because you guys don't
has
know how to
doubled.
build houses, man.
I
Just
don't.
start building. Like Quebec has an.
I don't
Quebec
care.
shuts down the entire
You guys
construction industry.
You guys
for
need
the
to have
summer.
a building cartel. If
we
you guys
do-
had a building
we
cartel,
do.
this wouldn't be an issue.
We do. We just don't see anything from it. Only certain people keep that money. What I'm just trying to say is it's affecting us. I mean, dude, I was talking to Tamara not too long ago. There's a reason 1,000 Quebec truckers, and Keith will confirm this, went to the convoy. We're just as affected. Yes, okay, you guys are affected more, but we're also affected out here in the East. Believe me, it's not fun being under a liberal government, or else why the hell have I been on X all these years? Just for fun?
Well, it's not only, you had on earlier, I think it was McIsaac was his name, from
Peter
Nova
McIsaac,
Scotia.
yep.
And I saw an interview he did a few weeks ago.
Hey
and I might
guys,
have my-
just breaking news. Apparently, like some of the medias are calling this a liberal minority already. Just so we know. Like I think it's CBC's calling it a liberal minority.
I mean, if you're right, you're right, but that's a shot from a long ways off.
Yeah, I think that's quite far out.
Yeah. Keith, your thought.
Yeah, I see that on one of my screens here too. What I was going to say is that, he gave a really good illustration of, just about $4 billion of Nova Scotia's $12 billion budget comes from Alberta. So what's going to happen to Nova Scotia if Alberta is able to separate? And what pressure is that going to bring on Quebec and Ontario to find that money to support Nova Scotia? And you can keep doing the analysis. Where's the money going to come from? The $13 billion that currently goes to Quebec.
It would have to come from Saskatchewan and BC, and then Saskatchewan would say, guys, we can't keep doing this. Alberta, we've always been friends. What do you say? And we would say, right on, Saskatchewan, you're one of us. We're brothers. And then there would be two provinces. And then BC would be like, we can't afford to pay all of this because Quebec still wants their stuff and the Maritimes still want their stuff. And they would say, hey, guys, we're the West. We're the West. What do you say? And we would say, we don't really like the bottom half of you, but we'll take the top half. And then the same conversation happens in Manitoba. And then Ontario would be like, hey, what do you guys, what do you think? We'd be like, nah, we're good. We're good.
Well, and not only that, I mean, one of the things that's been remarkable for me over the last couple of months is the interactions I'm having on X and elsewhere, where the lack of knowledge, and I know I'm picking on Central Canada a bit here, but I am astounded at the lack of basic understanding of the reality in Alberta, the reality in Saskatchewan. They think so many people have said to me, well, Alberta will have nothing because it's all Crown land. Yeah. Alberta Crown land, not federal Crown land. Only 20% of the land base is federal Crown. And the reason for that is because we have this huge national park called Wood Buffalo. You take those out and it's down about 15% being the First Nations Reserve, which are 1.3% of the land base. Anyway, I could go on. They think
well,
that
and
gas is
to
owned
add
by-
to what you're, Keith, I've heard so many people say that from out east that Alberta, that they subsidize Alberta's oil industry. Like I hear that all the time. Like they think that Trans Mountain was some sort of gift that we should be
60,000 people watching.
So, but just to put a finer point on this, the Albertans have done that math. Albertans do understand that we own our land in this province, and Ottawa doesn't. They understand that we own our oil and gas. We own our water. We don't even have fisheries that the federal government really controls in the way that you do on the coast. So the federal government has an extremely narrow and limited role in our lives. And to the extent they do, they screw it up badly. Anybody been to a passport office lately? Like, how hard can that be? So Albertans are really done with this. And I think even if Poilievre does win, and I don't know what to make of these numbers right now, the lion's out of the cage. I think Albertans are just going to say, we need radical change from Ottawa if we're going to stay in this relationship.
I hear what you're saying on that end, but Drew Weatherhead was talking about this last week, and we talked about it, I don't know, maybe briefly 6 hours ago or something like that. But the problem is that when the rest of Canada says, or what?
Oh, easy.
Yeah.
Because we have stuff they want and we can decide not to give it to them. They have to come to the table to negotiate. They don't have an option there. The Supreme Court of Canada was clear. You know, one of
Tu dois
the
avoir
things.
assez de vidéos. C'est toujours la même chose. Là.
Ouais, c'est-
Je pense que écoute, je vais prendre un break, là, puis il va leur dire.
Oh, Marty's talking in code now.
I was talking in French with the
Translate.
crew behind me. Sorry, guys. Hey, I'm gonna leave the room for about 2 minutes and go talk to these CBC guys, and then I'll be right back. All right, guys.
Okay.
All right,
Tell
sounds
them they
good.
suck
I'm not gonna
for
leave
me.
the room. I'm just gonna step away from my mic.
Tell them they
I'm
suck
gonna-
for
they're
us.
nice
We'll
guys,
let
actually.
we'll let you right
Hey,
back in.
I'll say this. Yeah, cool. Thanks, guys.
By the way, I just want you all to know that in French, Marty said these Westerners are falling for it. I'm completely an Easterner. I just want you to know he said that.
So I want to talk a little bit
knew
to
it.
Keith's point there. So if you look at the Conservatives right now, if they can squeak it by, maybe get a minority government, even on their platform, they're not talking much about appeasing any of the issues with Western Canada. I mean, what's the top thing that you hear from people in Western Canada? You hear about the transfer payments.
Western alienation.
It's not even on the table with a Conservative party, and that's even with a Conservative majority. So a Conservative minority, I don't know if it's going to thwart so much the push or the drive to want to separate and or at least make those negotiations and say, well, give us a better deal or we might take off, eh?
Dumb question from this guy. What I was trying to do mental math, but then I'm like, I probably got told this at some point. What is a minority? What can we classify? How many seats they got to have?
Oh, they need what is it? 172? 172 for majority. So if they have a plurality,
Yes.
but not 172, then it is a minority.
Yeah, so more than every other party, but not more than half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just wondering what the number is. If
172 is
majority.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a question because I know you had a question for Keith, and I'm just waiting for Keith to respond to that question about the Conservatives not tabling equalization. From my vantage point in terms of planning in my business and my affairs with these companies, typically, and I'm sure you know this, Keith, all my chips are not laid out on the table right away, right? I need to have something in my pocket before I could even begin to negotiate. Now, you guys already have what you have. The fact that the Conservatives haven't tabled that they would negotiate with you does not mean that that's not in the cards, right? There is this disparity and argument between East and West sentiment right now. And clearly they want to win Eastern sentiment, right? Because they already feel like they have the West. Do you believe, and this is a secondary question to Clyde's after you answer his, do you believe that they would come to the table given a minority government? That even if it's not in their platform now, why wouldn't he have that conversation? I mean, hasn't he been the one that's been touting energy and unleashing the West and everything? Why wouldn't they come and discuss equalization with you guys?
Well,
they don't have to. Oh,
They
sorry,
don't
go
have
ahead.
to. And
I'm talking to Keith, chicken man.
Which is different, and this is an important nuanced point, is the Supreme Court of Canada has ruled in the reference case from 1998 that there is a constitutional pathway for a province to vote in a clear question and separate. They have not, there's no equivalent Supreme Court of Canada ruling that says if a province holds a referendum wanting a change, for example, on equalization, that the other provinces or the federal government have to entertain that. So there isn't that leverage that we have on independence with the issue of changing the formula for equalization. But I want to comment at the highest level, at the 30,000 foot level. What I'm seeing and have been seeing, which has troubled me for years, is Western Canada, with the exception perhaps of Victoria and Vancouver area, see the world through a different lens largely than other parts of the country, namely Central Canada and Eastern Canada. What I've observed is that folks outside of the West look to see what government's going to give them, That's their measure. What is government going to do for me? Am I going to get free dental? Am I going to get a $10 a day childcare? What are you going to give me? What things are you going to provide for in my life? What are you going to do? What involvement are you going to have? Are you going to keep me safe? Right? Whereas in Western Canada, we want to know how little you're going to do for us. Like we tend to say, just I'll look after getting to work and looking after things. Please don't be overbearing in my life. So there's this big cultural divide. So we've got a nation, in air quotes right now, that has two really distinct cultural philosophies, I believe.
Yeah, we're talking like New York and Texas. I mean, we're talking about that kind of.
Yeah, New York City and Texas for sure.
Right.
Yeah,
so
it's a good analogy.
There definitely is a more salt of the earth, hardworking, roll your sleeves up type of attitude. Whereas in New York, it's like, the concrete jungle, and everybody's relying on the state itself to constantly help people with welfare and on and on and on. Texas has the way that their programs, and even in some other places like Phoenix in Arizona, are very different. And that's what you're talking about, really. That
I think what makes everything so different. I was talking to a cousin on Saturday night, and he was asking me similar questions, and I was trying to game them out and getting his perspective on things too. But the one thing I kept qualifying it is I said, I'm not accounting for the wild card in my answer. I'm not accounting. And he said, what's the wild card? He says, is that Trump? I said, yes. So, I mean, this is the thing. No matter who wins, we have Trump, who's got his eye on at least Alberta and Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan has the largest reserve of potash. Like, so many people have no idea what that means. That's fertilizer. They take it out of the ground, and when they mine it, it crushes up like fertilizer looks. They put it in rail cars, they ship it down to the Midwest, and they put it in their fields, and they grow corn and food, okay? They don't have to, it's not chemical fertilizer that's made from natural gas in these big complex plants. And they have the world's largest reserve of it to feed America forever. They have the world's largest reserve of uranium. Then we've got the world's third largest reserve of oil and gas. We've got all this timber, pulp and paper, metals, and we're right there, So who knows what Trump's going to do to influence the negotiating table, either under an independent situation where Carney wins, because we're definitely going there if he wins tonight. And even if Poilievre, Albertans, this is a sensitive point. I'll say this and let you guys keep going, but we all know people, and I'll use third party, where they're in a relationship.
Got to interrupt for a second. Elections Canada's website is down.
I'm looking at the same thing.
Everything.
And so our feed isn't updating from this point.
Yeah. Oh. CBC, CTV, business. I have like 6 tabs open looking at all of them, and none of them are moving.
Yeah.
CBC's at 148 and 104, 148 Liberal, 104 on my screen.
But if you refresh, is it going to freeze you out?
No, it's just it's refreshing. It's just changing.
Yeah, maybe to Quebecers.
They're making up the numbers now. Doesn't really matter.
The point I was just going to make, and I'll just maybe leave it at this, subject to whatever questions you guys have, is that there's been like this betrayal of trust almost, where everybody, for the longest time, never contemplated even the notion of leaving Canada. Like, I'm a Canadian. I was born here. My parents were born here. I'm a Canadian. But now what's happened over the last number of years, and particularly with this election, with Carney going to be Trudeau and Gabot mated and on steroids, Albertans are kind of like, yeah, you know what? I've got a lot of value here, and I don't know if I want to put up with this nonsense, regardless of who's in Ottawa. So we've got that sentiment as well. It's very interesting times.
The Conservatives are closing the gap.
Where are you getting that from?
Where are you getting it from, Vesper?
I'm on CBC.
Yeah, okay, but they've already decided what they're going to announce several hours ago.
No, but it doesn't matter. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing, right? Even if they're saying that, they still have to be linked to Elections Canada polling, right?
Well, they don't.
No, they do. They can't just make this stuff up. They're reporting what they're getting.
Where have you been for the last month, Vesper?
Dude,
what happened? Don't trust the polls or whatever.
Hold on. Time out, okay? first of all, even CNN, if you want to talk about like partisanship, even CNN couldn't fake election polling. They had to call that Trump won twice, which was so satisfying. So just because they're saying something on one side and then
actually, I think it was
showing with another
CNN that kept hanging on to a bunch of different
yeah, but they had to admit
counties, and they were like, "Well, now we're gonna just
yeah, but then
extend the night."
then the tears kept happening, right? I can't believe we just lost this writing. What are people thinking? Oh no! So yeah, I'm looking at this. I'm not putting down your map because I don't have your map. I have to look at all these other maps. I think I made that clear, Twos. That's the only thing I have to work with. What do you want me to work with?
Hey, it's a circle of trust.
So I'd like to share something here. I'm sharing my screen as well, if you don't mind presenting. This is from a YouTube channel called MCGA, and he personally went out and he got this footage of Elections Canada. We were talking about it has to be under lock and key, all this other things. But here's someone from Elections Canada rummaging through one of the boxes of ballots in the back of their vehicle. So we're talking about there had to be a seal,
box of votes.
There's a protocol. So it looks like in some places
More boxes of votes.
the protocols aren't being adhered to.
Well, hold on. Just if you're taking something out, putting it in your car, that's not illegal. But yeah, rummaging is kind of sus. Like
That's
why you
super sus, right? Super sus. We were just talking earlier about there has to be a seal on it.
Yeah, no, that's where you're right. I'm just saying, but taking it to your car is not wrong. It's the rummaging through it that I don't understand.
Well, I'll tell you what it is they're going through and pulling out all the ones they don't like. And probably gonna the only way it could get worse is if he literally was caught having a bonfire and roasting marshmallows with conservative ballots.
Libs at 146 map back updated as of right now. So 146, 111, 59, 2. Well, I mean, a bunch of these are going to probably fluctuate a bit, but 146, 111, 22 for the block, 5 for the NDP, none for Green or PPC.
Mark Garrettson in Kingston in the Islands is 761, and his nearest guy behind him is 395.
So NDP passed the 2 that I thought they were going to get.
They passed the 1 that I thought they were going to get, but I mean, it's not over yet.
I just got a note that Polymarket's at 99% for Carney right now.
Whoa, it jumped way up.
You want to pull up Polymarket, boys?
Yeah, but hold on. We got to check if Polymarket, the people that are putting in the money, are these major whales, because it's really just 2 major whales that have been pumping in like hundreds of thousands of dollars, but through small increments in crypto.
Okay, so I was just going to say none of it is leading NDP, and Skeena Bulkley Valley, which is northwestern BC, is leading NDP as well, but like really low number of votes so far. And then Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, which is again really low numbers of votes, but lower mainland BC, or Vancouver Island.
Is Sea to Sky reporting?
Let's see here. You're Sea to Sky, right?
Yeah, that's just north of Vancouver.
Okay.
So it's West Vancouver, Sea to Sky, and Sunshine Coast.
Nothing yet.
No reporting. Okay.
Nope.
Is Dundas? Do you have anything for Dundas? Because it was really close before.
Like Toronto?
Yeah. Stormont, Dundas.
Nothing in Burnaby yet, by the way.
I've
They
never
still
seen
call it
Rosemary
Dundas? I thought
Barton
they
happier.
Oh,
Pardon
really?
me?
She's really happy right now.
I've never seen Rosemary Barton happier.
Oh wow.
Wow. I'm sure back.
I can't
when
believe
Bonanza still had
Garrettson
the
is winning
buffet.
his seat in Kingston, the Islands. That bugs me.
Well, I mean, it's not done yet, but he's got a pretty good lead. He's 761, and the guy behind him's 395. So obviously, they don't vote on quality of hair.
Well, his five head's a beacon to get people to go to the
Yeah, I mean the guy
voting
is
booth.
is head, other head, and more head and shoulders above everybody else.
At this point, though, gents, like, wouldn't you? Well, maybe I'm wrong on this. Just doing quick math in my head. If the Conservatives won every last seat, and I know all these aren't finalized, but you know this is where it sits. They have 160 every time the Libs go up one or two. The likelihood of a Liberal, at least minority, goes up exponentially, doesn't it?
No, they have 170 if they won all the other ones, which they.
Oh yeah,
well,
sorry,
yeah.
170. Yes, sorry.
Be right back.
But I take your point.
All I mean is every time we get this thing and you know it drops and then we get it back, it's not that the Conservatives have surged by 28 seats and you're like, oh man, here they come. I'm looking at this and I'm going, it's 145 Liberal, 112. Are we happy about this? Like, you know, like early on, when we were looking at Quebec and some of the things going Bloc or Conservative, you know, you're kind of like, oh man. But now look at
the question becomes who forms an alliance, because I think it's if it's not a minority, it's going to be pretty darn close. And so who forms an alliance, right? Like the Liberals are not going to pair up with the Bloc or the NDP, maybe the NDP at this point. So it's the Bloc and the Conservatives against the Liberals is how you got to view it, I think, at this point.
I mean, as it stands right now, the numbers look like what Justin Trudeau had in the House of Commons when he was with the coalition with the NDP. The Conservatives, even if they had joined with the Bloc, would have still been a few seats short. That's what right now it looks like.
I will say also that the Natalie Provost is leading handily in her riding. So boating accidents, anyone? Not for her, but for our guns, because yeah, they're gonna like if they wouldn't get Natalie Provost to run if they didn't want to ratchet up the gun control.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Just brace yourself for that.
So do you think this is safe, Marty? What are you thinking right about now? Where are we at with this?
There's some really interesting ones. I'm looking in the island of Montreal.
I'm holding up a bottle of whiskey. The one I already owe you.
Oh, yeah. You owe me two. There.
Will I owe you two? Will I owe you two? So the bet tonight
you and
was.
I said a minority, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you said a minority for the Conservatives, and I said for the Liberals. If it stays at this, we'll be even. I'll still drink that bottle with you though, Marty.
Absolutely.
Mark
In
Miller's
Canada or
winning
Texas?
his quite handily as well.
So I have a question, Marty. I have a question. If the Bloc gains more seats now, like solidifies more seats, say they go up by like another 5 or 6 seats right now, or 7 seats. From what I've been hearing is that they'd be willing to pair up more with the Conservatives than they would with the Liberals. Then that would grant the Conservatives a minority government, basically. They would form a coalition and form a minority. Is that how it would work?
That's how it. Well, Keith can probably answer that better. But technically, after the results of the election, the Governor General looks and says, "Who has the most votes?" So they would have to argue. Carney would go and say, "Well, I have 145." Then Pierre would say, "Well, I have a formal alliance with so and so, and I have 152." The governor gets to choose who she asked to form government. Kind of, right, Keith? Or
she asked the incumbent.
Wait, let Keith answer this. I want to hear Keith instead of Chicken Man.
James Manson and I were discussing this today, and as you know, he ran the prorogation case, and I was helping him with that. And we discussed this earlier today. Interestingly, what would happen under the constitutional conventions is Carney can go to the Governor General and say, I believe that I still will have the confidence of the House. So even if he doesn't have a majority, he can make the pitch that he will team up with other parties to get him over the line. And then when he goes into the House, If he doesn't have it, there would be the non-confidence vote. But he is the sitting prime minister, so he has the privileges of the prime minister. So he's going to be really calling the shots in terms of if it is a minority situation, as to whether the only other thing he can do, and what has happened in other instances, is where he would step down. So he would announce, in view of the election results, I've decided that I will step down as prime minister. And then the other party would say, we're the winner. So it needs that back and forth. In absence of that, he can keep pushing forward.
Well, yeah,
right now he has a tough sales pitch, right? At 149, his sales pitch is pretty tough.
Yeah. Also, side note, Nikki Ashton, the incumbent in northern Manitoba, the one who racked up an insane amount of money flying her husband around over Christmas to Quebec City and Ottawa. And then later on, she said it was because there was bed bugs at her government-provided apartment, which is ludicrous because you get everything for free. Why wouldn't you just say, call it an exterminator? Anyway, she's currently losing her seat in northern Manitoba. Losing it to a Liberal, but on the nice side, it seems like she's a bit of a grifter.
So the main areas of Montreal, Marty, apart from Mont Royal, everything else is hitting liberal so far.
Yeah, but there's some really low numbers in reporting.
Does anybody know what the...
So like Stephen Gueball, there are, for some reason, there are 11 votes counted in Laurier Saint Marie, which is Mathieu Fournier with 5 votes, Stephen Gueball with 3, and Emmanuel Lepierre for Bloc with 3.
You know, I want to comment on something
Keith
said earlier.
Interesting.
Keith said something before about how many people are just completely detached from reality. The last week, walked around Quebec. Keith, some people still think Justin Trudeau is the prime minister.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
I believe you. Aren't part of me when I bump into somebody like that, there's a little sliver of me that's actually envious. You know, that's just like, oh, I wish that I actually, didn't know what was really going on and how bad things are for our country.
I mean, ignorance is bliss, right? Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, there you go.
Some people.
Yeah, I usually ask people like that, what color is the sky in your world? Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess it's always best to be the first cow to slaughter, right?
Yeah, right.
So I have a question, Keith. If you're looking at your numbers, if you combine the Conservative and the Bloc, they beat out, because the NDP has nothing basically at this point, right? If the Bloc and the Conservatives were to join, you're saying that there could be a good argument that the Governor General, with that back and forth, that no, we actually with our alliance would lead, even though marginally. Would it have to be very convincing, or even if it's just a marginal win, would they gain more of the confidence? Like, could two parties decide this over one party that has a bigger chunk, but not if they formed their coalition?
So the prime minister is the one that would contact the governor general and say, I'm stepping down, I lost the election. If the prime minister, the sitting prime minister, I'm speaking sort of in an academic sense here. Forget who it is, who the people are and who the parties are, just how our system works, is that they would say the sitting prime minister that does not have a majority would say to the governor general, I think I can cobble together a coalition where I would maintain the confidence of the House. And the governor general pretty much has to say, okay. Then there would be a throne speech and there'd be a confidence motion. And if it failed, that there would be an election called, that person would lose, or they would no longer be prime minister for sure. So, so that's how, and in the past, how when it's we've always had, you need someone to concede and someone to declare themselves a winner and everybody to kind of agree. In the absence of that, we default to the governor general and the prime minister calling the shots. And the check and balance is he's got to get the House in, have the House sit, and he can be knocked out if he's full of crap.
And Keith, can I ask for a clarification? So, and let's say theoretically the governor general says, okay, Carney, you get the first crack at it. If say 3 weeks later Carney is defeated, the governor general can't just then turn to Pierre and say, okay, you get another crack at it. Like if you're defeated, do we automatically go to an election, or can the governor general say, okay, well, these guys couldn't govern for 3 weeks. Let's have another chance before we go to an election? Or is
sure.
a defeated government automatically? Because I mean, that's the scary part, right? Like we just spent what, $600 million. Somebody has
Well,
to
the
think
liberals
about
have no qualms with spending more.
If I may, no, it wouldn't go right to an election, because you look at BC a few years ago, where what the Liberals had more, they had a minority, and then the other the opposition parties formed a coalition and then made John Horgan the premier, right?
Why don't I do this? Why don't I just turn my camera, my mic off, and get you the answer and come back?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, and you guys, I'm sure you'll find something to talk about while I'm gone.
Especially
yeah, we'll dog on Vesper. For
Check the news. There's got to be something going on in Canada.
Clyde,
I don't
bro.
know what it is.
Clyde, bro. Me? Really? I
Actually,
mean,
you know what I'll do? I'll
Tooz is
just
on
turn
me.
off my microphone because that's something I know how to do.
I mean, Tooz is on me. You? Come on, bro.
I'm just kidding.
Here, I'll talk about this. There's no more NDP leading in Alberta. So Alberta is all blue now. There's no more NDP in Alberta.
Wow.
That Leduc finally went blue.
If people are wondering where the map is, we've been
Catherine's
froze up
swampy.
now for.
Oh,
Well,
here's
it's
a
not that
favorite
we're
one of
froze
mine.
up,
Can
it's the results aren't coming in. The results aren't updating because Elections Canada is down.
Yeah.
Marty, go ahead.
Wow. That's never good.
No,
That's sus.
personal favorite of mine that I wanted to look at. Does anybody know? Let's go look at Edmonton. I hope Amarjeet Sohi, right, the mayor of Edmonton, temporarily stepped down, told everybody, hey, I'm going to go run for an election, and if I'm unsuccessful, I'll come back and be mayor. So he's in Edmonton Center.
Yeah, Edmonton
he's not in Edmonton
Southeast.
Center.
And
Wait, you can just do that? You can put your whole job on hiatus?
as
Correct.
mayor
You and
of
I
a
can't,
million,
but politicians do it all the time. Absolutely.
All the time.
What?
Yes.
yes.
Like if I quit my job as a mechanic, I'm not coming back like a week later.
Well,
going,
no. What?
Just
So
kidding.
imagine what he did. It'd be like you saying to your boss, "Hey, boss, I'm taking 3 weeks off. I'm going to go and try and find a better job. But if I don't find a better job, I'll be back on May 15th." What do you think your boss would say? Yeah,
kick
See
rocks, you
ya.
hoser.
see ya.
Yeah, he'd say, see ya.
So as of the last update from Elections Canada, and keep in mind that the website is overloaded. I mean, just this is the classic case of government, by the way. You have one job, you have one website that needs to work on one day out of every 4 fucking years. And all you have to do is just make sure that it goddamn works. And you can't do that. This is our government.
Yeah, so he's falling behind right now, which is good to
Edmonton
see.
Southeast,
Yeah.
the conservative guy is 735 votes. Liberal, Amarjeet Sohi, 428. And then everybody else in double digits behind that.
Yeah, right. So hold on. So I have a question, Sean or Tooz or Clyde or Marty. For the Conservatives are technically sitting with 49 elected representative and 10 in the Bloc Québécois, and there's only 55. Is that a strong enough case to say, hey, we're about six elected more in terms of leading? We're also combined. If we were to join, we would form a bigger government than the Liberals.
Well, you have to form a majority.
So do you honestly, after the Bloc Québécois keeping the Liberals in power for all this time, do you see them joining forces?
Well,
with
again,
the Conservatives
with
their stance with their stance against pipelines in their province, and like they're very anti-Alberta.
That's true. But they're also, the premier here and Yves Blanchette have expressed multiple times how they favor more the Conservatives' view in terms of like immigration, in terms of preserving their language laws, and on and on and on. So you're right on the energy issue.
Yeah, but they say that as a way to get the Liberals to do what they want while propping the Liberals.
Well,
up.
I mean, in the French debate, Blanchette was going hard after Carney, and he didn't seem convinced. And every other press conference after that, he was basically just taking him to task that we're not going to agree to whatever it is that he thinks he's going to do. Like, who is he? He just came in. Suddenly he's a risk assessment guy.
Yeah, Blanchett's really good at like appeasing the words that his constituents want to hear, but then also propping the Liberals up for a
Well,
decade.
the Bloc Québécois, when we were in the HOC, when it was not prorogued, were the only other people besides the Conservatives that were calling them out legit for their BS. All the Liberals, okay?
Wait.
Yeah, but calling them out and voting and calling non-confidence are two different things. I mean,
yeah, that's
like,
the thing. You get up
put
and
your
you do-
money where your mouth is, or I don't believe the words that you say. You know,
Exactly.
These are people who, people who have an opportunity to do something about it, and they don't. I don't care what words they say.
Well, look at Jagmeet Singh. Look at Jagmeet Singh. He's like, this government needs to be out yesterday. They need to not exist anymore. We need an election. Okay, cool. We got a no confidence vote. You in?
Well, okay, so let me ask this. Can I ask this question? Let me ask this question. And so, if we're in minority governments in the next after this, do both Pierre and Carney stay? Because if one of them, like if Carney gets defeated somehow or other, would he be? If we go to another election, are we going to have another? I think if we have another election in the next 3 months, Pierre's still the guy. Carney won't be the guy.
Carney's got double Barbara Bowell right now.
So I think Carney wanted the election now because it was the only chance. If it would have went out to October, no bueno. It's not happening.
If you look at the average age at any of his rallies, you've got to realize that if
Half
you
of
have
them will be
a
dead by
longer
the time
window for the
October
election,
comes around.
many of them are going to die.
Keith, you'd hopped on a phone call. Care to share what you found out?
Yeah, it goes to the question a number of us had. So I reached out to James Manson, and he helped me illuminate this question. So the scenario is, if Carney does not have a majority and takes the view that he can cobble together a coalition, he can go to the governor general, and then he can call the House in session, have his throne speech, and if it's defeated, then that shows he doesn't have the confidence of the House. It would not automatically go to a new election. As James put it, this is where, from all of his research that he had to do in the prorogation case about the roles and powers and the limitations on the Governor General's office, is that she has a sliver of power, as he put it at that point, where she could say to Poilievre, okay, you get a try. And he can see if he can form a coalition. And when he calls the House in session, if his throne speech fails, then there would be an election. So there'll be
you said if the Liberals have a majority. Did you mean if the Liberals don't have the minority? If they're
I meant to say sorry, I misspoke. I meant to say that if the Liberals do not have a majority, if they have to if they're a minority government and they have to form a coalition with the Bloc or the NDP or both of them to form a majority, that's what would happen.
What if they're not even a minority? What if the Conservatives scrape by with a thin minority government? Can the Liberals come in with the Bloc Québécois and become
incumbent? Has the first crack at it.
Yeah, he has to, and the acid test or the check and balance is if he carries on as prime minister and feels he can win the confidence of the House, right? I mean, that was the whole pitch in front of the court during the prorogation cases, that Trudeau kept saying, I still have the confidence of the House, even though the House wasn't sitting.
Wow.
Yeah, the levers of our government and the way that our laws are formed are so backwards. It makes no sense. I mean, if two people want to join together, why would there be deference to the prime minister and the governor general? Like, did anyone in Canada entertain the possibility that the government and its governor general, that the prime minister puts in that position, who happens to be a liberal, is captured? Like, that's
literally the point, Vesper. That's why it was designed like this.
No, I know that. What I'm asking myself is, it's so backwards. And I told Clyde this the other day, like, from the first time we ever spoke, we were talking about how the mechanisms are so outdated, and they were based on this honor system. I don't know how honorable it was, but now, like, let's say, because I'm looking at the numbers now, if the Bloc wanted to join the Conservatives right now, as it stands, they wouldn't be able to do anything the way it is on your screen right now because of this whole thing. But there's a lot of liberal areas, conservative areas that haven't been called. What happens when it's like you called it a tie or something close to a tie? Why would I give deference to the prime minister and the governor general?
Because that's our system. I'm not defending it. I'm describing it.
No, thank you. I'm just saying it's bizarre. Like, I would have thought that there would have been some other mechanism that would have said, okay, I show no deference. What do we do? Let's go to the House of Commons. Let's have a vote.
Happening.
What we're talking about on this side, I keep getting texts off the text line saying CBC's called it for a Liberal win.
And we have the same feed they do, and it's just a loading screen. Like there's 18 seats that haven't even gotten any results yet. And it's 159, 133. And then that's not even counting all the ones where there's only small bits of information. And so we're wondering, how the hell is CBC calling a minority when there's this huge fog of war?
So best case scenario, twos. What are we looking at? Say the Conservatives nail all the extra seats that we need to nail.
Best case scenario is a meteorite lands between Quebec and Ontario, separates it from the continent, and it slowly drifts towards Baffin Island. That's what I'm hoping.
So barring that, what like in terms of the numbers here, if all the other conservative ridings get secured, does that change anything?
That's the thing, is there's a lot of these that just have 1 or 2 poll stations reporting, and then you have the Conservatives and the Liberals within 26 seats of each other, 18 with zero information. And so how in the heck CBC is making any sort of a judgment call on this? I don't understand it, because we have the same feed they do. And
but that's what I'm wondering.
It hasn't updated in like a half hour.
So once that updates, because right now on their site, you're saying it hasn't updated. What are the numbers? Can I see the map that you guys have?
Yeah, sorry, I'll bring it back up.
It's 159 Liberal, 133 Conservative, 18 with zero data.
So what there's
this doesn't show locked in seats. This is just where the current numbers are. So if there's 5 votes for Stephen Gueball and 3 votes for the person behind them, that shows up as a Liberal seat.
So the CBC has 164 for the Liberals, they have 135 for the Cons, and they have 20. They have 24.
Alcoholic, there's some in the fridge. Yes, there is. Don't be like that.
Here's their feed. Their feed doesn't line up with what they're calling. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
They're getting their information in real time, the same place we're getting our information.
So you're saying the fact that they're saying 164 and you guys show 159.
I think they're making their own projections. They're getting the same data that we're getting.
Yeah.
There's also
I understand.
There's also a time lag on this stream too. You guys know, right? So like each time I'm looking at my screen on my other computer, I'm getting different numbers than you guys are displaying. And
we at the start of the stream, Keith, we were ahead of them.
Yeah.
We were showing things faster than CBC was. And so that's what's, as Twos is pointing out, something is like what's going on type thing. We got
and the numbers are going up and down too. Like for example,
it just dropped
said 161 and then it went 160 for Liberal.
Yeah.
Now it just switched to 162.
You're right, because mine was 164 in Quebec, but now it's 160.
But that's what Twos is talking about with our stream, even, right? Is, if they pull ahead by 2 votes, it flips. As they're counting, they're coming. They aren't solidified 159. No, they've got 159 locked in.
Locked in.
They're leading in 159. And so the thing we're we got Brett working on it, and he's hammering away on the keyboard trying to get it to update and everything else.
CPAC hasn't called anything yet. I don't know if you guys are looking at what CPAC.
You're one of the only people watching it. Why would they?
Well, I don't know. I'm just trying to be
boys.
kind.
We got 6 more minutes with the group of you before we bring in the next group. I don't mean to rush it along, but at the top of the hour, we're gonna flip to commercials, and this has been, I don't know. This is why we're going to midnight, is because we're like, well, we might as well.
We're gonna go for the long haul. Yeah, this is gonna be.
Here's the Election Canada, our Elections Canada website update. Our website is having technical difficulties As a result, some of our online services and tools are currently unavailable. We are aware of the issues and are working hard to fix it. We apologize for any inconvenience. Well, you know what? It's not like you're getting your pay docked. You have one job and you're not doing it.
Yeah, this is why Twos is getting fired up on this side. He's watching everything and he's going, "Oh, CBC's calling it," and we're going, "Well, everything we were doing at one point, we were leading the way in all the data, and it's just a black hole right now of oops." It's not working. Oh, wait, the Liberals win.
Wait. Almost 70,000 people are watching these upstarts in Western Canada. Oh, I'm just going to accidentally spill my coffee cup on this laptop.
Right? I mean,
you've managed to piss off the Chinese. I hope you're both proud of yourselves.
Very proud, Vesper.
You know what? You guys have inferior spring rolls. The Vietnamese are way better.
With 4 minutes, and I should point out, anybody who wants to come back on at 10:30, you're more than welcome to come back on at 10:30. Yeah, for the late show, the after hours.
That might get a little crazy. Let's do it.
I'm here for it.
So Clyde, obviously, Marty, 10:30 Mountain Standard. If you want to hop back in, but anybody else, if
10:30 Marty Standard Time.
That's right. We got a group coming in here in 4 minutes, and when they're out, anybody's welcome to come back and join us. And hopefully by then, I can see Brett. Absolutely, it's fun. You can't see our guy who's working on this, young kid, brilliant, and he's pissed right now. So he just walked out the door. Yeah, I think he had
nobody should be pissed. I'll be back at 10:30, but right now, I think we're going to have another election in the next in 4 months from now. I can't see a way out of this. This is not the outcome that any party wanted, and the Governor General's got a tough decision to make in the coming days here.
Yeah, she's going to have to actually show up for once.
Yeah.
Keith, any final thoughts? I know it's still ongoing.
Yeah, if this is just not a good time for Canada in the sense that so much discontent's been unleashed by the Liberals. They made this nest, and I just don't know where it's going to go. But I do know for certain, if it is the case that it's a clear majority for the Liberals, that I think Alberta's on its way out of this country, and Saskatchewan will be behind us, and Trump will be doing everything he can to make it happen.
Clyde, Marty, you're coming back at 10:30?
Yep. I'll be
Vesper, I assume you're not. Okay, Vesper, final thoughts before I let you out.
Well, I mean, listen, I barring all the logistics, barring the whatever it is that we're all looking at right now, and thank you, by the way, for having me on. I think, again, I'll speak directly and say, ultimately, Christ is king. God knows. He lifts up governments. He puts down governments. Nothing is beyond his veil. He may allow all of us to do whatever it is that we want to do, but ultimately he allows or doesn't allow, and he has a greater purpose that we may not understand. I don't understand. This is where, for me, it's a matter of working hard and informing other people, but also having a greater faith and knowledge that maybe this is something that's beyond us. And so I'll leave it at that. Christ is king. It's written down there for me. And I want to thank everybody for even giving me the opportunity to join you guys. You guys are awesome.
Vesper, I'm very glad that you came on tonight. Thanks very much for doing this. You're a heart after my heart. It's just a shame you live in goddamn equalization beaner country.
Love you, love you, chicken man. I'll see you later.
Boys, thanks for hopping in, and Marty, Clyde, we'll see you here in a little bit.
Absolutely.
East, thanks
guys.
again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Keith.
Okay. Okay, we're crossing into the 9-hour mark.
Yeah,
and,
we're good. We're good. Keep going with it.
Yeah.
Let's
We'll just move.
There's people waiting.
Yeah, I know. I want to get to some ads. Can I get to some ads?
If you could step it up a little bit.
I'm surprised we've
God, you're
survived
moving slower than the Oilers in the Central Zone.
Did you see them last night? Did you see them last night?
It was pretty easy to watch because they weren't exactly quick.
I don't know if you know this. We got Silver Gold Bull coming on next. We also got Bow Valley Credit Union. But if you're looking for silver and gold,
I'm going to stop you guys right here.
Whatever.
What if we could get somebody from Silver Gold Bull and somebody from Bow Valley Credit Union to maybe do a quick plug?
If you want anything to do with silver and gold, silvergoldbull.ca.com, and we're gonna play the lightning strike. Well, credit union, we've been talking about it all night. You don't want your bank account froze? You wanna just do what you want with your money? Probably listen to the
Your bank account will be the only thing in this northern country that doesn't freeze.
All right, we got a whole group of guests coming in this one. Co-owner of Silver Gold Bull, Nick Marianos, CEO of Bull Valley Credit Union, Brett Oland, retired entrepreneur and chemical engineer, Faisal Huda, and host of the Palisades Gold Radio, Tom Bodrovics. Gentlemen, let's see.
Let's get going.
I know Faisal's been...
He's already shaking his head.
He promised he got a new camera. Oh, look at that.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Crisp and clean.
Nice.
Brett, you're muted if that's by design because you got birds chirping in the back as you're sitting in Hawaii. We completely understand.
Yeah, you don't want to see what's behind me. It's way too fun back there, so we'll forget about that. So.
Hawaii, a luau or something.
You're doing this right.
I just, before we get going, I'd just like to point out that I need to drink. This is very atypical for me, but cheers to all the others out there that feel like they're suffering.
So if you're new to we got to update this Tuesday. Here we go. We started something. What was that? Was it Kearney when we started the after
That
hours?
depends what we're talking about. Oh,
No,
the after
after
hours. I think it was the leadership. Was the leadership when we had you guys on at the end?
I think the liberal leadership. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. That's right.
So we started, after hours, and tonight we have after hours that'll go later. But regardless, we brought you guys on. That time we had so much fun doing it, having this group of guys together. We thought we'd bring you all back here with 68,000 people watching live to see, what your guys' thoughts. Brett, Nick, Tom, Faisal, feel a way to fire away. We could go around the horn if you want. Why don't we go around the horn? Tom Bodrovics, fire away. We'll start there and we'll roll through everybody.
Well, I'm sure everybody feels the same. The maybe the little bit of hope that we had is slowly fading here. I'm reluctant to have any more hope for something like Marty was talking about kind of before we came on here. The idea that we could be headed for another election in 4 months' time. The idea that we have this, again, an archaic system of elections here in this country, that we end up, being able to cobble together coalition governments, I think is, it's an unreliable or odd way to do things. But maybe we can have some hope due to that.
Why do you say it's archaic and an odd way to do things? What do you think personally is a better alternative?
Well, I mean, the idea that we've split up all of these ridings and they've remade the map. They only remake the map every 10 years, I think it was. And there's just so much weight in the eastern side of the country. It just doesn't seem it doesn't seem like there is meaningful change that comes along with modernizing the country along with how things evolve. One of the other things that I think is just so, stepping back a little bit more, one of the other things that's so frustrating to me is that there's no accountability for any of the decisions that get made within government. One of the things that I was thinking about kind of coming into this day, into this time, if we had been looking at Poilievre being prime minister at this point, would be to say, hey, the Liberals promised some election reform. They didn't deliver on that. Of course not. How do we get some actual election reform? How do we get some accountability within our government to bring back some of the confidence in the Canadian governance system? And I think, I think that this is just another step in a further downslide for confidence for business, for most people that want to keep living here. And I don't think that this does anything positive for that outlook.
Well, I would very valid points across the board. And I would say that though that the question of how do you get to a situation where you have more representative of smaller parties and more, elimination of first past the post, but you have to have somebody in power who would benefit from the elimination of first past the post, which in first past the post is never going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
And so the only people, because it's the people who get elected that vote on it, and the people who get elected benefit from the first past the post, which means that they would never vote for it to change because
the incentives never align with those to change, or those that benefit from that system. Yeah,
that's correct.
And to be perfectly honest, I can't imagine a point against what I said about being, against business, because we're going to reach a point at this country where we've squeezed every last dollar and every last business out of the system. At some point, it's going to reach a breaking point. So, I mean, maybe Carney actually delivers on what he says on somewhat turning it around, being pro-business, but we have yet to see that, right? We have yet to see the Liberals deliver on the supposed or the let's say the election road promises, right?
Well, it'll be pro-business. It'll be pro-his business.
Yeah.
No shit.
Not anyone involved with, but businesses technically. It'll be the other Randy's business. He's pro the other Randy's business.
Right.
I'm just watching. I got CBC up because I wanted to see what they were saying. They got CBC News projects Liberal government seats to come 106. They have them at 130 to 89 right now for the Conservatives, 16 for the Bloc, 2 for the NDP.
130 to 89?
Correct.
So I'm looking at CBC.
Like for the correct year?
Seats is 88 to 65. Projected plus confirmed is 158 to 145.
Oh, that must be confirmed seats.
Confirmed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm looking at global, and it's 156 to 146.
That's literally what we have right now.
Yeah, but it keeps cutting out. Like every time I hit the refresh button, it's dead, and I have to try and reload it again.
Yeah,
doesn't leave me feeling very comfortable with the integrity of this election.
Well, that's exactly it. And
this has some shades of, like, it's not exactly the same, but there are some weird shades of 2016 in here, where it's let's just call it, and then everything, or no, 2020, and then everything just starts to fall into place. There's bugs and pauses and all kinds of stuff. It's kind of it doesn't leave you feeling good. That's for sure.
Yeah, and it's not just the CBC site. Like the CTV site is dodgy. It's not really working.
Well, that's because they're all coming from the same
source
feed.
Information is crap. Like,
well,
it's no surprise.
Yeah, you're right.
We're running into the same issue here, and so if anybody here in this panel is new to government, they tend to suck at things. And case in point, the Elections Canada IT people who have one job to get one website running for one day out of every 4 years.
It's like a Rive can.
Yeah, and like just think about it. Like you go to a team full of people. This isn't just one guy. You go to a team full of people and be like, look, we just need 24 hours of operational activity. You got 3 3/4 years to figure it out. Here's $10 million. Don't let me down.
Yeah. But
and then you just never check in again. You just never check in again. Like, hey, how's it going? Do you guys need anything? Do we need to look at bringing in some expertise?
More money.
Do you have all of the equipment that you require? Or just it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. They work for the government. What could go wrong?
Yeah,
in a lot of ways,
working cleanly.
I think in a lot of ways, this is. And I can't speak for anybody else, but the range of emotions that have happened just in the last few hours, I was ill prepared for. obviously, like, I can doom scroll with the best of them. I can come up with a hypothesis that might, make me excited about maybe a brighter future, whatever it might be. But what really hit me today was I was looking at this and I was thinking to myself, I want a new deal. I mean, I've been honest about that with Twos, with you, Shaun, basically all you guys on this panel. But when it comes right down to it, there's a part of me that's like, I don't want to vote for anarchy. Like, I don't want anarchy. I don't want these vandals to win. And now, like, when that preliminary call came through from all the different organizations, I was just like, it was a pit in my stomach. And I'm not the guy that goes around waving the flag or anything, far from it. But still, I was like, this just seems so insane. I mean, I'm so struck by the fact that this is an election that wasn't, for 5-6 weeks, they never talked about policy. They never talked about anything. I mean, they released their campaign platforms, like a week ago? Guys, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Like,
well, they're costed platforms. Yep.
It's insane. There was no proper, thought out, multi-stage debate on any critical issues. It was just reactionary, everything, everybody reacting to this and that. There was no clear information that came out with vis-a-vis not just policies, but even allegations of anything that might have come out, in particular for Carney, because of course the guy's conflicted up the ass. Nothing. It was just, who do you identify with? Are you pro-Trump or are you anti-Trump? As if that's even a choice. He's not running in our goddamn election. Like, that to me, just, it blew my mind. And I will raise a point. I think when we talk about election reform, to me, what hits home is, and I know this isn't going to happen, and Shaun, I think, like, I don't want to bastardize Bruce Party's arguments, but I mean, when I listen to him speak with you, what struck me is an Ontarian who's like, this country needs to be blown up. And again, I hate saying that, but he's saying it from the perspective of, you will not fix any of the critical issues that exist within it, electorally, culturally, you name it, unless this happens. And when you talk about an election, I mean, is it too much to ask for? I know it's not our system, but shouldn't we have a predictable election every 4 or 5 years? I don't care. Take your pick. Let's just all agree on it. And in the first Thursday of every 4th or 5th year, in October or June or July, whatever, it doesn't matter. Let's have an election. And the other thing is, it's so screwed up that you have to vote for your MP, and that's also the vote for the prime minister. Because in a lot of cases, as we've seen on numerous occasions, you got a shit MP candidate, it throws everything, out the window. So I think there's a lot to be desired. I know those things won't happen when we talk about electoral reform. I mean, but it's poppycock to think that they're ever going to fix it so that, the West virtually has a say in the matter, unless it's just, an outcome that was looking like it was going to be like we were going to have rather in October of last year. But it's just, what an emotional roller coaster.
Yeah. I want to point this out. If you're watching, we're at 69,000 and change. We're almost hitting 70,000.
We're about to hit 70,000.
So just hit retweet on X and let's just get over the hump, shall we? I'm looking at the numbers CBC's post. I'm looking at the numbers we got. They're now on CBC News.
157, 148, and we're at 156, 147. So yeah, they're 89 that was up a couple minutes ago for the Conservative Party.
This is projected. This is what they're saying. This is projects. So they're showing what they're projecting versus seats that have already been called. And so you look at it and you go like, parts of this are so depressing. Other parts, I'm like, when we started this, we were like, like, I know we had our numbers in our head of how many people we could get watching simultaneously. We're about to hit 70,000 people. And that gives me, I don't know, like, I feel like there's people that want exactly what we're talking about, and then they're just watching it play out in front of them. Like, what is going on?
There's 70,000 people. Let's talk about this for a second. There's 70,000 people who, if we weren't doing this, and this is just simultaneous. This isn't how many people have tuned in tonight. This is how many people are listening to me right now, which is insane to think about. Hi, everybody. But 70,000 people who will be watching it on CBC or CTV or Global, bored out of their minds with it muted, trying to drink enough scotch to drown out the unappealing situation where they've got to sit and listen to David.
I don't know. We just hit 70K though.
David Aiken.
Oh, imagine looking at Rosie Barton for 4 hours. Like, oh my God.
Here, let me jump in before Twos goes out of
See,
the way.
I wanted to make the joke, and then I'm like, well, I don't know if I should talk like that in front of the sponsors of the show. And then I'm like, they made it.
Brett, fire away.
Here's the thing. If you think there be dragons out there, and what I mean by that is like if you think that there's go down the conspiracy rabbit hole, this is actually a perfect outcome for them. Uncertainty. This is uncertainty again in Canada. So we stumble around in the dark for another who knows how long. Nobody knows how to do anything. No one businesses invest. Nothing happens. We just sort of trip over ourselves again. And until they can sort of get some clarity and some footholds on what they're trying to do, this is a perfect outcome for them. And, you know, and I sort of ran through some scenarios in my head, and I'll tell you where I came from and where I am now. Like I used to be the guy that dressed up as Captain Canada. I was so passionate about this country, and now it's come so far the other direction to basically just what's in the best interest of Alberta. It's just frankly, in my mind, it didn't matter the outcome of the election. It's with a pulley of wind, it would have stumbled a little more that Alberta separation piece. With a Carney win, it would almost lit a fire under it. But with this uncertainty, I think it sort of lights a fire. It sort of doesn't light a fire. There's going to be a lot of wait and see people out there now, which is exactly what those dragons want that are out there. Is just let's keep them on uneasy footing for as long as we can until we can figure out the next play.
I suppose, but eventually they have to resume sitting parliament and they have to start, you know, passing legislation. And I think at that point, you know, whatever, I call it an agenda, whatever it is that their platform ultimately stands for, which at this point is some sort of weird carbon copy of what Poilievre was running on, but I don't believe it. I don't think many do. We'll really see. And I think at that point, you know, whatever's going to come of it is going to come of it. I don't disagree with you though. Like the mushy middle is probably a good place for them. It really depends on who they form a government with and what happens. Like if Quebec starts extracting all kinds of stuff out of a liberal minority government, like that's just not going to fly here. I mean, let's be honest, it's just not. It's if anything, that might infuriate people more.
Well, you're noticing. Okay, so I just want to point this out on the map for anyone watching. We're at 154, 152 Conservatives now. Liberals, or sorry, CBC has it 154, 152. This is just projected, right?
They now have our numbers up,
right?
And everyone's like, "Why aren't your numbers updating?" CBC finally caught up with our numbers. Okay, it's not that ours were behind. It's that they were so far behind that it looked like they were a lap in front of us. And Althea Raj is on there right now looking like she just went through hell. We've been live streaming for almost 9.5 hours, and we look like spring chickens compared to how haggard these poor bastards at the CBC are.
That's because Tooth has eye goop on and has been drinking Red Bulls and Bow like it's going out of style.
Maybe it is.
Oh man, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do want to pay attention to the map for people watching. 154, 151 is CBC. We got 154, 152. You know, the one thing that we've been, I think everybody brought up, Faisal, you were mentioning all the different sites. It's like you're trying to stay on top of it. We have a guy working specifically on staying top of it. And at times, every site is just like it's down. It's just out. We can't. Nobody
because
can.
They all. It's the same feeder point, right?
Yeah.
It's the same feeder point. And I also noticed that the CBC viewership is dropping down quite significantly as most of their viewers need to get to bed by like 9 o'clock so they can go to Cracker Barrel at 7 in the morning.
This is the first time I've logged in or watched anything CBC for many years.
Amen to that.
And I will say,
Oh my God,
I was
going on to
quite
CBC.
surprised for election coverage how biased it actually seemed to be. You know, everything was, hey, this is good news for the Liberals. Hey, we weren't really expecting this. Oh, we're really worried about how many seats got flipped in the Maritimes. And it was like surprisingly biased to me.
The cope on CTV was epic early on. When numbers came in and they were near 50-50 or like 2/3, 1/3, and it wasn't a clean sweep. I mean, they were definitely choked and scrambling to come up with a narrative about how, well, 6 months ago, it was going to be a clean sweep for the Conservatives. I was kind of, you know, again, you'd think that there would be some objectivity and some,
you'd think, but they literally have billions of dollars cumulatively riding on the outcome of this election.
That's actually going to be a really interesting point. Again, I think a lot of the country believes that defunding the CBC is probably merited to some degree or another, but
except for the third of the country that works for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But I mean,
was that a mistake? Will that end up being something that we look back on and say, damn, I wonder if that, I mean, it probably wouldn't have mattered anyways, because everybody knew where we're going to line up.
But I mean, at the same time, like you'd think you would say, like we mentioned it at a couple points hours ago, not even in an attempt to, be a stoic in our objectivity, but we were talking about the fact that, if the Liberals win, this thing we're doing becomes illegal as fuck, right? So, I mean, there's a little bit riding on it for us in terms of the going concern in the mashup, but I haven't heard a single person in any legacy media, and to be fair, I try and watch them as little as possible, but I haven't heard them even mention and say, you know what, here's what it's going, and here's where we're shaping things out, and just so you guys are aware, this election outcome is going to make the difference between me driving a Maserati and living in a dumpster. There's no even attempt at framing their perceived biases in this. And you can't not be biased when you look at, if you're going to look around where you work, except for Tom who's retired, and you were to say, okay, that person on my left, that person on my right, if this election goes the wrong way, 2 of the 3 of us are out of work, well, you're gonna have a bias.
Yeah, 100%.
And they're not even addressing the elephant in the room.
No, not in the least.
So here's an interesting question for you guys. We're like CBC is showing 156 to 149. It keeps kind of changing. Then the official numbers on the top are 155 to 151. What kind of an about face do we get if the Conservatives actually theoretically end up with more seats?
Well, I mean, nobody's in majority territory right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not yet.
And so they're just going to say, oh yeah, there was just a sudden change at the end of the poll, or, just a sudden last minute uptick in the Conservative vote, which we've heard in every Canadian election for the past forever.
That'd be unprecedented. I don't think there would have ever been an election where every major publication, every major outlet called it and then had to retract. Like that would be, I mean, it would be great for you guys.
Okay, maybe we're talking about 2 different things. And maybe it's partially the Red Bulls and maybe it's, the long hours, but I just want to point out and stop me. You know what? Actually, just stop me anyway. I need a minute. No, but we're starting to get into the rigor's dementia of 9.5 hours.
Oh no, for sure.
But the pollsters, it's always Liberals winning, and then at the last minute when things can actually get compared to a definable outcome, they're like, oh yeah, there's a last minute uptick in Conservative votes, and we ended up being right. And there's no way to disprove the fact that they were right months before when they said that the Liberals were way up and that, if you want to be on the wrong side of history, vote Conservative, but otherwise get on the train.
Yeah, they called it tonight. So this would be weird. Like it's really strange. I've put out texts to people that I usually communicate with on this stuff, and it's just radio silence everywhere right now. So I wonder if there's, the polling numbers having just ground to a halt,
No,
just starting to
ticking.
resume now, the shuffle that's happening. I wonder if maybe it's just a case where everybody's in the fog of war right now. But that seems so early, especially with so little actually, reported as firm. I don't know. I think that would be a monster scandal.
Maybe we could get into like what this group is probably better at is the economy and finances and things like that. But
yeah.
I'm looking at the U.S. Canadian cross dollar, and it's flat. So if a Polyev win would happen, basically it would strengthen the Canadian dollar. With a Carney win, it would weaken the Canadian dollar. And I'm seeing it flat. So the market right now is confused as we are about what this means.
Brett?
Well, I'm just looking at trading economics here.
So like when they called the election, right, which was March 23rd, you follow the FX chart, the Canadian dollar strengthened significantly, which was really odd because oil had collapsed at the same time, which should have taken Canadian dollar with it, and the opposite happened.
It's really interesting.
So what I was reading into that was, if you looked at what the conservatives stand for versus the libs stand for, and this was before their platforms were published, but their platforms did confirm it, that the conservative platform should have logically yielded a stronger Canadian dollar. And so what I saw was the big money front running the expectation that the conservatives were actually going to win, despite what media was saying about the liberals all along.
Well,
right?
And
So
maybe you're
going
more
into
familiar
tonight,
with this.
I was looking at the 1 minute chart just to see, as the news flows in from CBC or Elections Canada, whatever, how that affects the rate. And it was responding exactly as expected. And then something really bizarre happened when they finally called it. All of a sudden, the Canadian dollar shot up in strength. Now, on the grand scale, it doesn't really show up. I'm talking about the 1 minute chart here, right? The Canadian dollar picked up a ton of strength when they called it for Carney, which I thought was really weird. I thought that was inverted, but I don't know, something happened a few minutes after that, and the expected move of the weakening Canadian dollar took shape on the 1 minute chart. So right now we're sitting on support for the US dollar CAD. It's not long-term support, medium-term support. I think what'll be really interesting to see is where the USD CAD cross is when we wake up in the morning.
Well, and just to your point about it strengthening a couple of weeks ago, and I granted I've been out of action for a week or so, but did we as the Canadian government sell a bunch of US treasuries and then buy Canadian dollars? So like I haven't seen those reporting.
We don't know, and we won't know until June, July for what's just happened.
Those TIC reports.
Yeah, and so I think that's going to be a really interesting thought resolve, because if we sold in the billions of the U.S. treasuries just to prop up the U.S. dollar a couple of weeks before the election, that's interesting, if not downright nefarious. But yeah,
it would be, but we have to wait to see that, right? So one of the issues I'd like to take up with our community is that there's way too much storytelling that takes place. We're so prepared to conjure up conspiracies without actually seeing data, and sometimes even declare that we've seen the data when the data is just frankly not even available yet. So, let's look at the data that's in front of us and figure out what's going on. And, what I saw was the big money saying that, well, it looks like the conservatives might actually win this thing. And come election day, the chart paused dead on support, just waiting to see where the numbers come in, which is why I then flipped to the 1 minute chart to see what the market was deciding. So right now, Asia's trading. Europe's open in how much longer? Another 3 hours, I think. So I think we'll see the real reaction to the Canadian election from the European markets. So that's why I say when we wake up, checking the USD CAD chart could could actually reveal something interesting.
Two quick points on that. And Faisal, you and I have had this out over this topic. One, Canadian dollar was objectively, it was oversold. Like it was super weak. The US dollar had gone on a tear. And I don't think we had done anything to warrant a bid, but it just happened. And I think it was just something that was just naturally we were going to at least see a little bit of a rise in the Canadian dollar. The second thing, and this is the thing that
it's more than just a little bit of a rise, right?
No,
like if you go to Oliver,
but we were dramatically
Michael
oversold.
Oliver, right? Like the momentum shift was dramatic starting March 23rd.
Sure. But, and again, this is where we have to pause and say, let's wait for the data to come out, because it could, in theory, be coupled with, to Brett's point, it could be coupled with something that was a little bit dodgy, like, the Bank of Canada playing argy-bargy with US Treasuries. But the second thing is, we have this, biased view. I think, I love S&P, I'm all over it, obviously, but we have to think of, take ourselves and put ourselves sort of in other people's shoes. So what is the world going to actually think at a Carney win? Like, we like a lot of the same people, the Jeffrey Sachs of the world. We like listening to all these different geopolitical analysts. And yeah, I mean, if we're into, the town of, or like that realm of the more conservative commentators, of course, they think Carney is abhorrent. They don't really think much of Pierre, but they're like, Carney would be a disaster. And yet, Europe is probably going to really like Carney. And we don't know where a lot of the academics and a lot of the banks are going to fall on Carney in the US. Like your Jeff Sachs of the world, they're thrilled. They want him. So I don't know. Like, I think it could take time. We could see whatever we see the day after, the couple days after, if in fact he is, it's called for him. I don't know if that will be the truest indication of what the long-term trajectory is going to be on, whether people want to put money in Canada. I mean, obviously, I think we all feel the same way. I think we may have to wait to see the markets react to it properly and fully.
Yeah, totally fair point. Totally fair point. And the other thing that's, the wrench in all of this works is the very vocal support from Trump for Carney. And does face value of a Carney win actually mean what we all kind of believe it might mean?
Yeah, what the hell is that? Like, that's
right? That's a big one that needs to get resolved for us.
That to me
gets resolved fairly quickly so we can make decisions in our personal lives here. But there was somebody, one of you guys shared it with me today, either Bodrovics or you, Nick. He tweeted it again, like, good luck to the Canadians, choose wisely, choose with. And it was a weird tweet, but what I read from it was, vote for Carney so that we can take you over. So
if I may,
resolved. It's very confusing.
If I may, Faisal, the tweet was this morning. Good luck. This is Donald Trump. Good luck to the great people of Canada. Elect the man who has the strength and wisdom to cut your taxes in half, increase your military power for free to the highest level in the world. Have your car, steel, aluminum, lumber, energy, and all other businesses quadrupled in size with zero tariffs or taxes. If Canada becomes the cherished 51st state of the United States of America, no more artificially drawn line from many years ago. Look how beautiful this landmass would be. Free access with no border. All positives with no negatives. It was meant to be. America can no longer subsidize Canada with the hundreds of billions of dollars a year that we have been spending in the past. It makes no sense unless Canada is a state. That was this morning.
Yeah,
it's his first Biden-esque tweet where he thinks he's running in the Canadian election.
Yeah,
fair point.
But you couple that with all his very vocal support over the past number of weeks for Carney. Kind of what I read into that tweet was, I hope Canadians pick Carney. And here we are. It looks like Carney might win, although it is actually a lot closer than. We're only 7 seats behind, whether you look at confirmed or confirmed plus projected. We're still only 7 seats away. So who knows where this thing.
We're looking at just projected right here. We don't have the budget to have somebody, we didn't really have the time to put together somebody to lock in how many confirmed seats. But we've got.
Brett, get off your wallet.
It wasn't a case of cash. It was a case of time.
Yeah.
On-
And
on-
CBC confirmed seats, Conservatives are 8 behind right now, 101 to 93. And if we look at the projected, it's 160 to 148. It just ticked again.
Yeah, we've got 159 to 148. And it's actually, one of the biggest surprising upsets versus what the polls were predicting is that Elizabeth May seems to be keeping her seat, which I don't think I know, right? And I don't know of many pollsters who were predicting that Elizabeth May was still going to have a job after
Maybe
today.
she's not the only drunk person in her riding.
Well, that would explain it.
And how many people are projecting that Poilievre is going to lose his riding?
Well, Poilievre is slightly behind right now, but only 1.8% of the polls of the votes have been counted in that ED, right? So
1.8. Okay.
1.8% have reported, and so he's at 657, and Bruce Fanjoy is at 872, which is about 100 times more teeth than Bruce Fanjoy has.
I just want to touch. I want to touch just on that Trump tweet just a little bit first before we move on. Is like Trump is. It sounded like a very economic tweet, which is it's the wrong way to win over the Canadians. And frankly, because it was a lot of sort of the older baby boomers that likely decided the way that they were going to vote for the Liberals in this election, and they're going to be driven by emotion, and they're not going to be driven by economics because they frankly don't care. They've got their asset value in their stock portfolio and their housing, and they just don't seem frankly to care about the next generation, which is really unfortunate. But anyway, just wanted to make that comment.
That would absolutely jive with trying to, if you wanted Carney, because one, I think he's always speaking to his own base. Like, I think that's one of the things that we as Canadians in this really weird moment in time where we're reading Trump tweets and we're saying, is he talking to us? Is he talking to us? No, I think he's talking to his base. In this particular tweet, if anything, he's scaring Canadians into voting in a certain direction. Of course, yeah, it's like you say. I mean, that's a tweet that probably fires up young people. I mean, who the hell knows, right? We don't even know if he writes his own tweets. It could be the quintessential. And again, I like him, like whatever. I like a lot of his policies. Sometimes he's a bit of a dingbat, but on balance, it's fine. In this one, he may have crushed us. But it could just be that there's 20-year-olds that are smashing out, these Truth Social posts on Air Force One, living their best life. And we're trying to read into them like, I don't even know, like Columbo, trying to figure out every single word and what does it mean and whatever. And ultimately, I think he's just speaking to his own people. But it would force a Carney vote, or like a vote for Carney. All the boomers would be terrified of they all have the TDS anyways, so.
Right. To me, the whole Trump versus Carney thing was more so if you look at it from a leverage standpoint, I think that relationship lent itself far more favorably to Carney rather than Poilievre in that way, because Carney came in as a bit of an unknown quantity to the Canadian people, right? And if Trump gave him an early victory on tariffs and gave him some leverage, well, they could start working together and actually be able to, accomplish what Trump ended up wanting to do, which in his best interest is what he wants to get done at the end of the day. He doesn't give a shit about what the future actually is for Canada itself, whether we actually become the 51st state or not, but it's more so about making the deal, I think.
Well, and to your point, and I was just wanting to say this in response to Nick, is that you're saying, we're trying to figure out who he's speaking to. And I don't know if he's speaking so much to anybody as he is just undermining the whole process. It's not, he wants this outcome or he wants that outcome. He just wants things to be as rocky as possible up here, right? Because it makes it easier for him to negotiate from a position of strength.
No, agreed.
So it's my take on it.
That's fair.
My take on it is just not that he's trying to push Canada in one direction or the other. He just wants things to be as unstable as possible so that regardless of the outcome, he wins, and it also plays into the fact that he just loves fucking with people.
Yeah.
And that's at the end of the day, like, you become the leader of the free world. There aren't really many more mountains to climb. Alexander wept for there were no more worlds to conquer. Well, you know what? At least I can muck around with some octogenarian Canadians, right? And it's going to be fun. People always tell me I have the most fun with octogenarians.
I got a question for Brad. What's gonna when you game plan at BBCU one way or the other? How are you guys? What are you anticipating for the impact on the credit union?
Right, and it sort of goes to my comments earlier. Uncertainty is probably the word I would use, and we've seen businesses sit on their hands for the most part for the past 3 months. Deals just get on hold. They just on hold. No, we're not looking at that piece of land. It's still in play, but we need another 90 days. So we saw a ton of that. And the thing is, with the uncertainty of these election results, it likely will bode the same thing. And it's like, if they have a minority liberal government, it's like, we're just not going to do anything, because they know in the background, especially businesses in Alberta, there is this separation rhetoric, and I've seen it with businesses that can move to the States are moving to the States. And I would expect that we'll see a lot more of that. So unintended consequences, but there just seems to be so much more certainty of direction in the US compared to Canada. And if we have to do this for another 6-9 months, another year, people just won't bother, right?
Brett, why are you calling it unintended consequences?
Well, I guess it's probably a valid point too. It's like, maybe this is the idea. Maybe it's to, like I said before, put us on completely uneven footing. So we're at our weakest, and frankly, the world seems to be trying to chop itself up into different segments, and we need to pick a side one way or the other. And I just hope it's not with the Europeans.
That's fair. But I mean, you think about it from a liberal perspective. The more people dependent on the government, the better they do in elections. And, when you look at the Austrian school, it's their primary. I don't know why I put the emphasis on that syllable, but their main objective is to win. And then after that, it's to keep power. And then after that, it's to get as much consolidation of power as possible. And so when you look at it, you say, okay, there's this group of people that are never going to vote for liberal things. They don't support it. They don't like the things that we offer to our core. Okay, well, what if we made the country unpalatable for them? Okay, so they leave, they go to the States. The States can do whatever the heck they want. And all these people who want to start businesses and be successful and not work for Indian Affairs in Gatineau, fucking Quebec, they're all gone. And the only people left are the people who write all the letters in Miramichi, and all the staffers in Ottawa, and the union people in Edmonton, and a few hippies on the coast. And they're all going to vote for us. It's a win-win.
I hate to interrupt twos. Actually, I don't. He keeps trying to tell me there's not that much voting in, but right now in Carleton, Pierre Poilievre is behind 71-23 to 53-17. Like,
it just updated. So Bruce Vanjoy's got 56.4% to Poilievre's 40.5, which is a bit of a tall order at this point, but that's only 10% of polls reporting.
30 out of 266. So call it 10%. Yeah.
Still not good.
I keep forgive me. Everybody keeps trying to it's not that, like we had everybody on. It's they're doing great. We're doing so great out in Nova Scotia. I'm like, folks, we've had 10 years of this. 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
And right now I'm supposed to be happy about 164, 146. The fact Pierre Poilievre is behind in the polls, I don't give two craps at this point. If we got 200% to go, he's losing And he was the most common sense person on the entire debate we watched. And in his own riding right now, that's what's pointing. I'm like, come on. Like,
yeah.
I have
So
a
I
hard
don't
time
know if
being
it's-
like,
I don't know if it's that show where, I mean, it's not over yet, you know, but I mean, I've commented on this a million times. He basically was going around. Yeah, he was getting on the plane and he was going and having his rallies here, there, and everywhere. But the vibe I got from him wasn't, I want to win at all costs. It wasn't a guy that would, you know, gets in a fight and he bites you in the crotch because he's like, I don't want to lose. It felt very participation medal-like. It felt like he was out there just like in the moment, being happy that he was the guy, and just like it was a surreal moment. And there were lots of really touching, things about it, and all the soft stuff. But ultimately, like, this is contact sports, and it just he didn't look like a guy that wanted to win, and it's astonishing. I thought that was fake. I totally thought it was fake when those rumblings came out that he was endangering his own.
I didn't believe it.
You didn't?
I didn't believe it at all.
No.
Although to be fair, in hindsight, I should have been more suspicious of the fact that a conservative candidate won this consistently in Ottawa for as many years as they did. You know, you look at DC, they voted something like 91% for Kamala. The fact that anybody would go for that in the handout capital of the country just baffles me. Here's one interesting though: North Island, Powell River. So Aaron Gunn, who did a lot of really good documentaries, he tried to run for the BC Liberals, which was at the time the most right-wing party in BC, and then they kicked him out because he was too extreme, because basically he said everybody shouldn't be addicted to crack. And then he ended up as a federal conservative candidate. They tried to cancel him because, among other things, they thought that he might secretly want private health care. He is currently winning by a fair margin in his potentially soon to be riding.
And he's been harassed heavily.
Yep.
Every step of the way out there. Of course, he was a guest of the podcast a while back. So interesting one to keep an eye on. As we sit here, 163, 147 is what we have. 162, 149 is what the CBC is showing right now. So there you go.
Where are you guys getting your data feed from that it would be different?
Elections Canada. We turned down the refresh rate a little bit on it just because of the issues with just the overloading of Elections Canada's website. And then, so there's that. And then also keep in mind that we're not locking in.
We've already talked about
candidates win, right?
Yeah, we're not locking in the numbers.
Leading.
This is just leading. Yep.
So one of I want to go back to what you guys were kind of talking about Poilievre. And it seems to me that, running against Trudeau, he just had to do the opposite. It was just a comparison contest. He just had to do the exact opposite, or take the exact opposite stance in most cases that Trudeau did, other than, maybe immigration or tariffs. Like, I just don't think that there was enough substance to what he actually put forward. As Nick, you brought up this idea of what they were actually campaigning on, what their actual plan is. And then when Trudeau, left the picture, all of a sudden Poilievre was kind of left with his pants down in a way, other than, doing all of these tours and trying to visit all of these unions and things like that, and shaking hands and kissing babies. I mean, there was a lot of stances that he took for myself personally that I didn't think were acceptable.
Yeah,
that too. Like, the best chance I think we have at this point is to vote conservative for this country. Obviously, I'm going to be a little bit biased, being pro-business, being from Alberta. However, the idea that we don't have a better option when the idea of tariffs gets brought up, And immediately he says, we need to do retaliatory tariffs. And I remember it was one particular weekend, everybody just struck out and lashed out. We need to retaliate and go back with as much force as we can. You're not negotiating from a position of strength. And B,
absolutely,
why not just have a fucking conversation?
Well,
and that was all of a sudden everything was resolved, right? It was the president of Mexico, Sheila, or what's her name? Sheila Scheinbaum or whatever. She was one of the first ones to actually just have a conversation with Trump, and immediately the Mexican tariffs were paused. And it's like, how do we get to a place where nobody thought of actually just sitting down and talking to the guy first?
100%. Well, my understanding is that he didn't want to talk to Pierre because Pierre wasn't an elected representative.
But have a conversation with your constituents. Like, that's what got my goat, is that he immediately came out and basically played the good guy, which is, coming back to that point about, are you here to win or are you looking for a participation medal? He literally just came out and backed the policy, and that's fine. We saw like another, like, we could go on forever, but like why he wasn't doing the podcast tour, why he wasn't out there. Like, if you want to take the same stance as a guy that your base on balance views as despicable and at best highly questionable, then at least go out and explain it, articulate it. Grab your favorite, whatever talking head podcaster and spend an hour with them and just go through just on tariffs. Show the human side of you, show the fact that you've got some critical thinking and some reasoning behind you, but nothing. We never got anything.
And Nick, just to reinforce that point that you just made, that was pointed to as one of the biggest differences between the conservatives and the Democrats in the States that we had, not even 6 months ago.
Yeah.
We had
That's the whole
example
point,
of that. And it's like, nobody thought, maybe we should try that aspect too.
Well, I'm sure they did, but you're exactly right. But they looked at it in the exact opposite way. And they said, well, if Trump went on a giant podcast and it turned things around for him, then if we go on a giant podcast, we're going to be compared to Trump. You see, 2 months ago, they went away from Poilievre saying, I am going to be honest and blunt, and I'm going to call things as I see them, to we are going to go with whatever pulls the best, and we are going to be scared of the legacy media. And
Great.
Those were the two big shifts that happened a couple months ago, and that's when things cratered for him.
Great.
And they never course corrected at all.
Well,
and that's why you saw this all the way through the campaign, is that, it wasn't about, let's have an honest conversation about what would actually be best. It's, we've got to have, like, he was just as big elbows up as anybody else was.
But they looked, if I may, they looked to me sitting here as a guy who does, like we sit here, we're closing in on 75,000 people watching us live right now. And I always got the feeling, and I could be wrong about this, the feeling I got is we're almost there. Don't rock the boat too much by going on. And, did it have to be me? Did it, could have been a whole bunch of others? Sure. But they looked at, I don't know if it's,
they might got there. They got there by rocking the boat.
But it's because he's scared. Full stop.
Yes.
There's nothing else. Like, he never took an initiative at any point. When his little pithy clips were working for him in comments, where he'd come out and he'd chew somebody out and he would do the smile. And again, I liked it. I thought it played well. Like, you could tell right away that he was going to be somewhat milquetoast, but you could have run Mr. Potato Head against Trudeau or a watermelon, and it would have won. Mm-hmm. But when anything changed, like, where are your strategic people? Where is your campaign to step in and say, okay, we got to pivot on the fly? Where is the foresight in general? There isn't any. And it harkens me back to something. Shaun, you're a huge Jordan Peterson fan, or at least I know that you were at one point. And I remember that Peterson, going back to the 2020 election in the States, he was talking about this thing, and it really sticks out to me. It's that for some reason, conservatives never take the initiative. Conservatives are always second to every item. So, for instance, you have a debate, it always is with a progressive or a Democrat or a liberal moderator. The liberals or the Democrats, they always set the questions. Everything is reactionary.
Mm-hmm.
And so you see someone that comes out like Trump, and he just turns the whole game board. He just flips it, basically flips the table. Everybody's stuck, doesn't know what to do. And he has the initiative. And yeah, I mean, he's a unique character with this like Teflon, persona where nothing sticks to him. But how is it that they have decided, given the fact that they were going up against somebody who, let's be honest, nobody knew who Carney was, other than the fact that he was a known commodity that nobody knew about. He had a name, but nobody understood anything about him, and it was just anything other than Trudeau was going to play.
He was the name on the money.
React at all.
But
and
so
Nick, sorry, just to reinforce Nick's point one more time about the lack of strategy in the campaign. Why was he campaigning in Alberta and Calgary in the last couple days of the campaign? Like, what kind of who made that decision?
It's a hell of a question. Brett, do you think you live here? I mean, I know you're away, but don't you think it's weird that he would show up and campaign in Calgary of all places?
It might have just been a stopover to Vancouver to spread his condolences. That's about it. But yeah, no, it doesn't make sense to me. You get on a jet and you get back to the hotbeds and win your own riding. Holy moly. Like,
I mean, to be fair, that's one of the ones you shouldn't have to campaign in.
Oh, well,
like, you should be fighting with, to try and get, I don't know if it's actually going to happen, but is it Leslie, like in that riding, Tom, you sent it to me earlier, but that contentious riding in downtown Toronto was like that church area that the Conservatives had taken a few months ago. It looks like now it's going to go back Liberal. Like, you should be in those places trying to turn seats, not in bloody Calgary, Alberta. It's inexplicable, really.
I, for one, think it's nice that the Conservatives actually remembered the people who vote for them for once. I mean, they'll forget about us. We're basically like the First Nations. They're going to forget about us for 3.5 years. Let's just enjoy the fact that they can even find their home ridings on a map for a little while.
Fair.
We're just the check writer piggy bank.
Yeah, basically. We're just like, Mom, give me some money.
This is, yeah.
You guys had an NDP victory in Edmonton.
That's not a surprise.
Yeah, actually, I don't think that's a surprise.
Well, I mean, so we had Jagmeet Singh's riding up for a little while, Burnaby Central. So the last time it updated, the Liberal had 4,400. The Conservative had 3,900, and Jagmeet Singh has 2,158. He is not only losing his riding, he is losing it very handily. In fact, like, it's better than the PPC, but that's not really saying much.
Here's what you're talking about, Faisal in Edmonton. Heather McPherson in Edmonton Strathcona ahead of the Conservative Miles Berry. Almost by 2,000.
That's your boomers right there in Old Strathcona. That's completely what's in that neighborhood, is those people that are already set up. They've got their RSPs, they've got their stock portfolios, they've got their assets. They don't need to worry about anything else. Orange man bad, and be done with it, right?
And
so.
Edmonton Center, Eleanor Olszewski. Up by 600 on Seed Ahmed.
And then Trisha Estabrooks.
What about Kearney's riding?
He was winning it very handily last time we looked.
Yeah.
Like double. Shoot, I can't remember her name in second place.
So here's a question for the group: does anybody know how a home equity tax is going to be implemented?
Oh God.
Recklessly.
There's no way.
What are the mechanics of it? Has that ever been discussed?
5,000, by the way.
Sorry?
75,000.
75,000 people watching simultaneously.
Oh, and Nepean, which is Carney's riding, he's got 35,000 and change. Second place is Barbara Bow with just under 19,000.
The home equity thing. We got a bunch of brilliant guys sitting here. I'd be curious the thoughts on that.
It's the most ridiculous idea that I've ever heard of.
Collapse the economy. You collapse the economy.
It's a ridiculous idea, but I think they're more than just a little bit serious about it. So, like, how do they do it?
Well, they could do it on the sale of all these baby boomers' homes. I wonder if they thought about that voting for the Liberals. And so you do it the same way as and crystallize it when you actually sell it. But the thing is, you're absolutely right. Most of the Canadian economy is just sort of built up of buying and selling each other's houses. And so it makes up the majority of the major banks' portfolios. It makes them up the majority of our portfolios. And anything that's going to disrupt that is a big problem for the financial system in Canada.
Which is probably why they wouldn't tax you on exit of your house. I think they would try and annualize it, A, for cash flow, B, not to just totally freeze up the real estate market. I think Nick,
well, that's even worse though.
No, but they're going to collapse the value of houses.
Well, either way. There's nothing that I'm looking forward to.
That's akin to that nonsense they were talking about, where they were going to, tax unrealized gains. So you've got, you happen to be.
I don't think that one's dead either.
Well, I mean, look, if you put those two things forward, and we will see. I mean, a capital flight unlike anything in history. This place will look like Argentina in like the snap of a finger. There's no joke here. This thing goes the wrong way tonight, in particular, if it really went the wrong way. I bet we wake up tomorrow to tens of millions of dollars, just a snapshot in time of clients that are like 1-800, get me out. Find me logistics to get my metals. This is just our little corner of the world. Get my metals out of here into the States. And yeah, if they want to come chase me down there, I'll figure it out down there. But first things first, I know more than enough people at this point that are doing anything and everything in their power to try and buy real estate. So if you're talking about Texas, they're trying to buy ranches in Texas where they've got basically you can go hunt on the land as well. So it's an operating business, but it's also a home for them because they're trying to get E2 visas or whatever the case might be. And I don't even know all the designations, but people are trying. The people with money, the people that you ultimately want in your country, you want these people investing in, buying stuff. You want them starting businesses, employing people. Those people, if they've got any mobility, they're really, really looking at things hard right now because they've obviously had a number of years where they've been disenfranchised. And I think this one was a big one for them. And I know, like I said, in our corner of the world, people are looking to get their metals out. I have more than enough logistics quotes right now where they're saying, just get me out of wherever it might be that they have their stuff and get me to wherever it is. Like for us, it's Las Vegas.
Where are they going to Vegas?
Vegas, yeah. Vegas storage as first stop. And then once they figure out what they're going to do, then they'll take their stuff personally and probably have a tragic boating accident or who knows. So that they, lose their metals.
I'd be remiss. We just passed the 10th hour, which means I want to do sponsors. I should bring that up with two of you sitting here. But I want to give 2 more tickets away to the Cornerstone Forum. I mean, all the guys sitting on this are going to be there. So we're going to
Is Faisal there too?
Yeah, Faisal's coming
in.
Oh, excellent.
Yep.
I'm
so I'm
looking forward to meeting you in person.
I'm gonna toss on the trailer, and when we come back, we're gonna play the text number, and we'll pick a number. So hold on here, folks.
70.
In a world fallen into chaos,
insurance crisis,
war,
We find ourselves in World War III.
fear,
Use nuclear weapons.
corruption,
I intend to resign.
and division reign.
Tariffs on Canada.
Propaganda and censorship cloud the truth,
You will not reach a peace deal.
labeling people as extreme, right-winged, leaving us confused and alone.
Couldn't look like there was any hope.
No more. Cornerstone Forum is coming back for a second year. No longer are we conforming to the pattern of this world. We are a diverse community that is unwilling to comply with every wind and wave of doctrine a beacon of hope surrounded by darkness. You are not alone. Join us May 10th at Cornerstone Forum. We are stronger together.
Be like, I will give you $10. I will
We're talking.
Give you yeah,
we're talking about what number. Okay, so I'm gonna throw up now my number. We're gonna go, since we're at 75,000. We're gonna say the 75th person that texts me. I was just joking with twos. Yeah, they've already started coming in. Correct me. By the time we get, it's gonna be the 1,000th person to text me, because I'm 921 missed messages from doing this for the live stream. So it's been Twos is saying I'm going to have to pay a kid tomorrow.
yeah.
to
Like
go
you're
through
gonna
my
have to
phone
get
and
one
just
of your
like,
kids and just be like, look, you know what this is? Do you know how much this is worth? I will give you one of them if you just
It's
clear
going
up
to be worth
all
less
of
by
these
the end of
text
the day.
messages. Are you less? This
That's
is gonna be
silver.
worth more
That's
by
silver.
the end of the day.
Oh,
Yeah.
I couldn't see
Shane.
that.
one of
Palisades
the
Gold
10 bucks.
radio.
one of the
Gents, I got to hop off. I got to get running, but best of luck to you. Best of luck to whoever wins at Cornerstone, and I'll see you all there. So,
sounds
Yeah.
good, Brett.
Thanks for coming on, Brett.
yep.
Thanks for your
See you later.
support.
Enjoy your sunburn.
Yeah, what a
Brett,
jerk, hey?
Brett's like, I'm literally in paradise. I'm going back to
Going
enjoying
to
it
the luau.
before I come back to this.
I need a drink with an umbrella in it, and I'm going to eat a pig with an apple in its mouth, and I am not getting up from this beach until that pig is nothing but bones.
This is insane. Stop it, phone.
Okay.
Oh, God.
All right. So
Nobody
Sean's got the
We've
dimension.
lost Sean.
Sean's got the. He is gone. He is gone, folks.
Potso.
He's gone. Total Elizabeth May.
Oh man, it's oh my god. All right, well, I'm gonna go back to the timestamp. I'll count out 75.
Who won the last one?
Right now we have winners from Hillmont, Saskatchewan, Airdrie, Alberta, Kamloops, BC, Brandon, Manitoba, Lacombe, Alberta, Bell River, Ontario. We have Michelle Krieger in Saskatchewan, if I remember correctly, coming to the Cornerstone, and then the last one was Gilbert. I think I'm saying it right. Wilson from Bezanson. Is it? Am I saying that right? Bezanson, Alberta.
Oh,
so
driven through there quite a few times.
We'll do the we'll count it up here and we'll see where we're at. I asked for when we got to 1,000 and we passed that by some. So
yeah,
I'll go back here and I carry on. We got 23 minutes.
Whoever's in Lacombe, I might be able to drop that off tomorrow on my way through. And for those of you who don't know, Lacombe is French for the comb.
Shout out to Nick Moriano, Silver Gold Bull, for being title sponsors on here. And then Bow Valley Credit Union, Brett Oland just hopped off. We've been talking about it all night. So if you're interested in starting up a bank account that can't be frozen, or at least they're going to fight for you, that's Bow Valley.
And go to a bank where people know you when you walk in.
And then
it's got that small town feel, and I like that.
We were talking silver and gold too. silvergoldbull.ca.com. Cornerstone Forum. Guys, I mean, we can keep watching. 162, 149 is what the Libs conserves are at right now. The forum, May 10th, coming up real fast. I was getting asked the other day, if the Conservatives win, does that help or hurt ticket sales? If the Liberals win, does that help or hurt ticket sales? I'm like, well, I think if the Liberals win, it probably drives ticket sales because people are going to be going, what is going on? You guys have all been there once. Tom, you were in attendance last year. You're going to be on stage hosting a Sound Money Roundtable. Faisal, you've come all the way from Toronto twice to Lloydminster. Nick, you've been in Lloyd twice. This time it's in Calgary. Obviously, Twos has been there as well. He's going to be hosting Solutions in a World Full of Problems.
We're going to go 38 seconds overtime.
And I'm curious, if you're looking forward to May 10th, I don't know. Does this outcome like bolster your resolve of like, man, we got to be in that building that night, or did it matter who won tonight?
I think it definitely matters who won tonight. I think the mood will be a little bit different for sure in the big room. For me, it's I just had the conversation with my wife over the weekend. I was very optimistic about a Conservative win and a solid Conservative win. But I did turn to her and I said, well, what if we're wrong on this? What if I'm wrong on this? And Carney does actually win. I think we need to finally come up with a decision on what we're going to do with our lives. So, Nick was talking earlier about having a lot of clients who are talking about getting their stuff out and liquidating and leaving and whatnot. I'd be one of those guys in a very similar boat. And I've been toying with the idea of just getting out of Canada for a little while now. But the question always comes up, like, where the heck do you go? So for me,
Liechtenstein.
Sorry?
Liechtenstein,
yeah. Nice tiny little place. Can't get lost too easily in Liechtenstein. But yeah, for me, how does the result of tonight change Cornerstone for me? I don't know. It becomes maybe a little bit more of an event for me to just hang out with a bunch of friends. And yeah, not that much more problem solving for me at Cornerstone with this result. I think I've already kind of made up my mind that I need to do something. And I've probably been dragging my feet on it for too long. So this might be the kick in the pants that finally just gets me and my wife to commit to a course of action.
And considering that my keynote speech is going to be about taking action and about how that can, reclaim your sense of agency in the world, it'll that'll probably help as well.
There we go. So I'll be taking notes when Tom's talking. And other than that, I'll be talking to people. It's like, well, where do you live? Is it nice where you live?
Do you guys have a carbon tax?
Yeah.
Do you guys have a reinstituted carbon tax?
Just before I get to you, Nick, I'm at 66. My math is horrendous. It was buzzing, and
what?
so no, I need what is that? 9 more texts. Fire away. While he's doing that, Nick, your thoughts?
Yeah, I would say, like, I don't want to be hyperbolic or anything. I don't want to be too dramatic, but I believe that this election, if it doesn't go the way, a lot of people in the West, and I think a lot of people that are listeners on the regular to S&P, Mashup, etc., if it doesn't go the way that they had hoped, I think this is a moment in time where there's going to be a lot of people that want to be around community. They're going to want to be around people that see the world in a similar light, and they're going to want to be in a situation where we've had enough of hypotheticals, and the doom loop is off the charts. I mean, it's everywhere, whether it's X, podcast, etc. I think this is a really unique opportunity in time where as soon as 12 days after the election or whatever it might be, we have the opportunity to come together as a community. You can sit at a table with, your friends. You could sit at a table with a bunch of strangers. But, at the end of the day, you're listening to people talk about potential solutions, at least helping you understand why it is that you're seeing the things that you're seeing. And you're being able to form new friendships, new bonds, new community. And when I juxtapose that with, let's say, something like COVID, where it was a complete opposite. They locked everybody away. They made everybody just, stay in their little corner. And it was years before we were able to, come back and start talking without feeling like, we were doing something manifestly evil. I think the timing of this is really, really good. And I think this is, albeit for 600-700 people, however many people it touches in person, I think those people are going to be filled with a sense of something positive, and they're going to be able to spread that throughout their communities when they go home, wherever their home is. So I think it's a really good thing, and I definitely think a Liberal win will drive engagement.
So the winner of this go around is Ken Farley of Calgary, Alberta. And I got to give a shout out to a bunch of my friends that are tuned in. I've coached their kids the last couple of years. So Conrad, Matt, shout out to you. I saw your text, Colby Man. Shout out to you, big fella. You were like number 23. You got to find, it's like, where am I at in the old text line? This has been this. If I've learned anything from this bloody thing, other than I am like dying in here, it's like a furnace in this place.
It is hotter than 1995 Selma Hayek in this room right now.
Yeah. And the old texting has worked well. over, I'm at up to 1,100 missed texts at this point. It's like, whatever. We'll see where that, like tomorrow's going to be fun. Either way, we got 15 minutes left before we let you boys out of here. We could pull back up the, here, I'll pull back up the map one last time.
I was going to say, I've been trying to refresh CBC for 5 minutes now, and it will not come.
Oh, yeah?
We've been trying to refresh CBC for the past decade.
CBC has it at 160 Liberals, 151 Conservatives, and we're at 161, 150. So you kind of get where it's sitting at right now between the two.
Yeah. And Polyev is still behind in his riding, but it's pretty tight. And so it's 95 for Bruce Vanjoy, that idiot, and it's 83.50 for Polyev. And this isn't a Polyev. It's just that Bruce Vanjoy just really sucks. And also, having said that, less than a quarter are reporting in that riding yet. So there is still a lot of ball to be played.
Yeah.
Yeah, the amount of times we got called crazy for doing 12 hours, but like, you're going to go to when? Haven't we learned from every single election? Remember BC? It was like the polls just wouldn't end. They wouldn't, like, it was so close, and it just kept going and going. You're looking at how much, like, you think about that. It's like, what are they doing? Like,
doesn't inspire confidence.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And you look at, it's not even just that it drags out, it's the flagrant incompetence in the process. In their side, it was, how long is it going to take you to count the votes? And you have a machine to do it. You have a machine to count the votes, and it's going to take weeks to count them. And then here on this end, they're like, all the votes federally are counted by hand. So there's no Dominion voting conspiracies or anything like that. But at the same time, you have ridings where, like, basically the Carleton ballot is like a beach towel. It's huge. It's got 90 candidates on it or something like that.
The ballot and seen how many sub 10 vote candidates there are.
Yeah.
And I love it. I think it's really fun that they're doing that.
Like, maybe Pierre's just going to have this sweep of just like, I know away it goes, and we'll probably sit here and see it happen. It just, I guess it's just a bit surprising. If it was 100 votes to 58, you'd be like, oh, or whatever. But, right now, what is that? Just under 20,000 people, and it's over 50% for the Liberals. Yeah.
Yeah, it's 52.3 for the Liberals and 44.4, which is double a perfect number for Polyev. And so, but having said that,
what do you guys think when you see that? What do you think? The Liberals just spent an ungodly amount of money in his riding, or do you think that that's his riding just shrugging and being like, whatever?
Probably a bit of both. Because, I mean, on the one hand, it's hard to keep the eye of the tiger. There was this movie that came out in the 80s. It was called Rocky 3. And the basic premise is that he got lazy and he just kept on winning and he quit trying. And then this guy named Clubber Lang comes in and he says, pain, lots of pain. And then he's got to do a montage on the beach to actually get the eye of the tiger back so that he can win in the end. And Polyev has won this riding for 2 decades. He probably does not have the eye of the tiger. And he's been it's one thing to just be a local candidate. It's another thing when you're trying to spin all of the plates of locking down votes across the country, especially a country as big as this one.
6 months ago, he was supposed to win with a supermajority. There was going to be a chance that the Liberals weren't even going to be, maybe might not even be an official party.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's, 1,500, 1,300 votes, whatever it is, behind in his riding.
It's hard not to feel like Canada's just been played really badly.
Dude.
Well, they have been. They have been. Absolutely. You've got the legacy media that gave the Liberals an instant pass as soon as Trudeau left. Gave them a pass for the past 10 years, and then didn't follow up on any of it after Trudeau left. Didn't point out the fact that it's still all the same people. And it's not the ventriloquist dummy anymore that Trudeau was. So, they're booing from the stands, and he pulls the ventriloquist dummy he pulls his hand out of the guy's ass, throws it away, and says, "Hey, I'm the new show." And they say, "Oh, this is great. This is wonderful." Nobody's really been calling out, as bad as the Liberals are, honestly, in any of the legacy stuff. And I mean, we looked at this tonight. Like, we were very, very thoroughly second place in this. But CBC, granted, this is their one. This in the Olympics is the only thing they have left. But CBC is a powerhouse when it comes to elections.
With 10 minutes left, no, fire away, Nick.
Just quickly, we used to be able to rely on 338 Canada, at least as an aggregator.
Mm-hmm.
That went out the window. I'm not looking to get sued or anything, but you just, at this point, looking at the numbers that I see on Global and looking at the numbers that they had been posting for months, clearly there was some monkey business going on in their polling. We are supposed to be able to bet, like to rely on betting markets. You see something like Polymarket, which I know you guys talked about earlier in earlier panels, where you saw this massive disparity, and it was, Liberals by a landslide, etc. Well, again, that's not really playing out the same way. So you couple, major polling, I know polling sucks, but still, like, this is a major site that Canadians used to rely on. You look at betting, screwed up. You look at the media, like, yeah, how are we not living through something of a psyop? I honestly, like, we have been messed with. Like, we are like the nicest, kindest people in the world. And I really think that we have been fucked with to no end in this particular cycle. So
Tom,
it's hard not to feel bad about it.
Tom or Faisal, the three of you, we got a few minutes left before we let you out of here. Any final thoughts, as we, we're into, on this side, we're into our closing in on 10 and a half hours of talking this through and watching the polls come out. Any thoughts or discussion you want to have before we hop out? We got 8 minutes roughly before we let you get on with, it's pretty Faisal. It's into the morning hours where you are. We appreciate you sticking it out with us.
Very much so.
Any thoughts?
Well, for me, it's it's disappointing for sure with where the results have ended up, and it was a bit of an emotional exercise for me today too. Voting. I live in a little hamlet, a little village. I was telling Nick earlier today that I cast my vote. I went first thing in the morning, thinking I would beat the rush, but there were a lot of people there, which was a positive sign. And when I left the little church that they hold our polling stations in, I just looked back over my shoulder, turned around, and just looked at the church, and it was just idyllic. It was a perfect day. Lush green grass and the sun dappled through the whatever tree it was that was hanging over the cemetery beside the church, and I was like, God damn it, I don't want to have to leave. So I don't know, just today becomes a rubber hits the road moment. The rubber has hit the road today for me. And my household, like, we don't have kids and we're very flexible, and I'm retired, as you guys mentioned at the beginning and whatnot. So it's, not terribly tumultuous, but I don't want to leave.
Yeah.
But I have to.
Well, you could come to the new country of Alberta.
Sorry?
You could come to the new country of Alberta.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it a lot at Cornerstone next week. But I think the road is rough ahead for Alberta as well. I don't think it's as easy and as, this is what we're going to do and we're going to be okay. It's, just take a look at Brexit, what happened. And they ground it out for so long to try and effect it that by the time they finally got out, the winds had shifted sufficiently that they're being pulled back into the gravitational field of Europe. All the ones who wanted to Brexit got their Brexit, but by the time they actually achieved it, they're back at square one almost. So, I don't think it's, a one and done sort of, we hold our referendum and out we go. The one thing that Alberta absolutely has to remember is this only got one option in front of it, right? If it chooses to leave, it's only got one option in front of it. And that is a crappy negotiating position.
Yeah.
Tom,
and not from a position of strength either.
Exactly. So, you know, and the counter argument is, well, the U.S. energy, they need it and whatever. It's like, yeah, that's true. And they'd probably rather have Alberta oil than anybody else's oil, but that's not the only option that they've got in front of them, and they're going to let you know that. So it's not going to be easy either. So, you know, the idea of moving out to Alberta or closer to the mountains has always been really appealing for me. But now that I sit back and think about it a little bit more carefully, is it, you know, time to do what my gut, my head has been telling me for a really long time, and I've really dragged my feet on it. And so when I say a really long time, probably for about 10 years already, it's that I need to pivot to Asia, because that's really where the future is going to be. And, you know, I'm already 50 something, 51. So I don't have like the majority of my life in front of me still, but I've got enough years in front of me that, you know, I'd rather be on the winning side of this whole equation of deglobalization and bifurcation of the world system.
Fair enough.
Tom, any final thoughts from you?
I'm with Faisal. I don't want to have to leave. This is something that I've drugged my feet on as well. I've been a lot of places in the world. I've seen a lot of cool things. I'm constantly disappointed by the decisions that this country supposedly makes. And you know, I've had a ton of these discussions, and you know, am grateful to call some of the people that help relocate others in this situation. Like one friend of mine, Mikkel Thorup, I know he was at the last Cornerstone Forum. He said Trudeau was his number one biggest marketer for his business to help relocate people.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's time for people to step up and take some personal responsibility and either somehow make their voices heard or vote with their pocketbooks. And that's what this is going to end up coming down to. There's going to be a lot of capital that starts leaving, and you're going to have to get smart and strategic about how you do that as well. And unfortunately, you know, for a lot of people, they're not going to have that option, right? You know, I'm a single guy. I can pick up and leave and travel as I have been for the last 6 months. I can do pretty much what I want. That is a luxurious position to be in. And I sympathize with people that are just as disappointed in this country and this place that many of us grew up as I am, that don't have these options available to them. But I don't, there was a point brought up again at the last Cornerstone Forum where I forget the guy's name. I think it was Curtis, said, do you want to stay and fight, or do you want to leave and save yourself? And, you know, at some point you have to decide when that cost benefit analysis doesn't make any sense anymore.
Yeah.
Nick,
and for me, that was today.
Nick, we'll give you a final word before you let you boys out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm grateful for you guys doing this, honestly, not just as a sponsor, but as an Albertan. You know, I'm at the point where I'm one of those guys that, you know, married, 2 kids, business. Hell, I've got Shaun and his family to support, so I can't go anywhere. But ultimately, you know, truth be told, there's some really sober discussion that's going to happen, and we still have to wait and see how today closes out. I'll be that guy that says, we'll stick it out and wait. But even with the point that we're at now, where it isn't a mandate for a conservative government, I think we do need to take a step back. And I think people need to ask themselves, like, are we asking enough of ourselves? Are we asking enough of the people around us? Have we let our standards slip to such an extent that we've just become okay with shit, like mediocrity? And that's where, you know, I'm going to take some time. I'm going to think about it, and I'm going to find the best way that I can to help Shaun and Twos and all the people that are going to be spearheading the effort to find a new path, I'm going to help them to the extent that I can.
Gentlemen, never disappoints. Thanks for answering the call again tonight and hopping on.
Thanks for having us.
Extra special
thanks for hosting, guys.
to Nick.
Week and a half.
Sounds good. All right. Okay. We are closing in on the final stretch here. I like, because we promised 12 hours.
Yeah.
We're gonna bring back in Clyde. We're gonna bring in Marty's there. And Dustin made it. You were only
better late than never.
You were only like 6 hours late, something like that.
All right.
When you're coaching your kids balls, you can't miss out on that. So,
gentlemen, as we are sitting here talking, we're about to hit 78,000 people watching live. So that's been right, Clyde. You're like,
wow.
What is going on? It puts us number 2 behind CBC, does it not?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Although we're still
fantastic.
climbing, and they peaked several hours ago. But I mean, their core demographic goes to bed by 8 most nights. Interesting development. Calgary Confederation, Jeremy Nixon, who the Conservatives had tried to put in Signal Hill. He ended up running a Confederation. He is currently 26 votes behind the Liberal. So Corey Hogan is at 18,946 and Jeremy Nixon is at 18,920. And it's the closest race I've found so far, but I'm just freewheeling the mouse around trying to pick them out. So there might be some that are closer, but that one's pretty tight. Oh, and it just updated. It's a 4-vote difference, and Jeremy Nixon's ahead by 4 votes.
I'd like to comment just on the previous group. I get where Faisal's at in life, obviously wanting to leave the country, and I know there's lots of people that are. When it comes to what I see, I've always said that I'm not leaving, and that I'm fighting for what Alberta is essentially. And I think what this election has proved yet again is that the East and the West are different. Essentially, the challenge is that there's no balance to the power between East and West. And Albertans have to essentially make a decision to either, stop complaining and deal with it, or chart a new path forward and find a better life for ourselves.
Yeah, I'm actually, I was listening to the other guys there for the last half hour, and I agree with Dustin. And, my feeling there was, I feel sorry for anybody who's a Conservative who doesn't live in Western Canada. It must be discouraging for Conservatives in rural Ontario and places like that, because, I felt really bad for Faisal. At least tomorrow morning, I'm still going to go to, hang out with fellow Conservatives. I'm going to go hunting later on. I'm going to go down the river canoeing with my buddies. We're going to drink beer, and we're like-minded. And so I take comfort in that. And after reflecting, I'm not unhappy with the election result. Actually, the election result confirms something that I think we've all been saying, but it confirms what I've been saying for 20 years. The country's divided. And it's nobody's fault. It is simply the way it is. Over the last, it was an experiment that people got together 157 years ago. And unfortunately, it's a failed experiment because the country's too big and there's too much. It couldn't even be repaired by opening the Constitution, because people in Toronto and Montreal and Quebec City are just different from Albertans. Mm-hmm. And so no matter how much tinkering we do with it, we're always going to end up with this exact outcome from now on, where a group of people out East make decisions for all of us, and it doesn't work. So, yeah.
And well, you're right, but you're wrong. You see, you're calling it a failed experiment, and I think you could make a pretty decent argument for it's an experiment that went exactly to plan. It's just that the people who planned it are the people out East. And they said, well, what if we just...
The people who planned it, they're all dead. They died about 100 years ago.
Yes. Probably still collecting pension, though. And, but yeah, this, we say it's a failed experiment, but if we were their great grandkids, we'd be like, oh, they set up such a great system. Isn't this handy how it worked out? We get all the money without having to worry about any sort of electoral accountability.
Yeah,
from these guys.
Like if I can add just to that, like I was looking at some of the other numbers tonight. Like at the end of the day, regardless of the number of seats, which is a flaw in our system, the popular vote is 50-50. Like I'm looking at it, 42.8% for the Liberals and 41.7%. That's equal, man. Like that's a you're going to hear Liberals tomorrow say, hey, Canadians made a choice for Mark Carney. No, they didn't. It's 50-50. It just so happens that this weird seat distribution gives other people an advantage. The other thing that was disappointing today is I'm predicting that the voter turnout is going to be under 60%. Right now, I'm predicting based on what's happened so far, it's at about 58%. So we were told this was an existential election and a life-changing election. And like I said earlier in the show, when Vesper got all on me for this one, whether it's liberal or conservative to places like Nova Scotia or New Brunswick and Quebec is inconsequential, because for them it's life doesn't fundamentally change. For us in Alberta and Saskatchewan and perhaps BC, this is consequential. So I call bullshit on people who said all through the last 3 weeks that this was the most significant election. It didn't turn out that way. 60% of the people, only 60% of voters came out.
It's consequential for the West.
Yes,
it's consequential for Jagmeet Singh.
I think it's going to be consequential for even the East, because I think they're going to have to, reap what they sowed.
Absolutely. But they weren't thinking that way. Yeah.
The beautiful thing about democracy is you get what you vote for.
No, that is a thing. But what it's done is it's now pushed into the Western separation movement. So we're gonna see this actually play out. Yeah. I'm very interested on where this is gonna go.
And then I'll tell you where it's gonna go. Starting tomorrow, a lot of people are gonna start talking about separation, and then we're all gonna get accused of being sore losers. And that's the part that I hate. I'm not a sore loser. This is literally the game is fixed and we can't win it. So I'm not a sore loser. If you can't win it, then you got to change the game or you got to do something else. But I'm not a sore loser.
Who's the sore loser in a situation where they've rigged the game and somebody says, I'm not going to play the game anymore? Who's the sore loser? It's the guy who thinks that everybody is going to keep playing that game.
And I would say, if anything, it's the most pro-democracy version, because you look at it and you say, when we bring up this map, there is a very clear line between what our priorities are and what their priorities are. And you say, look, guys, we want everybody to be happy. And the best way to do that is for you guys to get what you want and for us to get what we want. And if we're wrong, we're going to reap what we sow. And if you're wrong, you're going to reap what you sow. We can all just be happy apart.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a bad thing, personally.
And by the way, I'm not including Manitoba when we separate. The map's been like that forever and ever. Everybody that always says, bring us. No, Manitoba, you stay where you are.
We'll take the top. We'll take the top half of Manitoba and the top half of BC.
Dust, you're trying to chime in.
I was just saying that I really don't care what the East has to say about us anymore. Like, seriously, they want to call us whiners or I really don't care at this point. We have to take care of ourselves and future generations, which means we have to move towards independence. Just a plug for something that a group of us in Lloydminster have been working on. We formulated a website, albertaseparation.com, and we've kind of set it up to achieve a referendum in Alberta. There's two ways to go about it. One is to have the premier call it or government to call it, and the other way is to get a citizens initiative. With everything that's going on with politicians, I don't totally trust that, a politician's going to follow through on something like that. So I prefer the citizens initiative. The challenge with the citizens initiative is you need to achieve, to get a referendum on independence in Alberta, you'd need a petition that gets signed by 600,000 people, and which is 20% of the voting public from the last provincial election. And not only that, you have to get those signatures to exceed 20% of the vote total in 2/3 of the ridings or 58 of the ridings. So it's no small task. Not only that, they have to be collected in 90 days.
90 days.
And they have to be in person. You can't do it digitally, which means you need a huge volunteer network to make that happen. to get that petition signed to actually go forward with a referendum on independence. So how we've set the website up is essentially we're looking for volunteers in all the ridings so that we can move forward with a citizens initiative on Alberta independence.
And everybody who signs the petition has to do it standing on one leg, only on Thursdays, and they need to be wearing a blue hat.
But you're right though. But if we were lucky enough and a premier could save us all that trouble and say we're having a referendum, that'd be awesome. And we're going to try both approaches. Yeah.
I hope for that.
Yeah, you hit all angles.
I hope for that, absolutely. But in the meantime, at least working towards it on a citizen side, at least you can work towards it where you don't have to rely on government to make the right decisions. So,
yep.
Eagle head. I like that logo. Hey, thank you.
Yeah. You hear that, Vesper? You hear that?
Yeah. What was the website, Dust, that you rattled off?
AlbertaSeparation.com.
All right.
Oh, you didn't even go with the CA website. I like that. That's 3D chess right there.
Yeah. Well, that's
it's the World Wide Web, my man. It's the World Wide Web.
The goal in the end is to be a part of the larger world, not part of Canada. So
there's a big world out there outside of Canada. Were any ridings really surprising to any of you guys?
Well, yes. I'm wondering about Carleton right now. What's happening in Carleton?
So Carleton is currently 51.3% for Fanjoy and 45.2% for Polyev, with 41 and change percent of votes being counted.
You sit there and think the last 10 years and the Liberals get a minority government and they don't even vote in the leader of the Conservatives. Like, that's just mind-blowing.
Elizabeth May's got staying power. She won her riding again.
That was I mentioned that a couple hours ago. That's the one that really surprised me.
Yeah.
Hi, the Aquavelva guys. She's celebrating.
And Mark Garrettson. Congratulations, Mark. You're whatever. Congratulations, Kingston. You've elected Mark Garrettson again.
Wow.
I'm happy for them. They got what they wanted, and good for them.
It's going to be a challenge for whoever, like if Carney forms government, he's got a challenge, right? Where's he going to pick ministers? He doesn't have any, like he won't be able to pick anybody from Saskatchewan or anybody from Alberta, barely anybody from BC. Like again, in the next government, it'll all be ministers from out east. Like again, it's
and the
What
block.
was the Sea to Sky riding? Did anyone find that number out?
Give me a quick sec here.
As Tooz is looking, we just passed 80,000 people tuned in live right now. So
wow.
I don't know where we all thought this was going at the start of the day. I know we had like me and Tooz joked about 50,000. Like, oh, maybe okay, that'd be cool. Like I don't know. And here as we go into closing in on the 11th full hour,
and still climbing,
80,000 people tuning in. So if you're watching this, as Clyde pointed out. This is more than my entire X following, right? I'm like, if you're watching on X, give us a follow. If you're on X, give it a retweet. Let's see if we can't crack 100,000 here. That's gotta, we've been doing quite almost 5,000 an hour, roughly, just gaining.
And this is on the X video. Do you have all of our handles on there, or like what do you got there?
I keep retweeting it out with everybody that's on. I don't know what the heck I did at the start. I'm rethinking everything I did at this point, Clyde. I'm like, I should have done this differently. But in saying that, like if you're on X, retweet it out. Like I would love to crack it. Can you imagine cracking 100K on?
That'd be amazing.
That would be very cool.
That'd be very
absolutely cool. But this has been, regardless, a huge success, and it's because everybody is tuning in. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Sea to Sky Country is Patrick.
We're going to do this again in 3 months, by the way. It's good practice.
Yeah.
I think we're going to do it again in 3 months.
Yeah.
So Weiler's taking it, but by how much?
Yeah. 14.5 compared to 10.5 for Keith Waugh.
Roy. Yeah. Keith Roy. What did he get? What was his percentage?
10.5. So percentages, I don't have percentages, but it's roughly. Well, the green is in third with less than 1,000, less than 800 even.
Wow.
So you're looking at roughly 55-35.
Yeah, I'm really questioning the platform or the strategy of not showing up to the debates, the strategy of not engaging with anybody. Don't know what, just signs on the road. Was that the strategy for this election? I have no idea.
I haven't where'd it go?
Yeah,
I haven't been paying attention to the comments for a while, but here's a comment. No respect for Leave Canada posers. You are the weak. You are rhinos. You are the enemy. You sound like unhinged U.S. actors. I can't read. What did it say? Good riddance.
Fair weather friends. Fook off.
Okay, cheers.
Hey man, no one's dude. You've been commenting for hours.
Plans.
You've been watching this for so long. You commented like 6, 7, 9 hours ago, dude. if you have been watching this and commenting this whole time, we're not the idiots. You are.
And that guy's handle was his business name. Like, what was it? Big Wes's Lawn Care. So everybody call Big Wes's Lawn Care and give him a shout out.
Oh boy. So I've already announced that I'm leaving Canada. I've done this. I did this almost a year ago, and it's for other reasons. I mean, it all ties in, obviously, but the plans have been in the works for some time now as it is. So it's not because of this election. It was going to happen regardless of the outcome of this election.
What's the seat count at right now? Last time I was checking,
163 Liberals, 149 Conservatives, 23 Bloc, 7 NDP, 1 Green, and the PPC at carry the 4, 0 seats.
So what's actually interesting about those numbers is if it stays like this, the Liberals and NDP can't form a coalition.
That is correct. The only
Liberal and the Bloc to form a coalition to rule, which probably be unstable, I would think.
Oh! Do you think the Liberals and the Bloc would be unstable? What do you think about their coalition, though? Technically, the Liberals and the Conservatives could form a coalition.
So I'm getting word from the chat that Jagmeet Singh has just resigned as leader of the NDP.
Yeah, he's talking right now on the CBC.
Yeah.
What came first, the resignation or like?
Well, and remember, he said last week he sacrificed for Canada, right? Well, you sacrificed for nothing, Jagmeet, because
no, he didn't sacrifice. He's got his pension. What does he care? He's gonna drive off in his Maserati, and he is gonna be just fine.
Well, no, his MO, and he said this, was to make sure that the Conservatives didn't get elected.
No, but he didn't know that the Conservatives were going to have a giant downturn 2 months later. It was just absolute dumb luck that it happened. And now he's just claiming prescience. Like, oh, I knew this was going to happen. Nobody knew this was going to happen. For him to say that the reason why he happened to vote in favor of his pension several months ago, and then it just so happened that it also got the Liberals a minority government, it's bullshit. It's straight bullshit.
It's amazing that the NDP took the worst hit out of all this election when they had the most to gain if they weren't such idiots.
Totally.
Vesper's still up, and Vesper, why don't you back on that?
Yeah, hop down.
Vesper says, "Tell Foghorn Leghorn on your right that I love him just the same."
I say.
Oh man. Yeah, sorry to interrupt, gents. I
want to hear. Sorry, so
testing.
So Jagmeet resigned. Has Max Bernier said anything? Like, I would expect Max to resign as well or do something.
Max says mission complete. Mission complete.
Still going.
Now, the one thing is definitely looking quickly at a glance, there's no splitting that occurred because of the PPC. They just were not a factor. I can't see at quick glance any conservative writing that might have flipped were not for the PPC. So
you're talking about conservative splitting. I feel like in a couple places they split the Rhino vote.
Or the Rhino or the communists.
Yeah,
he might have split a couple of communists in a few places too.
I mean, here's the thing: is in all honesty, they had a really good platform. They said a lot of good things. Some of them I feel like, saying, oh, we're going to tweak equalization a little bit. Yeah. Is it head and shoulders above what the Conservatives said they were going to do about equalization? Yes. Is it the right thing to do? Only partially. The problem with them is that you're led by a guy from fucking Quebec who talks down to everybody. And I have had, after the past decade, personally, I feel like I have had enough of guys from fucking Quebec running parties and talking down to me.
Well, the big issue with the PVC party is that there's no leadership race possibility. So it's the Maxime Bernier party. There's no chance. Like they don't have a system for having party elections or any of this stuff. It really is a dictatorial party. Like it's not like it's called the People's Party, but there's the people who are part of the party have no say in what happens in the party. So yeah, it has nothing to do with democracy. It's the opposite of democracy. But
actually,
well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Clyde. No, I was going to say congratulations to the Rhino. I just checked; they came in 8th. So good job.
But yeah, so Maxime Bernier, he's put together a party for collecting donations. Like it really, at the end of the day, that's what that is. And whether or not he's got motives to bury the Conservatives because he got ousted from the Conservative Party may have something to do with it. But unfortunately, there are some really, really good candidates across the country in the PPC, but people aren't going to vote for them realistically because it's not a serious party. I mean, even in my riding in the Sea to Sky, Payman Esquerra, awesome guy, really, really awesome guy. Like if he was running as an independent, I probably would have voted for him over the Conservative that was running. But because it was for the Maxime Bernier party, I didn't want to give him my vote. That's really what it comes down to.
Well, I mean, they started off really strong when it first started. It was like, oh, hey, you know what? We've actually got a reasonable alternative. And you're like, okay, I'm interested. Tell me more. And then very quickly it shifted to this victim mentality. It's, oh, no one's letting us win. We can't win. We're not allowed to win. And the right approach, and then getting mad at everybody for not supporting them. You don't want to, fair enough. You don't want to support it. Do what you want, but just to lash out like, oh, you're an idiot because you're not voting for me. That doesn't win anybody over. Mm-hmm. They were very antagonistic to the people who probably could have been convinced at some point to vote for them. And that was another major pitfall that they had. And then they just got stuck in this loser mentality, or at least Bernier did.
Again, really, really good people have been candidates for the People's Party of Canada. It's not a winning party. It's not a party that takes anything seriously. And if they want to become a party that takes anything seriously, oust Max Bernier, get rid of him, get a party constitution, and have elections within your party. Because until you have elections in your party, you're not a people's party. You can't be a people's party when you can't even.
You're a person's party. You're a person's party, not a people's party.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Has Carney made a speech tonight? I haven't seen Carney make it. I've seen Freeland make a speech, but not Carney. You'll probably wait till tomorrow.
I haven't seen a speech from Carney. Freeland did have a speech, and then of course the last one that CBC had up was Singh's resignation.
Have we seen Pierre speak yet, or he's waiting, hoping that he doesn't get voted out?
Where is he at on his?
He's down by about 1,700 votes. Oh, it's refreshing. He's down
the NDP
by
has
2,100 votes.
Status. It's official.
Yeah, Pierre's riding was only got about half the polls counted, like
49% basically.
Yeah, so it's going to be an all-nighter for that one, and I don't think Pierre will concede until.
David in my chat is saying that Pierre is talking now, so maybe we can find that.
Can you pull it up, Clyde? I'll if you can find it, Clyde, add it in.
I'm looking for it.
Sure.
I'm looking for it. It'll probably be on his. Yep.
There's the latest.
2,000 down. You don't come back from that unless you're Pennsylvania.
There's 46,000 advanced polls, or 4,600 advanced polls in that writing. So that's a lot. That's a big number.
Okay, I'm sorry, Clyde. I'm pulling it up right now.
Oh, and I could not have done any of this without you. Thank you so much. I love you. Now, my message to Canadians. The promise that was made to me and to all of you is that anybody from anywhere could achieve anything, that through hard work, you could get a great life. You could have a nice, affordable home on a safe street.
Slogans, really, right now?
My purpose in politics is and will continue to be to restore that promise.
Uh-oh, something's coming here.
He doesn't look happy.
He doesn't.
No, it doesn't at all.
No.
Conceding.
Thank you. To the candidates who ran under our banner as Conservatives, to the volunteers who knocked on the doors, made phone calls, put up lawn signs, rallied at our events, donated their hard-earned money to our cause, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. To the millions of people who voted for the Conservative Party and put their hopes and dreams in our vision, thank you. It will be an honor to continue to fight for you and to be a champion of your cause as we go forward.
Oh.
He's got to step down, doesn't he?
Oh, like his wife's reaction right there.
Ça serait un grand honneur de continuer de me battre pour vous, parce que j'ai un honneur d'être votre voix. C'est un honneur de me battre pour les valeurs conservatrices pour lesquelles vous avez voté. Et surtout, ça va être un honneur de continuer d'avancer la promesse du Canada, que chacun ici au Canada qui travaille fort,
He's not stepping down, that's for sure.
une belle maison abordable dans une communauté sécuritaire, c'est ça notre vision et on va le ramener chez nous. Merci beaucoup. To my fellow Conservatives, we have much to celebrate tonight. We've gained well over 20 seats. We got the highest share of vote. Our party has received
Took NDP
since
seats, that's it.
1988. We denied the NDP and Liberals enough seats to form a coalition government, meaning
the Bloc Québécois will.
Not based on what Blanchette said all week long. Like,
I don't believe a word he says.
We are cognizant of the fact that we didn't quite get over the finish line yet. We know that change is needed, but change is hard to come by. It takes time. It takes work. And that's why we have to learn the lessons of tonight so that we can have an even better result the next time the Canadians decide the future for the country.
Yeah, maybe campaign better.
Yep.
Canadians have opted for a razor-thin minority government, a virtual tie in the vote count. So I would like to congratulate Prime Minister Carney on leading this minority government. We'll have plenty of opportunity to debate and disagree, but tonight we come together as Canadians. We will do our job. Yes, we will do our job to hold the government to account. But first,
oh, wow.
We congratulate
that's
people from all political backgrounds on participating in the democratic process. And as I said, while we will do our constitutional duty of holding government to account and proposing better alternatives, we will always put Canada first as we stare down tariffs and other irresponsible threats from President Trump. Conservatives will work with the Prime Minister and all parties with the common goal of defending Canada's interests and getting a new trade deal that puts these tariffs behind us while protecting our sovereignty and the Canadian people. I want to thank my Conservative team, my caucus, my members of the Conservative staff and others who've helped reshape the entire political landscape in this country. Conservatives have achieved major breakthroughs tonight. We brought in record support from blue-collar and unionized workers, youth, new Canadians. We gave voices to countless people across this country who've been left out and left behind for far too long. We won the big debates of our time on the carbon tax, on inflation, on housing, on the drug crisis, on crime. Conservatives have been leading the debate, and we will continue to put forward the best arguments to improve the lives of our people right across this country. But we will not stop there. Every single day, our Conservative caucus and I will be holding the government to account on behalf of the millions of Canadians who believed in the message of change. En tant que parti, on a grandement élargi notre soutien et chaque jour, le caucus conservateur et moi allons travailler à Ottawa pour rendre des comptes du gouvernement au nom des millions de Canadiens qui ont décidé de voter pour un vrai changement. J'ai eu l'honneur de parcourir le pays, parler aux milliers de personnes qui ont partagé leurs préoccupations, leurs peines, leurs espoirs. Everywhere I went, hardworking people took precious time out of their day to tell me about their struggles, their pain, their fears, but also their hopes and dreams. Welders and waitresses, farmers and factory workers, seniors, small business owners, and single mothers, young Canadians and young families pleading for the chance to own a home, parents who worried that their kids would never be able to move out of their home, grandparents who saw their grandchildren suffering from the shortfalls of our economy, and countless others who are afraid to go outside because of the rising wave of crime. All of these stories touched my heart and gave me inspiration to work towards something better. These people continue to need voices, and I will continue to fight for them every day, and every day we will never give up on fighting for the Canadian people. Thank you. We hear your stories. We will carry those stories with us into Parliament. We will not forget the people for whom we work and for whom we fight every day. Now, I know that some of you might be disappointed that change did not get over the finish line tonight. Change takes time. Most of all, it requires that we never give up, because our people and our country are worth fighting for. Je vous ai entendu et j'ai apporté vos histoires avec moi tout au long de cette campagne. Et vos histoires vont rester avec moi lorsque je me bats avec mon équipe conservatrice pour vous défendre et pour avancer vos intérêts. À ceux qui ont désespéré besoin de changement, je sais que vous êtes déçus. Le changement est difficile et ça prend du temps. Surtout, ça veut dire qu'on peut jamais lâcher. Parce que notre pays et son peuple méritent qu'on se batte pour eux. I will never give up on fighting for everyone who stood with us today and the millions of people who voted for other parties. And so, my message tonight, for the single mother working 2 jobs but still has an empty fridge and an empty bank account.
Yeah.
For the young
This
people,
is what he's been saying in all his rallies. Actually, he's
never
repeating
being
his
able to
rally
afford a home.
message.
For the
Like,
seniors on
yeah.
fixed incomes whose
Empty words.
savings are eroded by
Empty
inflation,
fridges,
no
empty
longer
words,
feel
man.
safe in their local neighborhood parks. For those who are now living in fear and terror because of crime. For those worried about losing their jobs because of unacceptable tariffs from the United States of America. For all of those who feel left behind
Because
and
of the
forgotten,
United States of America?
my message is one of hope. Change will take time, but we will fight for that change, and we will deliver that change, and we will never give up on fighting for the great Canadian promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful house on a safe street protected by our brave troops under our proud flag. Canada first, Canada always. Let's bring it home. Thank you very much, Canada. Merci beaucoup, Canada.
Yeah, we fight for what's right. We're wild and we're free from
Ah.
Did he
Tell
just
that to all the
finish-
people in Pyongyang. I mean, like, man.
Did he just
it's-
finish with "Let's bring it home"? Good
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
Yeah, he
we're
did.
He's on
we're
autopilot. Like I
Yeah.
went to a bunch of his rallies. I've almost memorized his speech, and that's it right there.
we're
our safe street, protected by our safe troops, or whatever the thing he would say over and over again.
Gentlemen, we're joined late by MLA from Lac St. Anne Parkland in Alberta, UCP member Shane Getson. Shane, you're muted right
Welcome,
now.
Shane.
Yeah, thanks. It sounds like you've had a long day. Appreciate you coming in the after hours of this thing. I don't know. Me and you had a chat. What was that, like a week ago? Your thoughts right now as it sits. Pierre is losing his. What's the updated total in his riding?
51% for Bruce Vanjoy and 45.5% for Polyev, with 66%.
He's not even going to be an MP anymore.
No,
wow,
no. Although, and
that's a good out for him. It's a good out for him.
Skeena Bulkley Valley, which is just a little bit north of you, Clyde. It's the northwest coast of, BC. Ellis Ross, who I don't know, we talk about him a little bit here and there. He's one of those guys that you absolutely want to be sending to Ottawa, and it looks like he's pulling ahead of the NDP. So the Conservative candidate up there, really happy for him. If anybody's listening from his team, can you send him our congratulations? I think that he's going to do a stand-up job for those people.
Shane, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, obviously there's a number of us here. We're hoping this would go a different direction. We even have a number of our own staff members and former staff members that went there to the bigger call and tried to help out with the campaigns and the elections. So a little bit disappointing for us, obviously. There's going to be some interesting conversations over the next few days in cabinet and also in caucus about next steps. Obviously, we'll have some headwinds as opposed to some tailwinds that we're anticipating. With the margins being this close, though, silver lining on that, maybe these other groups will work with us a little bit better than they have in the past. But the reality is that regardless of who got in, we were still going to have a sober conversation about how this worked out west versus what was taking place federally. And a number of those salient points are still very relevant.
Fair enough. So it's looking like Polyev is going to lose his seat in Carleton. Do you have any thoughts on who might be a good replacement for him?
Personally, I think as conservatives, we tend to manhandle the wounded before even the battle's over. So I think we got to stop doing that. If you look at what the other teams do, they have coronations. We have bloodbaths to make sure that somebody's strong enough to get to the spot they're in the first place. So I think if you look at the mechanisms that would be afforded to a leader, I'm sure there would be someone who would set aside and make sure that he has a spot. And I mean, we just saw, for example, that Carney could be elected as a leader of a party, not even have a seat and be a prime minister. So there's the weak points in our system. So I wouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater at all here.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I was personally really hoping that he was going to be the shortest serving prime minister in the history of the country. I thought that would be a great little footnote to add to the Trudeau Liberal dynasty.
Well, I would have thought it would be an interesting thing to have 3 prime ministers in one calendar year. Like that's literally what we just went through as a country here. So we've got 2 prime ministers. One was unelected and now he is officially elected. So that's kind of where we're at.
Can you guys
Does anybody have
the
any
latest numbers? I think it shows now that the NDP and Liberals can form a coalition.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not unsurprising, right? And I think the biggest thing that, everyone's going to have their own spin on it, and armchair quarterbacks are, a dime a dozen. But when you look at how badly the ND performed, if there was anything that harmed those swing ridings or anything there, that's literally what it was. You had Team Orange showed up in force and voted Team Red. And even we made comments here going into this on a provincial level. You have, Shannon Phillips is supporting the red team, Nancy supporting the red team, and then you got Rachel supporting Singh. So maybe that was Rachel's play that she'll come up and be the new the NDP leader federally. Who knows?
Actually, looking at
That's
the
what it looks
numbers,
like.
looking at the numbers right now, Conservatives with the bloc is 171. Liberals with the bloc, the NDP is 171, which makes Liz May the kingmaker. So Liz is the one who has all the power. Holy smokes!
So anyone with a bottle of Aqua Velva can like swing where the direction of Canada goes.
Who was the guest earlier today that won a maximum chaos? I think that's it.
That was me.
Yeah.
I
think
was
that
hoping
was
for a
Tanner
tie.
Tanner Applegate too, wasn't it?
Oh,
Tanner
one of the
Applegate,
ladies.
just by
One of the
default,
ladies.
it always wants maximum chaos.
Jesus. Oh my Lord. What have
Yeah,
we
this
done?
is,
What
but I
have
mean,
we
some of the
done?
comments we got there earlier were showing how different we are across the country. Electoral reform, good luck if we ever get that again. But it just shows that there are some very distinct lines, and those lines are are very much a 50-50 type side of the equation here. So it's going to have some very good conversations. The frightening part, to your point, I think you were making there, is you have some extreme political beliefs or ideologies that could be the swing vote in a number of circumstances. And no discredit to Elizabeth May, but she sure the hell isn't no Jack Layton. And Jack Layton was a decent enough statesman to walk that line and represent. So I'm not sure what she might cook up.
So this is, I was going through elections since 1962 and looking at the Ontario vote. And since 1962, the left-wing parties, NDP and Liberals combined, have never got less than 50%. And even though the NDP had a horrible showing today, once again, they exceeded 50%. There's only one election, and I'll have to check the numbers on this to see if this is the second election where the left-leaning parties got less than 55%. The only other time was right after Pierre Elliott Trudeau stepped down. And every other election, it was excess of 55% left-leaning, and most times above 60%. So when you talk about a divide, that's entirely the case between East and West.
Yeah. It's still a little raw for everybody here, I think, on the call here and those online as well. So,
well, I predicted this. I was the one in this call that predicted this. I thought that this is the direction it was going to go.
I think
I was not hoping for it. That's for sure.
Yeah, and I think regardless of the outcomes here, I mean, we're going to have that sober, grown-up conversation as a country anyway in the federation of what really works. We've got some really good alliances at a provincial level, and then federal things just get a little kittywampus. So
if
those conversations.
If we go back to the original predictions, Twos had a minority tie. Marty had a conservative minority. Clyde and myself had the liberal minority. So that was the original predictions when we first started.
Now, keep in mind though, there are some really tight riding. So, for example, Terra Nova, the peninsulas, which is Newfoundland, it's all the way.
Are you still hoping for that tie? Are you still hoping for that tie?
Oh, not about the tie, but just in terms of how the how the minority numbers might shake up. We're not really going to have a clear answer for this for the next couple days, I imagine, because like that riding I just mentioned, it's down to less than 50 votes.
So
it's 46 votes. Weighing.
Is it possible then, going back to BC, remember how close that was? And they're like, it took what did it take? Did it take a week? 10 days? Clyde, do you remember how long?
Have they even figured it out yet?
Wow, it was like a month. It was a month before.
My question to everyone on the call, and I don't know if we know the answer, is like, so what happens now, right? Like, how long do we get to go before they finalize the actual totals and all the different ridings and like what actually happens?
Well, I know where the media is going to go with this. And anytime anyone on the right brings election interference or anything up, they're going to go right to the Donald Trump stuff. They're going to say, "Oh, you're saying that it was fraudulent, blah blah blah." Yeah, that's exactly where they're going to go with it.
But to your question, Shaun, they still declare a winner, and even though there's a recount or whatever, they still declare a winner so that we can proceed with government doing business. So there still will be winners. Like at the end of the night, tomorrow at some point they'll declare 100 or whatever 343 winners, and then they'll start the recounts. Looking at the preliminary number, I can see 3 recounts already. I mean, there's 2 ridings within 100 votes right now. That's an automatic recount.
Mm-hmm. What's the other one?
Well, there's one that's I got to go back to it, but there's one that's 242 and change up in Montreal, and then a couple that are within 100. So
not enough to upset the entire election, though. Like it's decisive. Like this has been decided. This is the result.
But when you're looking
we're gonna look at that as that's the results.
When you're looking at who the kingmaker is going to be, to borrow from whoever said that, thanks, Marty. Depending on how that goes, the NDP and Elizabeth May might be entirely out of the question. It could just be a case of, is the Bloc going to pick somebody to work with? We might be back here, regardless of the outcome. We might be back here in a few weeks.
We're at 85,000 people now.
Yeah.
I don't know if I said that or
86.
not.
We're going to be back here at 85,000 people in a couple of weeks, or is that going to be fatigued? People are just not having it.
I imagine if it's interesting because on the one hand, I don't know, maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I'm pretty exhausted with the election. But on the other hand,
I've been done with it for a week. I'm over it. I'm way over it.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, it's going to be that same big, lots of stuff's riding on it. And if I was Mark Carney, I mean, first off, I would just say this has been fun. See you guys later. I'm retiring. But if I was going to stick around, I would want to have I would want to have an election before, assuming that Poilievre doesn't win his seat. And even if he does, he's not going to win it by much. So there's going to be a lot of momentum against the Conservatives. And I would want to capitalize on that and have an election sooner than later.
As soon as Carney's old lady sees 24 Sussex, she's going to say, I'm out of here. We're going back to New York. Like, that's it.
I can't live in this.
Hey, guys, I'm going to drop out because I got to get up early tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
so,
well, no, Marty, thanks for coming back in. Thanks for
Marty.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to have you on.
Just one quick shout out for me. I'm going downtown tomorrow. I don't do this very often. I had that CBC crew with me, and so if anybody wants to come see me or meet the CBC crew and give a quick soundbite, we're going to be at Jameson Place tomorrow morning at 9:00. So that's like right downtown Calgary on the +15 at Jameson Place. Come see me.
Sounds good, Marty. Thanks for being
All
here.
right. Good night, guys.
Good night, Marty.
Shane, I assume you want to hop out as well. I just, you've been, you said you were going to bed, and I'm like, well, you should just hop on.
Yeah, I just made her back from the house. We managed to wrap up a little bit earlier. We're anticipating this whole shift here will be going until about midnight every night. So it's it's full court press. It's shutdown season for us, basically, in politics.
Okay, well,
any comments or you guys had anything for me? Obviously, the post-game analysis is going to take place over the next week. On our side, for those that are out there, definitely want to hear feedback from all Albertans about what we're doing. Obviously, our positions would have probably been a little bit softer if there was a conservative government. We would have had a little bit more of an ear, but we're consistent on the messaging regardless of who got elected. Like we need to have a sit down, talk about what this confederation looks like and where Alberta stands in the country. And I believe our colleagues in Saskatchewan are very much of similar mind.
We appreciate you hopping in, Shane, and we'll let you get on with your night.
Thanks very much for your time.
Yeah, appreciate you hopping in this late at time. If any other thoughts, you got the stage.
Thank you guys for doing this, and for listeners for giving a damn. We were doing a bit of a watch party, and we're seeing the CBC, and I'm asking, why are we watching the CBC? We should watch somebody else. But thanks for doing this, so other folks actually can trust what they're doing and know that their voices are being heard. So appreciate the opportunity to come in here and talk to you guys.
So does that mean you guys did watch us, or that it was just a suggestion that? Yeah.
Well, I would suggest there was a number of different sources when people had their own devices and looking at it. But the big screens when we were in the ledge, they were CBC, and then they had Global on the other one. So we had a dueling group of propagandists or publicly paid funded. I don't know what to call it at this point.
Shane, thanks for hopping in at the late hour.
No worries. Appreciate it. Take care, guys.
Night, Shane.
Okay, I don't know what these two are doing. If you want to, we got 40 minutes to go. So
I got all night, man. I got
Yeah, I mean,
I got all the time in the world.
I came down to the barn so that my family wouldn't get mad at me for talking so much. So
fair enough. Well,
I got all night.
We missed the 11 o'clock hour sponsors. We should get to them one more time.
Yeah, get in there. Get in there. Get them in there.
I was going to grab a drink.
No, you're going to do the ad read. Then you're going to grab a drink. Okay, let's
drinks.
Okay, I'll grab 2.
Here we'll flip over to the title sponsors of tonight. First up, we got Silver Gold Bull. Twos, take it away.
Honestly, if you look at what's happened in the past decade in Canada, quantitative easing, for those of you who don't know, means when the government says, fuck you, I'll print as much money as I want, and it devalues it. The nice thing about precious metals is you can't print more of them. And so they not only hold their value, but go up in value, which makes them conversely doubly appealing in a country like this one, which has some inflation issues, to say the least. And they're a great place to go. Super easy to order from. I did it this summer, and it was incredibly simple and painless. So check them out. And
one last time with the lightning bolt and thunder. Bow Valley Credit Union, Parkway.
They don't freeze your bank accounts. Need I say more?
If you're here in Alberta, you're like, you probably know who Brett and his team are, but they've been fantastic. And once again, both those companies coming on to be title sponsors of tonight's show, and then helping bring the Cornerstone Forum, which I've had rolling on the ticker on the bottom, going to be in Calgary May 10th. They're the title sponsors of that as well. We should.
Okay. Well, I'll put it like this: I moved my money over to them a year before they started sponsoring the Mashup. So I'm glad to have them aboard, because I was a happy patron of theirs before this even happened.
And then let's do one last giveaway, shall we?
Move your assets or move your ass.
We got two $100 gift cards to give away to gardengirl.ca, $100 gift cards. And I don't know, Twos, what do you want?
Let's keep it simple. First and second.
First and second to text. Oh God! All right, there you go. First and second are getting a $100 gift card each. I'm gonna pull up the banner for
your phone number.
Right. Well, okay, yeah, I better do that.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Yeah. That way.
There you go.
Like, all we asked was for one person, and we didn't even get that.
Yeah. Well, look, everybody's on to it by now. They're just hammering away. Okay, we've ding ding ding. All right, we got it.
Okay. There's at least 2 texts that have come in, so we're good. Which means just light them up. And light them up, because now you're doing it for fun, and that's even better.
I was going to say, if you go on gardengirl.ca and use promo code Victory Garden, you get 15% off. I'll put that on the bottom there. Anyone looking for all your gardening necessities.
Ships all across Canada.
Yeah, Ariel's a beauty. She's been on the Mashup before, and
she's come to live events. Wonderful lady. We're super happy that she's helping us out with this tonight, and very appreciative. And if you want to support somebody who believes the same kind of stuff we do, look no further.
That's right. Okay. We got 37 minutes left here. Twos, you want to grab me?
Yep.
All right.
Yep, it's happening. You're gonna finally divulge? You're gonna have something other than the water you've been having all day? A White Claw? No.
Here I thought he got me non-alcoholics. He got me 5%. Get me a non-alcoholic, you bastard. I haven't had a drink. That was clever. If that's what you gave me. It doesn't matter. All right, there we go. No, I haven't had a alcoholic beverage since New Year's Eve. So I've been keeping on that train here. I don't know how Twos is doing it.
Sean's a great guy to visit, by the way, because he's got a fridge full of booze that he's not touching.
I'm literally dehydrated right now, and I've been sipping on water the entire time. I've been watching Twos. If I could spat,
there's
Red
5
Bulls,
empty Red Bulls, at least 3 empty Bow, a giant coffee.
And shout out to Dust for dropping that off, by the way.
Yes, thank you for that.
Well, I'm going to do this now. Hey,
cheers, buddy.
Cheers to that. I mean,
Cheers,
we
boys.
don't got much to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, we do. 86,000 people are tuning into this.
Well, that's where I was going.
No, no, there's a silver lining in everything, right? There's always a silver lining in everything. And this is the first step in the first move for Alberta independence, which will become Western independence, I think, moving forward.
It's become so clear after this election, like after 10 years of just horrible government, to have them elected back in again is just ridiculous. And Alberta has to take their future into their own hands. There's no other choice.
And believe me, I'm coming from a position. I live in British Columbia. I'm not going to be moving to Alberta. That's not my goals. My goals are I'm moving to Texas. But I hope for Alberta to gain its independence. I think this is a good move generally. I think that now that things are more clear with this this election that just happened today, that things will move in that direction. I think it's a good step in the right direction. Not for Ontario or Quebec. Believe me, they're not gonna like this a lot.
Well, I don't think they believe that the West is actually serious. Essentially.
Yeah, I think they think it's a bluff.
Yeah.
Sorts. No, but this is actual.
Well, they think that Canada's great and wonderful and the greatest country on earth, and like there's some good points to Canada, but for the West, it's, you know, especially the policies they've come out with, and like I'm sitting there thinking, what does a Carney government look like? You know, are they going to start censoring the internet? They're going to stop or continue to hamper the ability for the West to develop their resources and get them to market. Like there's nothing appealing in any of it.
Mm-hmm. And they've just been handed, well, essentially a mandate for that.
Well, I don't know about the seat count, but if the Liberals and NDP can form a coalition, like it'll be like the NDP will not be looking for an election for years. You know, they're going to need a leadership race, and then they're broke. Like they'll keep that coalition around for years, which means Carney's got, you know, essentially a majority government to do what he wants with. And never mind that the NDP is going to pull him further left anyhow, so it won't matter.
There really won't, though, because to your first point, which is totally correct, there are parties in shambles. Peter Julian lost his seat. Jagmeet Singh wasn't even close. He got like half the votes of the second place guy. So they're a long ways away from rebuilding. Like they're on the verge of being a footnote in history. And so they're going to just say, look, if you just don't have an election, that's all we want. Because as soon as they try and it's that or what question. Because Carney's going to say, we're going to do whatever we want. And they're going to say, well, no, we have some demands. You say, okay, well, look, if you don't support us, then vote against us in the throne speech. Look, we're going to do whatever we want. We're going to do nothing that you want. And if you don't agree with that, vote against us.
I hate to hop in. I'm just
you don't.
No, I don't. Philip Vandrick from Medicine Hat, Patricia Lineker from Edmonton are the two winners of the $100 gift cards. And I was just scrolling back through, you know, one of the things that's super cool about this, as we go over 86,000 people watching live, you know, the texts coming in are from all over the place. Alberta, Gibson, Cochrane, Lloyd, Maple Ridge, BC. Like if I just keep scrolling, you know, it seems
everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yeah. BC, Saskatchewan, Alberta. And I just, you know, I keep scrolling. High River, BC again, Ontario, New Brunswick. It's pretty wild to see where you're all tuning in from. Shout out to Morgan Clark, Bull Island. We'll be there in the beginning of July and let the kids play. Regardless, I just want to reiterate this as we get to, you know, the last half hour here. The 86,000 plus that have been paying attention to us and sharing it and doing all that. It's super cool on this side. You know, there you go. 165, 147 where we sit. There's the map. Shout out to Brett, who's been sitting with us. We said, Brett, you could go home if you want, right? And he's been sitting there hammering away on the keyboard to make sure that everything keeps updating. We've had our issues. It looks like and sounds like all of Canada.
We didn't have our issues. Elections
Correct.
Canada had their issues, and we had a rock star pulling us through the finish line.
Yeah. So it's been
165. Liberal 147. I'm
165 Liberal, 7 NDP, which would give them exactly enough. And if there's one seat that gets lost in that, they've still got Elizabeth May. Just sober her up long enough to vote for something, and she's good to go.
And
the bonus of Elizabeth May is she would be kingmaker, but she's probably not intelligent enough and probably too drunk to realize that she could actually demand something. So
if we want Clyde, Kearney's talking right now. If you want to pull that up, I'll bring that on.
Do
straight.
we wanna?
Well, I mean, he's the
it?
new prime minister. If you want to hear what he's saying in the last 20 minutes here,
all right,
might as well.
Let's do it.
You just let me know when you got it up, and I'll toss it in.
I'll let you know. Yeah, I'm just.
That's what she said.
I'll toss it up. Is that what she said?
Let me know when you got it up, and I'll toss it in.
We're good. We're good. He's
All
speaking
right.
French, so you can take your time.
Sans relâche.
He's sure taking his time. Oh.
Avec la forte équipe de députés québécois que vous venez d'envoyer à Ottawa, nous allons faire en sorte que le Québec continue.
I feel like I can do this shitty French that he does.
Et que vous soyez un travailleur des sables bitumineux à Fort Mac, une infirmière de Joliette ou une comptable de Toronto. Il y a plusieurs comptables.
He sounds so excited to be winning.
Mon gouvernement va travailler pour vous tous. So, as we come here after this most consequential election, let's put an end to the
Canada
division and anger of the past.
Anyone else notice that the chat is disabled under the video?
Oh yeah. Pierce was not.
No, it wasn't.
Even though it was bad news.
Which channels are we looking at?
This is the Globe and Mail. Sorry.
Okay, was Globe and Mail the other one?
Are ambitious.
No, it was Pierre
And
Poilievre's
now,
channel.
more than ever, it is a time for
CBC
ambition.
turned all the
It is a
comments
time
off
to
on
be
their
bold,
election
to
coverage,
meet
by the
this
way.
crisis with overwhelming positive force.
Biggest,
of united
we were the biggest election
Because
coverage
we-
that allowed comments.
We are going to build.
That's us, bro.
Build, baby, build.
BBB. Oh, they're going back to the Build Back Better. Oh wow, build baby, build. All right.
What are they going to build again?
Throughout.
Communism.
Not for, well, no, we're building now. We've gotten over that bit. Throughout our history, there have been turning points. Throughout our history, there have been turning points when the world's fortunes were in the balance. That was the case at the start of the Second World War, just as it was at the end of the Cold War. And each time, Canada chose to step up, to assert ourselves as a free, sovereign, and ambitious nation, to lead the path of democracy and freedom, and, because we are Canadian, to do so with compassion and generosity.
Why is the guy behind him so awkward right now? It's
We
really distracting.
We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over. The system of open global trade, anchored by the United States, a system that Canada has relied on since the Second World War, a system that, while not perfect, has helped deliver prosperity for a country for decades, is over.
Is over.
These are
We're
trans-
fucking done with the United States. Is that what he's saying?
reality.
Can't
We are
even say
over.
that right now because this asshole has me muted.
I'm trying to listen.
But we should never forget the
How come
lesson. We have to look out for ourselves, and above all,
Not doing that
we
by
have to take care of each other.
Yay, it's over.
When I sit down with President Trump, it will be to discuss the future economic and security relationship between two sovereign nations.
That have no one that has no businesses left because
And it
they've
will
gone to the
be
other one.
with our full knowledge that we have many, many other options than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians.
What are those options?
Poverty.
Nous allons renforcer nos relations avec des partenaires fiables en Europe, en Asie et ailleurs. Et si les États-Unis ne veulent plus jouer un rôle de premier plan dans l'économie mondiale, le Canada le fera. We will lead, not the Americans. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
That guy does
Nous
not
allons
look
bâtir
excited to
le
be
million de
there.
logements. Une superpuissance énergétique.
Why are they scanning
de
these
bonnes
people
carrières
that look
dans les
sad?
emplois spécialisés. Une seule économie canadienne.
They look
prospère.
so
We will chart a
disappointed.
new path forward.
They look like they're
Because
forced.
Oh,
this
she's
is
yawning.
Canada,
She's
and
yawning.
We decide what happens.
And that woman looks like a librarian.
Like, what are they threatening these people with
We will
to be there?
need to think big and act bigger.
It's either this or the NDP, motherfuckers.
Like retarded Ricky Ricardo behind him is just like trying to hide behind the sign.
That might be important.
He is quite ashamed. I
That's what
feel
he's
like
saying.
he's trying to
We
lick the
will
back
need
of the
to do
sign.
things
Like, does
previously
it not
thought
look like he's trying to
impossible
lick the
at
back of the
speeds we
sign?
haven't seen in generations.
Okay, can we listen to what you're saying a
It's
little bit
time
here?
to build twice as many homes every year with an entirely new housing industry using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors, working in partnership with the provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples.
Oh, that's gonna be trouble.
It's time to build hundreds of thousands of not just good jobs, but good careers in the skilled trades.
Yeah.
It's time to build Canada into an energy superpower in both clean and conventional energy. And it's time to build an industrial strategy that makes Canada more competitive while fighting climate change.
It's like dozens of people.
We will build one Canadian
cheering
economy,
that.
not 13, with a government committed to free trade in Canada by Canada Day. The point is that we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. But even given that, I want to be clear. The coming days and months will be challenging, and they will call for some sacrifices. But we will share those sacrifices by supporting our workers and our businesses. Les défis devant nous sont intimidants, et c'est normal. Les grands changements, comme ceux que nous vivons, sont toujours inquiétants. Nous avons beaucoup de chemin à faire, mais j'ai confiance. J'ai confiance en vous. J'ai confiance au Canada. Because Canada is more than a nation. We are and we always will be a confederation, a sacred set of ideas and ideals built on practical foundations. That we know we're not always perfect, but we always strive to be good. We do things because they're right, not because they're easy. That we see kindness as a virtue, not as a weakness. Most importantly, we know that our strength lies in our resolve to work together as a country. It relies on our unity. You know, on the second day of this campaign, I went to Gander, where on 9/11, they welcomed thousands of passengers into their homes without question or hesitation. I sat down with two of the many heroes of
Yeah,
the
did
time,
you though?
Diane Davis and Beulah Cooper. And during our conversation, they showed me a thank you card that they'd received from a young girl called Ellie, who wrote, Your kindness motivates me to use my kindness. That touching phrase captures what Canadians instinctively know, that virtue is like a muscle that grows with its exercise.
Virtue is
become
like a
just by
bat
doing
signal
just
that I
acts,
can light
brave
up
by
and
doing
shine
brave
into the
acts.
sky.
When we are kind, kindness grows. When we seek unity, unity grows. When we are Canadian, Canada grows. And united over our history, we have done hard, seemingly impossible things. United, we have built one nation in harsh conditions, despite a sometimes hostile neighbor. Yes, they have form on this, the Americans. United, we have confronted our own past with Indigenous peoples. Unis, nous avons bâti un pays qui rassemble des langues, des cultures et des croyances différentes. Unis, nous avons bâti des institutions culturelles essentielles comme CBC Radio-Canada.
Yay, they're going to fund them
United,
to
we
the
have created
tits.
universal public health care. And now, in the face of this crisis, united, we are buying Canadian. We are exploring everything this country has to offer. We are supporting our friends and neighbors in the crosshairs of President Trump through a crisis that we did not create. United, we will win this trade war and build the strongest economy in the G7, an economy that works for everyone. Au cours des derniers mois, les Canadiens et Canadiennes ont fait leur part, se sont rassemblés pour défendre notre pays et notre façon d'être. Je promets que lorsque nous sommes menacés, nous allons nous battre. We will fight back with everything we have to get the best deal for Canada. We will protect our workers and businesses, and above all, we will build an independent future for our great country. A future that makes the greatest country on the earth even better. Together, we will build a Canada worthy of our values. We will build Canada strong, Canada free, Canada forever. Vive le Canada. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Well, what did you take?
I thought actually it was a better speech than what Polyev gave, but whether he can actually deliver on like one part of that.
He'll deliver on the CBC stuff because, I mean, all of the other parties that he could possibly have a coalition with are on board.
Did I hear him say free trade by Canada Day? Did I hear that?
Free interprovincial trade. Yep. Yeah, which is funny because it already exists on the book, even if it doesn't actually exist. Like I picked up a whole bunch of Bohemian that I can take home with me, even though that's going to be illegal. I probably shouldn't mention that because there's going to be like, the RCMP is going to be like, hey, we saw your live stream last night, and we want to check the trunk.
I don't think they're going to pull it. Well, I don't know. We did just, what was the story on the eggs in Alberta?
Yeah.
So maybe they will take you down for
you guys got any,
Bohemian.
You guys got any omelets in there?
I'm getting so many messages, man. It's crazy. Wow.
The energy corridors, like, he's not going to go against Quebec, so that's not happening.
No.
He wrote books on carbon taxes, like,
well, and
saying that he wants to keep oil in the ground. So, like,
that's the first, like, maybe I'm wrong on this, but like in the debate, and did they ever talk about climate change, climate saving the planet, anything? He brings it up. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe I missed that in the debates and stuff. But I didn't think I heard that. That was one of the things that came out of his mouth.
So David in the comments says, Clyde, he said, be prepared for hardship or something like that.
Yeah.
And said, we will share this together. It's like COVID speak.
Yeah, we're all in this together. Us,
yeah,
the people who pay for everything, and the government employees who
right. Because
get
like
everything.
Mark Carney's
we're all in
take
this
that
together.
hardship. He's gonna have a hard time. He's gonna like go to food banks and shit.
Yeah, maybe some of us could grab an oar in that if that's the case. If we're all in the same boat, maybe quit dangling your feet in the water, you bunch of entitled pricks. Oh, this is
wow. Canada decided today, though. Canada, like, this is profound. Like, you really have to look at this. Canada did make a decision. And that decision was that, wow, we're gonna go into a new era.
This is the Brown New Deal.
Yeah.
Well, I think I said before the election that the East is going to make a decision, and it'll be up to the West to decide what they want to do after the fact. Really,
I think you're right
that's
about
every
that.
election.
Well, yeah, that's correct. But this is the first time where it's like, I think the ultimatum was already there, right? The ultimatum was already there. The West is already postured towards the do the right thing, Canada, or else. And now Canada decided to go in that direction. Well, Eastern Canada. I mean, look at the map. I mean, that's what it is. So Eastern Canada decided it's going in that direction. Western Canada is now it's like, it's your move.
Yep. If you take away that one huge Saskatchewan riding that went liberal, it makes it look, half
gerrymandered Saskatchewan riding, I might add.
That Jennifer told us about early on in the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the lower mainland of British Columbia too. I mean,
That's the only spots.
Oh, I mean, what do you do? What do you do? I mean, I don't know. How many more times do we want to bang our heads against this wall?
Well, I mean, Dust has brought it up with the AlbertaSeparation.com. We had Keith Wilson on talking about, like it's only going to grow now. Like, we talked about, all the conversations leading up to this is if Pierre got in, it would dampen
die off.
And that's not what happened. Where's Carleton sitting right now?
It's just outside of Ontario or of Ottawa.
Thanks, Tews.
Bruce Fanjoy has 28,000 and Polyev has 26,000.
Sorry, say that one more time.
29,000 for Fanjoy at exactly 50.0%, and Polyev at just shy of 27,000, 46.5%, and it is 84.5. 84.5%.
So our leader of the Conservative Party is not going to get his seat.
That's right.
Yeah. If that is like, oh, man.
Maximum chaos.
Yeah.
Are we okay? I want to know. Are we shocked?
I'm kind of surprised that he lost his seat, although it has occurred to me multiple times over the years that they're kind of playing with fire by having the leader of the party running in Ottawa.
Through all the podcasts I've done, Clyde, I pretty much thought I was crazy because I'm like, to me, after it had on a series of guests, one of them being Peter Schultz, talking about how brilliant the Liberals were by sending down Trudeau, creating the enemy out of Trump, and then just playing off that. I sat there and I was watching, and like you look at everything Carney's tied to, right? Is the enemy real or isn't it real? Right? Like it's pretty real. And so,
what the enemy of Donald Trump?
No,
is that real? No, that's not real.
I mean the enemy being the elites that are tied to a lot of people pulling the strings, and Carney being a part of that. And so when I looked at it, I was like, all the interviews I'm doing lead to this conclusion, right where we're at. It's almost surreal to just see it sitting there, 166, 146. and you're just like, like how bad does it possibly have to get in this country? And yet when you pull back up the map, you can already see, and we've been talking this, we're beating a dead horse when
okay, well, let's beat a
Sure, but
different horse.
let's
beat
the
a
horse.
donkey for
Let's
a
beat
minute,
that.
and let's point out the fact that Poilievre ran on a bunch of liberal light policies, right? Like, sure, he wasn't for the carbon tax this time, but neither were they. Neither was the NDP. Like, we're going to make very modest cuts to foreign aid. We're not going to make any cuts to the public sector. We're just going to do a hiring freeze. We're going to magically turn this country around by doing the bold and daring act of just not hiring people for a few weeks. Like, how is that in any way going to turn things around at all? Right?
You know what I want to see out of the last 10 minutes here?
And I'm just saying, even despite all that stuff, he still didn't win with the people out east. Go ahead.
We're at 88,000, just over it. I want 2 more thousand people to tune in so we can say we hit 90K watching us simultaneously. We're going to see what 24 hours does for us. We were number 2 to CBC only all night long. Correct, Twos?
That's correct. And
you were talking about after hours stream. Is that like after, or what is that? Or we just keep going?
Well, this is the after
hours.
Yeah.
The after hours. The after hours was a couple hours ago, and then this is the after hours.
Yes. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
So yeah, we were beating CBC for a little bit in the afternoon, but then they squeaked out ahead of us, and actually we are pretty close to, like, they've probably lost about 60 or 70% of their viewers, and we're about 60%, and we're right on the cusp of passing them again.
So Clyde asked the question whether, if this was what we expected. And in my mind, I'm not surprised. I'm not angry. I think I'm finally comfortable understanding what needs to be done. And that's different than previous elections. I remember back, 2019 was Wexit, I think, Shaun?
Yeah, 2019 was Wexit.
And everybody was mad and upset. And I think this one's different. It's not an anger anymore or upset with Eastern Canada or anything like that. It's just like, oh, you guys are fundamentally different than us, and yeah, we need to figure our own stuff out.
It's not from a fiery anger. It's not from a place of heat. It's from a place of just cold detachment.
Yeah.
And I think
no, so I'm upset. I am upset.
Expand on that.
So I'm upset, and a lot of people have been telling me behind the scenes, stop quarterbacking, or armchair quarterbacking the campaign and trying to say how the campaign should run their campaign. I have been doing that. And I've been saying that the campaign is not doing the right thing. The Conservatives are not talking to people. They're not talking to the right people. They're ignoring people. They're trying to stay safe. They're, I've been saying this, get out on podcasts, get in front of a young audience. And I really want to look at the data as it comes out of who voted where. I think the big missed opportunity in this election was young voters. And I think that the Conservatives could have gotten in front of young voters by getting out on podcasts. And I'm not talking about my podcast. I'm not talking about conservative podcasts that are already have an audience with conservative voters, right? My podcast largely full of that. At the end of the campaign, Pierre and his wife decided to get out in front of some of these podcasts, but they were podcasts that were just largely audiences of people that were voting for them already. So at that point, it's really, I want to say it's a favor to those podcasters, because you're going to garner huge audiences for that podcaster. It's going to bring big numbers to their channel, but it's not going to bring big numbers to your campaign. It's not going to help your campaign. What needed to be done was for Pierre to get in front of the eyes of people who have never seen him before, that are young people that are just struggling. So get out on some dude bra podcast, get out there, look at the demographics, look at the analytics of who's out there, who's podcasting to a young group of Canadian men, Canadian ladies, whatever it has to be, but young audiences. Get in front of them and get on those podcasts and talk to people and talk to them about conservatism. Make it a new idea in their head that they could get out there and then go, you know what? I am going to vote because it's crappy here. You know, they already